Chapter 1. Dr. M here. Lu Ziye timidly pushed open the door to the doctor's office. He had just been diagnosed with lung cancer and had undergone further detailed examinations. Now, he held a thick stack of test results, seeking clarity from the doctor. Today, he learned that one could indeed contract lung cancer without having ever smoked a rather unfortunate stroke of luck he had experienced. The bald doctor, seated in his office chair, was engaged in a phone call with one hand while gesturing for Lu Ziye to take a seat and wait with the other. What's the use of all that studying? Look at old Wang's son next door, who's devoted to playing video games now. He's thriving. He's already a supervisor for a game service, earning over 3,000 a day. And you? What are you doing? Studying for civil service exams? Utterly useless. Your father is a doctor at a top-tier hospital, yet he earns less than others. This is the trend. You must adapt. Anyway, I have patients to attend to. We can talk later. After hanging up, the doctor, with an apologetic expression, accepted the stack of test results from Lu Ziye. His demeanor shifted from calm to puzzled. Then he sighed, alas. Finally, he spread his hands and set the documents aside on the corner of his desk. Lu Ziye's heart sank, as if it had met its demise. Was this the end? Yet, he couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, do I still have a chance?" "Well, I have two pieces of news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first?" The doctor sighed again. "Let's hear the good news first." Lu Ziye felt a swell of anxiety. "First of all, you're already in advanced stage. The cancer cells have begun to spread. Secondly, you have at most a year left to live." Lu Ziye's pupils dilated in shock as he stared incredulously at the doctor. "Doctor, isn't that two pieces of bad news?" "I never claimed there was any good news. I simply rephrased it to spare you worry. You can forego treatment now. Go home and spend time with your family. See some sights you've never seen. You needn't restrict your diet to eat whatever you desire. Who knows, you might even extend your days a little longer. Doctor, perhaps you're not here to create chaos, but you certainly are here to add to my distress. Thank you very much. I have no family. Thank you, doctor. I know what I need to do." Lu Ziye rose, preparing to leave. Though the situation was overwhelmingly shocking and utterly unexpected, it hardly mattered. After all, he had traversed into this world. If death awaited him, so be it. Perhaps he might find himself in a better realm. This world was utterly disappointing, just like Earth in his previous life, as he continued to be an I-Need-A-5 worker. Working was one thing, but the coveted golden finger he had longed for had yet to reveal itself. Forget it. Just take it one step at a time. If all else fails, he would die along the way. "Wait, young man, I have a suggestion, merely a suggestion you might want to consider." The doctor called after Lu Ziye. "Speak," Lu Ziye replied without any hope, yet maintaining politeness. "You've heard of the game Otherworld, haven't you?" "I have," Lu Ziye nodded. It was a qualitative leap in the gaming realm on Blue Star, boasting 100 realism and immersive experiences, profoundly impacting the entire Blue Star as countless large corporations began to invest in the game. Imagine, if ordinary online games could captivate players, how much more would a game where one could live, eat, and fulfill all needs, with experiences indistinguishable from reality, enthrall them? In reality, the goddess of your dreams may ignore you, but in the game, with sufficient strength, you could embrace her. Rumor had it that since the release of Otherworld a few months ago, the tradition of betrothal gifts in Blue Star had vanished. No one wished to be a fool anymore. After all, they could enjoy the game without needing to plead for anything. Many upscale restaurants found themselves deserted as people could indulge in any culinary delight within the game, enjoying the same taste and experience without spending in reality. Initially, we allowed terminally ill patients undergoing chemotherapy to enter the game to alleviate their suffering. To our astonishment, we discovered that some individuals exhibited subtle improvements in their health. However, we lack substantial data to support this medicine is rigorous, and we require more participants for data analysis. Thus, if you are willing, you can join our experimental center for this activity, all expenses covered. We provide a state-of-the-art nutritional gaming pod, far superior to market alternatives, ensuring you can remain online for 100 hours without physical strain. And what is the cost? Lu Ziye knew that nothing in this world was truly free. Cost. That has no cost, parça. We simply require you to allow us to monitor your health indicators for medical analysis. Lu Ziye nodded. "I agree. It was not that Lu Ziye had a particular love for gaming after all. With death looming, who could find joy in play? However, Lu Ziye was unable to work now. And how would he spend this last year? His visit to the hospital had already drained his meager earnings as a worker due to the costs of examinations and tests. Participating in this experiment, with all expenses covered by the hospital, would allow him to live out his remaining days comfortably, all while contributing to medical advancement. He had never been a teacher, yet he never imagined that his first teaching experience would be as a rather unconventional anatomy instructor. Excellent. If you have no further questions, please sign this authorization form, and you may begin your exploration of the game at any time. Lu Ziye reviewed the authorization surprisingly. The benefits were quite generous. His daily expenses, food, and accommodation would all be covered, along with a monthly stipend of 10,000. Yet, he was unsure what this stipend was for. For the first time, he felt that real currency paled in comparison to virtual currency. Give him virtual currency, and he could spend a year later. After signing, with little else to occupy his time, Lu Ziye chose to enter the game world that very day. He was led by the doctor in a white coat to a separate building, entirely distinct from the regular hospital wards. This will be your room. It is equipped with all necessary facilities. Should you wish to remain in the game world, we will continually supply you with nutritional fluids, maintaining you for a maximum of 100 hours. You will need to log off for brief rest periods, lest you experience confusion between reality and the virtual world, the doctor explained. Lu Ziye glanced around the spacious room, about 100 square meters in size. In one corner stood a 2.5-meter-long gaming pod resembling a coffin, adorned with various tubes and electronic components. Lu Ziye had seen his colleagues' gaming helmets, priced at 18,000 each, which allowed entry into Otherworld after registration. However, in reality, bodily sensations such as hunger, fatigue, and even the urge to urinate would transfer to the game character, necessitating periodic log-offs. This specialized gaming pod, however, would not impose such limitations, keeping his body in optimal condition for 100 hours of continuous play. What about restroom breaks? Lu Ziye asked, skeptical. Surely, he wouldn't be expected to relieve himself directly into the nutritional fluids, would he? Rest assured, we have personnel assigned to ensure all your bodily needs are met perfectly, the doctor assured him confidently. Very well, I understand that science can transform lives. I shall give it a try, Lu Ziye replied, undressing and lying down inside the pod. All connections were automated, requiring no assistance from the doctor. As Lu Ziye's consciousness began to fade, darkness enveloped him. In the void, the three characters spelling Otherworld grew increasingly luminous, followed by the game's login interface. Welcome to Otherworld. All players' real identities will be encrypted and cannot be discerned within the game. Please enter your game ID. The game ID was merely a name for his character, and Lu Ziye randomly chose a name he had previously used while gaming on Earth. Game ID authenticated. Helping Grandma cross the street. Dear Helping Grandma cross the street, please select your character's appearance. You may customize it or use your own likeness. Lu Ziye decisively opted for customization. Using his own appearance felt unsettling, and 99 of players likely chose to create their own faces. Utilizing the game's character creation feature, Lu Ziye spent 10 minutes crafting a face reminiscent of a fierce figure, one that appeared intimidating. Appearance selection successful. Class assignment and talent awakening in progress. Classes still needed to be assigned. Lu Ziye was taken aback. Didn't players usually select their own classes in games? He quickly accessed the game's class assignment rules through his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered that the game included classes such as commoners, merchants, and various life professions like blacksmiths and alchemists. This suggested that, aside from monsters and NPCs, many individuals were likely players themselves. Lu Ziye sensed something amiss with the game, suddenly recalling the online gaming novels he had read in his previous life. Could this game be merging with reality? Otherwise, how could such life professions persist in a combat-oriented game? After all, the doctor had mentioned that some individuals had experienced changes in their health after playing. This could very well be the clue he needed. The allocation of professions has been completed, and you have acquired the unique profession, Blood Mage. You have successfully awakened the SS level talent, Blood Fury. Ah, a unique profession? Lu Ziye felt a surge of excitement within. Does this mean I am the sole individual in the entire game world possessing this vocation? And as a noble mage, I must be exceptionally formidable, right? Whether formidable or not hinges on the talent, as any seasoned gamer would know. Eagerly, Lu Ziye hastened to inspect his talent. Upon reviewing his talent, Lu Ziye was rendered speechless. Blood Fury. You shall siphon 10 health points from any monster whose level is equal to or greater than your own upon its demise. The siphoning ratio increases as the talent levels up. Passive talent. As a prestigious SS level talent, any skills inflicting percentage-based life damage shall have no effect on you. Is this what you call a mage's talent? Infinite growth in health, and even the noble percentage damage, which counters high health, proves ineffective? Lu Ziye recalled that a mage's talents should ideally enhance spell damage, reduce cooldowns, or bolster control abilities to truly align with their essence. Are you expecting me, a mage, to infinitely augment my health? What does that even mean? Am I to take up a staff and strike foes? Before Lu Ziye could unravel his perplexities, an entirely new world began to unfold before him. You have entered Novice Village number 39213. May you enjoy your gaming experience. Current game time, card remaining, 60 minutes. You may bind your account and recharge your game card. He found himself in an expansive realm, enveloped by magical formations, surrounded by throngs of people, amidst a cacophony of shouts and discussions. In his field of vision, a semi-transparent chat channel appeared in the upper right corner, brimming with information. Channel nearby. DD services. No grudges left unresolved overnight. Efficiency swift as the wind. Enemies vanish without a trace. P.S. Recruiting fighters of all ranks, those above level, May 10th. Discuss compensation. Channel nearby. Baby's Pawn Shop. 24-hour game currency acquisition. High-priced equipment buyback. Offering collateral services. Game loans. With daily interest as low as 1. Channel nearby. Blooming Oasis Foot Spa. Professional technicians, bespoke treatments, relieving your battle fatigue. Channel nearby. Accurate teleportation, precise and economical, 32 routes available, serving you 24 hours a day. P.S. Group deliveries, essential for team battles and skirmishes. Channel nearby. Primate tutoring skill training, professionally guided by experts, personalized unknown instruction, utterly trustworthy. Channel nearby. Hungry potion delivery. Injured? Grab a bottle of healing ointment. Hungry safeguards your leveling journey. What a marvel! This game world is astonishingly lifelike. Lu Ziye exclaimed in shock. Lu Ziye had not anticipated such realism in the game, not only in sensory experiences, but also in the game's societal mechanisms, which were indistinguishable from reality. Top-tier conglomerates had infiltrated the game, seizing control of various market sectors within. From transportation to dining and numerous service functionalities, there was nothing they could not accomplish. Wait a moment. Is this game truly based on a time card system? Drawing from Lu Ziye's prior gaming experiences, time card-based games tend to have the most stable currencies. Every moment spent by a player within the game is indeed valuable. The game's time card pricing is as follows: daily card 10, monthly card 250, yearly card 2000. The game has only generously offered 60 minutes of trial time, which is exceedingly stingy. Zhang Yang swiftly reached towards the source of the sound, soon catching sight of a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, both clad in pure white, engaged in playful activity amidst the trees. Li Feng, he exclaimed, recognizing the man as Li Feng, a member of the esteemed Li family, one of the 4 prominent clans in Qingshan City. Previously, Li Feng had taken advantage of a superior cultivation level to bully Zhang Yang's former self, leaving him with numerous wounds as a testament to his cruelty. What a splendid display of enthusiasm you both possess, frolicking in the woods under the glaring sun, completely unafraid of catching a chill. Zhang Yang called out, deliberately provoking them. The sudden outburst startled Li Feng, causing him to tremble as he felt a certain part of his anatomy droop, his previous bravado instantly evaporating. How dare you interrupt my moment of bliss? I'll kill you, Li Feng bellowed in fury upon realizing it was Zhang Yang, his anger flaring as he hastily donned his clothing and charged at Zhang Yang. Unbeknownst to him, The Zhang Yang of now was no longer the feeble target of his past taunts. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yang delivered a swift kick to Li Feng's groin before he could react. The sickening crunch echoed through the air as Li Feng fell to the ground. Clutching his injured area, his face contorted in agony. "Zhang Yang, I will see you dead." Li Feng howled, but in his fit of rage, he inadvertently exacerbated his own pain. Zhang Yang paid him no mind, his gaze shifting to the woman, who by now had hastily dressed. However, her attire did little to conceal the 3 layers of flab around her waist. Zhang Yang couldn't help but admire Li Feng's audacity. To remain calm under such pressure was somewhat commendable, as Zhang Yang mused. The woman trembled, glancing at him as if fearing he might covet her beauty. Zhang Yang, bemused by her apprehension, reassured her, "Rest assured, you shall forever remain Li Feng's. However, he may be in quite a predicament now. You should hasten to attend to him, lest your future happiness be compromised." With that, Zhang Yang turned and departed. He soon returned to the Zhang family estate in Qingshan City. Upon entering, he noticed an elderly man with a grim expression seated in the hall. Yet, upon spotting Zhang Yang's return, a flicker of joy crossed the old man's face, only to be quickly concealed. This man was Zhang Yang's grandfather and the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Qingshan. "You wretched boy, you finally chose to return. Where have you been?" Zhang Qingshan barked. "I ventured into the Demon Beast Mountains for some training." Zhang Yang replied softly, "What? You, a mere second-level martial artist, dared to venture into the Demon Beast Mountains? Do you wish to drive me to my grave?" Zhang Qingshan exclaimed in a fit of rage, rising as if to strike Zhang Yang. "Grandfather, please calm down." "I'm fine." Zhang Yang dodged, sensing the impending wrath. "Does that mean you'll be heading off to your demise again next time?" Zhang Qingshan retorted, his face flushed with anger. The Zhang family had only one heir, and if Zhang Yang were to perish, what hope would remain for the old man's legacy? In an astonishing scene, the dignified patriarch of the Zhang family found himself chasing his own grandson around the hall in a fit of frustration. "Sir," the leader of the Yu family, Yu Ping, arrived with his granddaughter for a visit. A guard burst into the hall, momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the peculiar dynamic between Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang. "That insufferable woman!" Zhang Yang's expression turned cold at the mention. Upon hearing the guard's words, Zhang Qingshan returned to his seat, instructing, "Let them in," while casting a warning glance at Zhang Yang to behave himself. Moments later, Yu Ping entered with his granddaughter, Yu Hongshi. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, her face registered surprise, which she quickly masked. "Young Master Yu, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit today?" Zhang Qingshan inquired with a smile. As the families were intertwined through a marriage pact, making them quasi-dash relatives, Yu Ping hesitated, aware that his family had risen to prominence thanks to the Zhang family support. It was difficult to broach the subject of annulling the engagement. Zhang Yang, sensing their intent, couldn't help but scoff inwardly, having deduced their purpose for visiting. Seeing her grandfather's discomfort, Yu Hongshi boldly produced the marriage contract, stating, "We have come to annul the engagement." "Excuse me?" Zhang Qingshan slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet, his face a mask of fury. "The Yu family intends to dissolve this engagement. We merely came to inform you," Yu Hongshi stated defiantly. "How dare you? An engagement is not something you can simply discard," Zhang Qingshan exclaimed, his face turning a shade of green as he glared at Yu Ping, who appeared evasive under the scrutiny. "I've been chosen by an elder from the minor Xian sect and will soon be joining them. Zhang Yang is no longer worthy of me," Yu Hongshi declared with a mocking smile, her arrogance evident as she disregarded Zhang Qingshan entirely. Just as Zhang Qingshan prepared to retort, Zhang Yang interjected, "Hand over the marriage contract." Yu Hongshi complied, and upon receiving it, Zhang Yang tore in half. "What do you think you're doing?" Yu Hongshi seethed. "I'm indicating my disinterest. You should leave before you become a nuisance," Zhang Yang replied coolly. "How dare you? A worthless fool. Tear up the contract. How can we prove that the engagement is annulled now?" Yu Hongshi's expression darkened. "Fear not. By tomorrow, everyone will know of our dissolved engagement," Zhang Yang assured her, leaning in closer to whisper, "I want to forget the matter of the Demon Beast Mountains. We will settle the score in due time." With that, he stepped back and declared, "Escort them out. maintaining an air of nonchalance. You, a mere waste, think you can challenge me. If you wish to settle scores, come find me at the minor Xian Sect. Yu Hongshi scoffed, strutting out alongside Yu Ping with an air of superiority to Yang. What are your plans now? Zhang Qingshan asked with concern, knowing of Zhang Yang's feelings for Yu Hongshi. Grandfather, I want you to instruct the staff to spread the word throughout Qingshan City that I have annulled my engagement with Yu Hongshi. Zhang Yang replied, his spirits undampened by the encounter. Compared to Yu Hongshi, who was akin to a flower, Hua Jinyan was nothing in his eyes. Zhang Qingshan's eyes gleamed with approval at Zhang Yang's suggestion. Realizing it was a clever move, and promptly commanded the servants to disseminate the news that I heard rumors that Yu Hongshi recently experienced a fortuitous event, causing her cultivation to surge 2 levels to attain the 8th rank of martial artist. It seems she's caught the eye of the minor Xian Sect, Zhang Qingshan remarked, furrowing his brow. But what of her sudden rise? I shall still join the minor Xian Sect, and this score will be settled in time. Zhang Yang mused coldly, recalling that her newfound strength was likely due to a rare herb. Oh, right. The minor Xian Sect's recruitment assessment is set to begin in a month. However, given your current cultivation, I fear you may not have much hope, Zhang Qingshan sighed. Though he was pleased with Zhang Yang's newfound confidence, he was still aware of his dire state of cultivation. Rest assured, grandfather, I will succeed in the assessment. Zhang Yang beamed, departing the Zhang estate with determination. His primary aim in joining the minor Xian Sect was to unearth the whereabouts of the Tai Xian Sect while also settling scores with Yu Hongshi. This rascal, who once cowered in fear, has returned from the Demon Beast Mountains with a newfound confidence. Zhang Qingshan pondered, bewildered by the transformation. After leaving the Zhang family, Zhang Yang headed straight for the treasure pavilion, which, despite not being one of the 4 prominent families, boasted a strength that surpassed them all. Shopkeeper, do you accept beast pelts? Zhang Yang inquired at the counter. We accept as many as you have. The shopkeeper replied with a smile. Zhang Yang produced 20 exquisite beast pelts, each of exceptional quality. How much will these fetch? He asked. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the pelts. Realizing they were all from first-tier demonic beasts, together, these should sell for around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 500 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper offered, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He felt emboldened to offer this price. Having recognized Zhang Yang, who was notorious for his meek demeanor, today he finally saw an opportunity to take advantage of him. I shall not sell, Zhang Yang replied curtly. Zhang Yang scoffed coldly, truly believing they took him for a fool. He was well aware of the value of these animal hides. He sought to reclaim the hides, yet the shopkeeper restrained him. What do you mean? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. These furs have already been accepted by me. Take your spirit stones and scram. The shopkeeper contemptuously tossed a pouch of spirit stones at Zhang Yang, his face etched with disdain. The surplus spirit stones would ultimately line his own pockets. He had no intention of allowing Zhang Yang to reclaim them easily. Are you resorting to open theft? Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent beginning to surge within him. Someone, throw him out. The shopkeeper paid no heed to Zhang Yang. This was the treasure pavilion, not a place where anyone could run rampant. Even the members of the 4 great clans had to tread lightly here. Soon, several guards from the pavilion rushed over, and Zhang Yang discovered that among them was a martial artist of considerable strength, signifying the wealth of the treasure pavilion, capable of hiring such elite fighters. As the guard approached to seize Zhang Yang, he snorted coldly and immediately engaged them in battle. Bang! Bang! In no time, Zhang Yang had dispatched all the guards, appearing to have exerted little effort. How is this possible? The shopkeeper began to panic. He had heard that Zhang Yang was merely a waste, having only reached the 2nd level of martial arts at the age of 16, that yet the reality before him forced him to doubt the veracity of those rumors. Bang! Zhang Yang delivered a powerful punch to the shopkeeper, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my treasure pavilion? A bewitching voice resonated from deep within the pavilion. Zhang Yang turned his gaze toward the source, and there emerged a woman clad in a flowing purple veil, her fair legs tantalizingly visible with each graceful step. This woman was indeed a captivating enchantress, and Zhang Yang couldn't help but admire her beauty. He knew her name was Lan Luofei, the esteemed master of the treasure pavilion. a figure of formidable prowess. You had better explain why you resorted to violence in my pavilion, or no one will be able to save you. Lan Luofei said, her alluring face bearing a hint of coldness. You ought to question your own pavilion staff. Zhang Yang retorted fearlessly. Lan Luofei frowned slightly, summoning the guards from outside to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered outside the pavilion, drawn by the commotion within. That Lan Luofei is still as alluring as ever. It truly stirs the imagination that I reckon you are courting death. Haven't you heard the rumor that men who get too close to Lan Luofei rarely live beyond 3 years? They say she drains them dry. Are you too seeking death? If Lan Luofei hears this, beware, she might even have you both castrated. Zhang Yang certainly has some audacity to dare cause trouble in the treasure pavilion. Indeed, I remember him as a timid character. I wonder what has spurred him on today. Zhang Qingshan mused. With such a grandson, the Zhang family is doomed. Given Lan Luofei's temperament, she certainly wouldn't let him off lightly. The men outside the treasure pavilion exchanged whispers. Lan Luofei soon learned the actual circumstances from the guards. Casting a glance at the throngs gathered outside, she issued a direct order. Take the shopkeeper away and deal with him according to pavilion regulations. Upon hearing her words, the fallen shopkeeper trembled, struggling to rise as he knelt and pleaded, Master, I was wrong. Please spare me. He was acutely aware of the pavilion's cruel regulations. If he were truly taken away, his life would be in grave danger. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears as the guards dragged him away, his cries for mercy echoing from deep within the pavilion. Young man, as an apology, consider those 500 lower-grade spirit stones as a gift from the treasure pavilion. The price for the beast hides will be calculated separately. What do you think? Lan Luofei smiled seductively, her voice sending shivers down Zhang Yang's spine. What an enticing enchantress. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had watched countless films in Blue Star, whether from the west or the east, and even the more risque ones. Lan Luofei's ploy could not sway his resolve. No, I cannot afford to offend the treasure pavilion, Zhang Yang said, preparing to leave with the beast hides. Lan Luofei's expression shifted slightly. As a commercial establishment, reputation was paramount. Zhang Yang's departure would undoubtedly tarnish the pavilion's name. Wait, young man. Accompany me to the second floor. I can offer you any item you desire. Lan Luofei's voice rang out, realizing that she could not afford to lose this opportunity without a significant concession. Zhang Yang paused, regarding Lan Luofei. Are you certain you are offering me a gift, rather than harboring ulterior motives? Rest assured, with so many witnesses present, how could I harbor ill intentions? Lan Luofei replied, pulling Zhang Yang toward the second floor. Marveling at his youthful caution, Zhang Yang was led to the second floor. He had anticipated that Lan Luofei would devise a way to resolve the situation for the sake of the pavilion's reputation. But he was surprised to see her intent on compensating him. Instead, a lone man and woman ascending to the second floor was indeed the most perilous scenario. Lan Luofei was in her prime, clearly aiming to ensnare Zhang Yang. Poor boy, so young and yet to be drained dry. Outside, onlookers gazed in astonishment as Zhang Yang and Lan Luofei ascended the stairs. Though she appeared charming, those with discernment understood that Lan Luofei was a formidable character, a fact that had secured her position as the pavilion's master. Young man, what would you like? Choose freely, Lan Luofei purred. Are you certain I can choose at will? Zhang Yang asked warily. Of course, I keep my promises, Lan Luofei assured him. With that, Zhang Yang did not hesitate to begin selecting items on the second floor. It was undeniable that the offerings there far surpassed those on the first floor. While the first floor catered to ordinary cultivators, the second floor was reserved for the wealthy and powerful. Zhang Yang was dazzled by the array of items, but ultimately he was drawn to a sword. This sword was entirely black, seemingly unremarkable, yet Zhang Yang found himself inexplicably fond of it. I want this sword. As he grasped the weapon, a chilling aura coursed through his hand. You have an excellent eye. Young man, this sword is called the Black Gold Sword, a mid-grade spiritual weapon. However, it possesses a peculiar heaviness, making it impractical for most to wield in combat, Lan Luofei said with a playful laugh. A mid-grade spiritual weapon. Zhang Yang was astonished. Once a weapon reached the spiritual weapon level, cultivators could infuse their own spirit energy into it, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Spiritual weapons were far more precious and costly than ordinary ones. His grandfather wielded a low-grade spiritual weapon, the sole treasure of the Zhang family. As for the weight Lan Luofei mentioned, Zhang Yang felt no burden at all. I want this black gold sword. Zhang Yang caressed the blade, unable to part with it. Since you are so determined, I shall not dissuade you further. Lan Luofei smiled. The black gold sword had been lying idle in the pavilion for quite some time, with no one showing interest. Zhang Yang tucked the black gold sword away and presented the beast hides along with the 500 lower-grade spirit stones to Lan Luofei. How much for this black gold sword? These beast hides should offset some of the cost. This sword is priced at 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones. I fear you may fall short. Lan Luofei chuckled. Farewell, Zhang Yang exclaimed, startled by the price, and without another glance. He swiftly exited the treasure pavilion. Lan Luofei watched Zhang Yang's retreating figure. Intrigued, it seems this young man from the Zhang family is far from the useless fool the outside world claims him to be. Even I find him somewhat inscrutable. Zhang Yang quickly returned to the Zhang family, procured a sword manual, and retreated to his small courtyard. He opened the manual, which contained a mid-grade yellow-tier sword technique, the highest level currently available within the Zhang family, known as the Thunderbolt sword technique. The most notable feature of this technique was its incredible speed. When mastered, one could unleash 3 strikes in rapid succession. This sword technique was indeed a perfect match for his black gold sword. Zhang Yang chuckled, and then began to practice his sword technique in the courtyard. Merely an hour later, he thrust his sword towards a massive stone. The black gold blade struck out twice in rapid succession, moving with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake. The stone was effortlessly pierced by the black gold sword. Did grandfather not say that the thunder sword technique is exceedingly difficult to master? He has spent decades merely achieving perfection, yet I have attained great success in just 1 hour. Zhang Yang pondered, withdrawing the black gold sword from the stone, a hint of confusion on his face. Now that I am a 2nd-level warrior, paired with the black gold sword, I could contend even against a 5th-level practitioner that AS for a 6th-level warrior. Unless they are a prodigy, I should be able to retreat unscathed. Zhang Yang muttered, a smile creeping onto his face. Young master, trouble is brewing. Clan Leader Li has come with his 2 sons looking for you. The master insists you hide at once. An anxious guard rushed into Zhang Yang's courtyard. His face etched with urgency. Did I understand? Zhang Yang replied, his expression turning cold as he headed straight for the hall. The main entrance is not that way. The guard called out loudly, seeing Zhang Yang heading towards the door. As Zhang Yang approached the hall, he could hear a heated argument from within. Hand over your grandson immediately. Zhang Qingshan. He has shattered my grandson's egg, and this matter shall not end today. The furious voice of Li Xian echoed from inside, referring to his grandson, Li Feng. What utter nonsense! Zhang Yang is merely a 2nd-level warrior. How could he possibly possess the strength to crush your grandson's egg? If you seek trouble with the Zhang family, at least find a more suitable reason. Zhang Qingshan retorted vehemently. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. His previous rage had clouded his judgment, and Zhang Qingshan's words rang with a semblance of truth. Are you sure it was Zhang Yang who shattered your egg? Li Xian turned to Li Feng. That it was him. He ambushed me when I was not paying attention. Otherwise, how could this useless fool have struck me? I demand a life-and-death duel with this scoundrel. Li Feng's legs trembled in anger, the emotional turmoil aggravating his wounds, causing his face to shift between hues of green and purple. Are you certain it was an ambush? Or did you inadvertently allow me to strike? Zhang Yang's voice rang out as he stepped inside. Accompanying Zhang Yang was a guard who was desperately trying to pull him back by the arm. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Qingshan's expression changed, while Li Feng immediately began to curse. Enough of your nonsense. I have come today for a life-and-death battle. You will agree to it even if you do not wish to. This is my Zhang family. It is not your place to act recklessly. Zhang Qingshan slammed his hand on the table. Rising in anger, your grandson has already admitted to shattering my grandson's egg. This duel must take place today. If you refuse, it is tantamount to declaring war on the Li family. Li Xian coldly declared. confident in his grandson's ability to easily slay Zhang Yang. A duel it shall be. I am not afraid of you, Zhang Qingshan shouted, showing no signs of backing down. I agree to the life and death duel. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Zhang Yang's voice suddenly broke through. You foolish boy, have you lost your mind? Zhang Qingshan exclaimed, astonished. He knew Zhang Yang's capabilities. Splendid. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Li Yunxing was taken aback by Zhang Yang's unexpected agreement to a seemingly hopeless duel. Realizing that Zhang Qingshan's legacy was now in the hands of a dim-witted bear. Let us proceed. Li Feng's heart surged with excitement. Finally, he had the opportunity to exact revenge, and he limped towards the Zhang family's courtyard. Zhang Yang cast a reassuring glance at Zhang Qingshan before stepping into the courtyard. Let me make this clear. Regardless of the outcome, neither side shall retaliate against the other's family, Zhang Yang stated. Hearing this, Li Yunxing chuckled, appreciating Zhang Yang's consideration for the Li family. Zhang Qingshan, however, furrowed his brow, remaining silent. You heard that, Zhang Qingshan. This is what your grandson has stated. I hope you will honor this promise. Li Yunxing remarked. What do you care? Zhang Qingshan snapped. Yet his mind was already calculating. If Li Feng failed to kill Zhang Yang in one strike, he would immediately intervene and concede, although this would plunge the Zhang family into a maelstrom of public opinion. He could not afford to lose his sole heir. Then let it begin, Zhang Yunxiang said with a light-hearted smile, a stark contrast to Zhang Qingshan's furrowed brow. Today, I shall make you experience the agony of shattered eggs, and then leave you a widower, Li Feng declared with a cruel smile. Drawing his sword, in the next instant, his expression froze as the black sword tip pierced his forehead, a stream of blood trickling down as fear overtook his features. Foolish bird, still prattling on during a life-and-death duel. You deserve to have your egg shattered, Zhang Yang scoffed, withdrawing the blade as Li Feng collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Ha! Splendid. Not long after, Zhang Qingshan snapped back to reality, astonished that Zhang Yang had slain Li Feng with a single sword strike, in stark contrast to Zhang Qingshan's laughter. Li Yunxing's face darkened, as he had anticipated Zhang Qingshan's tears, only to find himself the one on the verge of weeping. I wish to challenge you to a life-and-death duel, Zhang Yang. Do you dare to accept? A voice interrupted, belonging to Li Xian, Li Feng's elder brother and the strongest young talent of the Li family. Already at the 6th level of martial arts, the Li family never-ending in its pursuits. Zhang Qingshan retorted angrily, if Zhang Yang agrees to the life-and-death duel, should Li Xian lose, our Li family is willing to relinquish a mine. Li Yunxiang stated darkly, a mine. Zhang Qingshan gasped. Mines are the lifeblood of great clans, a continuous source of wealth. He had not anticipated that the Li family would go to such lengths to eliminate Zhang Yang. I agree. 3 days hence at the center of Qingshan City. I shall await you, Zhang Yang affirmed. Then it is settled. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's agreement, Li Xian smirked coldly, departing alongside Li Yunxiang. Zhang Qingshan, furious that Zhang Yang had agreed to the duel without consulting him, stormed over and delivered a beating. You foolish boy, I shall beat you to death, Zhang Qingshan shouted amidst the assault. Grandfather, please allow me to explain, Zhang Yang pleaded, shielding his head. Explain what? Li Xian is a 6th-level warrior. You are clearly intent on leading the Zhang family to ruin. Zhang Qingshan's anger grew, raising his strength. Grandfather, rest assured, I will surely defeat Li Xian, Zhang Yang insisted, breaking free from Zhang Qingshan's grasp. What is your current realm that you cannot even discern my strength? Zhang Qingshan asked, having vented his frustrations. I am now a 2nd-level warrior. With a bit more training, I will soon reach the 3rd level, Zhang Yang replied. What? Zhang Qingshan was taken aback. When had his grandson reached the 2nd level? Yet, recalling Zhang Yang's swift defeat of Li Feng, he realized Zhang Yang was indeed telling the truth. Zhang Qingshan, being astute, immediately deduced that Zhang Yang must have encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, such a transformation would be impossible. What level is this sword of yours? Zhang Qingshan inquired, having noticed its remarkable quality. It is a medium-grade spiritual weapon, Zhang Yang replied. What? You insolent boy, tell me the truth. Where did you acquire this sword? Zhang Qingshan's emotions surged. It was well known that the Zhang family's ancestral treasure was merely a low-grade spiritual weapon, and here was Zhang Yang wielding a medium-grade one, superior to that of the clan leader. Lan Luofei gifted it to me, Zhang Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingshan's expression turned grave as he immediately examined Zhang Yang's body. Keep your distance from that woman. There have been rumors in Qingshan City that no man who becomes close to her has lived beyond 3 years. Do not believe in rumors, nor spread them, Zhang Yang retorted, exasperated. Zhang Qingshan delivered a kick to Zhang Yang's backside, scolding, "Stop talking back. You are still young and must ensure the continuation of the Zhang family line. I do not wish for you to be drained by that woman at such a tender age, Zhang Yang. If I manage to kill Li Xian, will the Li family and the Qi family unite to retaliate against the Zhang family?" He asked, his greatest fear being this very scenario, knowing that the relationship between the Qi and Li families and the Zhang family had always been strained. Yet as strained as it was, they had never united against the Zhang family. The fundamental reason for this lack of unity was the Li family's unwillingness. After all, if the Zhang family fell, the Qi family would dominate Qingshan City alone. Indeed, such a possibility does exist. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Zhang Qingshan's brows furrowed as well. "Grandfather, I am stepping out," Zhang Yang declared before making his swift exit from the Zhang residence. Zhang Qingshan did not attempt to stop him, reminded by Zhang Yang. He understood the necessity of preparing in advance. After leaving the Zhang household, Zhang Yang promptly arrived at the Jinbao pavilion and, through the newly appointed manager, sought out Lan Luofei. "What brings you here, little brother?" Lan Luofei languidly reclined in her chair, her exquisite figure on full display. "Is there any elixir that can aid my grandfather in swiftly breaking through to the 6th level of a warrior?" Zhang Yang inquired that he was aware that his grandfather had been stagnating at this level for quite some time. If his grandfather could achieve a breakthrough, he would be safer in the event of unforeseen circumstances. "The Bafang pill can assist your grandfather in successfully breaking through, but it comes at a steep price," Lan Luofei replied. "How many spirit stones are required?" Zhang Yang asked. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single pill. "Given your grandfather's age, he would require 2 pills for optimal results," Lan Luofei explained. "That is exorbitant." Zhang Yang had anticipated a significant cost, but he was taken aback by the price of 2 pills. "Please set them aside for me. I will return to purchase them," he stated, realizing he would have to hunt more magical beasts in the Monster Beast Mountain range to gather the necessary spirit stones. "Master Lan, I have a request I hope you will grant." Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. "Go on," Lan Luofei encouraged. "If the Zhang family encounters a crisis in the future, would you be willing to lend your support?" Zhang Yang asked that he recognized that within Qingshan City, Lan Luofei not only possessed formidable strength, but also had a deep-rooted background. She was the most reliable figure he could turn to. "You little brother have some audacity to set your sights on your sister," Lan Luofei teased. The Jinbao Pavilion typically maintained a neutral stance and refrained from intervening in the internal conflicts of Qingshan City. "Such a beautiful and captivating sister. I trust you would not wish to see your brother being bullied," Zhang Yang replied with a grin. Young and yet so sweet-toned, Lan Luofei laughed. "I could assist you, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled that we will discuss it once you have passed the enrollment examination for the Shaoxin Sect. "If you fail, I will be unable to help you," Lan Luofei stated. "Rest assured, I will definitely pass," Zhang Yang declared confidently. "Do not be so certain. As far as I know, the Shaoxin Sect only enrolls 3 individuals in Qingshan City, and 2 of those spots have already been claimed by Yu Hongshi and Qi Yangming. Only 1 spot remains," Lan Luofei cautioned. Zhang Yang had not anticipated such a situation. He had assumed that Yu Hongshi and Qi Yangming would not count against the quota. It seemed that the competition for the Shaoxin Sect's enrollment would indeed be fierce. "Do not worry, Sister Lan. I am determined to secure my place in the Shaoxin Sect," Zhang Yang declared as he exited the Jinbao Pavilion. "What an interesting little fellow," Lan Luofei chuckled softly, then fell into contemplation. Just as Zhang Yang left the Jinbao Pavilion, he overheard discussions about Yu Hongshi being dismissed by Zhang Yang, a matter that had stirred quite a commotion in Qingshan City. After all, for most people, Yu Hongshi's early admission to the Shaoxin Sect was a testament to her talent. while Zhang Yang was merely considered a cultivation failure, with no hope of entering the Shaoxin sect. Now, he had even taken the initiative to dismiss Yu Hongshi, leaving many puzzled as to his reasoning in the hall of the Li family. Li Xian cautioned, Zhang Yang has killed your brother. You must not underestimate him. Lest you fall into his trap. Do not worry, grandfather. The reason Zhang Yang could defeat my brother is merely due to the sword he wields. Moreover, my own breakthrough is imminent, and handling him will be a breeze. Li Xian replied confidently. Upon hearing that Li Xian was close to a breakthrough, Li Xian felt somewhat reassured, yet he still advised, it is better to be cautious. I have observed that the sword in Zhang Yang's possession has reached the level of a spirit weapon. I am unsure where he acquired it. You should bring the family's low-grade spirit weapon, the Shak Dao, to ensure a more secure victory. Li Xian was taken aback. The Shak Dao was the treasured heirloom of the Li family. The fact that his grandfather would resort to using it against Zhang Yang indicated how seriously he regarded this life-and-death battle. Understood, Li Xian replied. Once Zhang Yang is eliminated, the Zhang family will be finished. Li Yunshan's gaze turned cold, affirming that his grandson's death would come at a price. After departing from Qingshan City, Zhang Yang ventured into the Monster Beast mountain range, seeking both experience and profit. He delved deep into the mountains, swiftly encountering his first magical beast, a mid-tier first-level Ironclaw bear. This beast was not only physically stronger than a gray wolf, but also possessed immense power, far surpassing that of a gray wolf. If anyone were to learn that a mere second-level warrior like Zhang Yang dared to take on an Ironclaw bear, they would surely deem him insane. The Ironclaw bear, engrossed in its meal, sensed movement behind it and turned its massive body, remnants of flesh still clinging to its jaws, blood dripping down ominously. Upon spotting Zhang Yang, it opened its cavernous maw and lunged at him. Zhang Yang, refusing to hesitate, drew forth his black gold sword and thrust it towards the bear. Clang! The sword struck the bear's paw, sending sparks flying as Zhang Yang was violently knocked back. And no wonder it's called the Ironclaw bear. What a formidable paw! Zhang Yang remarked before channeling his spirit energy into the black gold sword and charging at the bear once more. Having been pushed back by Zhang Yang's previous strike, the Ironclaw bear roared in fury, rising to its hind legs and slamming both paws down toward him. Swoosh! Swoosh! The black light flashed, and Zhang Yang severed both of the bear's paws. The creature let out a pained roar. Zhang Yang seized the apport. Several mercenaries fell victim to Zhang Yang once more, clearly unable to match his formidable prowess. He is simply too powerful. We stand no chance, one mercenary exclaimed in terror. A bunch of worthless fools, a woman scolded angrily, immediately launching a palm strike toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had been keenly observing her movements, for she had attained the 4th level of martial prowess, making her the strongest among the mercenaries. I've waited for you for a long time, Zhang Yang sneered, thrusting his sword toward the woman with astonishing speed. The black sword sliced through the energy vortex in her palm, penetrating her hand and driving directly into her skull. Her eyes dimmed, still reflecting a lingering terror. The elder sister is dead. Run! The remaining mercenaries cried, fleeing in panic. However, escape was futile, as one by one, they were all met with Zhang Yang's lethal prowess. Having concluded the grim task, Zhang Yang expertly began to scavenge the spiritual stones from their bodies. 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Not too shabby, he mused, surveying the bounty he had gathered. Time to continue my training. I still need 3,000 more spiritual stones. With that, Zhang Yang ventured deeper into the mountains, secretly hoping for another opportunity to be ambushed. 3 days swiftly passed, and Zhang Yang's hopes were dashed. Aside from that group of mercenaries, he had not encountered another living soul. With a swift strike of his sword, he dispatched a mid-level first-tier beast, skillfully removing its hide and extracting the beast core. My Thunder Sword technique has reached perfection. It is time for a breakthrough, Zhang Yang declared to himself. He then placed dozens of beast cores into the Chaos Cauldron, which soon released several drops of fragrant liquid. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang consumed all of it and began meditative cultivation. Boom! Not long after, a resounding explosion echoed within him. He had broken through, yet he continued his practice, for he had yet to fully absorb the energy from the liquid. Boom! Shortly thereafter, Another explosion resounded within him, and this time Zhang Yang opened his eyes. I have successfully advanced 2 levels. I am now at the 4th level of martial prowess. A smile graced his face. If Li Xian is still at the 6th level, he shall fall to my blade. I hope he brings me some surprises. Zhang Yang murmured, rising from the ground. It is time to return, and he promptly departed from the Beast Mountain. Zhang Yang swiftly arrived at the treasure pavilion, where he fortuitously found Lan Luofei. At the counter, he presented 3,000 spiritual stones along with a hefty pile of beast hides, which formed a small mountain atop the platform. This should suffice to purchase 2 8 directions pills, he remarked. Go fetch 2 8 directions pills for this young brother. Lan Luofei smiled, not even bothering to count the hides. The new shopkeeper stared in astonishment at the mountain of beast hides on the counter. Typically, individuals sold only a few, yet Zhang Yang had filled the entire counter. Before long, the shopkeeper handed Zhang Yang a brocade box containing the 2 8 directions pills. Zhang Yang accepted the box and departed the treasure pavilion. Lan Pavilion Master, have you heard? Today Zhang Yang is set to battle Li Xian in a life-or-death match at the central arena. Would you care to witness the spectacle? The new shopkeeper flattered. Is that so? Lan Luofei was genuinely unaware. Without hesitation, she left the treasure pavilion, eager to see how much Zhang Yang had grown in recent days. Should he prove unable to defeat Li Xian, she would reconsider her support for him. Returning to the Zhang family, Zhang Yang was in excellent spirits. Why are you back so late? I thought something had happened to you. Zhang Qingshan sighed in relief upon seeing him. Grandfather, I have brought you a wonderful gift, Zhang Yang replied cheerfully, handing the brocade box to Zhang Qingshan. The elder regarded him with suspicion. This was the first time Zhang Yang had presented him with a gift. Though he masked it, he felt quite pleased. Upon opening the box, he discovered 2 white pills nestled inside, releasing a rich aroma. 8 directions pills. Zhang Qingshan exclaimed, astonished. Where did you acquire these? In recent years, the Zhang family had been on a decline, and Zhang Qingshan's own cultivation had stalled. Though he recognized the value of the 8 directions pills, he had hesitated to purchase them due to their cost. The Zhang family was simply too impoverished. I bought them, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Where did you find such funds? Zhang Qingshan inquired. By slaying beast, Zhang Yang answered. You should keep the pills. I'm too old for such things. It would be a waste. Zhang Qingshan insisted, pushing the pills back to Zhang Yang. Grandfather, I must say, can you not be so hesitant? A true man should not dither, Zhang Yang insisted, returning the pills to him. The life-or-death battle is about to commence. If I slay Li Xian and acquire the Li family's mine, I believe our Zhang family will soon thrive again. These pills will be invaluable in the future. Zhang Yang smiled. Excellent. Truly, you are my grandson. Zhang Qingshan rejoiced, a rare smile lighting up his face. Come, grandfather, it is time to meet Li Xian, Zhang Yang said, mirroring his grandfather's joy. Let us go. Zhang Qingshan laughed heartily. Together, they left the Zhang family and made their way toward the central arena, which was already packed to the brim with spectators. The central square of Qingshan City was alive with noise, as many had gathered to witness the anticipated clash between Zhang Yang and Li Xian. Have you heard? Li Feng was killed by Zhang Yang. Today's battle is Li Xian's attempt to avenge his brother, and he has even wagered a mine on the outcome. Rumor has it that Li Xian has broken through to the 7th level of martial prowess. With his current strength, he has a good chance of securing a spot in the recruitment assessment of the Shaoxin sect. Zhang Yang, meanwhile, must have encountered some fortuitous event to have improved so dramatically. Against Li Xian, he is surely doomed. The crowd buzzed. Look, the Li family has arrived. A man cried out. Li Xian, accompanied by Li Xian, approached from a distance, prompting the crowd to part in reverence. That knife in Li Xian's hand looks somewhat familiar. Nonsense. That is the Li family's ancestral treasure, the slaughter blade, a low-grade spiritual weapon. Zhang Yang is finished. As Li Xian confidently leaped onto the arena, Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang arrived at the central platform. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang followed suit, leaping onto the stage. You have finally arrived, Li Xian sneered. Li clan leader. Do our prior commitments still stand? Zhang Yang disregarded Li Xian, addressing Li Xian instead. Of course, it holds. Should you win, the Li family's mine shall be yours, Li Xian replied, fully confident in Li Xian's victory. If I kill your grandson, There should be no one left to challenge me in a life-or-death match. Correct? Zhang Yang queried once more. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Zhang Yang's words were a clear mockery of the Li family. Naturally not. Li Xian's expression darkened. He understood the implications of Zhang Yang's words. Moreover, with only 2 grandsons, if Li Xian were to perish, the Li family would have no one left to contest Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, there is no need for you to stall. This arena shall be your grave. Li Xian seethed, growing impatient. Shall we begin? Zhang Yang asked, still ignoring Li Xian, who seethed with rage, vowing to humiliate Zhang Yang. Then let it commence, Li Xian coldly declared, eager to fulfill Zhang Yang's wish, as soon as Li Xian called for the start. Zhang Yang vanished from sight, lunging toward Li Xian with a thrust of his sword. That I knew you would try that. Li Xian sneered, retreating while simultaneously launching a strike at Zhang Yang. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded 3 times as Li Xian was sent flying backward by Zhang Yang's sword. Thunder sword technique at its pinnacle. Zhang Qingshan gazed in astonishment at Zhang Yang's swordplay. It was well known that he had merely mastered the Thunderbolt sword technique. Yet here was Zhang Yang, surpassing him. Li Xian, having risen from the ground, wore an exceedingly grim expression. He had not anticipated falling into a disadvantage from the very first move. After all, he had already reached the 7th level of martial arts. And he could not bear this humiliation. Just as he regained his footing, Zhang Yang lunged at him once more with a sword, moving with incredible speed. Die! Li Xian roared in fury, swinging his blade toward Zhang Yang, only to suddenly notice that his sinister blade had developed numerous cracks. How could this be? Li Xian's heart sank with horror. It was merely a low-grade spiritual weapon, while the black gold sword in Zhang Yang's hand was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Zhang Yang's voice drifted into Li Xian's ears. What? A mid-grade spiritual weapon? Li Xian gasped, as Zhang Yang's sword pierced through his sinister blade, shattering it with ease. The black gold sword then thrust directly toward Li Xian's neck. Swoosh! The black gold sword plunged into Li Xian's throat, his expression freezing in disbelief. As Zhang Yang withdrew his sword, Li Xian's body crumpled to the ground. Am I dreaming? The so-called waste, Zhang Yang, just killed Li Xian in 2 strikes. Not only that, but did you see? He shattered the Li family's sinister blade with a single stroke. This was bound to be quite the spectacle. Both of Li Xian's grandsons were dead, and the clan's treasured possession lay in ruins. Who knows if Zhang Yang will uphold his promise? The crowd gathered beneath the arena was already in shock at Zhang Yang's display. A once-labeled useless youth from Qingshan City had killed the Li family's genius. Li Xian, with 2 strikes. Such an event, if not witnessed firsthand, would be hard to believe. Clan leader Li, surely you won't go back on your word? Zhang Yang approached Zhang Qingshan, casting a glance at Li Xian. Of course not. Li Xian gritted his teeth, then promptly departed from the central arena. When will the mining vein be transferred to my Zhang family? We need a timeline to collect it, Zhang Yang called out. 3 days hence, Li Xian replied, vanishing around a corner, with many observing his figure tremble slightly, clearly infuriated. This young lad's growth rate is somewhat terrifying. At this pace, he might indeed qualify for the enrollment examination of the minor Xian sect. In a tavern, Lan Luofei stood at the window, witnessing the duel between Zhang Yang and Li Xian unfold. With the conclusion of this life-and-death battle, Zhang Yang and Zhang Qingshan returned to the Zhang family. The public discourse surrounding this event swept across all of Qingshan City, with people discussing how Zhang Yang had risen to prominence, slaying Li Xian with 2 strikes. Within the Zhang family's courtyard, Zhang Qingshan scolded, "You little rascal, how long have you been practicing the Thunderbolt sword technique? I have merely reached a major accomplishment, yet you have already attained perfection." He said this with a smile plastered on his face. "Just a few days," Zhang Yang replied, "honestly, so. Are you implying that your grandfather lacks talent?" Zhang Qingshan's expression darkened. "That's not what I meant. It's not your talent that's in question. It's simply that my aptitude is exceptional." "Which is not your fault," Zhang Yang clarified. "Your words still imply that I lack talent," Zhang Qingshan retorted, preparing to strike Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang turned and fled, exclaiming, "That's not what I meant." Of course, Zhang Qingshan would not truly strike Zhang Yang. With Zhang Yang's sudden rise, he represented hope for the Zhang family. The enrollment examination is in a month, Focus on your training, Zhang Qingshan said with a serious demeanor. What if I join the minor Xian sect? Then the Qi and Li families will no longer pose a threat to us, correct? Zhang Yang inquired. Not necessarily. The Qi family already has members in the minor Xian sect, with Qi Yangming's arrival. Even if the Qi family does not ally with the Li family, he will eventually target our Zhang family, potentially even swallowing the other 3 major clans. Zhang Qingshan replied, furrowing his brow. It appears the situation is far more complicated than I imagined. Zhang Yang mused silently. I could see that moment. A guard rushed into the courtyard, his face etched with urgency. This is bad. Qi Yangming has announced his intention to forego early entry into the minor Xian sect and instead participate in the enrollment examination. Upon hearing this news, both Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Yang furrowed their brows. The revelation was indeed unexpected, leaving them puzzled about the Qi family's intentions. Understood. You may leave now, Zhang Qingshan instructed. I have another piece of news I haven't shared. The guard stammered. Then hurry up and tell us, Zhang Qingshan urged. According to reliable sources, Yu Hongshi has already become engaged to Qi Yangming. The guard reported, It seems this was all premeditated. The Yu family clearly had a plan in place. Intending to marry into the Qi family after breaking off the engagement with us, Zhang Yang contemplated after a moment of reflection. What an ungrateful wretch! If it weren't for my Zhang family's assistance back then, the Yu family would not enjoy their current status, Zhang Qingshan fumed. Although the 2 families had long severed ties, hearing such news still left Zhang Qingshan feeling disgusted at Yang. Thankfully, you made it clear to the entire city that you were the one to end things with that wretched woman. Otherwise, with the Yu family pulling this stunt, outsiders would surely mock our Zhang family, Zhang Qingshan remarked. Zhang Yang was unfazed by this, instead analyzing. It seems Qi Yangming's participation in the minor Xian sect enrollment examination is orchestrated by Yu Hongshi. They must have already learned in my life and death battle with Li Xian today. This is clearly a direct challenge to me. Why not forego participation? Qi Yangming has already reached the 9th level of martial arts. He will undoubtedly seek to kill you. Zhang Qingshan warned that it's fine. Only such opponents can provide me with greater motivation. Grandpa, I plan to venture into the Demon Beast Mountains for training and will return before the minor Xian sect's enrollment. Zhang Yang declared that Qi Yangming is 5 minor realms above him. He is currently no match for Qi Yangming and must push himself to improve. Go then, Zhang Qingshan said, gazing deeply at Zhang Yang. In that moment, he finally felt his grandson had matured. This is how a Zhang family man should be. After departing from the Zhang family, Zhang Yang quickly made his way back to the Demon Beast Mountains. If he wished to advance rapidly, the only solution lay in slaying demon beasts. There was no other way. As Zhang Yang traversed the forest, dozens of figures suddenly emerged, surrounding him. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. You have finally arrived? The leading man sneered. Zhang Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing the man's face, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman he had slain. How utterly hideous! Bind him! I shall personally kill him before my sister's grave, using his blood to honor her spirit, the leader declared grimly. This man was He Xian, the leader of the Black Bear mercenary group. Possessing the strength of the 7th level of martial arts, before long, members of the Black Bear mercenary group had Zhang Yang bound, yet he did not resist as he usually would an hour later. Zhang Yang was soon brought to the entrance of a mountain stronghold, where a grave lay at the forefront, surrounded by white paper, evidently recently used for a ritual. Zhang Yang was promptly brought before the grave, and He Xian bowed before it, saying, Sister, I have found the murderer who took your life, that I will use his blood to honor your spirit. You brat, if you kneel and submit, I can ensure your death is a merciful one. He Xian glared at Zhang Yang, yet Zhang Yang paid him no mind. Refusing to drink the wine of respect, then you shall drink the wine of punishment. Hold his head down for me. I shall assist him in kneeling. He Xian commanded coldly. Zhang Yang was soon forced to the grave, and just as He Xian reached to grasp Zhang Yang's head, boom! Zhang Yang roared, and the ropes binding him shattered with a forceful explosion, sending He Xian staggering backward. Your sister not only sought to seize my demon core, but also intended to kill me. Today, I shall send you to join her, Zhang Yang retorted with a cold laugh. The black gold sword appearing in his hand. With your mere 4th level of martial arts, you think you can kill me? You must be dreaming. He Xian scoffed, throwing a punch at Zhang Yang, his fist clad in a black glove studded with steel spikes. Clang! As Zhang Yang slashed out with his sword, He Xian was sent reeling backward upon contact, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. What kind of sword is that? How can it be so heavy? He Xian's expression darkened as he realized the extraordinary nature of Zhang Yang's weapon. Yet Zhang Yang ignored He Xian and thrust his sword once more, moving with lightning speed. He Xian's expression shifted as he hurled both fists toward Zhang Yang. Clang! In an instant, He Xian's assault was shattered. Swoosh! The black bear was pierced through the chest by Zhang Yang's sword. You! The black bear attempted to utter something, but as Zhang Yang withdrew the black gold sword, the bear coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression completely frozen. He has slain our leader. We must avenge him, declared a mercenary, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Under this mercenary's command, the remaining dozens of mercenaries charged towards Zhang Yang in unison. The fierce battle commenced instantaneously, yet it was evident that these mercenaries were no match for Zhang Yang, who swiftly engaged in a one-sided massacre. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang dispatched the last mercenary, leaving the ground littered with the corpses of the mercenary group. He had single-handedly annihilated an entire band of mercenaries. Had anyone witnessed this act, they would undoubtedly have applauded, for the mercenary group lurking in the Beast Mountain range was notorious. Having claimed the lives of countless cultivators, Zhang Yang quickly scavenged the spiritual stones from the mercenaries' bodies and discovered a key on the black bear, which he surmised must belong to the mercenary group's treasury. Without hesitation, he made his way into the mountain stronghold. Before long, Zhang Yang located the treasury, which was filled with numerous low-grade spiritual stones and even dozens of mid-grade spiritual stones. This discovery thrilled him, as a single mid-grade spiritual stone was worth 1,000 low-grade ones. However, what excited him the most was finding a top-grade yellow-tier sword manual, the 100 Refinements Sword Technique. This manual was characterized by its ability to accelerate the speed of strikes as the duration of battle increased. And upon reaching completion, it would be equivalent to a low-grade mystic cultivation method. This sword technique could indeed be used in conjunction with the Thunder Sword Technique. After contemplating, Zhang Yang settled down to absorb the spiritual stones, choosing to practice the sword manual during actual combat with magical beasts to expedite his comprehension. In the evening, within the Qi family's chambers, Qi Peishan smiled as he addressed the clan leader. What brings you here today, clan leader Li? Surely you are aware of many developments. I have heard that the Yu family is allied with your chief family, indicating that the Yu family has indeed joined your ranks. Replied Li Xian. Truly, clan leader Li is a perceptive individual. Nothing can remain concealed from you. Qi Peishan chuckled. All I require is your agreement to a single request, and my Li family shall also align with your chief family. In the future, Qingshan City will belong solely to your chief family, Li Xian declared through gritted teeth. Pray tell. Qi Peishan's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated such smooth sailing recently. First the alliance with the Yu family, and now the Li family proactively seeking to join forces. Could it be that the Qi family's fortunes were finally turning? During the recruitment assessment of the Shaoxian sect, assist me in eliminating Zhang Yang. Once the assessment concludes, we shall jointly eradicate the Zhang family. Li Xian spoke with a somber gaze, having resolved to forsake even the ancestral foundations established by his forebears for the sake of revenge against the Zhang family. Rest assured, brother Li, the destruction of the Zhang family is also the aspiration of my chief family. When the time comes, our two families shall join forces, and the Zhang family will surely fall. Qi Peishan's eyes glimmered with excitement, as he realized that Li Xian's intentions aligned perfectly with his it appeared that the Qi family's fortunes were indeed on the rise. As time flowed by, it soon became the day prior to the Shaoxian sect's recruitment assessment. In the Beast Mountain range, Zhang Yang awakened from his training. He had finally broken through to the 6th layer of martial artists, and the 100 Refinements Sword Technique had reached great mastery. With my current strength, I can certainly contend with a 9th layer martial artist, Zhang Yang smiled. Over the past 20 days, Zhang Yang had dedicated himself to rigorous training, battling magical beasts by day and refining demon cores with the Chaos Cauldron by night, making remarkable progress that it was worth noting that the acknowledged #1 genius of Qingshan City, Qi Yangming, had taken 2 years to reach the 6th layer of martial artists under the abundant resources of the Qi family, whereas Zhang Yang had achieved it in merely 20 days. However, what delighted Zhang Yang even more than his breakthrough was the discovery that he had awakened a unique secret technique of the Chaos Sacred Body, the Chaos Void Technique. This technique enabled Zhang Yang to temporarily gain extraordinary combat power and easily discern his opponent's vulnerabilities. If I activate the Chaos Void Technique, my combat strength may very well rival that of a warrior-level expert, Zhang Yang thought with excitement. Calculating the time, tomorrow should be the Shaoxian Sect's recruitment assessment. It's time to return, Zhang Yang murmured to himself before rising and leaving the Beast Mountain range. Upon returning to the Zhang family, it was already evening. Why is the Zhang family so eerily quiet today? Zhang Yang wondered as he entered through the main gate, only to find the family estate desolate. Even the guards at the entrance were absent. Something is amiss. Zhang Yang sensed that something must have transpired during his absence. He hurried into the main hall of the Zhang family, and upon arrival, he was greeted by a gruesome sight. Numerous corpses lay strewn about, and many of the Zhang family's guards were bound with bandages. Clearly having endured a fierce battle, not long, in the midst of it all sat his grandfather, Zhang Xuan, who appeared pale and wore a deeply troubled expression. What on earth has happened? Grandfather? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, Zhang Xuan turned to him, a rare smile breaking through his grim demeanor. Yang, you've returned. I am relieved to see you safe, he sighed with relief. Zhang Xuan gazed at the fallen guards and lamented. After you departed, I took a group to demand the mining rights from the Li family, but they continually sought excuses to delay matters. It was not until this morning that I sensed something was amiss, prompting me to lead a forceful incursion into the Li family's mine. Upon entering, I discovered that those scoundrels were actively destroying the mine. By the time I arrived, they had already demolished over half of it. In my anger, I engaged them in battle. The Li family's strength was initially comparable to ours, yet inexplicably, a group of mysterious powerful individuals appeared within the Li family today, putting us at a significant disadvantage. Ultimately, due to heavy casualties, we had no choice but to abandon the mine and retreat to our clan. As he spoke, Zhang Xuan slammed his hand on the table in a display of fury. Clearly agitated, Grandfather, do not be anxious. Let us tend to the injuries of everyone first, Zhang Yang urged. The Zhang family currently has little funds remaining, Zhang Xuan replied helplessly. Zhang Yang's heart sank. Though his grandfather did not say so explicitly, he understood that whatever calamity had befallen the Zhang family was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Qi family. Oh, not worry. I have the means, Zhang Yang reassured him before swiftly departing the Zhang family estate and heading towards the treasure pavilion. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Zhang Yang sold all the magical beast pelts he had collected during this time, netting him a total of 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Subsequently, he spent 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones on a substantial quantity of healing medicines before hastily returning to the Zhang family. Zhang Yang distributed the medicines among the guards, who expressed their gratitude and promptly began tending to their wounds. Grandfather, here are 30,000 spiritual stones, though it may not be a large sum. It should suffice for the time being. Zhang Yang handed the stones to his grandfather. Zhang Xuan accepted the spiritual stones without hesitation. Tomorrow marks the Shaoxian Sect's recruitment assessment. If you can enter the Shaoxian Sect, the Zhang family situation will surely improve significantly, he said, his expression grave as he regarded Zhang Yang. Although he did not wish to pressure him, the Zhang family was teetering on the brink of survival. If things continued as they were, the family would eventually be drained of its resources. Rest assured, grandfather, as long as I am here, the Zhang family shall endure for eternity, Zhang Yang declared with utmost sincerity. The following morning, the entire Qingshan city bustled with excitement. Today marked the momentous occasion of the Shaoxian Sect's biennial recruitment of disciples. Come, grandfather, allow me to witness just how challenging this Shaoxian Sect assessment truly is, Zhang Yang said with a smile as he and his grandfather made their way towards the outskirts of the city. Before long, they arrived at a grove outside the city, where a pavilion had been set up. The leaders of the other 3 major families had already gathered, surrounding a middle-aged man who was engaged in lively conversation with them. This man was responsible for overseeing the recruitment assessment for the Shaoxian sect. Zhang Qingshan introduced him to Zhang Yang before they both entered the pavilion. Meanwhile, many residents of Qingshan City had already set up chairs at the perimeter of the grove, some munching on sunflower seeds as they eagerly awaited the commencement of the assessment. How intriguing! I never expected Qi Yangming to forego his opportunity for early entry into the Shaoxian sect and instead participate in the assessment, remarked one of the onlookers. You may not know, but it is said that Yu Hongshi insisted on this, seemingly to deal with Zhang Yang, that if that is truly the case, Zhang Yang is indeed quite unfortunate. It appears this year the Shaoxian sect is destined to have no connection with him. Several individuals chatted while enjoying their sunflower seeds. Zhang Yang entered the waiting area, where participants gathered, and he spotted Yu Hongshi among them. Zhang Yang, I advise you to withdraw from the assessment at your current level. Passing is simply impossible, she warned as Yu Hongshi encountered Zhang Yang. She could not restrain her sarcasm. Having just been rejected, you turn around and become engaged as someone else. I have no desire to converse with a woman of such fickle affections. Zhang Yang replied coolly. What did you say? Yu Hongshi retorted angrily, recognizing that Zhang Yang's words were a blatant attempt to tarnish her reputation. You would do well to watch your tongue, or I shall ensure that you regret it during the assessment. At that moment, Qi Yangming approached and directly wrapped his arm around Yu Hongshi's waist. I'm not sure how to respond to you. I have no interest in your type, yet you seem quite eager. Zhang Yang shook his head. With this remark, both Qi Yangming and Yu Hongshi's expressions darkened. Zhang Yang's sharp tongue had effectively altered the demeanor of both individuals. However, what good was a sharp tongue? This would only complicate his own situation during the assessment, potentially putting his life at risk, as Qi Yangming would surely not let him off easily. The onlookers, munching on seeds, grew even more animated, unable to contain their excitement as they witnessed Zhang Yang's assertiveness. Within the pavilion, a middle-aged man from the Shaoxuan zone observed that the participants had gathered and declared, Now that everyone is present, I shall explain the rules of the assessment. The man, named Tang Ji, was an elder responsible for recruiting disciples in the Qingshan City area. The assessment is quite simple. It consists of 2 rounds. The first round tests your physical endurance, where you must withstand increasing pressure. The last 10 standing will advance to the second round. The second round will be a tournament, determining the final 2 candidates for advancement. Tang Ji glanced at the young cultivators participating in the assessment. Everyone take a moment to rest. The assessment will commence shortly. Sure, come back. Your future husband is about to be assessed. Yu Ping said with a smile. Why Yu Hongshi's face flushed, and she returned to the pavilion. Observing this, Tang Ji remarked, Unless something unexpected occurs, Qi Yangming is sure to advance. Who do you think will be the remaining contender? Naturally, it will be Qi Bing, the second son of the Qi family, along with Li Quan and Yu Hang from the Yu family. Yu Ping replied jovially, with no one paying any heed to the Zhang family. Tang Ji, being astute, quickly recognized the underlying issues and turned to Zhang Qingshan, asking, Who do you believe will advance? Without hesitation, Zhang Qingshan replied, It will undoubtedly be my grandson, Zhang Yang. I fear your grandson is the least likely among all to advance. He may even face unforeseen dangers. Li Xian scoffed. Why grandson advised me to avoid conversing with fools, as it may affect one's intelligence. Zhang Qingshan retorted, remaining unfazed and leisurely seated in the pavilion, confident in Zhang Yang's abilities. What did you say? Li Xian exclaimed angrily. Qi Peishan intervened, his expression mocking as he remarked, Zhang Qingshan, your pride will not last long. Cherish this final moment. With that, he pulled Li Yunshan away. Zhang Qingshan frowned, sensing the veiled implications in Qi Peishan's words. Tang Ji, noticing the shift in atmosphere, promptly announced, the competition officially begins. He then tossed a formation plate into the air. The plate instantly wove a massive blue light curtain, enveloping everyone present. Zhang Yang immediately felt a gravitational force acting upon him. However, this level of gravity posed little challenge to him. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang distinctly felt the gravity intensify, now doubled compared to before, with half of the participants unable to withstand the pressure and exiting the formation. Another hour passed, and only 11 individuals remained. With the gravity increased tenfold, sweat beaded on the foreheads of nearly all participants, including Qi Yongming. However, one exception remained, Zhang Yang, who appeared utterly unfazed. Spectators began to notice Zhang Yang's unusual demeanor, while others bore expressions of agony. He seemed calm and even somewhat enjoying the experience. Half an hour later, the last participant could no longer endure, collapsing under the weight and spitting blood. The first round concluded, and the remaining 10 individuals rested momentarily before drawing lots, as Tang Ji instructed. The top 10 contestants promptly sat down to recover, including members of the 4 prominent families. After a brief period, everyone recovered, and Qi Yongming approached Zhang Yang, flanked by Li Xian and Yu Hang. "You dare to insult my fiancé, Yi. Know that regardless of who you face next, you will be eliminated." Zhang Yang had insulted his fiancé, Yi, and Qi Yongming had conspired with Li Xian and Yu Hang to ensure that Zhang Yang would face lethal force in their upcoming matches. "Take my advice and break off your engagement. If she could treat me this way, she will surely do the same to you when you encounter someone far more formidable in the Shaoxuan zone." Zhang Yang cautioned earnestly that do not speak such nonsense. Qi Yongming shouted, "Dare to insult my sister, and I will personally slay you in the tournament." Yu Hang seethed in the pavilion. Yu Hongshi's face turned ashen at Zhang Yang's words. And even Yu Ping and Qi Peishan appeared displeased. While I do not favor Zhang Yang, I can't help but feel that his words carry a certain weight, a man muttered quietly while munching on seeds, with those nearby nodding in agreement. Zhang Yang looked at Yu Hang and shook his head that do not shout at me. I have been afraid of dogs since childhood. That why Yu Hang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly recognized that Zhang Yang was mocking him, inciting him to raise his fist in anger. Do not strike. Doing so will disqualify you from the competition. Qi Yongming restrained Yu Hang. After hearing this, Yu Hang nodded, albeit reluctantly, while Zhang Yang wore a smile as he regarded him. "Come, let us draw lots." Tang Ji's voice rang out. "You will pay for this." Qi Yongming glared at Zhang Yang, his eyes filled with menace. Unfazed, Zhang Yang soon received a bamboo stick from Tang Ji, which displayed the number 1 that once everyone had drawn their lots. Tang Ji announced, "Contestants with matching numbers shall duel." Zhang Yang, having drawn number 1, ascended the stage, a rather rudimentary wooden platform hastily erected while the participants rested. To his surprise, Yu Hang stepped onto the stage. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be so eager for death." Yu Hang's expression faltered as he coldly replied, "Bravado serves no purpose. Strength speaks for itself." "You are indeed correct," Zhang Yang acknowledged, then turned to Tang Ji in the pavilion and asked, "It's permissible to kill him, right?" He needed to confirm. "No issue." Tang Ji replied. He had previously overlooked Zhang Yang, but had witnessed his sharp tongue in the face of the 3 clans. Remaining so composed amidst the onslaught of the 3 prominent families indicated that this individual was either a fool or possessed real strength, piquing Tang Ji's interest in Zhang Yang. "You think you can kill me?" In a fit of rage, Yu Hang lunged at Zhang Yang with his sword. He had heard Zhang Yang's question, clearly perceiving it as an insult. Clang! The sword shattered. Splat! Yu Hang's head was severed. "Overwhelming. Too weak," Zhang Yang remarked flatly. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they witnessed Zhang Yang effortlessly slay Yu Hang. Disbelief washed over their faces. It was well known that Yu Hang had reached the 7th level of martial arts. His strength not to be underestimated, placing him among the top tier of the younger generation, second only to Qi Yongming. After slaying Yu Hang, Zhang Yang cast a glance at Yu Hongshi, then closed his eyes, awaiting the conclusion of the remaining matches. Why Yu Hongshi's expression turned grim as she approached Qi Yongming, saying, "Zhang Yang killed my brother. You must avenge him." Qi Yongming's expression was equally dark as he nodded. "I will personally cripple him and then hand him over to you for retribution." The remaining matches were largely uneventful, with both Li Xian and Qi Yongming winning effortlessly. Next came the second round of lot drawing. And by sheer coincidence, Zhang Yang drew Li Xian. Zhang Yang and Li Xian ascended the stage. Li Xian wore a deeply serious expression, fully aware that his strength was nearly on par with Yu Hang's. Had it not been for his longer training period, he would not have qualified for the assessment. He had witnessed Zhang Yang's effortless defeat of Yu Hang. Let us bid farewell. Once I make my move, you will have no opportunity left. Zhang Yang spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing these words, Li Qian's figure trembled slightly, and fear began to spread within his heart. If you choose silence, then prepare to meet your demise. With that, Zhang Yang thrust his sword towards Li Qian. I concede, Li Qian bellowed. Zhang Yang's sword halted mere inches from Li Qian's forehead, causing cold sweat to bead upon Li Qian's brow. Zhang Yang patted Li Qian on the shoulder and remarked, "Next time, speak up sooner. I almost couldn't rein myself in." He then departed the arena without a backward glance. Li Qian took a deep breath. At that moment, he felt a sharp sting on his forehead, which served to clear his mind. The Li family had provoked a monster like Zhang Yang. If given time to grow, my family will be in grave peril. Sighing to himself, Li Qian stepped down from the platform. He was not a direct descendant of the Li family, but due to Zhang Yang's consecutive victories over Li Feng and Li Xian, the family had no choice but to compel him to step up as a replacement. "You scoundrel, conceding like that. You've utterly shamed the Li family," Li Xian exclaimed, seizing Li Qian's shoulder in a fit of rage. Li Qian brushed off Li Xian's hand, retorting angrily, "My strength was forcibly elevated through pills. I am inherently weak, that if I do not concede, I to court death." Though Li Xian understood Li Qian spoke the truth, he still scolded, "If death is your fate, then so be it. What use is a waste like you to the Li family?" "Then I shall withdraw from the Li family," Li Qian declared, turning away without hesitation. Zhang Yang merely observed the unfolding drama in silence. Another match concluded swiftly, with the victor being a young girl named Qian Duo. Hailing from the second-rate Qian family in Qingshan City, as Qian Duo descended from the arena, her family erupted in elation. They had not anticipated her achievement of placing in the top 3, a feat that would bring great honor to their clan. It is worth noting that the Shaoxian sect recruits disciples only once every 2 years, and the Qian family had never before broken into the top 5. After celebrating with her kin, Qian Duo approached Zhang Yang, her expression earnest as she said, "Thank you. Without you, I would never have made it to the top 3. That is only because your strength was sufficiently formidable." Zhang Yang replied with a smile that he understood what Qian Duo meant, recognizing that the draw had been manipulated to draw stronger opponents away. Thus, she had the opportunity to shine. "Regardless, I am still grateful to you," Qian Duo said. "Do you wish to claim first place?" Zhang Yang suddenly inquired. "First?" Qian Duo shook her head, saying, "I am well aware of my own capabilities. Reaching the top 3 is already my limit. I say you can, therefore you shall," Zhang Yang assured her with a grin. Upon hearing his words, Qian Duo's heart raced. Who would not desire to claim the top spot? There is one final round of matches. Let us proceed with the draw, as one individual will receive a bye. Elder Tang announced, "And no need for a draw. I demand a life-and-death battle with Qi Yangming," Zhang Yang declared suddenly, causing the arena to fall silent as a pin drop. "Did I hear that correctly? Zhang Yang wishes to challenge Qi Yangming to a life-and-death duel." While some acknowledged their previous underestimation of Zhang Yang, the fact remained that Qi Yangming was renowned as the greatest talent in Qingshan City. Zhang Yang's recent surge in strength seemed to have inflated his confidence, but excessive bravado could lead to his own demise. Laughter echoed from the crowd. "Zhang Qingshan, your grandson is courting death. Do not blame Qi Yangming for this." Qi Peishan guffawed. Zhang Qingshan remained unperturbed. Yet if there was one scenario he dreaded in this assessment, it was Zhang Yang facing Qi Yangming. "What say you?" Elder Tang turned to Qi Yangming. "If he seeks death, I shall oblige him," Qi Yangming sneered. "Then let the final match commence. Zhang Yang versus Qi Yangming," Elder Tang announced, and the spectators erupted into cheers, for the climax of the assessment was upon them. Zhang Yang and Qi Yangming ascended the arena together. "I will ensure you pay tenfold for the humiliation you inflicted upon my fiancée," Qi Yangming declared coldly. "Such a pitiable soul, blinded by that kind of woman." Zhang Yang sighed softly. This sigh caused the members of the Qi and Yu families to exchange glances of discontent. Particularly Qi Yangming and Yu Hongshi. "You are merely a 6th-tier warrior. What gives you the audacity to speak so arrogantly?" Qi Yangming retorted, drawing a battle blade that shimmered with golden light. "It is a low-grade spiritual weapon. The flowing blade, the crowd gasped, for it was their first encounter with such a weapon. With Qi's 9th-tier warrior status, coupled with the flowing blade, how could a mere 6th-tier Zhang Yang hope to contend? Qi Peishan laughed heartily. Zhang Qingshan clenched his fists, his heart heavy with worry. S.O. is a low-grade spiritual weapon. Yet did no one inform you that my sword is of mid-grade quality? Zhang Yang brandished his black gold sword. And what of it? You remain no match for me. Qiangming scoffed, though inwardly he was taken aback by Zhang Yang's possession of a mid-grade spiritual weapon, a fact that puzzled him greatly. What a foolish bird, Zhang Yang muttered, then lunged at Qiangming with a sword thrust, employing the thunder strike sword technique. Clang, clang. However, all three of Zhang Yang's strikes were effortlessly deflected by Qiangming. I expected more from you. It seems you are nothing special. Qiangming sneered, then launched a powerful slash at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang activated the 100 Refinements sword technique, and the two clashed in battle. Initially, Zhang Yang found himself at a disadvantage, but as time passed, the spectators were astonished to witness Zhang Yang's sword strikes accelerating, gradually forcing Qiangming into a defensive position, ultimately leaving him under severe pressure. Die! Zhang Yang shouted, seizing the opportune moment to unleash the Thunderstrike sword technique once more, aiming a lethal thrust at Qiangming. Swoosh! Qiangming's heart raced at the sight, yet he reacted swiftly, narrowly evading Zhang Yang's fatal strike. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang's sword grazed his face, drawing a line of blood. Qiangming touched the blood trickling down his cheek, his expression darkening. I had no desire to reveal my trump card. But you have thoroughly enraged me, Zhang Yang. As soon as he uttered these words, an explosive aura erupted from his body, an invisible pressure radiating outward. Warrior realm. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that Qiangming possessed such a hidden card. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Qiangming. Embrace death, Zhang Yang. Qiangming roared, charging forward without hesitation to deliver a decisive blow. Boom! Zhang Yang raised his sword to block, yet the sheer force sent him hurtling backward. Clang, clang, clang. A fierce battle ensued once more. But this time, Qiangming dominated Zhang Yang mercilessly, and soon Zhang Yang found himself spitting blood from the corners of his mouth. Yanger, Zhang Qingshan shouted, his eyes turning crimson with rage. Kill Zhang Yang. Qi Peishan laughed, having felt oppressed throughout the match. Seeing Zhang Yang in such a dire state finally brought him relief. Boom! Zhang Yang was again sent flying by Qiangming's strike. His body now drenched in blood, it seems that my decision to annul the engagement with Zhang Yang was indeed the right one. A waste like him can only rise temporarily, Yu Hongshi thought. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Qiangming, however, refrained from delivering another blow. He wished to savor Zhang Yang's torment, believing it would assuage his own resentment. Yet at that moment, Zhang Yang pushed himself up from the ground. Propping his sword as he wiped the blood from his lips, a wicked smile crossing his face, I expected more strength from you. Instead, you have left me quite disappointed. Zhang Yang grinned, blood still trickling from his mouth. You are on the brink of death, yet you dare to speak defiantly. Qiangming scoffed, convinced that in Zhang Yang's current state, a single strike would suffice to sever his head. You possess a hidden card. Do you think I lack one as well? Zhang Yang laughed boisterously, his face twisted with madness. Chaos Void technique. Zhang Yang's lips moved slightly. In an instant, an overwhelming aura burst forth from him, a golden energy soaring into the sky. Zhang Yang's visible injuries healed rapidly, his long black hair transforming into a brilliant white under the golden energy's embrace. What a formidable wave of energy as the crowd witnessed this sudden transformation. Their faces were filled with awe and disbelief. The golden energy dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Yang wielded the black gold sword, his flowing black robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. The white hair atop his head lent him an aura of sinister charm. Qiangming's expression was grave. He sensed not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Yang. Not pretend to be mysterious. You are still no match for me, Qiangming declared, lunging forward with a swift strike aimed at Zhang Yang. Unmoved, Zhang Yang merely flicked his wrist, and the black sword light sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. Clang, Qi Yangming's flowing blade was effortlessly shattered by Zhang Yang's singular strike. How could this be? Qi Yangming's heart raced in disbelief. The flowing blade was a low-grade spiritual weapon. How could it be so easily destroyed? The game is over. Zhang Yang's deep voice echoed ominously in Qi Yangming's ears. Before Qi Yangming could fully comprehend the situation, a flash of black light passed by, cleaving his form in two, as Zhang Yang had mysteriously appeared behind him. Silence, an unprecedented stillness enveloped the arena. The outcome of this fierce battle astonished everyone present. All had anticipated that once Qi Yangming revealed his hidden trump card, Zhang Yang's fate would be sealed. Yet, none could have foreseen that Zhang Yang possessed his own trump card. One that surpassed Qi Yangming's in strength and ferocity. One strike shattered the flowing blade. One strike felled Qi Yangming. In that instant, all bore witness to the undeniable truth. Zhang Yang was the strongest prodigy of Qingshan City. Zhang Yang wins, Tang Ji declared. Snapping back to reality at that moment, he recognized that he had discovered a remarkable talent for the Shaoxian Zone. As Tang Ji announced the results, the audience, having set aside their snacks, erupted into fervent applause for Zhang Yang. In that moment, Zhang Yang's state returned to normal. His hair regained its dark hue, and an inexplicable sense of emptiness washed over him, rendering him somewhat unsteady. It appeared that the Chaos Void technique must be employed with utmost caution. Having only utilized it for a brief time, Zhang Yang felt his body beginning to falter, relying on his sword for support. There is one last battle, young friend Zhang Yang. Will you continue? Tang Ji inquired, a smile gracing his face as he altered his address. And oh, more fighting, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Good. Tang Ji announced the results of the assessment. First place goes to Qian Duo. Second place, Zhang Yang. It was clear to all that Zhang Yang, though officially ranked second, was in truth the victor. Qian Duo excitedly leapt onto the stage, embracing Zhang Yang and exclaiming, "Thank you, Zhang Yang. I can join this Xuan Zong now, something I never even dreamed of." Zhang Yang found himself somewhat breathless as Qian Duo squeezed him tightly, managing to utter, "Please stop jumping. I can't breathe." Upon hearing this, Qian Duo's face flushed crimson, and she immediately released him. Realizing she had indeed been overly exuberant, clan leader Qian approached, expressing his gratitude to Zhang Yang, an uncontainable smile lighting up his face. Zhang Yang, Qian Duo, and Yu Hongshi, I grant you 2 days to bid farewell. In 2 days, you must depart for the Xuan. I have other matters to attend to and will not accompany you on your journey. Tang Ji stated before taking his leave. That moment, Zhang Qingshan stepped forward, gripping Zhang Yang's shoulders with excitement. You clever boy, you kept your cards close to your chest. Even I was deceived. I told you long ago that I would surely enter the Xuan. Zhang Yang replied, noting the genuine joy radiating from his grandfather today. Let's hurry back. You look rather weak, that we must ensure you recuperate well today, Zhang Qingshan said, supporting Zhang Yang as they departed. The onlookers could only marvel at the scene. For with Zhang Yang's rise, the future landscape of Qingshan City might very well change. One by one, they began to disperse, leaving only the members of the 3 great families behind, their atmosphere thick with gloom. Zhang Yang has slain my grandson. This boy cannot be spared. Prepare thoroughly tonight. We will strike at dawn. Qi Peishan's expression was as dark as water. He could not fathom that Qi Yangming had been slain by Zhang Yang. This vendetta must be avenged. Understood, Li Xian responded. The two departed without delay. Let us go. Sure, Yu Ping sighed. His emotions were exceedingly complex. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly worthless individual would suddenly rise to become the foremost prodigy of Qingshan City? Yu Hongshi remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to Yu Ping's words. Everything she had witnessed today left her in turmoil. She had called off her engagement with Zhang Yang due to his perceived lack of worth, only to accept Qi Yangming's proposal because he was the city's top prodigy, satisfying her vanity. Now, the events had far exceeded her expectations. The very person she once scorned had suddenly surged forth, ascending to become Qingshan City's foremost talent. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Yu Ping could only shake his head in silence. There was no turning back. Upon returning to the Zhang residence, Zhang Qingshan promptly prepared a lavish feast for Zhang Yang, who devoured the dishes with unabashed delight, his face aglow with satisfaction. The atmosphere within the Zhang household was jubilant. Even the servants rejoiced at the news of Zhang Yang's victory over Qi Yongming. Zhang Yang ate until the midnight hour, with Zhang Qingshan serving him 3 full tables of food before he finally felt sated. As the clock struck midnight, the Zhang family fell into a deep slumber, while a chilling aura of impending doom began to permeate Qingshan City, signaling that significant events were about to unfold. With dawn's first light, the once tranquil streets lay deserted. Suddenly, a formidable procession appeared at the end of the street. Their target unmistakably the Zhang residence. "Not good, young master. The Qi and Li families have surrounded our Zhang family." The voice of a guard roused Zhang Yang from his slumber. "Just as I suspected." Zhang Yang leapt from his room and swiftly made his way to the entrance. There he found his grandfather gazing solemnly at the approaching throng, while behind him stood all the family guards, their expressions grave and their injuries still unhealed. "Our Zhang family has reached a critical juncture. Yang, I will do everything in my power to ensure your escape," Zhang Qingshan vowed, casting a glance at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was the future hope of the Zhang family. As long as he could flee, there remained a chance for renewal. The guards fixed their gaze on Zhang Yang, their faces betraying their readiness to fight to the death. "Do not worry, grandfather. The Zhang family will be safe today," Zhang Yang assured him. Just as Zhang Qingshan opened his mouth to speak, Qi Peishan's voice rang out from beyond the door. "Come out quickly. None of you will escape today. The Zhang family must perish, and Zhang Yang must die," Qi Peishan declared malevolently. "Then I shall see how you intend to annihilate my Zhang family," Zhang Qingshan retorted angrily, charging towards Qi Peishan. "Seeking your own demise," Qi Peishan scoffed, rushing to meet Zhang Qingshan in combat. Yinshan refrained from intervening, for it was well known that Qi Peishan was the strongest among the 4 clan leaders. Zhang Qingshan's actions would only hasten the Zhang family's downfall. The two engaged in a fierce battle, yet it was not long before Qi Peishan sensed something amiss. Zhang Qingshan, in their skirmish, was holding his own and occasionally gaining the upper hand. "You've broken through," Qi Peishan exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "You are correct." Zhang Qingshan laughed heartily, every move he made intent on delivering lethal blows, eager to vanquish Qi Peishan. "Hurry and act." Qi Peishan felt a chill creep over him. Had he not joined forces with the Li family today, he might have fallen here. Li Yinshan, realizing the precarious situation, was equally taken aback by Zhang Qingshan's unexpected breakthrough, noting his enhanced vigor. "Let us first eliminate Zhang Qingshan. Once he is dead, the Zhang family will surely fall," Li Yinshan declared, charging towards Zhang Qingshan, only to be intercepted by Zhang Yang. "Have you no shame, ganging up on my grandfather?" Zhang Yang admonished. "If that's how you feel, then I shall first take your life," Li Yinshan sneered. Though Zhang Yang was a prodigy among the younger generation, to Li Yinshan, defeating him would require but a single strike. "Old man, if you have the skill, allow me a single strike. With that, I can end you," Zhang Yang retorted. While his words conveyed confidence, internally he felt a sense of trepidation, biding time for reinforcements to, "I shall ensure your death is swift. Act now. And I will not grant you a second chance," Li Yinshan taunted, knowing he far surpassed Zhang Yang in strength, confident that one strike would suffice to vanquish him. Even with countless techniques at his disposal, Zhang Yang would still be no match for him. "That I hope you keep your word." Zhang Yang's aura erupted completely. He forcefully pushed off the ground, shattering the stone slab beneath his feet, and shot towards Li Yinshan like a bolt of lightning, exuding an air of desperation. Upon witnessing this, Li Yinshan was filled with disdain, yet internally his resolve to eliminate Zhang Yang deepened. A youth with such prowess at this tender age would undoubtedly become a future threat if left unchecked. "Come at me with your life," Zhang Yang bellowed, launching a punch towards Li Yinshan's chest. Li Yinshan stood dismissively in place, thinking to himself that even without any defense, Zhang Yang's punch would pose no threat to him whatsoever. Just as Zhang Yang's fist was about to land on Li Yinshan, his hand suddenly opened, and a handful of white powder mixed with yellow was hurled directly at Li Yinshan, caught entirely off guard by this unexpected maneuver. Much of the powder found its way into his eyes. "Achoo!" Li Yinshan erupted in fury, sneezing uncontrollably, the intense pain forcing him to clutch his eyes tightly. He never anticipated being outwitted by a mere insect like Zhang Yang. "I will kill you," he roared. Yet at that moment, he could hardly discern Zhang Yang's whereabouts as he passed through the kitchen. He had seized a handful of flour and pepper, not expecting them to be so effective. Zhang Yang, observing Li Xian's enraged state, thought to himself, "Sister Lan, please hurry. If you don't come soon, your brother may not survive." Before long, Li Xian's vision had cleared significantly, though it remained somewhat blurred. "You little bastard, I will dismember you," he shouted as he charged towards Zhang Yang, albeit relying solely on his instincts due to his impaired vision. Today, he felt utterly humiliated, toyed with by a mere warrior-level insect. As Zhang Yang prepared to flee, he soon realized that Li Xian was not coming for him, but rather in the opposite direction. Coincidentally, Lan Luofei was approaching from that very direction, and tragedy ensued. Bang! Li Xian lunged at Lan Luofei with outstretched hands, but she furrowed her brows and struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying and forcing him to spew several mouthfuls of blood before he could recognize that it was Lan Luofei. "Lan, the Sect Master," Li Xian exclaimed, astonished. He had no idea when she had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Luofei recalled the direction in which Li Xian had been reaching and felt a chill run down her spine. Igniting a blaze of fury within her, she advanced and delivered another beating to Li Xian. "Master Lan, stop. If you continue, you will kill him," Qi Peishan, who was locked in battle with Zhang Qingshan at a distance, shouted, fully aware of Lan Luofei's terrifying strength. He could see this moment. Li Xian had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself, utterly beaten by Lan Luofei, who finally ceased her assault. "I will protect the Zhang family. You all should leave at once," she declared. "What?" Qi Peishan's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately retorted, "Isn't your treasure pavilion supposed to remain uninvolved in the matters of our four great families? I have decided to intervene. Do you have any objections?" Lan Luofei replied coolly, her gaze fixed on Qi Peishan. Fine. Qi Peishan gritted his teeth and then departed with Li Xian and the others. Zhang Qingshan, however, looked on with suspicion, glancing back and forth between Zhang Yang and Lan Luofei, perplexed as to why the usually neutral treasure pavilion would assist the Zhang family. Could it be that Zhang Yang sacrificed his appearance? He wondered. "As far as I know, the Qi family has backing. They will not relent easily. I can only protect your Zhang family for a time," Lan Luofei stated. "I will set out immediately for the Shaoxian sect. Once I establish myself there, I believe the Qi family's influence will dare not touch the Zhang family," Zhang Yang asserted. "That is a feasible plan that my daughter is also cultivating at the Shaoxian sect. I hope you can look out for her," Lan Luofei added. "Sister Lan, you truly overestimate me. Your daughter is undoubtedly more gifted, having entered before I did. She will be the one to take care of me." Zhang Yang replied with a wry smile. "Young man, I view this as a long-term investment. I have high hope for your future. The Shaoxian sect is merely the beginning." Lan Luofei remarked that, "Oh, by the way, my daughter's name is Lan Chu. Zhang Yang helplessly agreed. He then bid farewell to his grandfather and Lan Luofei, mounted a swift steed, and departed from Qingshan City. Zhang Yang was acutely aware that as long as the Qi and Li families existed, they would constantly eye the Zhang family with malice. He had to quickly enhance his strength to safeguard his clan. But a day later, Zhang Yang was resting by the riverside, having traveled several hundred miles from Qingshan City in just one day. He estimated he still had 2 days' journey to the Shaoxian sect. Looking at the map in his hand, he muttered to himself. Given the secluded location of the Shaoxian sect, he had encountered almost no one on his journey thus far. At last, "I caught up with you." Suddenly, Zhang Yang heard the sound of galloping hooves in the distance. He saw a group of over a dozen riders charging towards him. "Are you from the Qi and Li families? Do you dare to chase after me again? Aren't you afraid of Master Lan seeking vengeance upon you?" Zhang Yang scoffed. He discerned that the individuals before him were not weak. Nearly all had reached the 8th or 9th level of warrior. Clearly the elite of the Qi and Li families. The clan leaders did not come. Even if Master Lan were to find out, it would make no difference, the leader sneered, after being forced to retreat. The Qi and Li families had conspired in secret, deciding that the Zhang family could remain, for the time being, but Zhang Yang must die. They were aware that he would be leaving Qingshan City, so they had arranged an ambush in advance. They had already deduced that the method Zhang Yang used to defeat Qi Yangming was likely some form of secret technique that would not last long. Today, they sent forth their best to confront him, confident that even if Zhang Yang was formidable, he would not withstand a united assault. "But you think you have me at your mercy," Zhang Yang replied with a cold smile. "Today, we will present your head and hang it at the entrance of the Zhang family," the leader declared with a cruel laugh, giving the order for everyone to draw their weapons and charge at Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Yang moved like a phantom, weaving into the crowd. With each thrust of his sword, another foe fell. How can he be so powerful? The leading man gasped, as in mere moments, Zhang Yang had already dispatched half of their number. "Since you've come, then all of you shall stay," Zhang Yang stated coldly, his black sword light dancing amidst the throng. Soon, all of them were slain, and the leader met the same fate, his head severed from his body. "It seems I must leave quickly to avoid further complications," Zhang Yang thought, sheathing his black gold sword before mounting his horse and making a hasty departure. 2 days later, Zhang Yang stood before a continuous range of mountains, at the foot of which stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Xian Sect. Finally arrived, he said, hastening into the mountains, that Akati wasn't long before he reached the entrance of the Xian Sect, only to be halted by a disciple standing guard. "This is the Xian Sect. Outsiders are not permitted entry," the disciple stated. "I hail from Qingshan City and have passed Elder Tang's assessment," Zhang Yang explained. "Ah, a newcomer. Follow me," the disciple replied, leading Zhang Yang to a small plaza where several youths were gathered. "These individuals are just like you from various cities. You can wait with them," the disciple said before departing. Zhang Yang glanced at the waiting youths and approached a seemingly amiable one. "What are we waiting for?" he inquired. The youth explained, "We are waiting for the spirit root assessment. Only after testing will it be decided if we are accepted." "Ah, I see," Zhang Yang murmured, joining them in their wait. After a moment, a male disciple approached the plaza and addressed the assembled youths. "We will now begin the assessment of spirit root aptitude. Those who do not qualify will be sent back." As he finished speaking, he produced a crystal stone from his hand. One by one, the youths stepped up for their assessment. Xiongda, low-grade spirit root. Xiong'er, mid-grade spirit root. Xiongsan, low-grade spirit root. As long as one possessed a low-grade spirit root, they would be allowed entry into the servant's court. That if one possesses a medium-grade spiritual root, they may directly enter the outer sect. While entering the servant institute carries the risk of elimination. Gaining entry into the outer sect is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, thereby becoming a true disciple of the Xiaoxuanzong. Even if one were to depart from the Xiaoxuanzong in the future, they could still thrive, pursued by countless others. The assessment proceeded swiftly, and soon it was Zhang Yang's turn. He placed his hand upon the crystal stone, but after a brief moment, it displayed no response whatsoever. "What is happening?" The disciple furrowed his brow and gestured for Zhang Yang to try again. Zhang Yang felt a sense of frustration. Logically, as the only chaotic saint body in existence, how could there be no reaction at all? That was simply illogical. He placed his hand on the crystal once more. Yet still, there was no response. "Zhang Yang, you have a defective spiritual root," declared the disciple. In that moment, Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. He even began to doubt whether there had been some error when the elder awakened his chaotic saint body. Observing the other disciples departing with jubilant expressions, Zhang Yang seized the arm of the disciple preparing to leave. "Hurry up and go. The Xiaoxuanzong does not accept defective spiritual roots," the disciple remarked. Zhang Yang promptly produced 10 medium-grade spiritual stones and pressed them into the disciple's hand, smiling as he said, "I do not require entry into the outer sect. Merely joining the Servant Institute will suffice." These medium-grade spiritual stones were the remnants from the previous extermination of the Black Bear mercenary group. Upon seeing the 10 medium-grade spiritual stones, the disciple's eyes sparkled with delight, and he quickly stashed them away, whispering, "I enjoy conversing with clever individuals like you. I believe that even if you cannot enter the outer sect, you will manage to thrive in the Servant Institute." He then made a notation in his record book, instantly changing Zhang Yang's status from defective spiritual root to low-grade spiritual root. "Come, I will take you to the Servant Institute, the disciple said with a grin. The Servant Institute was located at the foot of the mountain, and the two soon arrived at its entrance. Here is the Servant Institute. You may enter, the disciple instructed, handing Zhang Yang a token for the institute before departing. Upon entering the Servant Institute, Zhang Yang found several boys who had previously completed their assessments. Upon seeing Zhang Yang's arrival, astonishment spread across their faces, for they were well aware that Zhang Yang was deemed to possess a defective spiritual root. This fellow must have bribed that senior brother. How shameless! Exclaimed Xiong, filled with indignation. Zhang Yang, unfazed, retorted, and what of it? If you have the ability, go ahead and bribe someone too. Hearing this, Xiongda's face turned a shade of fury, yet he found himself a loss for words, as he simply could not afford to bribe anyone. Now that everyone is here, I will assign your tasks. A young man approached, clearly an elder of the Servant Institute. Xiongda, you will clean the toilets. Xiong, you will gather dung. Zhang Yang, you will, never mind. Just follow me for now. The young man swiftly assigned tasks to everyone. Why is Zhang Yang treated differently from us? Xiongda demanded, irate. Is it necessary for me to explain myself to you? Remember, the Servant Institute conducts a monthly elimination assessment. Those who fail will be shown the door to... Do you understand? The young man replied coldly. Zhang Yang followed the disciple out, under Xiongda's burning gaze. What is your surname, senior brother? Zhang Yang inquired with a smile, genuinely curious, as this individual was clearly aiding him. My name is Luo Dafeng. I am one of the overseers of the Servant Institute. Someone instructed me to look after you. It seems you have an intriguing background. Luo Dafeng replied with a grin. Zhang Yang was taken aback, and then recalled the outer sect disciple who had previously brought him, realizing that it was likely that person who had instructed Luo Dafeng. Senior brother Luo, could you elaborate on the elimination assessment you mentioned? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. It is designed to weed out those with truly poor talent, allowing for fresh blood to enter. You must work hard. I can assist you in daily matters, but I cannot help you during the assessments, Luo Dafeng explained. Zhang Yang nodded and asked if one performs well during the assessment. Is there a chance to enter the outer sect? He did not wish to remain a mere servant indefinitely. Naturally, but you must at least place in the top 3, Luo Dafeng clarified. Subsequently, Luo Dafeng explained to Zhang Yang how to cultivate within the Servant Institute. And before departing, he specifically cautioned Zhang Yang to avoid provoking Huaja, as that individual was his bitter rival and possessed considerable influence. The Servant Institute provided only one low-grade spiritual stone each day, indicating that if Zhang Yang wished to cultivate effectively, he would need to undertake tasks. With a sigh, he made his way toward the task hall. Both the Outer Sect and the Servant Institute of Xuan had established task halls to encourage cultivation, ensuring that even servants had opportunities to rise. Upon entering the task hall, Zhang Yang observed an array of tasks posted on the walls. He quickly identified a suitable task, clearing out bandits from Xian Mountain, and promptly submitted his task token to the elder. Are you certain you wish to undertake this task? The elder questioned in surprise. It is exceedingly difficult. Several disciples who accepted it have yet to return. Zhang Yang nodded affirmatively. You should reconsider. While this task offers 1,000 points and a reward of a yellow-grade cultivation method, it is far too challenging for you. The elder advised, I appreciate your concern, but I am determined to proceed. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. The elder sighed and proceeded to register Zhang Yang for the task, after which Zhang Yang left the hall. The reason Zhang Yang was so insistent on undertaking this task was that he currently lacked a suitable movement technique, and this task would meet that need. He went directly to the stable, where those undertaking tasks could procure mounts. Senior brother, I would like to claim a mount, Zhang Yang said to the young attendant at the stable. Are you the Zhang Yang who gained entry through connections? The attendant asked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone, refusing to lead Zhang Yang to a horse. Do not speak without evidence, Zhang Yang retorted. I have no horses available. You'll need to figure out on your own, the attendant replied dismissively. Zhang Yang glanced at the several spiritual steeds within the stable and remarked, Are there not horses right there? I said there are none. Hurry and leave. You are just an eyesore. The attendant snapped, his tone becoming increasingly hostile. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang struck the attendant down with a punch and coldly stated, Truly insufferable. I attempted to converse civilly, yet you refused to listen and insisted on provoking me. Not satisfied, Zhang Yang delivered a kick to the attendant before mounting a spiritual steed and departing. Shortly after Zhang Yang left, the attendant struggled to rise, blood streaming from his broken nose. You dare strike me? Just wait, he spat, limping away without a backward glance. That a day later, guided by the map, Zhang Yang swiftly arrived at Xian Mountain. With such a vast mountain range, where am I to locate these bandits? Zhang Yang gazed in awe at the imposing mountains. It appeared he would need to resort to a different tactic. Finding a conspicuous boulder, he reclined upon it, surrounding himself with all his valuable possessions. As the saying goes, those who wish to take the bait shall come forth. An hour later, several men indeed emerged from the mountains. Look at this fool, sleeping on a rock, one remarked. Let us just kill him and take his things, another sneered, surprised by such good fortune. Just as they approached Zhang Yang, he sprang into action, a flash of black sword light cutting through the air, severing several heads in an instant, leaving only one man trembling in fear on the ground. Who is the fool now? Zhang Yang taunted, patting the man's face. That I am a fool. I am a fool. The man stammered, sweat pouring from his brow. Tell me, how many bandits are there on Xian Mountain? Zhang Yang inquired. There's only one bandit camp, but it is quite large, with over 200 men. Located at the summit of the mountain, the man replied. What is the cultivation level of the bandit camp's leader? Zhang Yang pressed. He's at the 9th level of the warrior realm, the man answered. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, struck again, severing the man's head. He had been watching the man's eyes closely, and when he mentioned the leader's cultivation level, the man's gaze had clearly faltered. He was lying. I will investigate further before making any decisions. Zhang Yang dashed up the mountain, encountering a few scattered bandits along the way, all of whom he swiftly dispatched. Soon, he reached the summit of Xian Mountain and, after a thorough search, discovered Xian village. What a coincidence! Could today be the day of the village chief's grand wedding? Hiding behind a large tree, Zhang Yang observed the festive decorations adorning the village, which was filled with vibrant red lanterns. Numerous villagers were indulging in drink, their faces alight with joy. That moment, a door swung open in one of the houses, revealing a woman clad in bridal attire, accompanied by another woman who was pushing her forward. Duo. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He could scarcely comprehend why Duo was present here. He noticed that her hands were bound, and traces of tears still lingered on her cheeks. Inside the village, a burly man with a rugged appearance eyed Duo with evident desire as she approached. Come here, my dear, and bow before heaven and earth. Once that is done, I shall introduce you to the greatest pleasures of life. The robust man leered. His cohorts joined in the raucous jeering. Before long, Duo was pushed before the man, her face a portrait of despair. First bow to heaven and earth, the woman commanded. The man bowed, but Duo remained unresponsive. Hurry up! The woman forcibly pressed Duo's head down. Second bow to your parents, she shouted, again pushing Duo's head down, despite her desperate struggles proving futile. Bow to your husband. With that, the woman prepared to force Duo's head down once more. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the air, and the woman's head flew off. As the crowd processed what had occurred, the shadow had already whisked Duo away from the village. That it was none other than Zhang Yang. What are you doing here? Shouldn't Xuan be in the opposite direction? Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Upon seeing him, Duo's eyes filled with tears again, her voice trembling as she replied, I was ambushed just after leaving Qingshan City and woke up to find myself here. Do you know who is responsible? Zhang Yang's expression darkened. That could be someone from the chief family. Duo speculated in a hushed tone. You must leave at once. It is very dangerous here. Zhang Yang handed her a map. Neither of you will escape. The burly man had gathered his men and approached Zhang Yang. But what about you? Duo shook her head. They are no match for me. Hurry and go. Zhang Yang quickly untied Duo and pushed her away. That moment, a figure lunged towards her, prompting Zhang Yang to thrust a sword forward, piercing the assailant's back as the remaining bandits closed in on Zhang Yang from behind. He rolled sideways and plunged into the fray. With each strike of his black gold sword, he harvested the lives of the bandits, severing heads with terrifying efficiency. "This kid has some strength," the burly man scoffed. Drawing a battle axe to confront Zhang Yang, the clash sent Zhang Yang staggering back several steps, blood oozing from his palms. Warrior realm. Zhang Yang realized that the burly man had attained the warrior realm, explaining why the auxiliary disciples had gone on missions and never returned. Most auxiliary disciples were merely at the martial artist realm, while those who reached the warrior realm had long graduated to the outer sect. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang activated the Chaos Void technique. Otherwise, he risked losing his life today as a brilliant golden light enveloped him, transforming his hair back to white. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. With a swift strike from his sword aimed at the burly man, the latter reacted quickly to block with his axe, but was still sent flying by Zhang Yang's blow. What is going on with this kid? Such formidable strength. The burly man wiped the blood from his mouth, astonished. However, as he rose, Zhang Yang was already upon him, unleashing 3 sword strikes that pierced through the axe. The black gold sword penetrated the burly man's skull. Witnessing their leader's demise, many bandits scattered in fear, while the more loyal ones attempted to avenge him, only to meet the same fate at Zhang Yang's hands. Zhang Yang dispelled the Chaos Void technique. An overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him that I need to find something to eat to recover. Leaning on his black gold sword, he scoured the village and found a spiritual ginseng and over 100 low-grade spirit stones. What a pathetic village, so destitute, Zhang Yang lamented. But he swiftly consumed the ginseng and shattered the spirit stones, absorbing their energy simultaneously. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a look of astonishment filling them that I've actually broken through. Unbeknownst to him, the village's impoverishment stemmed from the burly man purchasing the ginseng to elevate his own power. Yet, even with his breakthrough, the lingering weakness within him remained, indicating he needed further sustenance. "I'll have to find more to recover," Zhang Yang muttered, rising to venture deeper into the mountains. Over the past 2 days, Zhang Yang had been battling first-tier advanced monsters in the mountains, honing his 100 refinements sword technique to perfection. Through continuous absorption of a white liquid, although he had not broken through, his cultivation saw a significant surge. The beasts within Xian Mountain were utterly terrified, fleeing at the first opportunity, leaving Zhang Yang to consume the rest, thus replenishing his vitality. "I need to wash up. It's time to return." Zhang Yang glanced at his soiled body, then swiftly located a river, shedding his clothes and leaping into the water. Just then, a woman suddenly emerged from the surface, her long black hair glistening with droplets, her skin a radiant white. Zhang Yang, initially relaxed and ready to embrace the water, was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the woman, his eyes wide in shock. With a splash as she surfaced, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her, and they both tumbled into the water. "How soft," Zhang Yang remarked, feeling as if he had plunged into a plush embrace, something pressing against him. Curiosity spurred him to reach out, feeling a bouncy texture, as if it quivered beneath his touch. Boom! The lake erupted as Zhang Yang was propelled out of the water, soaring like a streak of light towards the nearby trees. The woman surfaced, her delicate face flushed with rage, remnants of crimson still adorning her neck. "This scoundrel dares to take advantage of me." The woman fumed, growing increasingly incensed. She quickly donned her clothes and took flight towards the woods. "What happened, Junior Sister Lan?" "I heard an explosion." A man burst forth from the trees. "Nothing," she replied coldly. "Then let us hurry back," he suggested, frowning, aware that Junior Sister Lan was undoubtedly concealing something from him. "That would be best." The woman cast a glance towards the distant trees, cursing herself for not even catching a glimpse of the lecher's face. However, she had memorized his scent, confident that she would recognize him upon their next encounter. "Goodness, this woman is ruthless. It was just a touch. I didn't mean any harm." Zhang Yang rose from the ground, rubbing his chest. Unsure if the woman had left, he realized he had no spare clothes. Covering his lower half with leaves, he stealthily approached the riverbank. Upon confirming that the woman had departed, he exhaled in relief, quickly washed his clothes, and dressed once more. Time to head back. After donning his garments, Zhang Yang left Neo Xen Mountain a day later. Zhang Yang returned to the auxiliary courtyard and proceeded to the task hall to submit his mission. "You actually completed it," the elder exclaimed in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. "Just lucky," Zhang Yang replied. Zhang Yang chuckled. Naturally, the elder could not possibly believe such nonsense from him, and subsequently handed over the points along with the esteemed yellow-grade movement technique to Zhang Yang. Without delay, he exited the mission hall, intending to first practice this newfound technique. The recent training at Neo Xine Mountain had made him acutely aware of his shortcomings in speed. "Zhang Yang, come with me." A man suddenly approached Zhang Yang with a friendly demeanor, pulling him away to a distant corner. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, quickly noticing several shadowy figures lurking around the corner, following the man towards the turn. He was curious to discover their intentions. Upon reaching the corner, he recognized a familiar figure, the one who had been overseeing the horse stables, his face wrapped in a sandcloth, glaring menacingly at Zhang Yang. "Do you know who we are?" The man who had brought Zhang Yang there pushed him roughly, only to find that he couldn't budge him. "Just a servant," Zhang Yang replied. The group responded with incredulity. "Well, of course, in the servant courtyard. One is a servant. I'm asking if you know who we are," the man retorted angrily, clearly infuriated by Zhang Yang's dismissal. "People from Huaja?" Zhang Yang ventured guess. "Knowing that, you still dare to touch our people. Are you seeking death?" The man seethed. Having mingled with Huajue's S group for so long, this was the first time they encountered a newcomer bold enough to challenge the veterans. "You should ask him. I want a spirit horse, but he refuses to provide it." Zhang Yang pointed at the disciple wrapped in the sandcloth. "He can refuse you, even if he strikes you. You must endure," the man replied coldly. "Are you bullying newcomers?" Zhang Yang sneered. These individuals reminded him of a gang from his past life. "Bully you? What can you do about it?" The man laughed, exuding arrogance. Bang! Zhang Yang delivered a punch to the man, sending him flying, who then collapsed unconscious upon hitting the ground. "You dare to lay a hand on me?" The remaining group members stared in shock. Taken aback by Zhang Yang's audacity, bang, bang, Zhang Yang unleashed several more punches, knocking the others out in a pile on the ground, leaving only the disciple wrapped in the sandcloth. "You don't come any closer," the disciple stammered, stepping back involuntarily. "Come, tell me, who gave you the confidence to think you could strike me twice?" Zhang Yang advanced toward him. Huaja is the first disciple of the servant courtyard and one of the most popular disciples entering the outer sect. "If you touch me, Huaja will not let you off." The man, now truly frightened, resorted to invoking Huajua's name as a threat. Bang! Zhang Yang punched him again, this time striking his nose, blood gushing from beneath the sandcloth, causing the man to faint from the pain. "Who cares about Huaja or whatever? I will deal with him the same way." Zhang Yang scoffed, then turned and returned to his residence. Qing Zhu Wu Ying movement technique. Zhang Yang gazed at the esteemed yellow-grade technique he had just acquired, anticipation evident on his face. 5 days later. Zhang Yang's figure darted swiftly within the courtyard, his speed so remarkable that afterimages appeared. At last, he had perfected the Qing Zhu Wu Ying movement technique, and he was immensely satisfied, which also indirectly attested to the terrifying nature of the Chaos Sacred Body. In just 5 days, he had traversed the distance that would take others 2 years. Bang! Suddenly, the main door of Zhang Yang's courtyard was kicked open with a tremendous force, splintering the wooden door as several men barged in. "You are Zhang Yang?" The leading man appeared slightly older than the others. "You broke our door. You must compensate today," Zhang Yang retorted, ignoring the man's inquiry altogether. "If you dare to touch my people, let me see what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant." The man sneered, commanding his companions to attack Zhang Yang. He himself refrained from joining, merely observing Zhang Yang's strength. Bang, bang, as soon as the group charged. Zhang Yang dispatched them with ease, leaving them sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state. "No wonder they are so arrogant. They do possess some abilities," the man remarked with a cold smile. "You must be Huaja," Zhang Yang stated. "Knowing that you still dare to act this way, today I shall cripple you," Huaja declared, ready to strike Zhang Yang. "Stop!" A voice rang out from outside the courtyard as Luo Dafu rushed in. Huaja glanced at Luo Dafu, then at Zhang Yang, and sneered, "No wonder you are so brazen. It appears you have someone backing you." This is my territory, Huaja. You better leave. Luo Dafu's gaze darkened. Then let me give you a taste of being in charge for a few more days. After the assessment, I presume this position will be beyond your reach. Huaja retorted with a cold laugh. Luo Dafu's face darkened considerably at Huajua's words. And you, be careful during the assessment, Huaja exclaimed with a laugh, then departed Zhang Yang's courtyard. The men on the ground attempted to follow, but were stopped by Zhang Yang. Fix the door, Zhang Yang commanded coldly, glancing at the already departed Huaja and then at Zhang Yang's icy demeanor. The group hastily scurried off to find tools, repairing Zhang Yang's door before daring to leave the courtyard. Zhang Yang, you've stirred up trouble, and I may not be able to protect you for long, Luo Dafu sighed. What do you mean? Zhang Yang inquired. You should know that Huaja is the foremost figure in the servant courtyard. Luo Dafu explained. Zhang Yang nodded. Although Huaja is formidable, his innate talent is rather average. He should have been eliminated from the servant courtyard long ago. His continued presence is due to his brother being among the strongest disciples in the outer sect. Luo Dafu elaborated. That explains Huajua's arrogance. Zhang Yang realized that you've misunderstood my point. During the assessment, it is highly likely Huaja will attempt to kill you. Many who have offended him before have met their demise at his hands. Luo Dafu warned, noticing Zhang Yang's nonchalant attitude. That I understand. Thank you. Brother Luo, you mentioned you can't protect me for long. Does that mean you are about to be replaced? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Luo Dafu sighed. Recently, a martial artist at the 9th level has emerged from Huajua's faction among the servant disciples that I am likely not his match. Losing my position will be inevitable to that point. The servant courtyard will likely fall under Huajua's complete control. These people are quite ambitious, Zhang Yang mused inwardly. By the way, Zhang Shidi, I heard you completed that extremely challenging task and accrued significant points that I suggest you go to the Li Pavilion to cultivate. The spiritual energy there is exceptionally abundant and can grant you substantial improvements in a short time, Luo Dafu advised. Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback. Despite his own dire circumstances, Luo Dafu still showed concern for him, altering Zhang Yang's perception of him. Afterward, Zhang Yang bid farewell to Luo Dafu and headed directly to Li Pavilion for cultivation, where his strength rapidly increased on the day of the assessment. Zhang Yang emerged from Li Pavilion, having broken through to the 8th level of martial arts, while the Qing Zhu Wu Ying movement technique had reached perfection. Unfortunately, my points are too few. Otherwise, I might have even reached the 9th level of martial arts by now, Zhang Yang murmured, though he felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, he was invincible within the servant courtyard. It's about time. I should head to the assessment, Zhang Yang muttered, setting off toward the assessment site. Upon arriving at the gathering point, located at the foot of a mountain outside the servant courtyard, Zhang Yang found that most disciples had already assembled. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed. Who is this person? Zhang Yang inquired, approaching Luo Dafu. He is the elder of our servant courtyard, primarily responsible for managing us. However, he is usually preoccupied with his own cultivation, so he hardly intervenes, Luo Dafu whispered. Just then, Huajuan noticed Zhang Yang's arrival and approached him, saying, make sure to find someone to arrange your funeral. With that, he left with a smirk. Foolish bird, Zhang Yang retorted, not giving him any leeway. Huajuan paused for a moment, but did not show any anger. He had already deemed Zhang Yang as a dead man. Who is this guy, daring to insult Huajuan? He must be a newcomer, completely unaware of Huajua's temperament. The likelihood of this individual emerging from the assessment site alive is exceedingly slim. A few servant disciples engaged in hushed discussions, many of whom were not even acquainted with Zhang Yang. With most participants having gathered, I shall now succinctly elucidate the rules of the competition. The elder proclaimed as he opened his eyes to address the assembly. The servant disciples promptly silenced themselves, obediently attentive. I end this assessment. You will enter the cave behind me. If you manage to exit within the allotted time, you will be deemed successful. Those who exceed the time limit will be eliminated from the servant sect. The middle-aged man continued. Upon hearing the rules, apprehension washed over the faces of the servant disciples. Previous assessments had only eliminated the last 10 participants, and they were taken aback by the severity of this one. Of course, The top 3 will gain direct entry into the outer sect. You may now proceed. I shall await your arrival at the exit, the middle-aged man reiterated. Following his words, the disciples all advanced towards the cave, while Huaja cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yang before entering. Zhang Yang, exercise caution. Huaja will undoubtedly attempt to strike you within the cave, Luo Dafei warned. It's not just him. That fellow also has his sights set on me, Zhang Yang replied, glancing toward another side where a gaunt man was fixated on him. As Zhang Yang turned to look, the man averted his gaze and entered the cave. He is the one I referred to, potentially seeking to take my place. It seems he has also set his sights on you, Luo Dafei remarked, frowning. With 2 disciples at the 9th level of martial arts targeting Zhang Yang, even Luo Dafei sensed that this assessment could spell trouble for him. Such trifles cannot pose a threat to me. Zhang Yang laughed, striding directly into the cave. This Zhang disciple is clearly a waste of spiritual roots. I cannot fathom why he possesses such confidence. Luo Dafei shook his head before also entering the cave. Upon entering, Zhang Yang dashed forward with great haste. However, no sooner had he covered 100 meters than a lean figure obstructed his path. It was the gaunt disciple of the 9th martial level. You should not have provoked Huaja, the man stated flatly at that moment. Luo Dafei arrived beside Zhang Yang. His expression grave as he declared, Zhang disciple, I will assist you in confronting him. He could foresee the impending conflict. What is your name? Zhang Yang inquired. It seems you wish to be informed. I can oblige. My name is Lin Yi. Remember it well. The gaunt man replied coldly. I believe you have misunderstood. My inquiry was merely for your benefit. Lest you perish and leave no marker for your grave, Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smirk. Bravado will avail you nothing. Both of you shall perish here today. Lin Ye's face contorted into a savage grin. Zhang disciple, let us strike together. This may provide us with a slim chance to vanquish him. Luo Dafei warned, his demeanor vigilant. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ye's figure flickered and he lunged at Zhang Yang with a swift strike. His speed astonishing. How swift! Luo Dafei's face displayed shock. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted as he witnessed Lin Ye's blade nearing Zhang Yang, only for Zhang Yang to suddenly sidestep, followed by a flash of black sword light, severing Lin Ye's head from his body. Luo Dafei stood in stunned disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Let us proceed, Luo Dafei urged, as Zhang Yang had already dashed deeper into the cave. How formidable! This was the singular thought racing through Luo Dafei's mind. At that moment, he realized that by closely following Zhang Yang, he too might gain entry into the outer sect. With this thought, Luo Dafei's spirits lifted, and he swiftly pursued Zhang Yang. Upon delving deeper into the cave, Zhang Yang soon discovered the true nature of the challenge. The cave was filled with numerous bronze figures, their bodies remarkably resilient and their offensive capabilities formidable. Many disciples were ensnared by these bronze figures, unable to advance any further. Although the bronze figures were powerful, they could not impede Zhang Yang's progress. He charged through, sending any obstructing bronze figures flying with his black gold sword, sparks flying in his wake. Many disciples watched in awe, murmuring to themselves at Zhang Yang's incredible ferocity. Due to Zhang Yang leading the charge, the pressure on the other disciples significantly diminished. They were astute enough to closely follow in his wake. Zhang Yang was well aware that the disciples behind him were using him as a shield, yet he was indifferent to their intentions. As he barreled forward, he drew ever closer to the cave's exit, and the throng of disciples following him grew larger. That moment, Huaju's figure materialized before Zhang Yang, gripping his battle blade, evidently waiting for him. However, upon seeing the substantial crowd trailing Zhang Yang, a look of astonishment crossed Huaju's face. He had not anticipated such a multitude would reach this point. Zhang Yang halted in his tracks, casting a glance back at the disciples behind him, who also came to a stop. You may fight without concern. We need not place in the top 3, as long as we can pass the assessment, one disciple remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. You have truly gone to great lengths, waiting here for me, Zhang Yang said. I have stated before, you shall not leave this cave alive today. Huaja sneered. Yet, I intend to walk out, and I shall do so over your corpse. Zhang Yang coldly retorted, charging directly at Huaja. seeking death. Huajua's expression turned frosty, and he immediately swung his blade at Zhang Yang, flames swirling around the weapon. This is bad. That is a low-grade, profound technique. Lu Ziye, standing among the crowd, was struck with horror. It is known that such techniques are inaccessible to servant disciples. Only those who enter the outer sect can cultivate them. It was evident that this technique had been gifted to Huajua by his brother. Clash, clash. Zhang Yang's sword met Huajua's battle blade, the flames erupting outward from the clash, causing Huajua to stagger backward. This technique appears to be of a much higher tier than my thunder sword technique. Zhang Yang instantly recognized this fact. If I cannot pierce through you, then I shall cleave you in twain. Before Huajua could regain his footing, Zhang Yang had already closed the distance, his black gold sword raining down blows upon him like a tempest. Clash, clash. The onlookers beheld Zhang Yang relentlessly assaulting Huajua, who was utterly defenseless against the onslaught, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, clearly grievously wounded. My goodness, this Zhang Yang is an absolute monster. Huajua is no match for him. One disciple gasped in shock. The disciples were left dumbfounded, witnessing a one-sided obliteration. Clash, clash. Huajua frantically endeavored to fend off Zhang Yang's relentless assault, yet the weight of Zhang Yang's sword was overwhelming. Each impact reverberated through his very core. Crack! At that moment, a sound of shattering resonated, revealing numerous cracks appearing upon Huajua's battle blade. Realizing the dire situation, Huajua thought it ill-fated, but it was far too late. With a swift motion, the blade shattered, and Zhang Yang cleaved Huajua in half, blood splattering across the ground. Zhang Yang sheathed his black gold sword and charged toward the cave's entrance. The following disciples hurriedly trailed after him, aware that with a stroke of luck, they might still secure a spot among the top three before long. Zhang Yang burst forth from the cave, and upon seeing this, the elder glanced at the time. Smiling as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have secured first place," and no sooner had he spoken than Lu Ziye emerged, causing the elder to blink in surprise. In his recollection, Lu Ziye's abilities should not have allowed him to place second. Lu Ziye, second place, the elder announced. However, what transpired next left the elder utterly dumbfounded, as a throng of disciples surged forth from the cave. What is the meaning of this? The elder was genuinely perplexed. This crowd comprised nearly all the participants in the assessment. Thus, it became clear that very few had been eliminated, an occurrence unprecedented in the history of assessments within the servant sect. Congratulations on passing the assessment. The top 3 disciples may proceed directly to report to the outer sect. The elder chuckled, subsequently bestowing an outer sect token upon the top 3 disciples before departing, as he had further cultivation to pursue. As for the peculiar nature of this assessment and the absence of Huajua, it was of no concern to him. Cultivation was of paramount importance. With the elder's departure, the other disciples hastened to express their gratitude to Zhang Yang. It was well known that the requirements for this assessment were significantly more stringent than before, and typically, many would be expelled from the sect. However, due to Zhang Yang's relentless efforts in the cave, numerous disciples were able to pass the evaluation. Yet, it was Lu Ziye who was most exhilarated, fervently grasping Zhang Yang's hands and exclaiming, "Brother, I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, I surely would not have made into the outer sect. Tonight, I shall treat you and take you to a place to unwind." "What place?" Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. "That a place filled with beauties, perfect for alleviating stress." Lu Ziye replied mysteriously, "Forget it, you can go alone." Zhang Yang outright rejected, as he had a fair inkling of what was being suggested. "What a pity. I was hoping that we, as brothers, could book the entire place and keep them from leaving their beds." Lu Ziye lamented. Afterward, the crowd dispersed, many disciples going off to celebrate, while Zhang Yang prepared to head directly to the outer sect with his token in hand. The outer sect was located apart from the miscellaneous servant quarters. And Zhang Yang ascended the mountain with his token. Upon reaching a mid-mountain gate, he observed a large entrance, behind which numerous buildings were scattered amidst the hills. As Zhang Yang approached the mountain gate, 2 disciples halted him, but he promptly presented his outer sect disciple token, and only then were they inclined to let him pass. However, Zhang Yang noticed a peculiar detail. The sympathetic glances exchanged between the 2 Unperturbed, he proceeded into the outer sect. Following the elder's instructions to first collect his outer sect attire, he then intended to explore the outer sect and familiarize himself with its fundamental aspects. Upon arriving at the central plaza of the outer sect, he was suddenly called out. "Are you Zhang Yang?" A young man, seemingly of similar age, queried. "And you are?" Zhang Yang responded, puzzled, as he had just arrived at the outer sect and expected no one to recognize him. "I am Hua's younger brother, Hua Biyu." The moment the young man heard Zhang Yang acknowledge his identity, his expression darkened immediately. How could it be Hua's brother? Zhang Yang had never anticipated such a possibility, for the two bore no resemblance whatsoever, almost as if they were unrelated. Zhang Yang even entertained doubts about Hua Biyu's parentage, questioning whether his mother had been unfaithful, given their stark differences in appearance. "Where has my brother gone?" Hua Biyu demanded ominously. "How would I know?" Zhang Yang replied. "Don't play coy with me. I have received word that you killed my brother." Hua Biyu's tone grew more severe. "Your brother attempted to kill me. I was merely forced to retaliate." "Who knew he was so weak?" Zhang Yang defended himself. "Spare me your excuses. You murdered my brother, and in this outer sect, no one can protect you," Hua Biyu declared, disregarding the crowd in the plaza as he made a move to attack Zhang Yang. In response, Zhang Yang summoned his black gold sword, fully aware that he was currently no match for Hua Biyu. Nevertheless, if Hua Biyu sought a confrontation, he was prepared to engage to the bitter end. At worst, he could unleash the chaotic void technique and fight to the death. "Stop!" A voice of authority rang out. Zhang Yang turned to see the newcomer, momentarily stunned, for it was Tang Ji. "Hua Biyu, you would do well to temper your demeanor. This is the Xuan zone, not your home," Tang Ji admonished coldly, upon seeing Tang Ji's arrival. Hua Biyu's raised hand fell back down, his expression shifting rapidly before he retorted. "Elder Tang, I am a disciple of Elder Qian. You should not speak to me in such a manner, or my master will be displeased." Tang Ji's countenance darkened ominously, and he barked, "Get out!" Though Hua Biyu's master was formidable, he himself was no match for Tang Ji. Fearing that he might provoke Tang Ji into publicly humiliating him before all, he refrained from further confrontation. With the outer sect grand competition fast approaching in 2 months, you better hope we do not cross paths then. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. Hua Biyu scoffed before exiting. With Hua Biyu's departure, Tang Ji's expression softened slightly, and he began to guide Zhang Yang through the outer sect's environment. As the three departed, the plaza erupted into a flurry of activity. "Who is this guy? He dares to provoke Hua Biyu, one of the top 3 in the outer sect. Were you not listening? This fellow is Zhang Yang, just promoted from the miscellaneous servant quarters. Those emerging from the servant quarters are usually inept. Now, this Zhang Yang, oblivious to the danger, has tangled with Hua Biyu. Given Hua Biyu's temperament, it is likely Zhang Yang will meet a grim fate during the grand competition." The outer sect disciples murmured among themselves, and soon Zhang Yang's name spread throughout the outer sect. Even dogs would bark at the mention of it. However, the reputation that circulated was far from favorable, as nearly all outer sect disciples speculated on how Zhang Yang would perish in the competition. Tang Ji escorted Zhang Yang along the streets of the outer sect, elucidating its basic conditions. "Elder Tang, what realm has Hua Biyu attained, and who is his master?" Zhang Yang inquired, sensing that Tang Ji harbored considerable apprehension towards Hua Biyu's master. Hua Biyu is currently at the 5th level of the warrior realm, regarded as one of the top 3 in the outer sect, the strongest among them. His master is named Ma Kan, an intersect elder. Tang Ji explained, "Shouldn't intersect elders recruit intersect disciples?" Zhang Yang questioned, puzzled. Hua Biyu is not yet officially Ma Kan's disciple, but the entire outer sect is aware that Ma Kan has shown interest in taking Hua Biyu as his disciple, a matter that caused quite a stir. Tang Ji elaborated. Zhang Yang nodded, deep in thought. "You were brought into Xuan zone by me, and now that you have provoked Hua Biyu, I cannot offer you much assistance." Tang Ji sighed, appearing rather helpless. "If I were to kill Hua Biyu during the outer sect competition, would Ma Kan turn against me?" Zhang Yang asked. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Tang Ji's face. "You acknowledge that you are indeed quite remarkable, but you currently stand 7 levels below him. Are you out of your mind? I have already reached the 8th level of the warrior realm. Merely 6 levels away, Zhang Yang replied. What? Tang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. You were merely at the 7th level a month ago, and now you've advanced a level. Zhang Yang nodded. Thus, I believe that with 2 months of diligent effort, I may be capable of defeating him during the competition. This fellow is truly a freak. Tang Ji felt utterly flabbergasted. If you can achieve that, I strongly recommend you secure a spot in the top 3. This way, you can directly enter the inner sect and take on a master. I guarantee that point, Makan would not dare to act against you. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, and thereafter he parted ways with Tang Ji. Making his way to the Points Exchange Hall, a designated place for exchanging items. Not long after entering the hall, Zhang Yang's attention was drawn to a particular martial art, the superior grade sword technique of the Xian tier. The Taiyin sword technique. He perused the description of the sword technique, noting that it required the absorption of extreme Yin energy to condense Yin pearls before one could practice this technique. Once fully mastered, its power could cleave mountains, and if cultivated to perfection, it would equate to an earth-grade martial art. This sword technique appeared exceedingly formidable just by its name. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon it. Young lad, do not linger. You cannot afford it. An elder approached Zhang Yang and remarked. Upon glancing at the elder, Zhang Yang recognized him as the one responsible for the points hall. Elder, how many points does this martial art require? Zhang Yang inquired. 20,000 points. The elder replied with a smile. How outrageous! Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that he truly could not afford it, perhaps not even in his lifetime. This martial art is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Merely producing the Yin pearls is a significant challenge that I advise you to abandon the thought, the elder kindly warned. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yang declared, I must cultivate this martial art. You would do well to heed my warning. Many have set their sights on this martial art. Some may afford it. Yet throughout Xuan, no one has ever successfully mastered it. The elder spoke, and upon hearing these words, Zhang Yang felt a jolt in his heart, surprised that cultivating this particular technique would prove so arduous. However, possessing the Chaos Sacred Body, he was confident in his ability to master it. The only challenge lay in condensing the Yin Pearl. Elder, do you happen to know of any method to quickly amass 20,000 points? Zhang Yang inquired, a grin on his face and an obsequious demeanor. The elder sighed, replying, You could head directly to the mission hall, where 2 exceptionally challenging tasks await. Completing them would allow you to gather the requisite points. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than Zhang Yang dashed out of the points hall. Racing towards the mission hall, the elder merely shook his head, lamenting the youthful fearlessness of the young man. Zhang Yang soon arrived at the mission hall, swiftly locating the 2 tasks, each worth 10,000 points. He grabbed the task tokens and approached the elder in charge for registration. Upon seeing the 2 tasks, the elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a scrutinizing glance at Zhang Yang, who he admonished gravely, Young man, there's no need to be so reckless. Seeking death should not be approached in this manner. Zhang Yang retorted, Elder, I am merely undertaking tasks, not courting death. Have you thoroughly examined the difficulty of these tasks? The elder asked. Indeed, they are rated as difficult, the kind where one can easily perish, Zhang Yang replied. The elder responded, Are you so fearful of dying that you chose 2 tasks? Furthermore, I see you are merely at the martial artist stage. Is this not a form of self-destruction? Now, it was the elder who found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Yang, unable to contain himself, interjected, Elder, could you perhaps say something more pleasant? I feel as though you were cursing me. With no other option, the elder ultimately assisted Zhang Yang in registering for both tasks, reminding him, the task of eradicating the demon cultivator's base is a group endeavor. With you included, the numbers are sufficient. I will notify the other participants, and you shall convene here at the hall's entrance tomorrow. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude to the elder before departing from the mission hall. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling of unease instilled by the elder's words. As he made his way back, Zhang Yang murmured to himself, I must devise alternative strategies. Should I fail these tasks, I need a backup plan. That he hurried back to his cave dwelling, designed specifically for disciples. Gathering paper and ink, he began to sketch, and within half a day, he had illustrated 3 chapters, featuring characters and accompanying text. This will undoubtedly appeal to them, Zhang Yang mused as he admired the ethereal figures depicted upon the paper, along with the thrilling prose. With a chuckle, he placed the papers into a bamboo tube and inscribed bold characters on its surface. Youth Cultivation Manual. He then promptly exited his cave. Zhang Yang swiftly arrived at the central square of the outer sect. The area, bustling with disciples and equipped with various facilities meant to serve them, in one corner of the square, numerous individuals were setting up stalls, selling an array of peculiar items, making it a popular gathering spot for disciples seeking bargains. Zhang Yang found an empty patch of ground, seated himself cross-legged, and placed the 3 bamboo tubes before him. Passers-by, do not miss this. The Youth Cultivation Manual is yours to possess, he announced loudly in mere moments. A disciple approached, curiosity evident on his face. Youth Cultivation Manual? What on earth is that? And it costs 100 points. This, my friend, is something you must see, Zhang Yang replied mysteriously, leaning in to reveal the contents of one bamboo tube to the disciple. Upon glimpsing the illustrations within, the disciple's nose began to bleed profusely, and he swiftly stuffed the paper back into the tube, whispering to Zhang Yang, "This is incredible. Where did you acquire it?" The disciple was captivated by the enticing contents, particularly the myriad of movements depicted, some of which he had never encountered before. "I drew them myself," Zhang Yang explained. "You are truly a genius. I shall purchase this," the disciple exclaimed, handing over 100 points. His face alight with excitement, eager to return to his dwelling. "Wait, do not rush off just yet. What you hold is merely the first volume. The other 2 volumes are contained within these tubes," Zhang Yang whispered. "Wait, there are more installments?" The disciple's eyes widened, and he immediately bought the remaining 2 volumes from Zhang Yang. "Will there be further releases?" he inquired eagerly. "Indeed, and there shall be variations in skin tones as well. The Youth Cultivation Manual will continually be updated." Zhang Yang winked conspiratorially. "Excellent. You are like a parent to me, rekindling my fighting spirit." The disciple eagerly questioned, "If I may ask, where did you learn these movements?" Zhang Yang hesitated before responding. "These are insights I stumbled upon. Mastering the movements within guarantees an exhilarating experience, such as the split. I have lived for so long, yet never realized there were so many variations to explore. I feel as though my life has been in vain until now," the disciple declared, in no more chatter. "I must return and test this out." With that, he dashed away, urgency in his stride. Zhang Yang had effortlessly earned 300 points. Should I return to drawing more? He pondered momentarily before racing back to his cave. Once more, he dedicated half a day to his craft, this time with greater proficiency, producing 10 copies, each containing 3 volumes. He then returned to his original spot to sell them, and after a vigorous round of promotion, all 10 copies swiftly found new owners. Accumulating points feels remarkably simple, Zhang Yang mused, having earned 300 points in just a day. He began to reconsider the necessity of undertaking tasks. However, tasks represent more than just a means to earn points. They are essential for honing one's skills, Zhang Yang concluded. With newfound resolve, he headed back to the points exchange hall. "Elder, I would like to purchase that 8-treasure elixir," Zhang Yang stated. The elder handed him a vial of green liquid, saying, "This is quite beneficial for you. It can swiftly restore both injuries and spiritual energy, though it does not come cheaply." "How many points does it cost?" Zhang Yang inquired. 300 points per vial, the elder replied. "Then I shall take 11 vials," Zhang Yang declared, promptly providing the elder with the necessary points. The elder was taken aback, pondering how a newcomer to the outer sect could possess such a wealth of points. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and quickly handed over the 11 vials of 8-treasure elixir. Once outside the points hall, Zhang Yang hurried back to his cave. Eager to test the elixir's efficacy, he removed his trousers to reveal a wound on his backside, a remnant from a previous encounter with a beast during training that had yet to heal. Pouring some of the green liquid onto the wound, he soon felt a refreshing sensation, accompanied by a mild itch. Moments later, he checked the area again and was astonished to find the wound fully healed. His skin smooth and supple as if it had never been injured. "Indeed, this is a remarkable product, albeit somewhat pricey," Zhang Yang exclaimed with delight. The following morning, Zhang Yang arrived at the mission hall's entrance as agreed. As he approached, he spotted a familiar face. "Duo, At that moment, Duo appeared to be waiting for someone. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, her face lit up with excitement as she rushed over, exclaiming, "I've been inquiring about you since my return. I am relieved to see you are well." After expressing her concern, Duo's face reflected a lingering fear. They were merely some ruffians. They posed no challenge for me, Zhang Yang replied with a chuckle. After arriving at the outer sect, I attempted to locate you, but everyone claimed to have never heard of Zhang Yang. Why is that? Duo asked, puzzled. She could scarcely imagine that someone with Zhang Yang's talent had previously been relegated to the servants' quarters. That is of little consequence. Have you seen Yu Hongshi? I have yet to encounter her since arriving at the Shaoxin sect. Zhang Yang queried, somewhat puzzled, as he had intended to confront Yu Hongshi. I heard that after her spirit root assessment, she went straight to the inner courtyard. Duo informed him. With your talent, you should also be in the inner courtyard, no? Duo asked, her confusion evident. Zhang Yang replied, you are unaware that I could have entered the inner courtyard. However, I chose to progress step by step from the servants' quarters to better refine my skills. Zhang Yang's expression was exceedingly serious as he spoke. Oh, that's how it is. Zhang Yang, you truly are impressive. I aspire to learn from you in the future. Duo gazed at Zhang Yang with admiration. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly. Junior sister Qian, who is this? At that moment, a man clad in a white robe approached with a smile. This is my good friend, who, like me, hails from Qingshan City, Duo introduced cheerfully. Zhang Yang, this is senior brother Ding Song. Not only has he attained the second level of warrior, but he also takes great care of me, she continued. Ding Song glanced at Zhang Yang, and upon realizing that Zhang Yang was merely at the 8th level of warrior, a flicker of disdain flashed in his eyes. Has our junior sister's companion arrived? Ding Song inquired, clearly disregarding Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, noticing this, felt indifferent. He had encountered such arrogance before. Not yet, Duo replied. Just then, another man approached and said, you must be here to accept the mission to eradicate the demonic cultivator's base. Ding Song looked at the man, and upon discovering that the man's cultivation level was comparable to his own, he immediately responded with a smile. Indeed. The man smiled in return. I am by Daong that we just need one more person to set off and no need to wait. I'm that final person. Zhang Yang suddenly interjected. Oh, it's you. That's wonderful. Duo exclaimed, clearly delighted by this revelation. Bi Daong's expression slightly furrowed at this, but quickly relaxed. Ding Song, however, frowned deeply and said, you can't be serious. With your level, taking on such a challenging mission is tantamount to courting death. The atmosphere instantly became exceedingly awkward. Senior brother Ding, Zhang Yang, is quite formidable. Duo hurriedly clarified, and no matter how formidable, his level is far too low. Someone like him could jeopardize our entire team. Ding Song expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently. Bi Daong also felt that Zhang Yang's abilities were lacking, but he realized that infighting at the outset of a mission would only accelerate their demise. He was about to mediate the situation when Zhang Yang's voice rang out. Mind your own business. With that, Zhang Yang was the first to leave. After Zhang Yang departed, the others quickly followed, leaving only Ding Song with a dark expression. Despite his strength being ranked above average in the outer sect, he never expected to be mocked today by a mere lowly servant. A wave of indignation surged within him. Once we reach the mission site, I will find a way to eliminate him. Ding Song vowed darkly, then hurried after the group. Their mission site was relatively distant. Zhang Yang and the others needed to use the teleportation array to reach it. The teleportation array requires a payment of 10 points, announced the guard beside the array. The other 3 quickly paid their points, leaving Zhang Yang awkwardly standing still. Why didn't anyone tell me that the teleportation array required points? Zhang Yang felt extremely embarrassed, as he had no points on him. Duo noticed Zhang Yang's predicament and immediately paid the 10 points for him. Duo, you are so kind. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude. Hearing Zhang Yang address her so affectionately, Qianwu's face flushed red as she replied, a team should help one another. To a grown man, and still relying on junior sister Qian to pay your points. You are simply embarrassing the male disciples of our Shaoxin sect. Ding Song's sarcastic voice interjected. Fool! Zhang Yang retorted, stepping into the teleportation array. Following him, Qian Duo and Bai Daong did the same, before stepping into the array. Bai Daong muttered quietly, "This Zhang junior brother has quite the sharp tongue, though it seems difficult to refute." Ding Song naturally overheard Bai Daong's words, and his expression darkened to the extreme. He felt the urge to strike Bai Daong. However, as their strengths were comparable, he could only vent his frustration on Zhang Yang. "Enjoy your moment of pride. There will come a time for you to regret it." Ding Song stepped into the teleportation array as well. When Zhang Yang and the others emerged from the teleportation array, they found themselves outside a small village. Their mission was to locate the demonic cultivator's base, and this place had recently been attacked by them. So they came to search for clues. What a strong smell of blood. Zhang Yang frowned and immediately dashed toward the village. The other three quickly sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly followed Zhang Yang. Upon entering the village, the sight of corpses strewn across the ground made Zhang Yang's brow furrow even deeper, as the stench of decay wafted from the bodies. As Chino Duo arrived, the sight of the rotting corpses made her immediately lower her head and vomit. These demonic cultivators are nothing short of beasts. They actually use the blood of ordinary people to cultivate. Bai Daong's expression was grim. Upon hearing Bai Daong's remark, Zhang Yang also noticed that while there was blood on the corpses, the amount was alarmingly minimal. Are the demonic cultivators indeed using the blood of others to cultivate? Zhang Yang questioned, as he was not very familiar with demonic cultivators. Yes, their cultivation technique is indeed malevolent, requiring blood for their practice, and the blood of cultivators is their favorite. By Zhang Yang's figure flickered, and in an instant, one of the cloaked figures was pierced through the skull by a strike. The next moment, Zhang Yang had vanished from sight. "Kill him!" One of the black-clad men shouted in anger. Their humiliation was palpable, as they could not believe that Zhang Yang had felled even one of their number. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a dark sword erupted from his throat, and he instantly succumbed to death. "Zhang Shidi seems to be more formidable than I had imagined." Bai Daong gaped at Zhang Yang, realizing at that moment that although Zhang Yang's realm was slightly weaker, his strength was terrifyingly powerful. With all the black-robed men drawn to Zhang Yang, he and Qian Duo found themselves in an unexpectedly safe position. "I told you Zhang Yang is incredibly strong," Qian Duo murmured. Zhang Yang moved like a specter. Many of the black-robed figures were of a higher realm than he, yet they could not lay a finger on him. Each time he struck, a black-robed man met a gruesome empty. In mere moments, 10 had already perished at his hands, causing a gradual unraveling of the morale among the remaining black-clad figures. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang struck again, claiming the lives of 3 more. "Run!" One of the cloaked men bellowed, their composure shattered. The fight was utterly futile. "You cannot escape." Zhang Yang ceased his evasive maneuvers and charged towards the remaining few. With ease, he dispatched the terrified men, who were too frightened to resist. The leader of the black-robed men had been engaged in a fierce struggle with Ding Song, who was being overwhelmed and grievously injured. His body marred by numerous wounds. The gap between their realms left him gasping for breath, his complexion pale. When the black-robed man turned to look at Zhang Yang, he was met with a scene of devastation. Countless black-robed bodies lay at Zhang Yang's feet. A river of blood pooling beneath them. "They've all been killed." The black-robed man stared in disbelief, his expression a mask of shock. "Seeking death," he snarled, breaking free from Ding Song's grasp and charging furiously at Zhang Yang. Bai Daong reacted swiftly, launching a punch at the black-robed man while shouting to Ding Song, "Hurry and assist! Get lost!" The black-robed man retorted, countering with a punch aimed at Bai Daong. With a resounding thud, Bai Daong was sent flying. "Ding Xixiang, please help!" Qian Duo cried out, quickly moving to steady Bai Daong and mitigate the force of his fall. Ding Song, meanwhile, was in a state of utter turmoil. His injuries were severe, and rushing to assist could very well cost him his life. "And O1 is leaving today," the black-robed man roared, launching another punch at Bai Daong. Seeing this, Bai Daong pushed Qian Duo away, just as the fist closed in on him. In that instant, a flash of black sword light cut through the air, severing the black-robed man's Xixiao. "Let us strike together," Zhang Yang declared, thrusting his sword once more towards the black-robed foe, prompting Bai Daong to follow suit eagerly. The black-robed man clutched his injury, his pallor alarming. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang's speed. A moment of negligence had cost him dearly, and now, having lost an arm, his combat effectiveness was severely diminished. Exercising extreme caution, he chose not to engage further. Bolting towards the outskirts of the village, Daong wished to pursue, but was halted by Zhang Yang, who advised, "Let us recover first." Zhang Yang produced a vial of 8 treasures liquid and handed it to Bai Daong. "8 treasures elixir." Bai Daong's eyes lit up. Such a treasure was invaluable, and without hesitation, he downed the entire bottle. Zhang Yang followed suit, drinking a vial himself, and soon both began to recuperate. In just a brief moment, they were completely restored. "Give me a vial," Ding Song said, his gaze evasive as he approached Zhang Yang. His injuries were grave, and ordinary elixirs would be of no help. "You are not worthy," Zhang Yang replied flatly. "We are a team. You gave Bai Daong a vial. Why not me? I'd also held off the black-robed man for you. Without my intervention, you would have perished," Ding Song retorted angrily. "That was not your choice to make. The black-robed man targeted you. Furthermore, when Bai Xian called for your help, why did you not respond? You nearly endangered us all." Zhang Yang scoffed. "How could I assist when I was injured?" Ding Song's gaze faltered. He had indeed refrained from acting out of fear. "If you refuse to give me the 8 treasures elixir, it would be tantamount to harming a fellow disciple. I will certainly report this to the elders upon returning to the sect, and you shall await your punishment," Ding Song declared defiantly. "You have gone too far." Bai Daong interjected, unable to tolerate Ding Song's words any longer. What? It is Zhang Yang's refusal to grant me the elixir that has left me unable to heal." Ding Song's expression was frenzied. In such perilous circumstances, who could tell if more fiends would arrive? If he did not recover quickly, he risked becoming prey to a beast. "The 8 treasures elixir is mine. I shall give it to whomever I choose," Zhang Yang asserted, gesturing for Bai Daong and Xian Duo to leave. "If I survive to return, I will ensure your disgrace, and I will send people to annihilate your entire family." Ding Song spat angrily. Zhang Yang halted at these words. "You are aware of fear. If so, hand over the elixir," Ding Song bellowed, now utterly unhinged. In the next instant, Ding Song's head flew from his shoulders. Zhang Yang sheathed his black gold sword, his voice cold as ice. "I had no intention of stooping to your level, but if you dare to threaten my family, death is your only fate." With that, he turned to leave the Bai Daong. Witnessing Zhang Yang's lethal decision felt a shiver run through him. He had sensed a profound bloodlust emanating from Zhang Yang, a testament to the many lies he had claimed. Zhang Shidi is far from the simpleton he appears. Bai Daong admired Zhang Yang's decisive demeanor. Were he in Zhang Yang's position, he would have hesitated to take Ding Song's life. Soon, Qian Duo and Bai Daong caught up with Zhang Yang. "Where are we headed?" Bai Daong inquired, puzzled. As Zhang Yang had clearly become the backbone of their small team, "We are seeking the stronghold of the demon cultivators," Zhang Yang replied. You know where it is?" Bai Daong questioned. Bewildered, "I left a mark on that person. I can sense the general direction of his whereabouts," Zhang Yang explained. This was a small technique that had awakened in his mind during the emergence of his chaotic sacred body, which had rarely proven useful until now. Following Zhang Yang, Bai Daong and Qian Duo made their way toward the mountains near the village. Zhang Yang quickly pinpointed the individual based on the mark left on him. "What has happened here?" Zhang Yang frowned at the sight of corpse on the ground. The black-robed man lay dead. Could there be others nearby? Bai Daong scanned the surroundings warily. Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken than the sounds of battle reached their ears. Zhang Yang stealthily approached the source of the commotion, and soon the three were close to the fray. They witnessed a group of black-robed figures surrounding a man and a woman. The man was clad in white robes, strikingly handsome, while the woman had long black hair cascading down to her waist. Her black skirt accentuated her fair skin, and her long, beautiful legs were exposed, radiating youthful vitality. "Why does she look so familiar?" Zhang Yang murmured, lost in thought, as he felt an uncanny sense of recognition. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him like lightning. This was the woman who had sent him sprawling with a single palm strike in the Neo-Xian River. Bai Daong, overhearing Zhang Yang's mutterings, interjected, "That's Senior Sister Lan from the inner courtyard. How could you not recognize her?" "Senior Sister Lan. What is her full name?" Zhang Yang asked, wondering if fate had conspired against him. You don't know the first beauty of Zhang, Lan Chuchu? Bai Daong exclaimed, aghast. Indeed, senior sister Lan is extraordinarily beautiful. Qian Duo chimed in, unable to suppress her admiration. This is rather awkward. I had inadvertently touched her before. Zhang Yang thought, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He had not anticipated that the woman he had accidentally brushed against would be the daughter of Lan Luofei. Nevertheless, the sensation had indeed been pleasant. Zhang Yang resolved to keep his distance in the future to avoid being recognized. As for Lan Luofei's commission, he would deal with that later. For now, his life was paramount. Let us depart. Zhang Yang abruptly turned and departed. Shouldn't we lend a hand? Bai Daong inquired, eager to seize a rare opportunity to impress Lan Chuchu. What nonsense! Have you not observed the formidable strength of those cloaked figures? It would be akin to seeking one's own demise. Zhang Yang replied, exasperated. Encountering so many of these black-robed individuals here suggests their lair is likely nearby. Let us raid their stronghold, Zhang Yang said with a sly grin. Excellent idea, both Bai Daong and Qian Duo exclaimed. Their eyes lighting up, the trio swiftly departed, cautiously searching the woods for the location of the enemy's hideout. Before long, they stumbled upon a concealed cave entrance nestled within a steep cliff, remarkably well hidden from the average observer. This must be the place. Let us venture inside, Zhang Yang declared, immediately leaping into the cave that Bai Daong and Qian Duo followed closely behind. Upon entering, Zhang Yang quickly realized the cave was far deeper than he had anticipated. Its depths shrouded in darkness. Soon, Bai Daong and Qian Duo reached the cave's bottom as well. This does not strike me as a suitable lair, Bai Daong remarked, surveying the surroundings, which were obscured by shadows and featured only vague rock formations. Let us delve deeper, Zhang Yang suggested, and the trio continued their exploration. In short order, Zhang Yang discovered another deep cavern, from which flickering lights emanated. The three carefully peered inside, observing a fire pit at the center surrounded by several black-robed men. With numerous wooden crates scattered around them, we just slaughtered a small village. Yet the people from the Shaoxian sect have arrived so swiftly, one of the black-robed men murmured. The leader anticipated that someone would come, and he has been waiting for them. However, I've heard that the two who came are exceptionally powerful. I wonder if the leader can capture them, but if he succeeds, his power could surely increase through their blood. The black-robed figures engaged in hushed discussions. Fortunately, we encountered senior sister Lan. Otherwise, this task would have been beyond our capabilities, Bai Daong said nervously, recalling the formidable leader of the demonic cultivators, whose strength he could not fathom. But with just the three of us, it seems exceedingly difficult to attack their lair. One of the black-robed men has already reached the third level of martial prowess. Qian Duo interjected. Leave those black-robed men to me. You two should quickly retrieve the items from the crates and wait for me outside. Zhang Yang instructed. In no way. You are no match for that black-robed man, Bai Daong flatly refused. Although he recognized Zhang Yang's strength, he understood that he could not contend with a black-robed figure. Stop wasting time. Those black-robed men outside may return at any moment. We must act swiftly, Zhang Yang urged before charging into the cave. With a steely resolve, Bai Daong and Qian Duo followed him into the depths, albeit diverging towards the treasure chests. Intruders! Upon Zhang Yang's entrance into the cavern, the black-robed men immediately rose to their feet. You two take care of the other two. I'll handle this one. The most powerful of the black-robed men commanded, easily discerning Zhang Yang's intentions. You shall face me, Zhang Yang bellowed, his body radiating a golden light as his hair transformed to white. Daring to invade our lair. Even if you can transform, you shall not leave alive, the black-robed man sneered, charging at Zhang Yang. Recognizing Zhang Yang's martial prowess was only at the 8th level, the black-robed man believed he was no match for him. Even with secret techniques, with a swift motion, Zhang Yang's blade collided with the black-robed man's weapon, shattering in an instant. Zhang Yang struck again, his speed so rapid that the black-robed man had no time to react before he was slain. The remaining black-robed men were filled with dread. Their strongest member had been effortlessly dispatched. There's no point in fighting, they exclaimed, fleeing towards the cave's exit. You will not escape, Zhang Yang shouted, aware they intended to summon reinforcements. With a few swift movements, he severed the heads of the fleeing black-robed men, his hair instantly reverting to its original color. As he had surmised, a quick resolution was imperative. The shorter the battle, the less debilitating the feeling of weakness. "Let us hasten to those treasure chests," Zhang Yang declared. Meanwhile, Bai Daong stood frozen in place, awestruck by Zhang Yang's prowess. How many secrets does this Zhang disciple possess? He can transform, and that white hair is quite striking. Bai Daong marveled, momentarily forgetting the primary objective. "Quit dawdling. Move quickly," Zhang Yang called out, snapping Bai Daong from his reverie. The three swiftly gathered all the treasures from the crates. "Let us depart," Zhang Yang urged, and they dashed towards the cave's exit. Once outside, Bai Daong asked, "Where shall we go?" "Into the depths of the mountains," Zhang Yang replied. "The deep mountains are perilous, teeming with second-tier beasts." Bai Daong cautioned that it is precisely the most dangerous places that offer the greatest safety, Zhang Yang asserted, plunging into the heart of the mountains. "What profound wisdom!" Bai Daong mused, his perceptions entirely transformed by Zhang Yang's words. "I told you Zhang Yang was formidable," Qian Duo chimed in, promptly following suit. Bai Daong resolved to learn from Zhang Yang in the future as he hurried after them. Before long, the trio reached the heart of the mountains, where the terrifying roars of beasts echoed ominously. "This will do," Zhang Yang declared, entering a small cave that appeared relatively secure. The other two quickly followed suit. Inside, they laid out their spoils, filling the cave with an abundance of spirit stones and treasures. "I had no idea these ruffians were so wealthy," Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "They must have plundered many lives to amass this." Bai Daong speculated, "I could see that moment." Zhang Yang noticed a black orb among the pile of spirit stones, exuding an icy aura that had coated the ground in frost. "This is the Xian pearl," Bai Daong exclaimed, astonished. "You recognize it?" Zhang Yang inquired. "This pearl contains an exceptionally dense cold energy. It is a rare treasure. However, despite its value, many cannot utilize it," Bai Daong explained. The discovery of the Xian pearl in the lair of demonic cultivators suggested that they had likely found it within these mountains. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. He had a pressing need for such pearls. "Let us begin our cultivation," Zhang Yang urged. He shattered all the spirit stones and sealed the cave entrance, instantly flooding the cavern with spiritual energy, which coalesced into a mist. What an extravagant method of cultivation. "I must admit, I appreciate it," Bai Daong remarked, experiencing this method for the first time, as he was accustomed to slowly absorbing spirit stones one by one. Zhang Yang, however, simply grabbed a handful of spiritual herbs from the ground, swallowed them, and promptly began to meditate. The Bai Daong and Qian Duo quickly followed suit, emulating Zhang Yang's actions. Meanwhile, within the lair of the demonic cultivators, a man and a woman stood amidst the chaos. "Junior sister, it seems we have arrived too late. The lair has been thoroughly ransacked." The man in white frowned at the empty crates. "That is of little consequence. Though it is regrettable that the Xian pearl is gone." Lan Luofei sighed, somewhat exasperated. "Perhaps we should venture deeper into the mountains. If these demonic cultivators possess the Xian pearl, they must have obtained it from within this range." The man proposed, "Let it be. A place that harbors the Xian pearl is beyond my capabilities to enter." Lan Luofei replied with a sense of acceptance. "But," the man began, yet was cut off. "Thank you, senior brother Shijing. Let us return." Lan Luofei smiled gently at Shijing before departing. Shijing stood frozen, captivated by her smile, which felt like a spring breeze and carried a faint, pleasant fragrance, stirring emotions within him. "I shall certainly win your heart," he vowed silently. Shijing was captivated by the silhouette of Lan Luofei, silently vowing in his heart. Inside the cave, the once abundant spiritual energy had completely dissipated, and the treasures of heaven and earth had all been consumed by the three of them. Boom! A rumble erupted within Zhang Yang. Signaling his breakthrough, he had finally reached the warrior realm. Zhang Yang felt immense joy. Having elevated his rank by 2 levels thanks to these treasures, I could see that moment. Bai Daong and Qian Duo also opened their eyes, both having achieved breakthroughs as well. "That I'm sorry. I might have absorbed a bit more than I should have." Zhang Yang chuckled. fully aware that he had consumed most of the spiritual energy in the cave. There's no need to apologize. All of this was earned through your efforts. Without you, we would never have obtained these treasures. Bai Daong replied. Qian Duo nodded in agreement. I have broken through and am now at the 3rd level of the warrior realm. Bai Daong declared with a hint of pride that I, too, have made a breakthrough. Qian Duo exclaimed, his face brimming with delight. Then, turning to Zhang Yang, asked, what is your current realm? I have advanced 2 levels and am now also at the warrior realm. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. What? You broke through by 2 levels? Bai Daong exclaimed in astonishment, but his expression quickly dimmed and his excitement waned. What's wrong, senior brother Bai? Qian Duo noticed Bai Daong's unusual demeanor and quickly inquired, I feel disheartened. Life is becoming increasingly mundane. Bai Daong sighed heavily. Qian Duo intended to offer words of comfort, but at that moment, Zhang Yang stepped forward, patting Bai Daong's shoulder earnestly, saying, Brother, you must remain strong. Life still holds much interest, and challenges are a part of every day. Bai Daong felt touched by the first half of Zhang Yang's words, but nearly choked on his own blood when he heard the latter half. Qian Duo stifled a laugh beside them. The mission is complete. We should return to report it. This task grants quite a few points, Qian Duo said excitedly. You two go ahead. I still have other tasks to complete. Zhang Yang stated. What task? Perhaps we could assist you. Bai Daong offered that I need to eliminate 1,000 second-tier demon beasts, Zhang Yang replied. Then perhaps not, Bai Daong thought, startled. Zhang Yang was indeed extraordinary to take on such challenging tasks simultaneously. Zhang Yang, please ensure your safety. The 3 of them left the cave, with Qian Duo reminding him before departing. Rest assured, you both as well. Zhang Yang waved farewell to them. After parting ways, Zhang Yang immediately drew his black gold sword and headed towards the demon beasts. This is true training. A smile graced Zhang Yang's lips as he charged at the first demon beast he encountered. The initial level 2nd-tier demon beast lunged at Zhang Yang with its maw wide open. Swish! Zhang Yang swiftly severed the beast's claw with a single stroke, causing the creature to howl in agony, its crimson eyes fixated on Zhang Yang as it lunged again. Swish! Zhang Yang deftly evaded the beast's attack and struck again. Decapitating the creature, he skillfully skinned the demon beast, expertly cutting away the most vital meat, and extracted the demon core before continuing his hunt for the next target. Half a month later, Zhang Yang had spent a full fortnight in the forest. Relentlessly battling demon beasts, he feasted on their flesh when hungry and drank their blood when thirsty, while the demon cores were refined and absorbed using the Chaos Cauldron. Just as I anticipated. This task may be arduous for others, but for me, it is relatively simple, yielding substantial benefits. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. After a month of frenzied slaughter, he had broken through 2 levels and now stood at the 3rd level of the warrior realm. Not only had his strength significantly increased, but his physique had also become more robust, and his vitality more vigorous. All of this was thanks to the demon beast meat he had consumed over the past half-month. Only 1 demon beast remains. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yang felt a pang of concern. He had eliminated so many demon beasts that they were nearly extinct in the vicinity, leaving him with no choice but to venture deeper into the mountains. A moment later, Zhang Yang arrived at a pond. The water appeared crystal clear, but peering deeper revealed an abyss of darkness at the bottom. What an intense chill! Even with his abundant vitality, Zhang Yang felt a tinge of coldness. Just then, he suddenly noticed something writhing in the depths of the pond. He widened his eyes to see the dark shape growing larger. Not good. Zhang Yang instantly realized the shadow was approaching him, and he quickly retreated to a safe distance before observing the pond. In mere moments, a thunderous explosion erupted from the water's surface as a colossal creature surged forth. The being's body was covered in black scales, with 2 whiskers dancing in the air. What a massive fish! And it can fly! Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing it as resembling a goldfish from his past life. The fish demon emerged from the water. It soared toward Zhang Yang, its immense form toppling nearby trees. Zhang Yang, moving swiftly, charged towards the fish demon's abdomen, recalling from his past life that the softest spot on a fish is usually its belly. Clang! Zhang Yang struck the fish demon's abdomen, sparks flying. However, It merely left a scratch on the creature's tough exterior. Sensing the pain in its belly, the fish demon ascended once more, unleashing a barrage of bubbles towards Zhang Yang. The bubbles appeared transparent, seemingly innocuous. Boom, boom. As the bubbles neared Zhang Yang, they suddenly detonated, enveloping the forest in a chilling aura. Zhang Yang reacted quickly, but was still swept away by the explosive force, a bone-chilling sensation coursing through his entire body. Seeing that this attack had no effect on Zhang Yang, the fish demon opened its mouth again, releasing countless bubbles that filled the woods in an instant. What the? Zhang Yang was taken aback. If all these bubbles detonated simultaneously, he would undoubtedly perish. Just then, the bubbles in the woods began to emit a white light. Zhang Yang's mind raced. He knew he could not escape from this sea of bubbles. Got it! An idea flashed in Zhang Yang's mind. Although he was unsure of its effectiveness, he had no other choice. Boom! Boom! The bubbles exploded one after another, their icy aura sweeping through the entire forest. The trees instantly froze into sculptures, the ground blanketed in white, and frost blanketed the weeds. Amidst this white world, a cauldron stood tall, untouched by the chilling air. Crack! Zhang Yang opened the cauldron lid and climbed out. Upon seeing the snowy forest, he was filled with astonishment and relief. Thank goodness his mind was quick. Otherwise, he too would have become an ice sculpture. As Zhang Yang prepared to stow the chaos cauldron, he suddenly noticed a crack forming on it, a development that had not been present before. Could it be that the chaos cauldron sustained damage from this? Zhang Yang was filled with anger and concern, realizing he must urgently locate the 12 missing fragments of the cauldron. Otherwise, it would eventually shatter. I'll fight you to the end. Zhang Yang raised the chaos cauldron and charged at the fish demon. His face etched with fury. He had already suffered enough. As the world's foremost physique, a proud chaos sacred body, to have a mere cauldron at risk of complete destruction was intolerable. Seeing Zhang Yang charge, the fish demon opened its mouth again, unleashing a stream of black energy that turned everything in its path to ice shards. That moment, the chaos cauldron suddenly flew out, absorbing all of the black energy. And soon several drops of white liquid flowed from within, landing in Zhang Yang's hands. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He sensed that these drops of liquid were different from before, emanating a faint chill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the liquid, a wave of icy sensation engulfing him, quickly forming a pearl within his body. However, that bead was quite diminutive, merely the size of a grain of rice. Little did he expect it could coalesce into a shadow pearl. Zhang Yang felt a surge of joy within, but he soon regained his composure, muttering, "This flavor differs from before. It seems reminiscent of ice cream." That moment, the fish demon, witnessing its attack being absorbed by the chaos cauldron, appeared momentarily stunned. Subsequently, it seemed to erupt in fury, unleashing another stream of black energy towards Zhang Yang. The chilling aura emitted by the fish demon was once again absorbed by the chaos cauldron. And soon, a white liquid began to flow forth. Observing this, Zhang Yang's expression brightened with delight. After consuming the white liquid, he noticed the shadow pearl within him had noticeably increased in size, now akin to a yellow bean. When the fish demon realized its attack was futile, it expelled countless bubbles. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang leaped into action, positioning the cauldron's mouth directly over the fish demon's maw. Instantly, the bubbles were absorbed by the cauldron, resulting in an even greater outpouring of white liquid than before. Zhang Yang suddenly recognized that this fish was not a monster, but rather a koi. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded. Zhang Yang pursued the fish demon with the chaos cauldron, while the fish demon fled in panic, realizing its attacks were utterly ineffective against this human. Just as the fish demon sought to retreat to the pond, Zhang Yang thrust the cauldron forward. It soared through the air like a shooting star, crashing down upon the fish demon's head, causing its massive body to plummet to the ground, clearly rendered unconscious. Zhang Yang approached the fish demon's side, promptly placing the chaos cauldron over its mouth. Moments later, the cold energy emanating from the fish demon was entirely absorbed by the cauldron, resulting in a copious amount of white liquid condensing within. At this juncture, the fish demon had shrunk significantly, now merely the size of Zhang Yang's palm, floundering on the ground. Zhang Yang consumed all the liquid, and soon enough, The shadow pearl within him swelled to the size of a fist before finally ceasing its expansion. It seemed he had reached his limit. Zhang Yang murmured. Acutely aware that the shadow pearl could no longer absorb any more cold energy, he picked up the diminutive black fish lying on the ground and smiled. Thank you for the opportunity you've provided me. I'll let you go this time. With that, he prepared to toss the small black fish back into the pond. Suddenly, Zhang Yang noticed what appeared to be a droplet of water trickling from the corner of the fish's eye. Crying, Zhang Yang exclaimed, utterly bewildered. It seemed improbable. It must be a coincidence. He dismissed the thought and threw the small black fish into the pond. Upon entering the water, the little black fish regained its freedom, surfacing to expel a jet of water from its mouth, soaking Zhang Yang completely before swiftly diving into the depths of the pond. Don't be ungrateful, and then dare to spray me with water. Had I known, I would not have spared you, Zhang Yang shouted at the pond. Unbeknownst to him, this fish had been cultivating here for decades, painstakingly absorbing the cold energy, and now it had all been squandered on Zhang Yang. The fish demon longed to devour him whole. Subsequently, Zhang Yang slew another beast, finally completing his task. Now that I have reached the 3rd level of warrior, I shall exchange for the tying sword technique, and I expect my prowess to increase significantly. Moreover, through this encounter with the fish demon, he realized that his black gold sword was no longer adequate. He needed to devise a plan. Zhang Yang mused. With my current strength, Huaja may not even be my match. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. A confrontation with Huaja was inevitable. He then set off back to the Shaoxin Sect. 2 days later, Zhang Yang returned to the Shaoxin Sect, swiftly making his way to the task hall to submit his 2 completed assignments. You actually return alive? An elder remarked with a hint of surprise. Zhang Yang. A dark cloud hung over Zhang Yang's head as he thought. Could you not wish me well? Some outer disciples looked at Zhang Yang in astonishment. Many were aware that he had taken on 2 extremely challenging tasks, believing he was courting death. Yet here he was, not only alive, but having completed both tasks. What a freak, one disciple whispered. Your 2,000 points have been credited. Please verify for yourself, the elder said with a smile. Zhang Yang checked his token and indeed found 2,000 points within. He bid farewell to the elder with a smile and quickly made his way to the points exchange hall. I want the tying sword technique, Zhang Yang stated directly, handing over his token. The elder paused for a moment, then opened Zhang Yang's token, confirming the presence of 2,000 points. Good lad, you really completed those 2 tasks? The elder exclaimed in astonishment, knowing how difficult they were. Many disciples who had attempted them had disappeared without a trace. Zhang Yang nodded. Upon seeing this, the elder was taken aback, but still handed the tying sword technique to Zhang Yang, cautioning, I must warn you, this technique is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Many spend their entire lives without ever managing to condense a shadow pearl. Zhang Yang smiled slightly and replied, Thank you for your concern, but I have already condensed my shadow pearl. With that, he departed the points exchange hall. This little brat can truly boast. I still haven't managed to condense mine, and he, a mere child who just acquired the technique, has already done so. The elder shook his head, reflecting that his earlier example was indeed a reflection of himself, though he would never admit to such an embarrassing truth. As Zhang Yang walked back to his cave dwelling, he felt a surge of excitement. He had long coveted the tying sword technique. As he strolled, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed numerous disciples in the distance pointing at him, with a noticeably larger number of female disciples, each blushing profusely. What is going on? Have they all fallen for me? Zhang Yang wondered in confusion. Just then, a male disciple rushed towards him, looking rather pleased with himself. Brother, ever since I read your youth cultivation manual and practiced some of the moves, my combat prowess has surged, and my partner has been much kinder to me, the man exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang Yang chuckled. Those moves can make a man more formidable and enhance his pure yang energy during combat. You will only grow stronger with practice. Is that true? The man asked, eyes wide with delight. Zhang Yang nodded. When will you release a sequel? I can't wait, the man urged, clearly eager for more. This matter cannot be rushed. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. The man, slightly disappointed, said, I'm Wang Heng, that if you release a sequel, please notify me first. Thank you for your support, Brother Wang. I will be sure to inform you first when the sequel is out. Zhang Yang assured him that moment. Several figures rushed over, all expressing profound admiration upon seeing Zhang Yang. One of them remarked, "Elder brother is truly a genius." Zhang Yang was puzzled, as he clearly did not recognize these individuals. Wang Heng explained, "These people are all enthusiasts of the Youth Cultivation Manual." Zhang Yang then realized, and he clasped his fists together, saying, "Thank you all for your support, but I have a question for everyone." Wang Heng smiled and said, "We are all brothers. Feel free to ask." The others nodded in agreement. "Why do those women keep pointing and whispering about me?" Zhang Yang inquired, voicing his curiosity. Wang Heng glanced at the female disciples, then chuckled as he explained, "Brother Zhang, you may not know, but although your youth cultivation manual has not been around for long, it has rapidly swept through the outer sect. Naturally, it has fallen into the hands of some female disciples along the way." "Can you get to the point?" Zhang Yang interjected. "Those female disciples are all criticizing you, calling you a lecher, claiming you must have harmed many women to concoct such content," Wang Heng replied. Zhang Yang. "Brother Zhang, I have something I'm uncertain about whether to mention," a male disciple spoke up. Zhang Yang gestured for him to continue. Bi Daong, who accompanied you on the task, was injured, and Qian Duo has been captured. The man informed him. Zhang Yang's expression immediately darkened, and he demanded, "Who did this?" "It was Ding Chuanxiu, the sister of Ding Song. It's said to be related to Ding Song's disappearance," the man explained. "Where is she?" Zhang Yang's killing intent surged forth uncontrollably, the palpable aura of menace causing shock to spread across the faces of those present. "Brother Zhang, do not act impulsively. This woman has already reached the 4th level of warrior, and she possesses significant backing that it would not be wise to confront her recklessly," another disciple cautioned. Wang Heng advised. Zhang Yang instantly regained his composure, and he quickly conceived a more ingenious idea. Thus, he addressed the crowd. "Do any of you know disciples with influential backgrounds within the sect? Brother Zhang, you've come to the right people. Nearly all of us have some form of backing," Wang Heng replied with a smile. Zhang Yang was taken aback and then inquired, "What sort of background?" "I'm the grandson of an inner court elder. That fellow is the offspring of an outer court elder and his mistress. And the rather plump one over there has the most significant background, being the late child of the outer court's grand elder," Wang Heng elaborated, introducing Zhang Yang to those individuals who wore expressions of pride. Zhang Yang was stunned, realizing that his loyal readers were a group of privileged heirs. The depth of their backgrounds, yet they still lingered in the outer court, revealed that they were not to be underestimated. "If you assist me in rescuing Qian Duo, I shall promptly release the 4th volume of my youth cultivation manual," Zhang Yang declared. "Is that truly the case?" Wang Heng was the first to express excitement, with the others fixating on Zhang Yang. "Once spoken, a promise is not easily retracted," Zhang Yang affirmed. "Excellent." The crowd chorused, immediately heading toward the disciples' residence area, their faces marked with a fierce determination. Before long, they arrived outside one of the caves, and Wang Heng called out, "Ding Chuanxiu, come out." Soon after, a woman emerged, bearing a striking resemblance to Ding Song. Before she could speak, Wang Heng shouted, "Hand over Qian Duo. Ding Chuanxiu frowned, saying, "My brother's disappearance is likely related to her. I still have questions to ask her." "Questions be damned. Hand her over now, or I shall demolish your cave," Wang Heng retorted boldly, his demeanor radiating arrogance, contrasting sharply with his previous interaction with Zhang Yang. Ding Chuanxiu gritted her teeth in frustration. Despite her own background, the individuals surrounding her possessed connections that overshadowed hers. Reluctantly, she released Qian Duo as Qian Duo stepped out of the cave. Her pallid face bore the marks of abuse, her body bruised and battered, evidently a victim of maltreatment. Zhang Yang, witnessing her suffering, was filled with righteous indignation and charged toward Ding Chuanxiu. "I have released her. You may leave now," Ding Chuanxiu stated, her expression grim, astonished that a mere Qian Duo could attract such a throng of privileged youths. Just as Ding Chuanxiu contemplated retreating into the cave, Zhang Yang's figure suddenly appeared beside her, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Bang! Caught off guard, Ding Chuanxiu was sent crashing into the cave wall. When she managed to rise again, her face was already swollen. "Brother Zhang truly lives up to our idol. He is fiercer than any of us. Someone couldn't help but exclaim that I shall fight you. Ding Chunxiu seethed, rubbing her inflamed cheek. If you dare to harm our brother, we will ensure you vanish from the Shaoxian sect. Wang Heng's voice rang out suddenly. Ding Chunxiu's mind snapped back to reality, her expression darkening. She genuinely feared that these privileged youths could orchestrate her downfall. She is but a girl from a small town. Why do you protect her? Ding Chunxiu bit out, bewildered by their defense of such an ordinary girl. Because she is our sister. Should you dare to plot against her again, you will surely learn the consequences. Wang Heng replied coldly. Sister. Ding Chunxiu scoffed in disbelief. However, realizing the extent of their protection, she turned her gaze to Zhang Yang, understanding that he was the one who had brought them together. As only he knew Qian duoed, I understand now. Ding Chunxiu suppressed her fury. That's more like it. Wang Heng snorted in satisfaction. Zhang Yang then took Qian duo and the others away. Ding Chunxiu glared at Zhang Yang's retreating figure, her heart seething with rage as she declared her mind. Zhang Yang, with those privileged youths shielding you, your end will come during the outer core competition. Zhang Yang brought Qian duo to her cave. Here, take this. It will hasten your recovery from such injuries. He handed her a bottle of 8 treasures elixir, aware that her plight stemmed from his involvement. Without hesitation, Qian duo accepted the elixir. Should that vile woman trouble you again, seek assistance from these individuals, Zhang Yang instructed, gesturing toward Wang Heng and the others. Qian duo glanced at Wang Heng and the others, who wore expressions of warmth and encouragement, a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. She nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yang then departed, delivering a bottle of 8 treasures elixir to Bai Daong. Upon returning to his own cave, he swiftly dedicated a day to crafting the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual, which he subsequently entrusted to the privileged youths. Brother Zhang is indeed formidable. I now have new knowledge to acquire. Wang Heng exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm as he presented Zhang Yang with his points. Zhang Yang observed the 8,000 points within the token and inquired, are there any particularly suitable locations for cultivation in the outer court? The abundance of points was due to the increased price of the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual. Wang Heng, recognizing Zhang Yang's preparations for the outer court competition, suggested, I recommend you cultivate in the Shaoxian secret realm. It is the sacred ground for cultivation in the outer court, albeit a bit costly. After hearing this, Zhang Yang bid farewell to Wang Heng and prepared to head for the Shaoxian secret realm. Be cautious. Hua Biu is also cultivating there, and I have heard he may very well break through to the 6th level of warrior before the competition, Wang Heng warned. The 6th level of warrior? Zhang Yang was somewhat astonished, not realizing that Hua Biu's advancement was occurring at such a rapid pace. While Zhang Yang was surprised by others, he overlooked his own progress, which had accelerated to a terrifying degree. Soon, Zhang Yang arrived at the entrance of the Shaoxian secret realm, where the number of disciples was relatively sparse, likely due to the high cost that I wished to enter the Shaoxian secret realm for cultivation. Zhang Yang stated to the elder guarding the realm point, 1 day costs 1,000 points. The elder replied. Zhang Yang promptly handed over 8,000 points and stepped into the secret realm. Upon entering, Zhang Yang discovered a world blanketed in ice and snow. Juxtaposed against a fiery landscape, the boundary between the two realms was marked by a unique zone where ice and fire intertwined, creating a tumultuous spectacle. Zhang Yang observed various disciples cultivating in the respective realms. Yet only one individual occupied the boundary area. Hua Biu. Zhang Yang strode toward the central zone, awakening several disciples who stared at him in astonishment. Is he really attempting to cultivate in the central area? One wondered aloud. Indeed, his direction confirms it. How reckless. That area is fraught with violent energy, and anyone entering would likely sustain severe injuries. Only prodigies like Hua Biu can barely endure a moment there. A disciple from the outer court sneered, eager to witness Zhang Yang's misfortune. This individual, named Xiongba, was also exceptionally gifted and proud. That figure looks somewhat familiar. Is that Zhang Yang? Another disciple pondered, seemingly recognizing him. Zhang Yang, Xiongba exclaimed in shock. Brother Zhang, wait, Xiongba called out, for Zhang Yang had become his idol, and he could not bear to see him walk into danger. Zhang Yang turned to face the man in confusion. The energy in the central area is exceedingly violent. Many disciples have been grievously injured there. Brother Zhang, perhaps you should choose another location, Xiongba urged kindly. Zhang Yang smiled and offered a slight bow, continuing his advance toward the central area. Indeed, he is an idol. Even in the face of death, he walks with such grace, Xiongba muttered. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly shouted, I look forward to the 4th volume of the Youth Cultivation Manual. Zhang Yang waved his hand in acknowledgement, signaling that he understood. As Zhang Yang entered the central area, he soon felt the chaotic energy enveloping his entire being. Rather than causing him pain, the sensation was rather comforting. Zhang Yang attributed his resilience to the chaos sacred body. Without hesitation, he settled into a lotus position and began to cultivate, the rich spiritual energy swiftly converging within him. From a distance, several disciples watched Zhang Yang in amazement. They had anticipated that he would be severely injured and bloodied upon entry, yet he remained expressionless and remarkably composed. Indeed, he is my idol. He is in a league of his own, Xiongba. A figure of reverence spoke in the distance, while Bu opened his eyes during his meditation, sensing an influx of spiritual energy surging towards the individual opposite him. This disturbance caused him to furrow his brow, as it began to interfere with his cultivation. Could it be that an inner sect disciple has ventured here? While Bu mused, unable to discern the strangeress appearance due to the considerable distance. However, such a significant commotion in cultivation could only be caused by a select few prodigies from the inner sect, for there had indeed been instances in the past where inner sect disciples came to this place to train. Convinced that the individual must be a prodigy from the inner sect, Huabuyu refrained from recklessly interrupting and gritted his teeth to continue his practice, accepting the diminished spiritual energy as it was. 8 days swiftly passed, and Zhang Yang awoke from his meditation, his eyes resembling deep abysses, swirling with chaotic energy. Soon, he fully regained consciousness. I have now broken through to the 4th rank of a warrior. And my tying sword technique has reached the entry level, Zhang Yang murmured. The tying sword technique was exceedingly difficult to master, and even now, Zhang Yang had only just reached the initial stage. It is time to depart. Zhang Yang stood and exited the small mysterious realm. As he stepped out, he overheard a multitude of voices engaged in conversation. The aura surrounding Huabiyu had intensified considerably. He likely had attained the 6th rank of a warrior. If that were the case, his current strength would probably make him the strongest in the outer academy, capable of entering the inner academy at will. Several disciples wore expressions filled with envy. Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, merely shook his head and departed. Even if Huabiyu had reached the 6th rank of a warrior, he remained confident in his ability to defeat him. Did you see that? The one leaving is Zhang Yang. He harbors a grudge against Huabiyu for the murder of his brother. One person remarked quietly, noticing Zhang Yang departure. Such a fool is courting death. How dare he offend Huabiyu after just rising from the servant academy? Killing him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Another scoffed, a look of derision crossing his face. Zhang Yang returned to the entrance of his cave dwelling, where he found Qian Duo anxiously pacing back and forth. Yes, there's something amiss? Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. You have finally returned, Qian Duo exclaimed, rushing over to hand Zhang Yang a letter. The grave matter has arisen in Qingshan City. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression changed, and he immediately tore open the envelope to read its contents. Where did this letter come from? Zhang Yang asked, noticing the absence of sender on the envelope. It was sent by my father before the lockdown in Qingshan City, Qian Duo replied. Hearing this, Zhang Yang dashed towards the teleportation array. He needed to return to Qingshan City without delay. The letter informed him that the Qi and Li families had suddenly targeted the Zhang family, and to obliterate them, they had directly sealed off Qingshan City, with even Lan Luofei unable to intervene. Zhang Yang understood that if even Lan Luofei could not stop it, the situation was surely dire. A tremendous upheaval had undoubtedly occurred in Qingshan City. The teleportation array of the Shaoxin sect could not reach Qingshan City directly. Zhang Yang had no choice but to teleport to the nearest city and then hurry to Qingshan City. Half a day later, Zhang Yang rode a rented spirit beast swiftly toward Qingshan City, drawing nearer to his destination. Just then, an elderly man, appearing disheveled with unkempt hair, obstructed his path. Please, step aside, Zhang Yang said, though his urgency was palpable. Young man, I believe a significant change has occurred in Qingshan City. It is best that you do not proceed. The old man cautioned, I must go. My family is still within the city. Zhang Yang asserted resolutely. The old man sighed and ultimately stepped aside. Zhang Yang seized the opportunity and raced toward Qingshan City. Watching Zhang Yang's retreating figure, the old man muttered, in all my years, this is the first time I've encountered someone so courteous in such a disheveled state. Very well. I shall also go and see for myself. Upon arriving outside Qingshan City, Zhang Yang found the city gates tightly shut. With over a dozen individuals in varied attire guarding the entrance, members of the Qi and Li families, Zhang Yang recognized them instantly. They too noticed Zhang Yang, and one of them sneered, I never imagined you would dare return. You shall perish alongside the Zhang family. With that, the group charged at Zhang Yang. Seeking death, Zhang Yang roared, leaping from a spirit beast to unleash a flurry of sword strikes upon them. With each swing of his sword, several heads fell to the ground. In mere moments, the assailants lay vanquished. After dispatching them, Zhang Yang cleaved the city gates in two with a single swing, and his figure surged into the city. At the entrance of the Zhang family, the Qi and Li families had already surrounded them, the ground littered with corpses, the majority belonging to the Zhang family. Lan Luofei, I advise you to leave quickly. You can no longer protect the Zhang family. Qi Peishan scoffed. Lan Luofei furrowed her brow. Had she not intervened, thus the entire Zhang family was swept away in one fell swoop. The guard from the Qi and Li families received their orders, and a formidable force of over 100 men surged toward Zhang Yang with murderous intent. Zhang Qingshan's gaze was bloodshot, desperate to aid Zhang Yang. However, he was swiftly blocked by Qi Peishan and Li Xian. Do not be hasty. Once Zhang Yang is dead, it will be your turn. Qi Peishan sneered. Zhang Qingshan was not afraid of Qi Peishan or Li Xian. His attention was drawn to the elder behind Xiangbin, whose piercing gaze sent a chill down his spine. Zhang Qingshan knew that should he make a move, the elder would strike in an instant, and he was acutely aware that he was no match for the elder's prowess. Zhang Yang surveyed the guards rushing towards him, his eyes void of any emotion. Boom! An aura erupted from Zhang Yang, the oppressive force of a fourth-tier warrior bearing down on the guards, as he swiftly plunged into their ranks. Cries of despair echoed as the guards fell in droves, blood pooling beneath them. Such immense power! Li Yunshan's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated Zhang Yang's rapid growth in just over a month. We must attack together. We cannot allow him to escape, or both our families will face dire consequences. Qi Peishan realized the terror Zhang Yang posed, and knew that he must not survive this day, lest it lead to endless troubles. Yunshan nodded, and both men charged at Zhang Yang. I must commend your audacity, daring to come alone to rescue the Zhang family. Since you have chosen this path, let us perish together. Qi Peishan laughed maniacally, swinging his blade towards Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, Li Xian circled behind him, launching a fist toward Zhang Yang. The two patriarchs of Qingshan City joining forces to eliminate a mere junior was unprecedented in the city's history. You old fools, Zhang Qingshan cried out, attempting to rush to Zhang Yang's aid. However, the elder behind Xiangbin materialized before him, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Zhang Qingshan, rendering him immobile. You cannot kill me. Zhang Yang's expression remained impassive as a sinister chill emanated from his black gold sword, instantly obliterating the guards closest to him. Die. Zhang Yang leaped into the air, evading the assaults of his two foes, and swung his sword at them. An extreme cold surge from the Yin Pearl into the black gold sword, unleashing a wave of dark energy that transformed Li Yunshan and Qi Peishan into ice sculptures, which shattered into countless icy shards. The remaining guards, witnessing the demise of their master, fled in terror. Yet frost quickly enveloped them, and one by one, they shattered into fine powder. The Qi and Li families had suffered total annihilation. Incredible! Lan Luofei gazed at Zhang Yang in shock. She could hardly believe how much he had grown in such a short span. Zhang Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He sensed that Zhang Yang's strength had even surpassed his own. Xiangbin's expression soured as he gazed at Zhang Yang, fully aware that he had come at Qi Wenli's behest, only to see his mission fail spectacularly and his family obliterated. How could he return to face Qi Wenli? Being a scion of a great dynasty, he would never have ventured to this remote Qingshan city were it not to ally with the rising talent, Qi Wenli. Seeking death, Xiangbin was utterly enraged. Lunging at Zhang Yang with his sword drawn, in that instant, the elder assigned to protect him barred Xiangbin's path, stating, "Allow me to handle this, lest I sully the young master's hands." Xiangbin understood the elder's implication. It was clear he doubted Xiangbin's ability to contend with Zhang Yang, fueling his anger further. As a disciple of the inner court, he had his own pride. After all, he was a 6th-tier warrior, far superior to Qi Peishan. "Step aside. I will personally slay Zhang Yang," Xiangbin shouted, his face contorting with rage. The elder hesitated but ultimately stepped aside, confident in his own strength, knowing he could intervene if Xiangbin faltered. Why not be a proper young master instead of Qi Wenli's lapdog? Zhang Yang was unperturbed by Xiangbin's fury, his words intended to provoke him into action, fully aware that the Zhang family's calamity was instigated by Xiangbin. Yet his peripheral vision remained vigilant of the elder, sensing an overwhelming danger emanating from him. To the sound of Zhang Yang's taunt, Xiangbin could no longer restrain himself, charging towards Zhang Yang with deadly intent. As Xiangbin closed in, Zhang Yang's gaze sharpened. He understood that he had but one opportunity to eliminate Xiangbin. If he missed, the elder would assuredly intervene. Boom! A golden energy surged forth from Zhang Yang, his hair turning white as he unleashed his full power. "Die!" Zhang Yang bellowed, slicing at Xiangbin with his sword, the black gold blade swirling with extreme cold. Xiangbin's countenance changed dramatically upon witnessing the might of Zhang Yang's strike. But it was too late to flee. He could only muster all his strength to thrust his sword back at Zhang Yang. The elder, sensing the catastrophic force of Zhang Yang's attack, also paled. But it was far too late to avert the impending disaster. Bang! The moment their swords clashed, the black energy erupted from the black gold sword, engulfing Xiangbin entirely in chilling darkness. When the dark energy dissipated, Xiangbin had vanished without a trace, not even leaving behind a remnant of his existence. "You little bastard!" The elder's face twisted with shock and fury. He had never anticipated Zhang Yang could unleash such horrifying energy. Preventing him from saving Xiangbin in time, in a fit of rage, the elder struck out at Zhang Yang with a palm, revealing the terrifying aura of a martial master. The power of a martial master was overwhelmingly formidable, and madness danced in Zhang Yang's eyes as he realized the vast disparity in their strengths that he knew he could not evade this strike. "If you wish for my demise, you best be prepared to pay a price." Zhang Yang's golden energy surged, pushing his chaotic void technique to its limits. Boom! The street was engulfed in a radiant golden light, the black energy sweeping across the thoroughfare, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. As the chaotic energy gradually subsided, the figures of both combatants emerged. Zhang Yang had returned to his normal state, yet he appeared utterly wretched. His black robes were tattered, and blood flowed continuously from his mouth. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yang remained standing against the onslaught of a martial master. Propping himself up with his sword, his expression still one of madness that he actually survived. The elder touched his cheek, feeling the sting of a sword wound. Blood trickling from the cut. Seeing the blood on his hand, the elder's countenance darkened further. It was a tremendous humiliation for a martial master to be injured by a mere warrior ant. In the next moment, the elder vanished, reappearing before Zhang Yang. His wrinkled face contorted in a grimace as he declared, "Die." He then unleashed a devastating palm strike at Zhang Yang. "Don't!" Zhang Qingshan shouted in desperation. But the elder's speed was too swift, leaving him no time to intervene. Lan Luofei reacted faster than Zhang Qingshan, but her strength was insufficient to halt the elder. Zhang Yang's face was filled with madness. He had resolved to self-destruct. Even in death, he would ensure the elder suffered. Just as the elder's palm was about to connect with Zhang Yang's head, a gnarled hand suddenly appeared, seizing the elder's wrist. This transpired in an instant. Zhang Yang followed the withered hand and was astonished to see that the newcomer was the filthy old man he had encountered on his way, seeking death. The elder bellowed, striking again towards the frail, old the elder's surprise. The old man merely flicked his wrist, effortlessly neutralizing the elder's attack. Bang! In the next moment, the frail old man struck the elder, sending him hurtling back, blood pouring from his mouth. My Dantian. The elder exclaimed in terror upon landing, realizing his Dantian had been shattered, rendering him an invalid. Who on earth are you? The elder's eyes darkened. Though he had been incapacitated, the other's strength was so overwhelming that he did not dare harbor any resentment towards the old man, instead choosing to lay the blame squarely on the Zhang family. Leave now, the disheveled old man spoke in a faint voice. The elderly gentleman's expression shifted slightly, and he then struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his abdomen as he departed. I am grateful for your timely rescue. Senior, Zhang Yang uttered, his complexion remarkably pale, as he spoke with great difficulty. Afterward, he promptly retrieved a vial of 8 treasure elixir and consumed it. Moments later, his complexion improved marginally. However, Zhang Yang could still feel the lingering weakness within him. Though the 8 treasure elixir is beneficial, its effects on you are not particularly significant, the scruffy elder remarked, producing a vial of crimson potion and offering it to Zhang Yang. Drink this. It is far more suitable for you. Without a second thought, Zhang Yang drank the potion, soon discovering with delight that his weakness was gradually dissipating. Thank you, Senior, Zhang Yang said, bowing respectfully to the elder. At this moment, Zhang Qingshan and Lan Luofei had also arrived at Zhang Yang's side. Zhang Qingshan repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the disheveled elder, fully aware that without him, Zhang Yang would have undoubtedly perished. Meanwhile, Lan Luofei watched the scruffy old man, feeling a sense of familiarity, and after a moment of contemplation, her face displayed a look of astonishment as she respectfully greeted him. I pay my respects to the ancient Ming sect leader. Sect leader, both Zhang Yang and Zhang Qingshan exclaimed in utter disbelief. Noticing Zhang Yang still in a daze, Lan Luofei quickly tugged at him and whispered, "This is the leader of your Shaoxian sect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was taken aback and immediately bowed respectfully to the scruffy elder, saying, I pay my respects to the sect leader. Such formalities are unnecessary in this setting. The scruffy elder chuckled. Zhang Qingshan promptly extended a warm invitation for ancient Ming to visit the Zhang family, which the leader graciously accepted, accompanying them into the Zhang residence. Upon returning, Zhang Yang first administered the last vial of 8 treasure elixir to his grandfather, and Zhang Qingshan's injuries began to heal rapidly. At the dinner table, ancient Ming still maintained his scruffy appearance. Do you understand why I chose to save you? Ancient Ming inquired, gazing at Zhang Yang. I am unaware. Esteemed elder, Zhang Yang replied respectfully, it is because you are a disciple of the Shaoxian sect. Possessing exceptional talent, survive a blow from a martial master is no ordinary feat, ancient Ming said with a smile. Zhang Yang merely smiled in response, knowing that without his secret techniques, he likely would not have survived. You jest, esteemed leader. The Shaoxian sect has a history of 1,000 years. It is certain that there are many disciples with similar talents. Your high regard for me must stem from other reasons. Zhang Yang replied respectfully. Haha, you truly are astute. My intentions have been seen through, ancient Ming remarked, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. After his laughter subsided, ancient Ming's expression grew serious as he continued. Many are aware of my Shaoxian sect, yet few know of the countless sects within the Great Xia Empire, with the 4 most powerful being the 4 great sects. Every 10 years, these 4 sects hold a grand competition. Are you suggesting that you wish for me to participate in the 4-sect competition? Zhang Yang asked, astonished. Precisely, ancient Ming nodded. Do you not think you are overestimating me? Esteemed leader, Zhang Yang replied with a wry smile, feeling himself to be merely an outer disciple. I have witnessed your strength and trust my judgment. Your potential for growth is immense, ancient Ming stated. When does the 4-sect competition take place? Zhang Yang inquired. In 6 months. Ancient Ming replied. In truth, I find myself in a difficult position. Given the current strength of our Shaoxian sect, we will likely find ourselves at the bottom once again. I must take a gamble. Ancient Ming sighed, expressing his helplessness. The weight of ancient Ming's words pressed heavily on Zhang Yang. The 4-sect competition is notoriously brutal. As I understand it, if our Shaoxian sect were to be at the bottom again, we would be replaced and relegated to the status of an insignificant sect, Lan Luofei interjected, having remained silent until now. That seems unlikely. The Shaoxian sect is quite formidable at present, Zhang Yang responded. Somewhat skeptical, the so-called four-sect competition is essentially a struggle for resources. Should the Shaoxian sect be eliminated from the four great sects, we would no longer receive resource support, and it is feared we would not endure for long. Ancient Ming explained, though his words were not fully articulated. Although Ancient Ming did not complete his thought, Zhang Yang grasped the precarious situation of their sect and promptly declared, "The sect leader saved my family. I shall do my utmost to assist the sect." "Ha, splendid. I did not misjudge you. Focus on your cultivation. I will ensure the Zhang family is discreetly protected." Ancient Ming responded with hearty laughter. "I tea this moment." A guard reported, "The assets of the Qi and Li families have been completely confiscated." The group made their way to the Zhang family courtyard, where a vast amount of resources from both families lay piled high. Zhang Yang gazed at the spiritual herbs and asked, "Grandfather, may I have these spiritual herbs?" "Of course," Zhang Qingshan replied with a smile. Zhang Yang promptly collected the spiritual herbs, but as the banquet continued, he excused himself to return to his room. Once inside, Zhang Yang placed the spiritual herbs into the chaos cauldron. In mere moments, he witnessed the herbs transform into liquid, coalescing within the cauldron. Just as I suspected. The chaos cauldron not only refines demon pills, but also spiritual herbs. Zhang Yang exclaimed in delight, quickly fetching a transparent vial to store the green liquid. Due to the limited quantity of spiritual herbs, Zhang Yang managed to obtain only 2 vials of the green liquid. However, he soon noticed that the luster of the chaos cauldron had noticeably dimmed compared to before, causing him to furrow his brow. Soon, he recalled the possibility and hurried out to retrieve 50 medium-grade spirit stones, casting them all into the chaos cauldron. In the next moment, the cauldron emitted a faint glow, which vanished in an instant. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang could clearly see that the cauldron's brilliance had improved slightly. Indeed, Zhang Yang realized that the chaos cauldron also required energy replenishment. However, the cost for this replenishment was rather steep. 50 medium-grade spirit stones only restored a fraction of its luster. It is worth noting that the Zhang family had acquired only a few hundred medium-grade spirit stones from the demise of the Qi and Li families. It seems I must find ways to procure more spirit stones in the future. Zhang Yang muttered helplessly. Though he had the entire Zhang family backing him, he understood that even if all of the family's resources were funneled into the chaos cauldron, it would only barely restore half of its energy. Zhang Yang returned to the Zhang family hall with the 2 vials of green liquid. "Grandfather, this is for you. You may drink some yourself or use it to nurture a select group of Zhang family disciples." "Why does this resemble a potion?" Zhang Qingshan inquired, puzzled. Zhang Yang nodded, unsure himself. "I suppose it could be considered a potion. Where did you obtain this?" Zhang Qingshan asked, confused, as the Zhang family possessed no potions. Observing the potion in Zhang Yang's hand, Ancient Ming took a vial from him and examined it closely. After a moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This potion has an exceptionally high purity, even surpassing that of top-grade potions. Where on earth did it come from?" At this revelation, Zhang Yang was taken aback, realizing that potion purity is categorized into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The fact that the sect leader claimed the potion's purity exceeded that of top-grade potions left Zhang Yang both astonished and aware that he must keep the potions refined in the chaos cauldron hidden from others in the future. "I found it among the spoils from the Qi and Li families," Zhang Yang stated. "Do not deceive me. This potion appears to have been freshly concocted, but if my suspicions are correct, it should be derived from the spiritual herbs you just took." Ancient Ming replied. "This old man is not easily fooled," Zhang Yang thought to himself, quickly devising a plan in his mind. "Esteemed leader, your discernment is commendable. Indeed, this is my creation," Zhang Yang responded. "How did you manage to refine such a pure potion? Could you share your methods with me?" Ancient Ming asked, visibly excited. "I am uncertain. While refining, I suddenly felt as though I had entered a peculiar state, and when I regained consciousness, the potion was already complete." Zhang Yang explained, his face a mask of sincerity. "Oh, that is how it is. Ancient Ming realized that some exceptionally gifted alchemists occasionally enter a state of enlightenment during the refining process, resulting in potions that far exceed their usual capabilities. However, this state of enlightenment is incredibly rare and cannot be summoned at will. Observing Ancient Ming's reaction, Zhang Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that his ruse had successfully deceived the elder, "Would you consider taking me on as your disciple?" Ancient Ming suddenly proposed. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. The ancient patriarch is an exceptionally formidable alchemist, and to this day, he has never taken on a disciple. Zhang Yang, if you could apprentice under the ancient patriarch, it would greatly benefit your future, remarked Lan Luofei, casting a glance at Zhang Yang, urging him to kneel and pay his respects. "But I cannot concoct potions," Zhang Yang replied. "Even without the skill to brew, you have produced potions of such high purity. You are truly born to be an alchemist." Ancient Ming exclaimed with growing excitement upon hearing Zhang Yang's words that no, it's not that the ancient patriarch. Zhang Yang attempted to clarify, but was promptly interrupted by a swift kick from his grandfather, causing him to kneel before the patriarch. That my grandson has already knelt to pay his respects. Ancient patriarch, you are now his master, Zhang Qingshan declared with a smile. Good. Huh? Ancient Ming laughed joyously, not anticipating that his visit to Qingshan City would yield such a satisfactory disciple. He helped Zhang Yang to his feet and stated, "From now on, you shall be my disciple, my only disciple." Zhang Yang was taken aback. Everything had transpired so suddenly that he scarcely had time to react. I must remind you, becoming an alchemist differs greatly from being a potion maker. The purity of potions far exceeds that of pills, making their concoction significantly more challenging. Ancient Ming advised, "If it is so difficult, then I shall not pursue becoming an alchemist," Zhang Yang muttered. Smack. Zhang Qingshan playfully slapped Zhang Yang on the head and laughed. "My grandson possesses such extraordinary talent that he occasionally loses his senses." Ancient Patriarch, please do not take offense. Lan Luofei stifled a laugh at the sight. As long as you can truly become a powerful alchemist, it will bring immense benefits to the Zhang family. It could even elevate the Zhang family to prominence, perhaps even the foremost clan of the great Xia dynasty, Ancient Ming asserted. Zhang Yang thought to himself, "This old man has clearly seen through my weaknesses and is painting grand visions for me. Yet I find myself captivated by such promises." "Master," Zhang Yang boldly called out. Good. Ha! Ancient Ming was visibly pleased. Typically, when one takes on a disciple, they bestow a token of welcome. Zhang Yang, mid-sentence, extended his hand at "It seems my disciple is not to be underestimated." Ancient Ming mused internally, yet he produced a vial of pink potion and handed it to Zhang Yang. "The Outer Sect's grand competition is about to commence. Take this and cultivate diligently." Zhang Yang promptly accepted the potion. And Ancient Ming continued with a smile, "Once you enter the Inner Sect, I will arrange for you to join the Alchemy Pavilion." "Master, won't you personally teach me?" Zhang Yang inquired. "You are not yet even considered an alchemist. You must reach a certain level before you are qualified for my direct instruction. Now I must attend to other matters. I shall take my leave," Ancient Ming stated, vanishing from the hall. With his departure, the banquet concluded, and instead of returning to the small Xian sect, Zhang Yang chose to remain and cultivate at the Zhang family estate. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the eve of the Outer Sect's grand competition. Zhang Yang awoke in his room, having successfully broken through to the 5th level of martial prowess thanks to the potion provided by Ancient Ming, leading him to grasp the immense aid potions could offer in cultivation. "It is time to depart," Zhang Yang said as he stepped out of his room, bidding farewell to his grandfather as he embarked on the journey back to the small Xian sect. After a lengthy day of travel, he returned to the small Xian sect in the evening. Just as he was about to return to his cave dwelling, he encountered Qian Duo. "You are truly impressive. My father mentioned that upon your return, you single-handedly obliterated the Qi and Li families," Qian Duo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "What is there to admire? I nearly met my end. My father asked me to convey to you that if you enter the inner court, you must be cautious of Qi Wenli. He entered the small Xian sect 2 years before you and is quite renowned among the inner sect's talents. Moreover, After you killed Xiangbin, the Xiong family will surely seek revenge, Qian Duo warned, her face etched with concern. Thank you for your concern, Duo. You must do your best in the competition tomorrow, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this endearing address, Qian Duo's cheeks flushed, and she added, I am too weak to participate in the grand competition. Zhang Yang had assumed that everyone was required to participate in the Outer Sect's grand competition. It seemed his expectations were misguided. The following morning, Zhang Yang stepped out of his cave dwelling and gazed at the azure sky, where an exquisite figure seemed to coalesce in the air, possessing long, light blue hair and a beauty that could captivate nations. Hua Jinyan, wait for me. I will surely come find you at Taishan Sect. Zhang Yang smiled softly before making his way toward the martial arts arena of the small Xian sect. Upon arriving, he found the spectator stands already filled with onlookers, all Outer Sect disciples who would not be participating in the competition. That in the center of the arena stood a massive platform, with several disciples awaiting their turn. Zhang Yang ascended the platform, and as he passed the spectator stands, he spotted some familiar faces, including Qian Duo and Luo Dafeng. They cheered for him, their voices ringing with encouragement. For among this year's newcomers, only Zhang Yang was participating in the grand competition. That not Zhang Yang. I heard he has only been in the Outer Sect for a little over a month. Is it not too hasty for him to enter the grand competition? A disciple in the stands remarked in surprise. Those who are overly eager for quick success often meet a tragic end. Another scoffed. Zhang Yang quickly made his way to the platform, where nearly 100 individuals had gathered, and more continued to enter from outside. I can't believe you dared to participate in the Outer Sect's grand competition. A sharp voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Yang turned to see Ding Chuanxiu, his expression unperturbed. If you can come, why should I not? Zhang Yang replied calmly. Just don't let me cross paths with you. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Ding Chuanxiu's face twisted in a snarl. That I hope you can deliver on that threat, Zhang Yang retorted dismissively, not regarding her as a threat at all. Ding Chuanxiu's face darkened with fury at his words. I never expected you to participate in the competition as well. A new voice interjected. Zhang Yang turned to see a stranger before him. I am Xiongba. The individual introduced himself. Greetings, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. That I witnessed your impressive stamina in the central zone of the small Xian secret realm. You truly are extraordinary. A talent like you, not only gifted in cultivation but also capable of creating the youth cultivation manual, commands my utmost admiration, Xiongba stated with utmost sincerity. Zhang Yang patted Xiongba on the shoulder, saying, I believe you will achieve great things in the future as well. Some Outer Sect disciples observed the camaraderie between Xiongba and Zhang Yang, their expressions filled with curiosity. How does Xiongba, ranked among the top 3 in the Outer Sect, know Zhang Yang, who has only recently been promoted from the servant ranks? Are you not aware that this Zhang Yang is the one who created the youth cultivation manual? So that legendary figure is him. 2 Outer Sect disciples regarded Zhang Yang with eyes full of admiration. What kind of person could create such a remarkable work? Someone scoffed. Get lost. Dare to insult our idol, and you might find yourself in grave danger. When they heard the derisive comments aimed at Zhang Yang, the 2 disciples immediately wore fierce expressions, causing the offender to shrink back into silence. Just then, a commotion erupted in the spectator stands. Hua Biyu entered the arena, a smile gracing his face as he relished the attention. Upon reaching the platform, he locked eyes with Zhang Yang. Today's competition platform will be your grave. Hua Biyu's smile vanished, replaced by an icy aura of murderous intent. That it is highly probable that it shall be your grave. Zhang Yang scoffed in response. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Hua Biyu huffed, turning to leave, viewing Zhang Yang as already dead in his eyes. Brother Zhang, Hua Biyu has recently broken through to the 6th level of martial prowess and is now hailed as the strongest in the Outer Sect. You must exercise caution in crossing him, warned a fellow disciple. Beside him, Xiongba kindly offered a reminder. I was well aware of my own limits. Zhang Yang chuckled. That moment, Zhang Yang noticed several elderly figures clad in elder robes entering from outside the training arena. Their appearance elicited gasps of surprise from the entire venue. What was happening? Why were there so many Inner Sect elders present for this Outer Sect competition? It was rumored that many were there to witness Hua Biyu. Eager to compete with Elder Ma Can for her favor, the outer sect disciples, upon seeing the more than 10 elders, displayed expressions of astonishment. Once those elders arrived, disciples promptly arranged seats for them. Suddenly, Tang Ji's figure appeared on the stage, addressing the gathered disciples. The time has come. The outer sect competition is about to commence. Allow me to briefly explain the rules. Upon hearing this, all disciples looked at Tang Ji with utmost seriousness. The rules of the outer sect competition were quite simple. You would draw lots, and those with the same number would face off until a champion emerged. Throughout this process, you must perform admirably. As numerous inner sect elders are present, if you stand out, it is quite possible you will be taken as disciples by the inner sect elders and directly enter the inner courtyard. Hearing Tang Ji's words, excitement spread across the faces of the crowd, for every disciple of the Shao Xuanzong yearned for the inner sect. It was the true core of the Shao Xuanzong, where all its elite gathered. Subsequently, everyone began to draw lots. Zhang Yang, upon finishing, discovered he had drawn number 1. Once all the lots were drawn, the crowd vacated the stage, leaving it clear for the competitor with the number 1 draw. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Yang suddenly spotted a woman standing behind an elder. He recognized her as Yu Hongshi. At that moment, Yu Hongshi gazed at Zhang Yang with an expression devoid of emotion, her face marked by indifference. Zhang Yang, however, smirked internally, knowing that when he entered the inner sect, it would be time to settle scores with Yu Hongshi. The first round of the competition began. Tang Ji's voice rang out, and Zhang Yang withdrew his gaze. He then noticed a rather rotund individual standing opposite him. This man was so overweight that Zhang Yang could barely see his eyes, his body resembling several life buoys strapped around him. "Brother, you seem to be quite the sight. I'd wager walking exhausts you. Perhaps you should reconsider competing," Zhang Yang kindly suggested. "Hence, I typically focus on defense and never initiate an attack," the rotund man replied, his voice sounding oddly squished, as if his fat were compressing it. Zhang Yang thought to himself that this fellow was indeed resourceful, attempting to outlast others with sheer bulk. In that case, I shall not hold back," Zhang Yang said as he approached the rotund man, who, rather than engaging, simply sat down on the ground with a look of satisfaction. Zhang Yang's punch landed on the man's corpulent frame, only to bounce back, leaving Zhang Yang astonished. "You cannot defeat me. I cultivate a unique technique that returns any force you exert upon me back to you," the rotund man chuckled, clearly quite pleased with himself. "Then I shall use my full strength," Zhang Yang declared. "Bring it on," the rotund man confidently responded. Zhang Yang gathered his spiritual energy into his right leg and executed a swift kick that struck the rotund man. Bang! The expression on the rotund man's face instantly changed to one of shock as he drooled profusely, his hefty form being sent flying by Zhang Yang's kick, vanishing from the training arena. "That I didn't control my strength. He shouldn't be dead, right?" Zhang Yang murmured, finding the rotund man rather amusing, before shaking his head and stepping down from the stage. The spectators were left speechless by the first match, which had turned into quite the spectacle. Fortunately, subsequent matches captivated the audience, with several exceptionally talented disciples, among them Xiong Ba. Hua Viu, in particular, eliminated her opponent with overwhelming ease, impressing the observing elders who nodded in approval. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the 100 matches concluded within half a day. The crowd then drew lots again, and Zhang Yang once more drew the number 1 position. "Always number 1. It seems the championship is destined for me," Zhang Yang remarked with a smile as he looked at his lot. "Dream on. I doubt you'll even make it to the top 50. Someone derided, "Did a donkey kick your brain? What I dream has nothing to do with you," Zhang Yang retorted. "We'll see about that." The person sneered, fully aware of the formidable opponent associated with the number 1 draw, whom they would avoid at all costs. Point 2b. Zhang Yang quipped, stepping onto the stage. Point 2b. "What does that mean?" the person asked, bewildered. As Zhang Yang ascended the stage, a familiar figure simultaneously appeared, none other than the second-generation heir. "Wang Heng." "What a coincidence," Wang Heng chuckled. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, saying, "I won't go easy on you." Wang Heng leaned in close and said, "Brother Zhang, I recently read Volume 4 of the Youth Cultivation Manual. It was enlightening and very inspiring. When will Volume 5 be released?" "I haven't had the time lately," Zhang Yang replied. "That I won't rush you. Just ensure the quality is up to PA or AS for the competition. I can simply concede, Wang Heng whispered. That seems inappropriate. Zhang Yang countered. IT doesn't matter to me. This competition holds little significance for me. If it weren't for my father's insistence, I wouldn't even bother showing up. Wang Heng explained. Then I accept. I'll expedite the release of the 5th volume. But don't rush me. These things require a considerable amount of my energy, Zhang Yang reflected. Hearing this, Wang Heng's expression brightened, and he promptly leaped down from the stage, striding away. What are you doing? Tang Ji inquired, perplexed that I concede. Wang Heng's voice echoed from afar. Tang Ji paused, then announced Zhang Yang as the victor, among the elders. One individual wore a particularly grim expression. Were it not for his status, he would have charged forward to give Wang Heng a thorough thrashing. This man was Wang Heng's father, an elder of the inner courtyard. As Zhang Yang descended the stage and passed by the individual who had previously mocked him, he patted the man's shoulder and remarked, "Advancing is this easy." He then stood his ground, refusing to leave. The man's face darkened. He had never anticipated that someone with both background and strength like Wang Heng would voluntarily concede. Zhang Yang's earlier words were clearly a taunt, and to add insult to injury. He stood beside him, unyielding that there's foul play at hand. A voice from the audience shouted in protest. However, it had little effect, and the competition continued. Among the 50 matches, Ding Chunxiu emerged as another standout, joining Hua Buyu and Xiongba in impressing the elders. Although they had come to see Hua Buyu, they remained open to accepting promising disciples. Ding Chunxiu, basking in the attention, felt a surge of pride as she cast a glance at Zhang Yang below the stage. A flicker of murderous intent crossing her face, the drawing of lots commenced once more, this time for the 50 to 25 round. With only a quarter of the competitors remaining, the drawing proceeded swiftly. Zhang Yang once again drew the number 1 lot, but to his surprise, his opponent stood beside him, the very individual he had referred to as 2B. What a coincidence. Zhang Yang smiled, his dense murderous aura enveloping the man. Initially, the man had thought Zhang Yang merely relied on luck to reach the top 50. But upon sensing Zhang Yang's palpable killing intent, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. It was then that he realized he might not stand a chance against Zhang Yang. What level have you reached? The man inquired. Warrior level 5. Zhang Yang replied with a grin. The man's heart raced at this revelation. Cursing Zhang Yang for being so deeply concealed, a true schemer. I understand now, the man said, relief washing over his face. Zhang Yang patted the man's shoulder. You've got potential. It saves me the trouble of fighting you. Once all the spectators had vacated the stage, Tang Ji's voice resonated. All disciples who drew number 1, please come to the stage. Zhang Yang ascended to the arena alongside his opponent, who, upon stepping onto the stage, promptly conceded defeat and exited without further ado. Tang was left in a state of astonishment, gazing at Zhang Yang and unable to suppress his curiosity. Why does your opponent always give up? Charismatic allure, Zhang Yang replied with a chuckle, before making his own descent from the arena. The audience erupted in boos, denouncing the occurrence as a result of foul play. Zhang Yang advanced effortlessly into the top 25, scarcely having to lift a finger. Hua Biyu and Ding Chunxiu, both wearing expressions of dismay, had fought their way through the competition, only to witness Zhang Yang breezing into the top 25, intensifying their animosity towards him. Though fate had not favored them in the draw, the competition concluded, the next round of drawing commenced, but this time, a bye position was available. Once again, Zhang Yang drew the number 1 position. And even he found the coincidence rather astounding, suspecting that Tang might have meddled in the affairs, for such luck seemed improbable otherwise. However, this streak of fortune came to an abrupt end, as he found himself pitted against Ding Chunxiu. The disciples in the audience sighed in relief upon seeing this matchup. Sister Ding, please eliminate this Zhang Yang swiftly, they shouted, expressing their disdain for him. Zhang Yang's streak of good fortune incited jealousy among them. As they could not fathom why such luck had not graced them, it appears your reputation is rather poor. Should I end your life? I'm certain they would rejoice. Ding Chunxiu scoffed, finally having awaited the opportunity to confront Zhang Yang. With your abilities, you are incapable of defeating me, Zhang Yang replied calmly, indifferent to the jeers from the audience, recognizing them as mere envy. How absurd! I have broken through to the 5th level of a warrior. Within this outer sect, few can surpass me, Ding Chuanxiu retorted coldly, having sacrificed all her possessions to acquire resources that allowed her to achieve such a breakthrough in a short span. Yet now, she found herself utterly destitute. My apologies, but I too have recently attained the 5th level of a warrior, and I happen to be among those few you cannot overcome, Zhang Yang countered. You are nothing but a dreamer. How long have you even been in the outer sect? It is preposterous to claim you have reached the 5th level. Ding Chuanxiu derided, utterly disbelieving his words. Not only Ding Chuanxiu, but even the disciples standing beneath the arena found his claims hard to swallow. Such assertions were simply outrageous. Did you hear that? This little fellow seems quite confident, claiming to have attained the 5th level of a warrior. One elder chuckled, I know this rascal. His name is Zhang Yang. He barely entered the outer sect before causing a stir with some manual on youthful cultivation, another elder added, also laughing. Youthful cultivation manual? What on earth is that? A female elder inquired, puzzled. That is of little importance. It holds no value for you. The elder awkwardly coughed, genuinely believing Zhang Yang to be quite the talent for having devised such a thing, imparting knowledge even to someone of his advanced years. Disciple, I recall that Zhang Yang hails from the same place as you. What do you think of his strength? Suddenly asked Ma Yu Hongshi, standing behind Ma Kan, paused for a moment before responding coolly. He possesses commendable talent, yet his arrogance is excessive. Such individuals seldom enjoy longevity. Indeed, well said. Zhang Yang serves as a cautionary tale. You must always bear this in mind. Ma Kan smiled that I shall certainly remember. Yu Hongshi replied, a smile gracing her features at her master's praise. Master Ma, your disciple is not only talented, but also quite beautiful. Ever since she entered the inner sect, my own disciple has been utterly captivated by her. One elder remarked with a grin, this. Yu Hongshi's cheeks flushed slightly, rendering her even more alluring. The match begins. Tang's voice rang out at that moment. Whoosh, as soon as Tang's words fell, Ding Chuanxiu's figure flickered. Lunging toward Zhang Yang with a sword thrust, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from her blade. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Ding Chuanxiu's countenance twisted in rage. Just as her sword was about to pierce Zhang Yang, her expression shifted suddenly, filled with disbelief. Zhang Yang, without even moving an inch, had effortlessly pinched her sword between two fingers. How can this be? Ding Chuanxiu could scarcely believe her eyes. That I told you. You're not my match, Zhang Yang stated coolly, and in an instant, a dark flash swept through, leaving Ding Chuanxiu no opportunity to evade as her head was severed by Zhang Yang's strike. Gasp! The audience collectively inhaled sharply, having presumed Zhang Yang's progression into the top 25 was solely due to luck. Now, it became evident that they had gravely underestimated his prowess, which far exceeded their expectations. Goodness, how formidable! Observed Xiongba, waiting below the arena, his face etched with disbelief at Zhang Yang's decisive victory over Ding Chuanxiu. Hua Biyu furrowed his brow, equally taken aback, as he had not anticipated Zhang Yang's strength to be so terrifying. This young lad is rather impressive. It seems he possesses some grounds for his arrogance. One elder chuckled, but Yu Hongshi frowned, reflecting that she had joined the Shao Xuan zone around the same time as Zhang Yang. The only distinction was that she had entered the inner sect directly, while Zhang Yang began in the servants' quarters. How could he have advanced so swiftly? Yu Hongshi found herself puzzled. She had entered the inner sect and taken Ma Kan as her mentor. With his support, she had attained the 5th level of a warrior. Zhang Yang's sudden emergence made everyone realize that his capabilities far surpassed what they had initially perceived, shifting their opinions about him entirely. After Zhang Yang's match concluded, the remaining contests wrapped up within the hour, with only Hua Biyu matching Zhang Yang's ability to decisively overpower opponents. The competition to determine the top 7 proceeded swiftly, with Zhang Yang drawing ABYE in the quarterfinals. Hua Biyu also received a bye, while Zhang Yang faced off against Xiongba. Contrary to expectations, Xiongba conceded defeat immediately, acknowledging that although he was stronger than Ding Chuanxiu, he was still no match for Zhang Yang. Ultimately, as the top 3 were determined, just as the next round of drawing was about to commence, another disciple withdrew from the competition, demonstrating wisdom and recognizing that he could not contend with Zhang Yang or Hua Biyu. The final match of the Outer Sect tournament was announced. Zhang Yang versus Hua Biyu. After announcing the match, Tang glanced at Zhang Yang, surprised to see him reach this stage and feeling a sense of pride, having personally recruited him. However, even so, he remained skeptical about Zhang Yang's chances of victory, given that Hua Biyu's cultivation was superior, and she was renowned as the strongest disciple in the history of the Xiao Xuanzong's Outer Sect. Your prowess astonishes me. Yet even so, you remain no match for me, Hua Biyu declared, wielding her battle knife, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yang. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. The outcome will reveal itself in battle. Zhang Yang retorted with a cold smile, gripping his black gold sword. Meanwhile, the audience held their breath, their expressions filled with rapt attention as they focused on the arena. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this final showdown? Undoubtedly Hua Biyu. She is hailed as the strongest disciple in Outer Sect history that I believe Zhang Yang might have a chance. He is yet to reveal the full extent of his abilities and may be concealing much. Many elders observing the match were equally intrigued. One of them turning to Ma, Can, and inquiring, Elder Ma, who do you think has a greater probability of winning this final? The elder's question was intentional. Given that Hua Biyu was also a disciple favored by Ma, Can naturally, it is Hua Biyu. Her talent is unparalleled among the Outer Sect disciples in recent years. Moreover, she achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of a warrior within 2 years of entering the Outer Sect. Her aptitude rivals that of some Inner Sect disciples. With just a bit of nurturing, she may achieve even greater heights in the future, Ma Can replied with a smile, genuinely believing in Hua Biyu's potential. The elder nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Xiao Xuanzong had indeed seen its share of prodigies throughout history, many of whom initially displayed modest talent. However, as time progressed, he was able to utterly dominate the inner disciples. Such a disciple, when fully matured, is truly the most terrifying. The elders had intended to continue their discussion, but at that moment, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from the arena, instantly capturing their full attention. They beheld Hua Biyu launching a blade strike toward Zhang Yang, which Zhang Yang effortlessly countered. There's no need to waste time. Let us settle this with a single strike. Zhang Yang bellowed, and immediately thrust his sword towards Hua Biyu. A dark golden aura swirled around the blade, causing the temperature in the arena to plummet sharply. Hua Biyu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to underestimate Zhang Yang, that he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from his battle blade, causing the entire arena to tremble. Bang! The clash of blade and sword reverberated through the arena, unleashing a violent shockwave of energy that engulfed the entire space. All eyes were riveted on the arena. The overwhelming power of the strike suggested that a victor would soon emerge. The terrifying energy dissipated. The scene within the arena came into focus once more. There stood Hua Biyu, inexplicably transformed into an ice sculpture, forever frozen in the act of striking, while Zhang Yang remained calm, standing resolutely. With a clang, Zhang Yang plunged the dark golden sword into the ground, causing a subtle tremor that resulted in Hua Biyu's form shattering into countless shards of ice, drifting around Zhang Yang like ethereal dust. The spectators. This moment resembled a breathtaking painting, leaving them spellbound. The champion of this Outer Sect competition is Zhang Yang, Tang Ji announced promptly, having just realized the astonishing outcome. Utterly surprised by the extent of Zhang Yang's prowess, a thunderous cheer erupted from the audience, as those who had doubted Zhang Yang and insinuated foul play fell silent. The evidence was irrefutable. They had to concede that Zhang Yang was indeed formidable. Fortunately, I had the wisdom to concede. I would have been no match for Zhang Yang, Xiongba mused, gazing at Zhang Yang in genuine admiration. He had not expected this dark horse to emerge as Zhang Yang, that if I am not mistaken. The technique he employed earlier appears to be the tying sword technique, which is notoriously difficult to master. I am astonished he has achieved it. Several elders engaged in hushed discussions, all captivated by Zhang Yang's remarkable performance. Aiken wore a grim expression, having held Hua Biyu in high regard and previously boasting of his abilities, only to be publicly embarrassed now. However, his demeanor soon softened. After all, personal pride was trivial compared to the emergence of such a prodigious talent for the Shaoxin sect. Hong Shi, Your fellow townsman possesses extraordinary talent. He is the most remarkable disciple I have encountered thus far. You must maintain a close relationship with him. Do you understand? Ma can advise Yu Hongshe earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongshe's complexion paled. Yet she quickly responded, "Understood, Master." The time then arrived for the discipleship selection, where the elders could choose their favored disciples. Tang Ji smiled, feeling a sense of elation. Zhang Yang was his discovery for the Shaoxian sect, granting him newfound confidence in boasting about his accomplishments. The elders surged towards Zhang Yang eagerly. Recruit such a prodigy as my disciple would yield immense rewards. Perhaps, with his assistance, I could ascend to the rank of a supreme elder. One elder was the first to approach Zhang Yang, exclaiming, "Zhang Yang, become my disciple, and I shall grant you 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones." Before Zhang Yang could respond, a swarm of elders had gathered around him. "Zhang Yang, join me as my disciple, and I shall provide you with unfettered access to my resources. Zhang Yang, I have numerous female disciples. Should you join me, I can assure you a life of comfort and indulgence." The elders, desperate to win Zhang Yang over, resorted to all manner of enticing offers. Listening to the dizzying array of proposals, Zhang Yang felt a stirring of desire for each one. Ultimately, he cautiously inquired, "Is it possible for me to be the disciple of all of you, switching masters daily?" He asked softly. The elders were rendered speechless. They had never encountered such audacity in a disciple. How could one utter such words? "Zhang Yang, you need not choose. You have already been reserved by my apothecary pavilion." An elder with a beard approached with a knowing smile. Apothecary pavilion. Zhang Yang suddenly grasped the situation. "What are the benefits?" he inquired. "There are none," the elder replied with a grin. "That if there are no benefits, then I shall decline." Zhang Yang promptly rejected the offer. "You must think this through. You surely understand this is the will of the sect leader." Though he may appear affable, his heart is shrewd, the elder whispered conspiratorially to Zhang Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression shifted slightly. He had witnessed Gu Ming's methods firsthand, and he had indeed promised Gu Ming to join the apothecary pavilion. He feared that breaking his word would lead to trouble. "I was merely jesting. Of course, I will join the apothecary pavilion." Zhang Yang quickly amended his stance, forcing a smile that was clearly strained. "From now on, I shall be a disciple of the apothecary pavilion. All elders may take their leave," Zhang Yang declared, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret due to the alluring offers the other elders had made. "Zhang Yang, you must consider this carefully. Crafting potions is an entirely different endeavor from cultivation. Your high aptitude in cultivation does not guarantee a talent for alchemy. Think wisely," cautioned many elders. "I am passionate about being an alchemist. Please do not dissuade me." Zhang Yang responded with unwavering conviction. The elder nodded in approval, his smile indicating his satisfaction with Zhang Yang's resolve. The other elders could only shake their heads and sigh before departing. Zhang Yang turned to the elder and grinned. "I trust you heard my resolute declaration. Will there be any welcoming gifts?" "How did you know I'm the head of the apothecary pavilion?" the elder asked with a chuckle. "Given the deference the elders show you, it could only be the case," Zhang Yang replied. "You are quite astute. Come with me to the apothecary pavilion," the elder said, turning to lead the way. Zhang Yang quickly followed, saying, "Wait a moment. There are none." The elder interrupted firmly. "Goodness, what a loss. I should have negotiated terms with the head before agreeing." Zhang Yang lamented internally, feeling that he had made a miscalculation. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, Zhang Yang was struck by the stark contrast in environment. The inner courtyard was vastly superior to the outer courtyard, both in size and in the abundance of spiritual particles wafting through the air. The inner courtyard possesses a grand spiritual array beneath it, allowing for a much richer concentration of spiritual energy compared to the outer courtyard. The elder explained, "This is truly extravagant. I am quite fond of it." Zhang Yang admitted, his earlier frustrations melting away in the face of such opulence. Soon, they arrived at a towering wooden edifice from which a peculiar fragrance wafted. A grand plaque hung at its entrance, emblazoned with the words "Apothecary Pavilion." "Go on in," the elder urged with a smile. "But aren't you coming with me?" Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. "If I accompany you, the elders of the apothecary pavilion might show you undue favoritism. The sect leader wishes for you to undergo rigorous training. starting from the ground up to solidify your foundations. The elder explained, I can't shake the feeling that I am being led astray. Zhang Yang muttered, pondering how much easier life would have been had he chosen another elder as his master. We are acting in your best interest, the elder said earnestly before taking his leave. Perhaps this is fate, Zhang Yang sighed in resignation before stepping into the apothecary pavilion. Upon entering, he found numerous disciples queuing in the hall, each pressing their hands against a crystal wall that occasionally emitted a soft glow. Zhang Yang approached a nearby man and inquired, Excuse me, what is the purpose of this? The man turned to Zhang Yang, recognizing him as a newcomer, and replied, You must be new to the inner courtyard. This wall tests your potential as an alchemist, the individual elucidated. Zhang Yang then experienced a moment of enlightenment and subsequently remarked, I have heard that becoming a pharmacist is exceedingly challenging and that this profession is rather obscure. Why are there so many people here? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the person leaned closer to Zhang Yang and whispered conspiratorially, Indeed, becoming a pharmacist is quite difficult. Despite the throng of people, we are merely here to try our luck. The reason for the multitude is primarily due to the desire to catch a glimpse of Lan Luofei, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the realm of Xuan. Otherwise, who would venture to this desolate place? Lan Luofei, a shiver ran down Zhang Yang's spine. Where is she? He inquired immediately. Noticing Zhang Yang's intense reaction, the individual chuckled. Right over there, he gestured towards the direction of the crystal wall. Zhang Yang turned to look in the indicated direction, only to be met with a sea of heads, rendering her invisible that I can't see her. Are you certain she's there? Zhang Yang stated, all the while praying fervently that she was not. Brother, do not be anxious. The presence of so many people indicates that today, Lan Luofei is indeed the one conducting the tests. Otherwise, this place would be devoid of life, the person reassured while patting Zhang Yang's shoulder. Zhang Yang, overwhelmed with excitement, found the man's understanding entirely relatable, as he too had felt similarly at the outset. Zhang Yang had no desire to engage with him, instead fervently wishing that Lan Luofei would not recognize him. After an hour, it was finally Zhang Yang's turn, and at that moment, he beheld Lan Luofei. She stood beside the crystal wall, a radiant smile gracing her face, dressed in a short skirt that revealed her long, delicate legs, causing many disciples to drool in admiration. She had unquestionably inherited her mother's beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Zhang Yang, observing Lan Luofei's budding figure, could not help but exclaim in a WT that juncture. The man standing before Zhang Yang stepped up for his test. He first registered with Lan Luofei, then approached the crystal wall, placing his hand upon it. Moments later, the wall remained unresponsive. The man's expression fell into despair. But upon catching sight of Lan Luofei's encouraging smile, his spirits lifted, and he sauntered away, wearing only a look of contentment. With his testing complete, it was now Zhang Yang's turn, and a wave of nervousness washed over Zhang Yang as he prayed that Lan Luofei would not recognize him. As for Lan Luofei's request, it had long since slipped from his mind. He lowered his head and slowly approached Lan Luofei, his line of sight landing upon her fair legs. My word, this brother is quite clever, fully aware that he stands no chance of passing the test. Thus, he has come merely to admire those legs. Why didn't I think of this tactic? The man who had previously failed the test stood aside, now looking at Zhang Yang with admiration for his audacity. This man was named Ning Shang and was considered an experienced disciple within the inner sect. What is your name? Lan Luofei inquired, her attention fixed on the record book in her hands, oblivious to Zhang Yang's peculiar demeanor. Zhang Yang, he replied honestly, knowing that Lan Luofei likely did not recognize the name. However, for safety's sake, he purposely lowered his voice. Yes, she recorded his name. She said, You may proceed with the test. If you possess the talent to become a pharmacist, the crystal wall will emit a glow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang turned his back to Lan Luofei and walked towards the crystal wall. With his back turned to her, Ning Shang pondered, what game is this fellow playing now? He sensed that Zhang Yang's actions held a deeper significance. As Zhang Yang's hand approached the crystal wall, Lan Luofei lifted her gaze, sniffing the air and murmuring, This scent seems rather familiar. The contemplative expression crossed her face as she felt on the verge of uncovering a crucial clue. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the crystal wall exploded. Lan Chuchu snapped out of her reverie, astonished as she approached Zhang Yang, exclaiming, "What on earth did you do? How could the crystal wall have exploded?" Zhang Yang shook his head, equally bewildered. Impressive, impressive. I wondered why he deliberately turned his back to Lan Chuchu. It was all a prelude to this grand reveal. Ningxiang thought, his admiration for Zhang Yang growing. I suppose I've been too concerned about appearances. Only someone like Zhang Yang could capture Lan Chuchu's attention, he concluded. Seeing the situation, Lan Chuchu instructed someone to bring another crystal wall. During the time it took to retrieve it, she stood beside Zhang Yang. "Please do move away. Can you not stand so closely behind me?" Zhang Yang thought, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he remained rigid, unable to move, just as he was praying for an escape. Lan Chuchu's gentle voice floated from behind him. "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. He inwardly cursed, knowing that the inevitable had come to pass. "Sister, you must be mistaken. I have only just entered the inner sect," he said, striving to make his voice sound as hoarse as possible. "Ditto." "Turn around and let me have a look," Lan Chuchu replied. "Sister, I lack confidence in my appearance, and I tend to blush when I see beautiful women. Perhaps it is best to let it be," Zhang Yang quickly retorted, thinking on his feet. "So that is the case." Lan Chuchu did not press further. Ningxiang, observing this exchange, silently commended Zhang Yang for his cleverness, realizing that he had successfully engaged in conversation with Lan Chuchu. Since Lan Chuchu's arrival in the inner sect, countless disciples had longed to approach her. Yet they could only gaze from afar, never having the opportunity to speak. Zhang Yang, however, had managed to achieve what many could only dream of, conversing with the goddess of Xuan, taking a step that many had never dared to. Within the apothecary pavilion, numerous disciples witnessed Lan Chuchu smiling and chatting with Zhang Yang, their eyes burning with envy. Although Zhang Yang had not turned around, the jealousy he incited was deeply etched in the minds of those disciples. At that moment, the disciples of the apothecary pavilion returned with a new crystal wall. "Zhang Yang, please try again," Lan Chuchu said. Zhang Yang placed his hand upon the crystal wall once more, and once again. It exploded. What is happening here? Zhang Yang thought, feeling a sense of dread as the commotion drew Lan Chuchu's attention even further, something he wished to avoid. "Zhang Shidi," Lan Chuchu began, only to be cut off by Zhang Yang. "Sister, no need to say more. I know I lack the talent of a pharmacist. Farewell." With that, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. The crowd was taken aback, and Lan Chuchu was equally stunned. Sensing that Zhang Yang seemed to harbor some fear of her, Ningxiang stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "A strategy of feigned retreat. It appears I have much to learn." Unbeknownst to them, an elderly man on the second floor of the apothecary pavilion had been observing the testing closely. Upon seeing Zhang Yang attempt to flee, he immediately summoned a middle-aged man and instructed, "This Zhang Yang is now your charge. In the future, he shall be your disciple." The elder, known as Jiangsheng, was the head of the apothecary pavilion. The middle-aged man, perplexed, asked, "But he possesses no discernible talent. Why must we take him on?" His dissatisfaction was palpable. This middle-aged man, named Peng Chun, was Jiangsheng's disciple and a vital member of the apothecary pavilion. "What have I taught you? Never underestimate anyone," Jiangsheng admonished. "Master, I understand my mistake," Peng Chun replied respectfully before making his way downstairs. Jiang Pavilion Master watched Zhang Yang, who was on the verge of fleeing, murmuring, "This lad does possess commendable cultivation talent, yet I see no aptitude for pharmacy. I wonder what the sect leader is thinking." With a shake of his head, Jiangsheng dismissed the thought, inside the grand hall of the apothecary pavilion. Just as Zhang Yang was about to step outside, a middle-aged man blocked his path. None other than Peng Chun. "That there's no need to leave. You have been accepted into the apothecary pavilion," Peng Chun stated. Zhang Yang was taken aback, unable to contain his astonishment. "Why?" he blurted out. "People are clamoring to enter the apothecary pavilion, and you dare question why?" Peng Chun thought, exasperated and more disdainful of Zhang Yang for seemingly relying on connections to gain entry. "There is no need for so many whys. I choose to accept you, and that is that." With a tone lacking warmth, Peng Chun spoke harshly. Zhang Yang remarked, "What else with this guy? Did he eat gunpowder?" "I haven't provoked him at all. Zhang Yang found Peng Chun's sudden fury perplexing, and he couldn't help but wonder if something was amiss. "Come with me," Peng Chun stated before departing without hesitation. Zhang Yang pondered this turn of events. As long as he didn't encounter Lan Chuchu, he was indifferent to everything else, and thus he followed in Peng Chun's wake. Lan Chuchu cast a puzzled glance at the departing Zhang Yang and Peng Chun, sensing that Peng Chun's mood today was unusually irritable, which was inconsistent with his usual demeanor. The other disciples in the grand hall gazed in astonishment at the retreating figures of Peng Chun and Zhang Yang. "Isn't that elder Peng Chun a third-tier alchemist? He is actually taking the talentless Zhang Yang as his apprentice?" One disciple voiced, "This seems rather complicated. Did you not notice that elder Peng Chun's expression was rather grim when he left?" I suspect that Zhang Yang used connections to enter the alchemist pavilion. Upon hearing these words and recalling Peng Chun's straightforward nature, the disciples began to form their own conclusions, while they looked down upon Zhang Yang's reliance on connections. It was undeniable that such connections existed everywhere in the world, and they had long since grown numb to it. Following Peng Chun into the back courtyard of the alchemist pavilion, Zhang Yang noticed several disciples already waiting there. Among them were a few familiar faces, those he had seen pass the tests. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, expressions of surprise spread across their faces. They had heard from others that Zhang Yang had shattered 2 crystal walls during the test, demonstrating a complete lack of talent. The mere fact that he was present here spoke volumes to everyone. "You are all new disciples of the alchemist pavilion. Today, I will briefly discuss the profession of an alchemist with you." Peng Chun began, launching into his lecture. "Alchemists are categorized into various tiers, and I am a third-tier alchemist," he spoke at length, while the others sat on the ground, listening intently. However, there were exceptions, such as Zhang Yang, who was battling sleepiness and felt as though he were suffering a fate worse than death. Before long, Zhang Yang could no longer endure it. He surrendered to his exhaustion and fell asleep, even snoring loudly, the sound echoing throughout the courtyard. This could hardly be blamed on Zhang Yang. In his past life, he had always struggled to stay awake during lectures, even though he had traversed into another world. This old habit had come along with him. Bang! As the thunderous sound of Zhang Yang's snoring reached his ears, Peng Chun could no longer tolerate it. He slapped the ground, causing the courtyard to tremble, and Zhang Yang was jolted awake. The other disciples looked at Zhang Yang with mockery, their disdain for him having entered the alchemist pavilion through the back door now compounded by his audacity to snore during Peng Chun's class. They eagerly anticipated the moment when Peng Chun would demand Zhang Yang to leave the alchemist pavilion. Yet to their surprise, despite the visible anger on Peng Chun's face, he merely addressed Zhang Yang. "No sleeping in class." He then continued his lecture, leaving everyone astounded. An hour later, Peng Chun concluded his teaching and distributed a booklet to each disciple, detailing the methods for concocting a first-tier potion. "I will give you an hour to study this booklet thoroughly. After that, I will provide you with the materials, and you will concoct a first-tier potion in my presence," Peng Chun declared before departing. Peng Chun was not attempting to make things difficult for the newcomers. His educational method was to have them begin concocting right away, allowing him to correct their mistakes afterward, thereby facilitating swifter progress. The disciples were left dumbfounded by Peng Chun's words. They had no idea how to concoct anything. Each of them immediately began to peruse the booklet. Zhang Yang opened the booklet and spent half an hour studying it carefully, only to realize that a first-tier potion required only a single ingredient to create. The potion's drawback was its singular function, but its advantage lay in its ease of preparation. Zhang Yang contemplated this and decided to head to the concocting room nearby. Feeling that further reading would be futile, the other disciples exchanged astonished glances as they saw Zhang Yang making his way to the concocting room. "What is he doing? Is he really going to attempt concocting a potion?" They whispered that a person without any talent, who had entered the alchemist pavilion through underhanded means. How could he have the audacity? Perhaps he believed himself to be gifted, so he was diving straight into it. They scoffed. Upon entering the small room, Zhang Yang found a cauldron and an array of spiritual herbs laid out on the floor. He sat cross-legged before the cauldron and, following the methods outlined in the booklet, began tossing the herbs into the cauldron. Soon, the herbs transformed into liquid, and the next step was purification, a crucial process, as the purity of the potion greatly depended on it. Zhang Yang carefully manipulated the liquid within the cauldron, meticulously extracting impurities bit by bit. Before long, he completed the purification process and filled a bottle with the potion. Gazing at the vibrant green, translucent liquid, he murmured, "The Chaos Cauldron is far more convenient. But unfortunately, it cannot be used recklessly." Zhang Yang shook his head, having learned that the Chaos Cauldron required energy to function. Otherwise, it risked catastrophic failure. As he exited the room, he coincidentally encountered Peng Chun entering the courtyard. Peng Chun's gaze fell upon the potion in Zhang Yang's hand, and he frowned. "Where did this potion come from?" "I just concocted it," Zhang Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Peng Chun's expression turned extremely serious. "Do not lie. If you truly concocted it, then go back in and create another one for me to see." He clearly did not believe Zhang Yang's claim. Over the years, Peng Chun had taught many disciples, and those who succeeded in their first attempt were few and far between. Moreover, Zhang Yang was holding a bottle of a first-tier medium-grade potion, to date. Peng Chun had never encountered a disciple who could concoct a first-tier medium-grade potion on their first try. Even Lan Chu, who possessed exceptional talent, could only manage to create a first-tier low-grade potion with his assistance during her first attempt. "Fine." Zhang Yang, sensing Peng Chun's disbelief, returned to the small room. The other disciples watched with mocking expressions. They had been startled when Zhang Yang emerged with a potion. They understood the implications of successfully concocting on the first try. However, from Peng Chun's reaction, it was clear that Zhang Yang must have cheated, which secretly relieved them. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and start concocting." Peng Chun scolded when he noticed the disciples lingering to watch. Immediately, the disciples lowered their heads and obediently entered their respective small rooms. Once inside his room, Zhang Yang followed the previous process again, and soon he produced another potion, an exquisite potion. The potion in Zhang Yang's hand emanated a faint green glow. According to the booklet, only exquisite potions had such characteristics. It seems that concocting potions isn't too difficult after all, Zhang Yang mused. However, he did not rush to exit, as there were still many spiritual herbs in the room. And given Zhang Yang's current financial situation, he naturally began concocting again. Superior potion, exquisite potion. Initially, Zhang Yang's concocting skills were inconsistent, producing only superior potions at first. As he grew more adept, he began to produce nearly all exquisite potions. Before long, he had exhausted all the spiritual herbs in the room, having concocted a total of 10 potions, 5 of which were exquisite. At that moment, Peng Chun's voice calling for them echoed from outside. Prompting Zhang Yang to gather his potions and step outside, he found Peng Chun inspecting the potions concocted by the other disciples. Judging by the grimace on Peng Chun's face, it was evident that the potions were far from satisfactory. As Zhang Yang emerged from his room, Peng Chun directed his attention towards him, asking, "Where are the potions you concocted?" The other disciples breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing Peng Chun's focus on Zhang Yang. They had been under scrutiny for quite some time. Zhang Yang promptly handed over his potions, and initially, Peng Chun paid little attention. However, when he noticed a vibrant green potion radiating a gentle glow, shock washed over his face. Exquisite potion. Good heavens, the previous one was medium grade, and now this one has directly jumped to exquisite. The remaining disciples were left utterly astonished. Impossible. How could a mere novice in the alchemy pavilion concoct a supreme potion? Peng Chun still struggled to believe it. Observing Peng Chun's lingering skepticism, Zhang Yang decided to reveal all his remaining potions, precisely 10 bottles. "All of those spiritual herbs have been refined by me," Zhang Yang stated. Peng Chun's eyes widened as he gazed at the 10 bottles on the ground, astonished to find that 5 of them were indeed supreme potions, while the majority of the rest were high-grade potions. The other disciples stood with mouths agape, their faces a tableau of disbelief. Peng Chun hurried into the room where Zhang Yang had performed his alchemy, noting the lingering fragrance of the spiritual herbs in the cauldron. Confirming that the herbs had indeed vanished, "You," Peng Chun stammered, "I assure you, I did not cheat." Zhang Yang shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. "You are truly a genius," Peng Chun exclaimed, his attitude shifting completely in light of his excitement. He then presented Zhang Yang with a badge, stating, You have successfully refined a first-tier supreme potion, and this badge signifies your status as a first-tier alchemist. What is the purpose of this badge? Zhang Yang inquired, perplexed. The badge symbolizes your identity. Furthermore, it grants you discounts on materials when you purchase them at the alchemy pavilion, Peng Chun explained. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding, recognizing its utility. Master, may I take a look at the second-tier alchemy manual? He asked. Peng Chun was taken aback, thinking to himself how Zhang Yang was being overly eager. Having just produced a first-tier potion, he was already seeking to create second-tier ones. Yet this time he kept his thoughts to himself, wary of the possibility that Zhang Yang might indeed achieve the miraculous feat of concocting a second-tier potion that very day. However, it was beyond his wildest imagination that someone could ascend 2 tiers in a single day and become a second-tier alchemist. Peng Chun handed Zhang Yang the second-tier manual, aware that crafting second-tier potions was significantly more challenging than first-tier ones. Nonetheless, a flicker of anticipation lingered in his heart for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang diligently studied the manual for merely half an hour before declaring, Master, I wish to attempt refining a second-tier potion. Are you serious? Peng Chun asked in astonishment, thinking, it's only been half an hour. Are you jesting? I believe I've grasped the concepts, and I want to give it a try. Zhang Yang replied earnestly. Seeing Zhang Yang's serious demeanor, Peng Chun relented, saying, then follow me. He led the way to a larger building. The requirements for second-tier potions were indeed more demanding, particularly concerning the cauldron. Zhang Yang quickly followed suit, with the other disciples trailing behind, eager to witness whether the miracle maker Zhang Yang could continue to defy expectations. Upon reaching the second floor of the alchemy pavilion, they found several disciples engrossed in their studies, while others were diligently concocting potions in small rooms. Like a tea that moment, a beautiful figure emerged from one such room, holding a freshly crafted potion in hand. It was Lan Luofei. Upon noticing Peng Chun's arrival, she gracefully approached him, her long, fair legs accentuating her elegance. Master, this is a potion I just refined, she said, presenting it to him. Peng Chun examined the potion and smiled. Chu, you've made remarkable progress. You've successfully refined a second-tier mid-grade potion. It won't be long before you can produce second-tier high-grade potions and ascend to the rank of a third-tier alchemist. Lan Luofei felt a blush rise to her delicate, fair cheeks upon receiving such praise from Peng Chun in front of so many others. By the way, Master, aren't you mentoring new disciples? What brings you here? She inquired, puzzled. There's a remarkable talent among the newcomers. On his first attempt at potion making, he crafted a first-tier mid-grade potion, and on the second attempt, he even produced a supreme potion. Now, he wishes to try his hand at second-tier potions, so I brought him here to give it a shot. Peng Chun explained with a smile. Which junior brother is it? Lan Luofei asked, her curiosity piqued. Where is he? Peng Chun intended to call Zhang Yang over for a brief introduction, only to discover that he had vanished. He has already entered. One disciple pointed toward the small room. That fellow disappeared without a sound, Peng Chun remarked, exasperated. Let us wait here for our junior brother. I too wish to see if this talented young man can produce a second-tier potion. Lan Luofei suggested with a smile, her radiant countenance captivating the onlookers that moment. Zhang Yang was fully immersed in his alchemical endeavor. He observed that the two materials within the cauldron had completely transformed into liquid, and his task was to merge the two liquids. After a brief period, Zhang Yang halted his efforts, having failed in the fusion process. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to try again. Throughout the subsequent attempts, Zhang Yang encountered several failures. Yet he ultimately succeeded in refining a second-tier potion, albeit only a second-tier low-grade one. During the next hour, he persistently refined, and through his diligent efforts, he finally crafted a second-tier mid-grade potion. It seems this is my current limit, Zhang Yang murmured as he gazed at the potion within the vial. The process of potion-making demanded immense mental fortitude, leaving Zhang Yang feeling dazed and fatigued. As he opened the door to exit the room, the first sight to greet him was a pair of long, fair legs, instantly invigorating his senses. Did you fail? Peng Chun asked, having observed Zhang Yang's fatigued demeanor. Aware that failure was likely not be disheartened. Junior brother, failure is a common occurrence. Lan Luofei consoled him, surprised to discover that Zhang Yang was the one attempting to refine a second-tier potion. Especially since she had been present when he tested his aptitude earlier and was well aware of his lack of talent. "I succeeded," Zhang Yang proclaimed. The others were momentarily taken aback, and Peng Chun incredulously urged. "Show me." Zhang Yang produced the potion and handed it to Peng Chun, feeling a sense of resignation as he noted their disbelief. Peng Chun examined the red potion. His hands trembled slightly. "A second-tier mid-grade potion. You truly succeeded," he exclaimed, his excitement causing him to utter expletives, which was quite uncharacteristic of him. Lan Luofei gazed in astonishment at the potion in Peng Chun's hand, noting that the purity of Zhang Yang's concoction appeared even slightly superior to her own. The other newcomers in the alchemy pavilion stood frozen, unable to comprehend how Zhang Yang, who had been deemed talentless, could now successfully refine a second-tier potion and become a second-tier alchemist. This world is utterly insane. Zhang Yang, noticing their stunned expressions, couldn't help but speak up. "Feel free to speak your mind," Peng Chun remarked immediately, proceeding to bestow the second-tier alchemist badge upon Zhang Yang, his demeanor contrasting sharply with before. He was immensely pleased, having never anticipated that a disciple he had previously underestimated would turn out to be such an extraordinary talent. The pavilion master truly possesses a discerning eye, Peng Chun mused inwardly. "Can these potions be exchanged for points?" Zhang Yang inquired, presenting several bottles of second-tier low-grade potions along with the first-tier potions he had previously created, eager to trade them for points. The onlookers were left speechless upon seeing the numerous second-tier low-grade potions. "So you didn't just make one, but an entire collection?" "Indeed," Peng Chun laughed heartily, then instructed his subordinates to facilitate the exchange of Zhang Yang's potions for points, handing them over to him. Zhang Yang earned a total of 5,000 points, which, while not excessive, exceeded his expectations. "Master, I have other matters to attend to. Chu, please look after Zhang Yang for a while. He is now your junior brother," Peng Chun said with a smile. Lan Luofei readily agreed. "Why are you all still standing here? Hurry up and return to your studies. Zhang Yang, who is also a newcomer like you, has already become a second-tier alchemist upon encountering the new disciples still dazed on the second floor." Peng Yu immediately erupted into a torrent of scolding. Startled by Peng Chun's outburst, the newcomers hastily rushed downstairs, vanishing in an instant. Peng Chun glanced at Lan Luofei and Zhang Yang before departing with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Yang felt an immense sense of torment, bewildered by Peng Chun's inexplicable behavior of entrusting him to Lan Luofei. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The most critical point was the ambiguous gaze the old rascal had cast upon him as he left. "Sister, I shall take my leave first," Zhang Yang said, noticing everyone had departed, and he prepared to flee. "Stop!" Lan Luofei's voice rang out. "What is it, sister?" Zhang Yang turned back, grinning foolishly to his surprise. Lan Luofei did not respond immediately, but instead strode over with her long legs. Leaning in close to whisper in his ear, "How does it feel?" Zhang Yang froze, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his expression seemingly pleading, "I promise to be good. Please spare me. Why are you silent?" "Junior brother." Lan Luofei gazed at Zhang Yang with an enticing smile, her face radiating allure. "Sister, I do not quite understand your meaning." Zhang Yang feigned composure, seeing Zhang Yang's demeanor. Lan Luofei felt a twinge of confusion. Was he not the one she thought he was? Yet, the scent emanating from him felt strangely familiar. "Do you think my skin is fair, junior brother?" Lan Luofei pressed on, unwilling to let him off the hook easily. "Quite fair," Zhang Yang replied without a moment's hesitation. "You have seen it." Lan Luofei's expression began to darken with a hint of threat. In an instant, Zhang Yang understood, promptly stating, "Sister, your long legs are indeed quite fair." He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for his quick thinking as he realized Lan Luofei was trying to ensnare him. Lan Luofei glanced at her beautiful legs beneath her short skirt, only then realizing Zhang Yang's comment referred to that. They look good? Would you like to touch them?" she whispered, her breath fragrant against his ear. Without a second thought, Zhang Yang reached out toward her leg. But Lan Luofei swiftly evaded, the enchanting expression on her face replaced by a faint blush. She had not anticipated Zhang Yang would actually attempt such a thing. "To ease the awkwardness," Lan Luofei remarked. "Junior brother," Although your talent as an apothecary is commendable, you should primarily focus on cultivation, for that is the foundation. Zhang Yang nodded and then, with curiosity, inquires, Sister, are you aware of the 4-sect grand competition? Lan Chuchu looked at Zhang Yang with surprise, not expecting him to know about it. Of course. It is set to commence in less than 6 months, she replied, a shadow of concern crossing her face. What level must one reach to participate in the 4-sect grand competition? Zhang Yang asked. Lan Chuchu was taken aback, contemplating how this newcomer was already thinking about participating. There's a ranking list in the inner sect, known as the Heavenly List, which is only 20 spots, that if you can make it onto this list, then there's hope, she explained. The Heavenly List? Where can I find it? Zhang Yang questioned. Follow me, Lan Chuchu instructed, leading Zhang Yang to the top floor of the building. Upon arrival, Zhang Yang beheld a towering stone tablet standing 100 meters away, inscribed with 2 resplendent golden characters. Heavenly List. Below the golden letters were names listed in order. And to Zhang Yang's astonishment, Lan Chuchu's name occupied the 10th position. Sister, you are ranked so highly. What level have you attained? Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. I have been in the inner courtyard for 2 years. Such a ranking is not surprising today as for my level. I am currently at the 5th stage of Martial Master, Lan Chuchu replied with a smile. Zhang Yang was taken aback, realizing this meant she was an entire major realm above him. It dawned on him just how vast the gap was between him and the inner sect's talents. Sister, where can I rapidly enhance my strength? He asked earnestly. Venture into the Xian Valley, secret realm. It may be somewhat perilous for you at present. However, it is rife with opportunities, and you can earn points by defeating enemies. As long as you survive, it will greatly benefit you, Lan Chuchu advised. Points for killing enemies? Zhang Yang queried, puzzled. Junior brother, you may not be aware, but the Xian Valley secret realm is situated in the heart of the great Xia dynasty, where disciples from nearly all sects venture to train. And rivalries abound. Thus, slaying disciples from other sects will earn you points, Lan Chuchu elaborated. Zhang Yang nodded, then leaped off the building, determined to make the most of his time that he had promised the sect leader to participate in the 4-sect grand competition. And being merely at the 5th stage of martial warrior, he was far from the heavenly list. He needed to act swiftly. Lan Chuchu gazed at Zhang Yang's receding figure, murmuring softly, Is it really him? At that moment, she experienced a tingling sensation in a certain part of her body, as if memories of the past were resurfacing. After leaving the apothecary pavilion, Zhang Yang headed straight for the teleportation array, unwilling to squander any time. However, halfway there, he unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar figures, Qi Wenli and Yu Hong's tea that moment. Qi Wenli was massaging Yu Hongshi's waist, while she wore a bashful expression. This shameless woman is quite adept. First Xiangming, and now Qi Wenli. If Qi Peishan were alive, I fear she would not spare him either, Zhang Yang thought to himself with a cold smirk. He had not forgotten his grudge against Yu Hongshi. After numerous hindrances, he had yet to find an opportunity. But once he did, he would ensure that she vanished completely from this world. Just then, Yu Hongshi and Qi Wenli noticed Zhang Yang. Upon seeing his resilient silhouette, Yu Hongshi recalled her master's instructions to maintain a good relationship with him. However, she alone knew that their relationship had long since deteriorated beyond repair. Rather than mending ties, it would be wiser to find a way to eliminate Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, you may have the ability to remain in the sect forever, but otherwise, I will surely kill you. Qi Wenli glared intensely at Zhang Yang, having been inquiring daily about whether Zhang Yang had left the sect, only to be met with disappointment. Your brother once said the same to you, yet now he is dead, Zhang Yang retorted with a cold laugh, then glanced at Yu Hongshi, adding, I did not expect you 2 brothers to share similar tastes. Your brother is dead, and yet you continue his legacy. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Hongshi exclaimed angrily. You know in your heart, Zhang Yang scoffed. Zhang Yang, do not waste your breath. You have made countless enemies. By the time I have a chance to kill you, you may already have been slain by the Xiong family. Qi Wenli sneered. The Xiong family? Zhang Yang recalled having killed Xiong and realized there were likely others from the Xiong family in the minor Xin sect. I once thought I would regret breaking off our engagement, but it seems I was right. A person like you, who stirs up trouble everywhere, will die sooner or later, Yu Hongshi mocked, then clung to Qi Wenli's arm, deliberately rubbing against him. In the inner sect, her level was at the bottom, and she understood she needed to rely on Qi Wenli to firmly establish her footing. Seeing this, Qi Wenli tightened his hold on Yu Hongshi, even giving her rear a playful slap, causing her to shudder slightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yang, look at her. This is your former fiancée, and now she belongs to me, Qi Wenli declared, unabashedly groping her in front of Zhang Yang. You fool, I have long since enjoyed this woman. By the time he got her, she was already second-hand goods. I wonder what you have to be smug about. Zhang Yang shook his head. Upon hearing this, Qi Wenli's expression stiffened. Despite the harshness of Zhang Yang's words, they indeed held a degree of truth. Do not speak such nonsense, Yu Hongshi exclaimed, noticing Qi Wenli's reaction, aware that Zhang Yang's words had struck a chord. After Yu Hongshi's explanation, Qi Wenli remained silent, and she sensed the gravity of the situation. Quickly, she said, "Tonight, I shall share a room with you. You will see then." Upon hearing this, Qi Wenli's face lit up with elation. He had long desired Yu Hongshi, yet she had always been elusive. Now, she was the one to propose it. Some things can be repaired, Zhang Yang said nonchalantly. Qi Wenli's expression changed. He understood the implication behind Zhang Yang's words. You speak in vain. Yu Hongshi was truly anxious. She realized that she could not articulate her thoughts clearly. Qi Wenli's expression shifted repeatedly before he sneered. Do not deceive me. You are uncomfortable because you saw Yu Hongshi accompanying me tonight, and that is why you are acting this way. Qi Wenli was not foolish. He quickly grasped the situation. Moreover, Yu Hongshi's physique and beauty were among the best in this inner courtyard, attracting numerous admirers. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongshi secretly sighed in relief, and then retorted, Zhang Yang, I admit I misjudged you at that moment. But you must understand that this is not the outer courtyard, nor is it Qingshan City. This is the inner courtyard, where countless prodigies reside. Compared to Qi Xian, you are nothing but an insignificant insect. Zhang Yang merely offered Qi Wenli a meaningful glance, which incited immense anger within Qi Wenli. Zhang Yang's expression made him suspect something was amiss. With no time to waste on these two, Zhang Yang prepared to leave when he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze behind him. Junior brother, you forgot to take your belongings. Lan Luofei approached Zhang Yang with her long legs, gently assisting him in fastening the second-rank alchemist badge to his chest, her face adorned with a bashful hue. Zhang Yang was taken aback. When had his badge ended up with Lan Luofei? Yu Hongshi's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this. Despite considering herself to be exceptionally attractive, she felt overshadowed by Lan Luofei. Qi Wenli's brow furrowed even deeper. Just moments ago, he had mocked Zhang Yang for being envious of his relationship with Yu Hongshi. Now, seeing the most beautiful woman of the Shaoxian sect personally adorning Zhang Yang with a badge, jealousy crept onto his face. While Yu Hongshi was admirable, she paled in comparison to Lan Luofei. Once Lan Luofei secured the badge, she naturally wrapped her arms around Zhang Yang's, pressing her body closely against him, exuding an air of shyness. Zhang Yang's heart fluttered, silently acknowledging, You initiated this. He then boldly encircled Lan Luofei's slender waist, causing her to shiver momentarily before calming down. Their affectionate display rendered Qi Wenli's expression even more displeased, as he suddenly felt that the previously appealing Yu Hongshi was no longer enticing. Second-rank alchemist. At that moment, both of them noticed the second-rank alchemist badge adorning Zhang Yang's chest. Although they were not disciples of the alchemist pavilion, they understood the immense difficulty of attaining the second-rank alchemist status and the prestigious position it conferred within the inner courtyard. Junior brother, let us depart, Lan Luofei said with a light laugh. Before Zhang Yang could respond, she firmly grasped his arm and led him away. Once again, I find myself in close quarters. Yes, they walked. Zhang Yang's arm inadvertently brushed against her softness, causing his thoughts to wander, and his hand could not help but grasp Lan Luofei's waist, igniting a blush across her cheeks. Soon, they reached a corner where Lan Luofei released Zhang Yang's arm. Zhang Yang clasped his hands together and said, Senior sister, you are truly beautiful and kind. Farewell. He promptly attempted to make his escape, knowing that Lan Luofei would confront him about his earlier actions. However, as he turned, Lan Chuchu was already in front of him, smiling. Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. There are matters we have yet to clarify. Realizing his blunder, Zhang Yang thought, oh no. I forgot that Lan Chuchu is significantly stronger than me. I genuinely appreciate your assistance, senior sister. I will certainly repay your kindness with a gift in the future, but I truly have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. He turned to walk away. But Lan Chuchu appeared before him again, her expression teasing. Did you enjoy the experience? Lan Chuchu had aided Zhang Yang because she had overheard their past interactions. And in a moment of impulse, she decided to assist him. However, she did not expect to find herself inappropriately touched several times throughout the process, which left her feeling quite indignant. Senior sister, I do not comprehend what you are implying. Zhang Yang replied. Are you certain you do not know? Lan Chuchu raised her delicate fist as a threat. All right, I admit that I could not restrain myself, but you cannot blame me. A beauty like senior sister Lan is irresistible. In such a situation, any man would succumb, Zhang Yang declared. Shameless, Lan Chuchu retorted angrily. There is nothing shameful about it. Lust is inherent to human nature, and I simply choose not to feign modesty, Zhang Yang stated. Lan Chuchu was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered anyone who spoke about shamelessness so earnestly. Just as she was about to respond, the voice of Shi Jing interrupted. Senior sister, we must hurry. The secret realm is about to open. Upon hearing this, Lan Chuchu recalled the urgency of the situation and whispered to Zhang Yang. Do not think I am unaware. You are the one who touched me in the river. We will settle this debt later. With that, she departed. Shi Jing shot a dark glance at Zhang Yang, his heart already condemning him. He had witnessed Lan Chuchu holding Zhang Yang's arm, as well as Zhang Yang's hand on Lan Chuchu's waist. In Shi Jing's mind, Lan Chuchu had always been a forbidden fruit, and he had never even touched her hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had embraced and held her, igniting a murderous intent within him that reached its peak. However, Zhang Yang remained oblivious to all this. He had already exited the inner courtyard via the formation, heading towards the Xuangu. After Zhang Yang's departure, Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi appeared beside the array. It seems Zhang Yang has gone to the Xuangu. He truly does not know the danger he is courting with his current cultivation level. Yu Hongshi scoffed. We shall also go to the Xuangu. Qi Wenli replied. Though the Xuangu holds opportunities, it is also fraught with peril. Do you not think we will be too few in number? Yu Hongshi expressed her concerns. She was well aware of the complex dynamics within that place. Many disciples from the inner courtyard had ventured there only to never return. With their low cultivation, going to the Xuangu felt akin to courting death. Fewer people makes it easier to achieve our goals. Do not worry, junior sister. I've already reached the 9th level of the warrior realm. Protecting you will be a trivial matter. Qi Wenli's hands roamed unceremoniously around Yu Hongshi's waist, upon hearing Qi Wenli's words. Yu Hongshi felt slightly reassured, knowing that only those below the warrior realm were permitted entry into the Xuangu. However, as she felt Qi Wenli's lewd hands, her heart darkened as she thought, Zhang Yang, I will ensure you suffer for this. Yu Hongshi was willing to sacrifice her own purity for the sake of vengeance against Zhang Yang. Let us depart, junior sister Yu, Qi Wenli said with a smile. He was becoming somewhat restless and eager to eliminate Zhang Yang before seeking solace with Yu Hongshi. Zhang Yang stepped out from the teleportation array, immediately engulfed by a cacophony of sounds. Why are there so many people? He exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld a sea of individuals in the valley. These people gave Zhang Yang the impression that the Xuangu's secret realm posed no danger at all. Judging by their excited expressions, they seemed more like treasure seekers. Zhang Yang squeezed through the crowd, finally locating the tent designated for the Shaoxin sect. Inside, an elderly man was busy registering newcomers, while a long line formed outside the tent. With no other choice, Zhang Yang begrudgingly joined the queue. Bored and restless, Zhang Yang tapped the shoulder of the disciple in front of him and cheerfully inquired, Excuse me, senior brother, this is my first time at the Xuangu. Why are there so many people here? The man glanced at Zhang Yang, noting his cultivation at the 5th level of the warrior realm, and kindly advised, Junior brother, given your current level, I would advise against entering. It would be a gamble with your life. Do not worry. I enjoy living on the edge, Zhang Yang retorted. The man was left speechless, then explained, under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be so many people. However, recent rumors have emerged that a great treasure is about to materialize within the secret realm. Likely the legendary Primordial Stone Sword. What is the Primordial Stone Sword? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. It is said to be a top-tier artifact that has been gestating within the secret realm for 10,000 years and is now poised to emerge. If I could obtain the Primordial Stone Sword, it would undoubtedly enhance my combat prowess tremendously, the man dreamily replied. Zhang Yang found himself stirred by the man's words that, oh, by the way, my name is Yulin. If you insist on entering the secret realm, you may accompany me. I can look out for you, Yulin offered, having formed a quick camaraderie with Zhang Yang. Thank you very much, senior brother. Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude with a smile. Make way, make way. Suddenly, a boisterous voice rang out. Zhang Yang turned in the direction of the voice and saw a man clad in black attire striding arrogantly forward, flanked by a man and a woman. Many people stepped aside upon their approach. Why are these individuals so arrogant? Zhang Yang inquired softly. Lower your voice. These individuals belong to the Seven Fiends Sect, and their tempers are notoriously volatile. Moreover, the Seven Fiends Sect ranks even higher than us. Being one of the 4 major sections, Yulin explained in hushed tones. Zhang Yang nodded. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no concerns. After an hour, it was finally Zhang Yang's turn. What is your name? The elder asked. Zhang Yang, he replied. Take this ring. Do not lose it, as it signifies your identity as a disciple of the minor Xian sect. The elder handed the ring to Zhang Yang. After putting it on, the elder continued, this is a storage ring, and with each enemy you defeat, it will display your points. Once you exit, you can exchange these points. Zhang Yang nodded, then proceeded with Yulin towards the spatial rift deep within the valley, which served as the entrance to the secret realm. As they crossed through the rift, Zhang Yang felt a wave of dizziness, only to find himself standing atop a majestic mountain range. This place is truly spectacular. Zhang Yang marveled at the endless peaks. I felt the same way on my first visit, Yulin echoed. Are you not leaving yet, senior brother? Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled that we were waiting for someone. Yulin replied. Shortly thereafter, a woman approached. Upon seeing Zhang Yang, she glanced at Yulin with curiosity and asked, who is this? This is Zhang Yang, a first-time visitor to the Xian Valley secret realm. I am showing him around. Yulin said with a smile that I am Xuan. The woman introduced herself, exuding a friendly demeanor. Thank you, senior sister and senior brother, Zhang Yang said, clasping his hands in gratitude. There is no need for formality. Junior brother, since this is your first time here and we are fellow disciples of the minor Xian sect, we will naturally look after you, Xuan replied. The 3 then made their way down the mountain, with Xuan and Yulin leading the way, deliberately allowing Zhang Yang to follow behind for safety. Zhang Yang thought to himself, these 2 are genuinely kind. In such perilous places, it was uncommon for individuals to concern themselves with others. While descending, Zhang Yang suddenly spotted a blue fruit growing on a distant tree. Before he could voice his thoughts, Yulin exclaimed excitedly, that is a century-old Qinggu fruit, immensely beneficial for enhancing one's cultivation. Xuan swiftly dashed forward to pluck the Qinggu fruit and then presented it to Zhang Yang, saying, Junior brother, eat this Qinggu fruit. It might enable you to break through immediately. Zhang Yang was taken aback by her words. Reflecting on how fortunate he was to have such good-hearted companions, he accepted the Qinggu fruit and consumed it without hesitation. As soon as Zhang Yang finished the fruit, a faint glow emanated from his body, and he quickly absorbed the pure energy it contained. Junior brother, you have not broken through yet? Xuan asked in astonishment. This is a century-old Qinggu fruit. It should have allowed someone of your level to ascend directly. Zhang Yang smiled awkwardly, knowing that as a chaos sacred body, his path to breakthrough was inherently more arduous than that of ordinary cultivators. And no need to worry, junior brother. We will continue searching, Yulin said cheerfully. And the trio resumed their quest. Zhang Yang felt genuinely touched by their generosity. Even within the same sect, he understood how vital resources were for cultivators. These 2 were willing to forego the precious Qinggu fruit to help him break through, melting even his ironclad heart. After another hour, they found several more Qinggu fruits, but only one was a century-old fruit, while the others were merely 10-year-old ones. Junior brother, hurry, and eat it, Xuan urged, handing him the century-old fruit. Zhang Yang did not hesitate, swallowing it whole, knowing he needed to advance his cultivation urgently. Moments later, with a resounding roar echoing within him, Zhang Yang successfully broke through to the 6th level of the warrior realm. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. If it weren't for your generous gifts, I would not know when I could have broken through, Zhang Yang expressed gratefully. However, just as Zhang Yang finished speaking, the sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. Hand over all your Qinggu fruits, a man said with a mocking expression, accompanied by 4 others. Junior brother, step back. These individuals have already reached the 7th level of the warrior realm, Yulin said gravely. Positioning himself and Xuan protectively in front of Zhang Yang. We have no Qinggu fruits, Xuan replied, that do not play games with us. We have been following you for some time and saw you acquire several, including a century-old Qinggu fruit. Hand it over if you know what is good for you. The leader sneered. How dare you track us? Yulin, let us fight back. How dare these insignificant sect members attempt to rob us? Xuan scoffed, charging toward the group alongside Yulin. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the two, being disciples of one of the 4 major sects, believed they could defeat them all. Just a few insignificant fish. Do they truly think we, disciples of the minor Xian sect, are easy prey? Yulin derided, then turned to Zhang Yang, assuring him, do not worry, junior brother. While we are here, we will ensure your safety at least at the periphery of this secret realm. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. Zhang Yang smiled at that moment. A man clad in black robes emerged from the woods. The disciples of the minor Xian sect certainly boast a great deal. I am curious, are they all mere fodder? Zhang Yang recognized him as the arrogant disciple of the 7 Fiends sect he had encountered earlier outside the secret realm. Junior brother, run. This person is stronger than us. Yulin warned, his expression tense. You cannot escape. As for your Qinggu fruits, I will be taking those, the man sneered, charging toward Zhang Yang and his companions. Junior brother, flee. We will hold him off, Yulin shouted. Immediately engaging the man in combat alongside Xuan, eye in their eyes, they hoped to utilize their numerical advantage to buy Zhang Yang some time to escape, planning to flee together once he was safe. Just as Zhang Yang hesitated, a deafening explosion rang out. He witnessed Yulin and Xuan being sent flying by the man's strike, both spitting blood and landing heavily on the ground. The disciples of the minor Xian sect are indeed worthless. How could 2 mere 7th-level warriors hope to stop me? What a farce! The disciple from the 7 Fiends sect laughed derisively, his face filled with arrogance. After mocking them, he approached Yulin and Xuan, who were now displaying expressions of despair, realizing they would perish at the hands of the 7 Fiends sect. The Qinggu fruits are mine. A calm voice suddenly pierced the air, drawing the attention of the 7 Fiends disciple to Zhang Yang. You had the chance to run but chose to stay with them. It seems you wish to die together. He taunted, Junior brother, run. Yulin gasped, struggling to shout. Zhang Yang offered Yulin a reassuring glance, then turned to the disciple of the 7 Fiends sect and declared, a mere waste of the 7 Fiends sect like you is nothing to me. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, the man's expression darkened as he lunged toward Zhang Yang with a palm strike, mocking, let us see who the real waste is. Just as he closed the distance, Zhang Yang swiftly drew his blade, severing the man's head cleanly from his shoulders. The action was swift and decisive. Afterward, Zhang Yang noticed his ring had registered 10 points. I asked that all the points I received? Zhang Yang thought to himself, quickly aiding Yulin and Xuan to their feet and providing them with healing potions. After a moment, their injuries began to heal. Junior brother, how did you do that? You crossed realms and even killed that man while surpassing 2 levels. Yulin exclaimed, brimming with excitement, realizing Zhang Yang was the reason they survived. Indeed, junior brother, that was astonishingly effortless for you, Xuan added, equally astonished, having witnessed Zhang Yang's effortless dispatch of the foe. I owe it all to the Qinggu fruits you too generously provided, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. I initially intended to look after you. Yet it seems the tables have turned, Yulin said sheepishly. Let us continue searching for more Qinggu fruits, Zhang Yang proposed, acknowledging their significant impact on his cultivation. Wait, junior brother, I received news that a millennium-old Qinggu fruit is nearing maturity. We should try our luck, Yulin suggested excitedly. A millennium-old Qinggu fruit. Zhang Yang's heart raced at the thought. If 2-century-old fruits had enabled him to break through a level, what might a millennium-old fruit do? Senior brother, lead the way. Zhang Yang, too, was filled with excitement. Soon, the trio departed from the mountainous region, and after half an hour, they encountered a low-lying area that resembled a swamp, almost entirely covered in water. In the center stood an ancient tree, a millennium old, adorned with 8 azure ancient fruits that emitted a faint luminescence. Indeed, the millennium azure ancient fruits were distinct, noticeably larger than those a mere century old. Zhang Yang mused to himself. Despite being far from the ancient tree, he could still perceive a delicate fruit fragrance wafting through the it seemed they were on the verge of ripening. However, Yulin's expression was not particularly joyful. Senior brother, cheer up. Soon we shall obtain these millennium azure ancient fruits, Zhang Yang remarked with a smile. Junior brother, cease your jesting. Observe the surrounding woods. I am certain many individuals are concealed within. Biding their time for the fruits to ripen, Yulin sighed. With our trio's strength, seizing even a single fruit would be an arduous task, and we might even lose our lives in the attempt. Xuan added, Fear not, senior brother and sister. You stay here while I venture forth to seize the azure ancient fruits, Zhang Yang declared, resolute in his intent to acquire them. Junior brother, perhaps you should reconsider. While your strength is commendable, obtaining the azure ancient fruits will be exceedingly difficult. It would be wiser for you to join us in ambushing here. Perhaps we might manage to secure one. Yulin advised. Zhang Yang merely smiled faintly. Such caution was not in his nature. He preferred to take the initiative. That moment, he suddenly noticed several figures emerging from the woods, hastily approaching the ancient tree. A man clad in white robes, leading the group, shouted loudly into the surrounding forest, My Xiong family demands only half of the fruits. The rest shall be yours. This declaration was remarkably arrogant. It was none other than Xiong Wuji, who had also made an appearance. Yulin frowned at Is formidable? Zhang Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. In this outer region, he is indeed a powerful presence that I have heard he has reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of martial artists. Wielding a ferocious whirlwind blade technique that far surpasses that of the 7 Fiends Sect disciple you encountered earlier, Yulin explained. His companion, Xiong Wufeng, is equally strong, also at the 8th level of martial artists. Together, they are known as the Xiong family's twin prodigies, Xuan added. Xiong family's twin prodigies. Zhang Yang scoffed inwardly. Setting aside his enmity with the Xiong family, their audacious claim to half of the azure ancient fruits was enough to incite his wrath. A gentle breeze swept through the woods, causing the ancient tree in the center to sway, and the azure ancient fruits shimmered more brilliantly. They are ripening, Yulin exclaimed. That moment. Numerous figures surged toward the central area. Disregarding the Xiong family or any other factions, the azure ancient fruits belonged to whoever could seize them. In the blink of an eye, the number of individuals rushing out from the woods swelled to hundreds. The brilliance of the azure ancient fruits intensified, ultimately settling into a tranquil gleam. They are ripe, Xuan shouted. The instant Xuan's voice rang out, Zhang Yang had already vanished from sight. The time had come. A fierce battle erupted around the ancient tree. Anyone daring to approach would inevitably be slain by the Xiong family's twin prodigies, prompting the remaining cultivators to unite against the Xiong family members. Zhang Yang maneuvered around to the opposite side of the ancient tree. Where there were fewer people, he cautiously approached the ancient tree, but he found it curious that these individuals seemed more focused on fighting than on seizing the fruits. Could they all truly be so foolish? Zhang Yang muttered. It wasn't until he neared the ancient tree that he understood why these individuals refrained from snatching the azure ancient fruits. A translucent barrier surrounded the tree. Only visible upon closer inspection, it appeared a change of strategy was in order. Zhang Yang had initially intended to stealthily procure a few azure ancient fruits while others were distracted, but with the barrier in place. That plan was thwarted. There is someone over there, a Xiong family disciple shouted, and everyone turned to see Zhang Yang hiding among the aquatic plants, slowly making his way toward the ancient tree. It's you, Xiong Wuji bellowed upon spotting Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had killed Xiong Bin, and the Xiong family had intended to retaliate against the Zhang family, but a mysterious force had intervened, forcing them to abandon their vengeance and frustration. Now, encountering Zhang Yang, the architect of their grievances, the Xiong family members radiated palpable fury. "What do you want?" Zhang Yang, now exposed, stood up defiantly. "This guy is even more arrogant than the Xiong brothers," although the others were engaged in combat with the Xiong family. They kept a watchful eye on Zhang Yang's actions, their expressions betraying their anticipation of a spectacle. "You lot, go and kill him." Xiong Wuji commanded a few other Xiong family members while he and Xiong Wufeng remained occupied warding off other cultivators. Just as the Xiong members charged toward Zhang Yang, the barrier surrounding the ancient tree suddenly emitted a sound of disturbance, growing increasingly dim. "Hurry and kill the Xiong brothers. The barrier is about to vanish." Someone exclaimed with delight, and the faces of the other cultivators lit up with joy as their attacks became more fervent. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang found the 3 Xiong family members had closed in on him. One of them shouted, "Make it quick! The barrier is fading!" "Agreed." Before the other 2 could respond, Zhang Yang's voice rang out unexpectedly in their ears. "Not good." The Xiong trio's expressions shifted dramatically as they realized Zhang Yang had somehow appeared before them. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang's blade cleaved through the air, and the 3 were swiftly dispatched. "Zhang Yang, we must kill you!" Xiong Wuji and Xiong Wufeng roared from a distance, but they were unable to extricate themselves from their battles. At that moment, the barrier around the ancient tree completely dissipated. Seeing this, no one cared to continue fighting. They all rushed toward the ancient tree, and Zhang Yang was no exception. With a swift movement, Zhang Yang reached the base of the ancient tree, slaying a cultivator who attempted to impede him, and then lunged toward one of the fruits. Just then, several others charged toward Zhang Yang, but he easily dispatched them as well. In the blink of an eye, the very fruit he sought was snatched away by another. "How dare you steal my fruit?" Zhang Yang's figure flickered as he pierced the assailant's skull with his sword, the fruit falling securely into his grasp. Chaos reigned around the ancient tree as the brutal combat escalated to new heights. Observing the turmoil, Zhang Yang quickly withdrew to a distance. The area was cramped. And with so many combatants, even his confidence could not compel him to take unnecessary risks. Having secured one azure ancient fruit, Zhang Yang felt no urgency. Instead, he chose to conceal himself within the swamp, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Before long, he observed an individual rushing toward him, visibly exhilarated, muttering, "I can't believe my luck. I found an azure ancient fruit. Truly the chosen one. Ha!" As the person drew near, Zhang Yang sprang forth, his sword poised at the individual's throat, hand over the azure ancient fruit. The person's expression froze, and he forced a smile. "Brother, do I look like someone who could snatch an azure ancient fruit?" He sensed that his strength was inferior to Zhang Yang's, that "I prefer to persuade with virtue. But should you resist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhang Yang replied with a cold smile. The individual clenched his teeth, cursing Zhang Yang 1,000 times in his heart, before reluctantly surrendering the azure ancient fruit. Satisfied, Zhang Yang stowed the fruit away, now possessing 2 azure ancient fruits. "May I leave now?" The person asked indignantly, as Zhang Yang's sword remained pressed against his neck. "That I never said I would let you go," Zhang Yang retorted. The individual's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "You deceived me. Your foolishness is your own doing. You can't even comprehend simple words," Zhang Yang replied. The individual recalled their exchange and realized Zhang Yang had indeed never promised his release, silently cursing himself for his naivety. "Go and fetch me another one," Zhang Yang ordered. "What do you think this is, that one can simply pick them up?" The person shot back angrily. "I believe in you. Hurry along, and do not think of escaping. While I prefer to persuade with virtue, I will not hesitate to take action if necessary," Zhang Yang replied. "Damn!" The individual could only curse in frustration before obediently retreating. The fierce battle surrounding the ancient tree raged on, with the ground strewn with corpses. Anyone who obtained the Chingu fruit was invariably killed within 3 seconds, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to leave that area with the precious fruit. As this person cautiously approached the vicinity of the ancient tree, a figure suddenly collapsed before him. Their eyes met for an instant, and the figure spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood before succumbing to death. The Qinggu fruit. Damn it, what a stroke of misfortune. The person gazed at the corpse's hand, clutching the Qinggu fruit, nearly brought to tears, for this fruit would ultimately elude his grasp. He collected the Qinggu fruit, then cautiously glanced behind him, only to find Zhang Yang smiling at him, the black gold sword in his hand emanating a faint chilling light. This bastard. Throughout my life, I have never had such fortune, and just as my luck finally turned, it all goes to him. Though he grumbled, he dutifully returned to Zhang Yang's side and handed over the Qinggu fruit. Zhang Yang received the Qinggu fruit, his heart brimming with joy, as amidst the fierce competition, he had effortlessly acquired 3. Noticing the other person's grim expression, Zhang Yang comforted him, saying, "Wealth is but a transient possession. Ultimately, it will find its way into someone else's pocket. You must learn to let it go." The individual nearly choked on his anger at Zhang Yang's words. Was this how one offered solace? After acquiring 3 Qinggu fruits, Zhang Yang finally caught the attention of others, prompting someone to shout, "I saw that guy obtain several Qinggu fruits. Let us kill him and divide the spoils." Soon, a dozen cultivators charged toward Zhang Yang. "Quickly leave. I lack the energy to protect you." Zhang Yang's eyes glinted with cold light. The individual promptly fled, but not far, instead finding a secure spot to hide. Waiting for Zhang Yang to be slain so he could seize the opportunity to take the fruit. "Quickly hand over the Qinggu fruit, and we may spare your life," one of the assailants threatened as they approached Zhang Yang. "A bunch of foolish birds," Zhang Yang retorted, his figure flashing as he charged at the group. "This guy has gone mad." The individual hiding in the distance cursed Zhang Yang for being insane. Taking on a dozen opponents single-handedly. As Zhang Yang plunged in a fray, his sword light sliced through the air, and several opponents fell to his blade in an instant. "Stop hiding. This fellow is quite formidable," someone shouted, panic rising among the group, as they were all harboring ulterior motives. What they didn't realize was that even if they unleashed their full power, they were no match for Zhang Yang. With ghostly speed, Zhang Yang dispatched his foes without mercy, leaving none alive. Good heavens, this guy is ferocious. The individual hiding in the distance was taken aback. At this rate, he would have no chance of obtaining the Qinggu fruit. Just as he shook his head in resignation, preparing to give up, his eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing the twin beauties of the Xiong family rushing toward Zhang Yang. The flicker of hope ignited within him once more. "Zhang Yang, I know you possess 3 Qinggu fruits. Hand them over immediately." Xiong Wujie had been keeping a close watch on Zhang Yang, aware of the fruits in his possession. "How many do you have?" Zhang Yang inquired. "We possess 2, and what of it? Do you intend to rob us?" Xiong Wufeng scoffed at the audacity of the question. "Brother, stop wasting breath with him. Just kill him, if we acquire his Qinggu fruits. We will both attain the 9th rank of warrior." Xiong Wufeng sneered. "You two are at least together, yet you have fewer fruits than I do. How is that possible?" Zhang Yang sighed, disappointment etched on his face. The 2 Xiong brothers were incensed by his derision, their expressions darkening as they lunged at Zhang Yang. Faced with the 2, Zhang Yang finally adopted a serious demeanor. Black gas swirled around his black gold sword as he swiftly struck at Xiong Wufeng. Clang! Xiong Wufeng reacted quickly, parrying Zhang Yang's strike. However, as he prepared to counterattack, he noticed a thick layer of frost forming on his battle knife. "Brother, be cautious of his sword," Xiong Wufeng warned urgently. Meanwhile, Xiong Wujie had already engaged Zhang Yang in combat. And he too experienced the biting chill. Frost clung to his weapon, causing a tingling pain in his hand. "Come and assist me." Xiong Wujie realized he had underestimated Zhang Yang and urged his brother for support. Thus, the Xiong brothers united to battle Zhang Yang alone, initially enjoying an advantage. Yet as time passed, they sensed something amiss. Zhang Yang's strikes grew increasingly rapid, while the chilling aura sapped their spiritual energy, diminishing their combat effectiveness, leaving them at Zhang Yang's mercy. "Run!" Xiong Wujie shouted, sensing the dire situation, turning to flee. Just as he attempted to escape the battlefield, Zhang Yang swiftly severed Xiong Wufeng's head from his body. "Brother," Xiong Wujie hollered, his eyes blazing with fury. "You will pay for this, Zhang Yang." But he did not look back, instead hastening his flight. "You cannot escape." Zhang Yang's figure flickered multiple times, quickly closing the distance to Xiong Wujie. "You!" Xiong Wujie exclaimed, horror etched across his face. With a swift stroke, Zhang Yang severed Xiong Wujia's head as well. Zhang Yang rifled through their belongings, discovering the 2 Qinggu fruits. He now possessed a total of 5 millennia-old Qinggu fruits. It seemed the black gold sword had indeed lost its edge against living targets. Zhang Yang sighed in resignation. The sword was somewhat inadequate for him at this stage. Had he wielded a weapon of higher caliber, the Xiong brothers would have perished long ago that moment. Zhang Yang noticed dozens of cultivators watching from a distance, their expressions betraying hesitation. Quit gawking. I have 5 Qinggu fruits, if you wish to take them. Come now, or I shall depart, Zhang Yang declared. His arrogance was palpable. This fellow is simply outrageous. The Xiong brothers were never this brazen. One suggested, why don't we attack together? Once we eliminate him, we can divide the Qinggu fruits. Did you not see? This guy has already slain dozens. Even the Xiong brothers together could not match him. If you wish to seek death, go alone. I shall not accompany you. Though the group was numerous, they had witnessed Zhang Yang's prowess and dared not advance. This was utterly absurd. He truly faced off against the Xiong brothers alone, instilling fear in the hearts of the other cultivators, preventing them from daring to take a step forward. It seems my luck has run out. I shall not have another chance to obtain a Qinggu fruit. The individual who had previously lost the fruit lamented, departing in defeat, seeing the others hesitate to approach. Zhang Yang lost interest and turned away, fully content with his collection of Qinggu fruits. Zhang Yang made his exit. Not a single soul dared to follow, merely watching him depart. Upon returning to Yuelin and Xuan, he handed each of them a millennia-old Qinggu fruit. The fruits were far too precious. As they prepared to refuse, Zhang Yang smiled and said, "You both took great care of me before. This is what you deserve." Yuelin chuckled wryly. "This hardly qualifies as us caring for you. It was merely our ignorance of your true strength." "Junior brother, you truly are shockingly powerful," Xuan concurred. "Hurry, eat up. Once you finish, we shall explore the depths of the secret realm." Zhang Yang urged cheerfully, swallowing 2 millennia-old Qinggu fruits and sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Yuelin and Xuan likewise indulged, consuming the fruits and commencing their own training. An hour later, Zhang Yang opened his eyes. "Indeed, a single millennia-old Qinggu fruit cannot propel me to a breakthrough," he sighed, now at the 7th rank of warrior, but not far from reaching the 8th. Gazing at the final Qinggu fruit, he clenched his teeth and consumed it, then resumed his cultivation. Moments later, Zhang Yang awakened, his realm still at the 7th rank of warrior. Damn it, he was so close to breaking through to the 8th. Zhang Yang felt a sense of helplessness. And at the same time, he realized that he had consumed an excessive amount of Qinggu fruit, causing its effects to diminish increasingly. Meanwhile, Yulin and Xuan had yet to awaken from their cultivation, which was one of the most terrifying aspects of the Chaos Sacred Body. The ability to absorb rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures at a speed many times faster than that of ordinary individuals. Just as Zhang Yang was about to take a stroll around, he suddenly noticed a beam of light burst forth from a certain area of the forest, swiftly darting into the distance. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed a disturbance emanating from the Chaos Cauldron, which was trembling violently, radiating waves of light, accompanied by a rumbling sound from within. "What on earth is happening?" Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock, for it was the first time he had witnessed such a commotion from the Chaos Cauldron that moment. The illumination on the cauldron flickered more urgently, and its tremors intensified, causing more cracks to appear on its surface. What the hell is going on? Zhang Yang felt a surge of panic. If this continued, the Chaos Cauldron would surely shatter. Quickly regaining his composure, he deduced that the cauldron was likely urging him to pursue that beam of light. Without hesitation, he vanished from his spot and raced after the light. Zhang Yang moved with remarkable speed, weaving through the trees until he caught sight of the radiant beam, which appeared to be a fragment. Could it be a shard of the Chaos Cauldron? He mused, as the cauldron within him trembled even more violently, seemingly ecstatic, with cracks multiplying on its surface, just as Zhang Yang voiced his speculation. The cauldron responded with even greater agitation. "Stop shaking. You're going to blow yourself up?" Zhang Yang cursed inwardly. now fully understanding the cauldron's intent, and he accelerated towards the flowing light. Along the way, numerous individuals spotted the fragment, and like Zhang Yang, they began to chase after it, forming an ever-growing throng at that moment. The beam of light seemed to exhaust its energy, abruptly halting at the peak of the mountain. It turned out to be a bronze fragment inscribed with ancient runes that shimmered faintly. The pursuers, sensing its significance, rushed towards the bronze shard. "Damn it!" Zhang Yang exclaimed in frustration, sprinting towards the bronze fragment. "Get away from me!" He brandished his black gold sword, cutting down any cultivators that dared to obstruct his path. In this moment, Zhang Yang was extraordinarily ferocious. Some cultivators, witnessing him slay their companions, abandoned their pursuit of the bronze fragment and instead turned to confront Zhang Yang. "Numbering over 20, all of you, step aside," Zhang Yang bellowed, resorting to ancestral curses in his desperation. With a swift and deadly grace, he cut through the crowd, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Suddenly, he noticed that a portion of the crowd had reached the vicinity of the bronze fragment, intensifying his urgency, and the Chaos Cauldron's tremors escalated further. Zhang Yang realized that if he failed to obtain the bronze shard, the cauldron might very well shatter, and he could perish alongside it. "That's my possession, and no one is allowed to touch it," he roared, charging towards the bronze shard. Witnessing his fervor, many began to comprehend the fragment's true value. "Stop him!" A man named Li Xian, one of the disciples of the Seven Fiends Sect, shouted, having encountered Zhang Yang before in the Xuan secret realm. Immediately, several disciples of the Seven Fiends Sect abandoned their battles and charged towards Zhang Yang. With the presence of these additional disciples, the crowd around Zhang Yang swelled, driving him into a frenzy. "Those who block my path shall perish," he declared, channeling his energy to its peak, unleashing his utmost combat strength. "You desire it so desperately. We shall ensure you do not achieve it." A disciple of the Seven Fiends Sect sneered as they advanced towards Zhang Yang. "Die!" Zhang Yang roared, his sword cleaving through the air, unleashing a wave of black, frigid energy that sliced through the ranks of his opponents. Crack! Crack! The black crescent swept through, instantly turning those in its path into ice, which then shattered and dissipated in the air. Gasps of horror filled the faces of those who witnessed Zhang Yang's devastating strike, causing them to hesitate in their pursuit. Zhang Yang transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the bronze fragment. Li Xian had already dispatched the nearby cultivators. Just as he reached out to grasp the bronze shard, he felt an overwhelming killing intent from behind, sending chills down his spine. "That I warned you not to touch it." Zhang Yang's furious voice echoed. Li Xian quickly withdrew his hand and darted to the side. Boom! The moment Li Xian evaded, the ground where he had stood exploded as Zhang Yang's sword slashed down upon the mountaintop, causing a tremendous blast that sent debris flying, all while emanating a wave of black, icy energy. Li Xian's expression darkened, revealing a sinister grin. "It seems the bronze fragment holds great importance to you," he remarked, signaling for a woman to lead a group of over a dozen disciples of the Seven Fiends Sect towards the scene. Most of the newcomers were at the 7th level of martial prowess, matching Zhang Yang's cultivation level, while the woman, like Li Xian, had reached the 8th level. Zhang Yang, undeterred, lunged for the bronze fragment. "Not a chance." Li Xian sneered, swiftly attacking Zhang Yang with a blade that go to hell. Zhang Yang felt the murderous intent behind him, and had no choice but to retract his hand, swiftly countering with his sword. Clang! Li Xian was sent flying by Zhang Yang's strike, blood erupting from his palm, only to be quickly encased in frost. As Zhang Yang engaged Li Xian, the woman seized the opportunity and grasped the bronze fragment in her hand. "That you're asking for death." Zhang Yang seethed in fury, charging towards her. "Block him," the woman commanded, and a dozen disciples of the Seven Fiends Sect positioned themselves in Zhang Yang's path. "Huh, you truly desire the bronze fragment, don't you? Come and take it." Li Xian laughed mockingly, his face twisted in derision. "You have truly enraged me." Zhang Yang's Pearl whirled violently, unleashing a dense wave of black energy that spread from his body, causing the surrounding rocks to crack under its pressure. "Kill him at once," Li Xian shouted, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Zhang Yang, his expression shifting slightly. The disciples of the Seven Fiends Sect charged at Zhang Yang, their weapons crackling with formidable spiritual energy. "All of you shall perish," Zhang Yang shouted, swinging his sword, releasing torrents of black energy upon them. The disciples of the Seven Fiends Sect were caught off guard, instantly engulfed by the dense black energy. Many unable to even scream before being obliterated, as the dark energy dissipated. The once formidable group transformed into mere ice sculptures, which, when the breeze blew, shattered into countless silver sparkles, scattering into the wind. "I warned you, my possessions are not to be touched." Zhang Yang glared at Xuan and the woman, advancing towards them as the black energy around him surged with increasing ferocity. "Let us strike together. He cannot possibly withstand us." As Zhang Yang approached, Xuan felt a profound fear, akin to facing a demon. The woman, equally grave, prepared to engage Zhang Yang alongside Xuan. Boom! Zhang Yang swung his sword at the two, unleashing a torrent of black energy upon them. Both Xuan and the woman summoned their full strength to withstand the assault, yet it quickly became apparent that their energies were being eroded by the overwhelming darkness. Their faces turned pale, and just as Xuan snatched the bronze fragment from the woman's grasp, he declared with a twisted expression, "Today, either you die, or I shall shatter the bronze fragment." Xuan is no fool. He understands the immense significance of the bronze fragment to Zhang Yang, and thus resorts to threats. However, he is oblivious to the fact that his intimidation holds no sway over Zhang Yang. In a swift motion, Zhang Yang unleashes a flurry of strikes, dark energy cascading towards the two adversaries like an overwhelming tide. "If you seek to take our lives, then you shall not lay claim to this bronze fragment." Xuan, driven to madness, swings his blade towards the fragment, clang. But what follows astounds him beyond expectation. His sword shatters upon contact with the bronze piece, while the fragment remains unscathed. How can this be? Xuan's face contorts in horror as he realizes that this fragment is far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. Yet, it is too late. The black energy engulfs both him and his companion, and when it dissipates, they are left as mere remnants of ice. What a fool! That is a piece of the primordial divine artifact, the Chaos Cauldron. With such a wretched blade, did he think to shatter it? Zhang Yang retrieves the bronze fragment from the ground and promptly summons the Chaos Cauldron. The moment the cauldron appears, the bronze fragment seems to activate, soaring towards it and melding seamlessly within. In mere moments, Zhang Yang notices a significant reduction in the cracks adorning the cauldron, its surface gleaming with renewed luster. Just as he prepares to stow the cauldron away, a sphere of white light suddenly emerges from it, merging into Zhang Yang's mind. What is this? A technique materializes in his consciousness, lacking a name but accompanied by a simple description. One sword, certain kill, the supreme sword art of the Sword Emperor. Used with caution, then, images of techniques flash before him, showcasing the Sword Emperor's prowess as he vanquishes foes with a single stroke. Zhang Yang, even through the vision, can feel the despair of the enemies. How can I learn this? Zhang Yang is bewildered. The Sword Emperor had reached unparalleled heights, and even the demonstration eludes his comprehension. Fortunately, the scene shifts to a young boy, strikingly similar to the Sword Emperor, practicing the very technique, truly a one-sword kill. After observing for some time, Zhang Yang begins to grasp the essence. The technique demands unparalleled speed, swift enough to leave the enemy entirely unprepared. One must strike to claim the enemy's head, lest they risk losing their own life. With newfound determination, Zhang Yang takes up his sword and begins to train. Days swiftly pass, and in a short span of 2 days, Zhang Yang unleashes a strike. The black golden sword leaving behind a fleeting afterimage as the colossal boulder before him is cleaved in two. It appears that this technique requires a lighter blade to achieve optimal speed. Zhang Yang muses, "It's not merely the weight of the sword. You have yet to comprehend the essence of the sword." A voice suddenly resonates within Zhang Yang's heart. "Who goes there?" he exclaims, startled. "Stop searching. I am within the Chaos Cauldron." The voice replies once more. "The Chaos Cauldron?" Zhang Yang immediately summons it. A beam of blue light bursts forth from the cauldron, revealing a creature with golden fur and a blue visage before Zhang Yang. "Brother Monkey!" Zhang Yang gasps in astonishment. The creature resembles the golden-haired monkeys he had seen in his past life. That's a fine name. I like it. The golden-haired monkey scratches its head. Why are you in the Chaos Cauldron? Zhang Yang inquires warily. The monkey's expression turns complex as it responds. I was imprisoned within by that old wretch. If you hadn't fused with a fragment, I would still be trapped here. In truth, I acquired the Chaos Cauldron long before you. But that old fellow insisted I am a monkey, not a human, and thus unworthy of possessing it. Zhang Yang's surprise is evident as he processes this information. So, the violent tremors of the cauldron were caused by you? The monkey nods. I had no choice. You were so foolish that I feared I might perish within if I didn't alert you. Zhang Yang remains speechless. Now that you are free, you may depart. Zhang Yang suggests, I wish I could, but unless you fully restore the cauldron, I can only appear briefly. The monkey replies with a hint of resignation. Zhang Yang, taken aback, wonders how long the creature has been confined. How long have you been in there? He asks curiously. Let me think. The monkey ponders before stating, I estimate it has been around 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Zhang Yang is rendered silent. Are you serious? He finally asks. The monkey affirms, I still remember the moment I first gained consciousness, encased within a celestial meteorite, that it was only after absorbing the essence of a millennium's worth of sun and moon that I broke free. Incredible! You emerged from a stone. Zhang Yang is utterly astonished, the tale echoing the legendary classics he had encountered. Yet he quickly realizes that this monkey, having lived for 10 millennia, possesses a wealth of experience. He promptly inquires, what do you mean by sword intent? The monkey elucidates, sword intent is profoundly mysterious. It can only be grasped with a minuscule probability while practicing swordsmanship. Once you comprehend it, both your speed and the power of your strikes will see immense enhancement. Sword intent is divided into 9 tiers. Each advancement significantly boosts your combat prowess. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart races with excitement, vowing to master this sword intent, for it is his only hope of joining the Taishan Sect within 2 short years. He has gleaned some information about the Sect from the Shaoxian Sect, and knows that with his current strength, joining would be a formidable challenge. Nearly impossible. From now on, I shall call you Yukong. Zhang Yang declares, seeking a name that feels more personal and convenient. That works for me. The monkey seems pleased with the name. Over the next 10 days, Zhang Yang dedicates himself to sword practice in the woods. In this brief period, he not only breaks through to the 8th level of warrior, but also grasps the first tier of sword intent. With a swift thrust, he finds his speed has increased tenfold. Piercing through the rocky wall before him with ease, I've done it. Zhang Yang exclaims, his face alight with exhilaration as he withdraws his black golden sword, causing the rock wall to collapse instantly. Indeed, the Chaos Sacred Body possesses unparalleled comprehension abilities. Yukong can only marvel at the sword intent radiating from Zhang Yang. The speed of his understanding is truly staggering. Normally, a genius would take at least 6 months to achieve the first tier. Yet, Zhang Yang has accomplished this feat in merely 10 days. However, Yukong suddenly adopts a grave expression and warns, do not become overly complacent. Many geniuses can comprehend sword intent in just 5 days. So your speed is still somewhat lacking. Yukong recalls the first generation of the Chaos Sacred Body's admonition. Should he encounter the second generation, he must ensure to keep them grounded, lest their high talent lead to arrogance. A lesson learned through the many hardships faced by the first generation, who nearly lost their lives due to such pride. Thank you for the reminder. I will strive even harder. Zhang Yang responds gratefully. He realizes he had indeed grown a bit arrogant, thinking his speed of comprehension was exceptional, only to discover it was merely average, igniting a sense of determination within him to surpass those prodigies. Just then, Zhang Yang senses a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Boom! A resounding roar echoes as a beam of golden light shoots into the sky from afar. And within that light, he can vaguely discern a white figure floating amid it. The innate stone sword has emerged. Zhang Yang thinks he is not far from it. Yet in reality, the distance is considerable. As the sword lies deep within the secret realm, he races forward with all his might towards the heart of the secret realm. And no need to rush. The sword has not fully manifested. This is merely a prelude to its emergence. Wukong sits comfortably on Zhang Yang's shoulder. Aren't you unable to stay outside for too long? Zhang Yang remarks, finding Wukong's relaxed demeanor on his shoulder rather irksome. Akin to bearing the burden of a beast of burden. Indeed, but as long as I'm near you, I can linger a bit longer. Wukong replies. 2 days later, Zhang Yang arrives at the depths of the secret realm. Panting heavily and covered in dirt, that your bit longer has turned out to be quite the ordeal, Zhang Yang exclaims. Carrying the seemingly small monkey had proven to be an exhausting endeavor. Hurry, we must enter. It is just ahead. Wukong remarked that he chose to directly ignore Zhang Yang's inquiry. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a mountain before him, within which stood a temple, its grand entrance steeped in a gruesome tableau of carnage. Clearly indicative of a previous ferocious battle, Zhang Yang hurriedly dashed towards the temple. But just as he prepared to step inside, a hand seized his foot. Junior brother, a voice, frail and weak, emerged. Senior brother. Zhang Yang turned to find his elder brother, Yulin, gravely injured, his chest punctured and on the brink of death. Who could have done this? Zhang Yang inquired, his heart igniting with furious wrath. Yulin's expression was one of immense pain. He struggled for breath before his head slumped to the side. Senior brother, Zhang Yang roared in anger, recalling the care Yulin had shown him when he first entered the secret realm. Do not worry, senior brother. I will immediately go to rescue senior sister Xuan. Zhang Yang found a safe spot to lay Yulin's body momentarily before rushing into the temple. Upon entering, Zhang Yang discovered that the interior was an expansive cavern, and he sprinted deeper into its recesses. Along the way, he observed that the number of corpses on the ground exceeded those outside, intensifying his anxiety. Soon, he spotted a bronze door in the distance, where several cultivators had gathered. Those rascals from the Seven Fiends Sect have shut the bronze door behind them after entering. Some cultivators cursed the disciples of the Seven Fiends Sect while pounding on the door, but despite their utmost efforts, it remained immovable. Suddenly, they heard a whooshing sound from behind. Zhang Yang charged towards the bronze door, his black gold sword shimmering with a cold light. What is this fool doing? Does he think he can break down the bronze door by himself? One cultivator scoffed. Upon reaching the bronze door, Zhang Yang thrust his sword into it, the black gold blade embedding deeply. You cannot breach this bronze door alone, the earlier speaker said again, a mocking grin on his face. Unfazed, Zhang Yang withdrew his sword. Boom! The instant the black gold sword was pulled out, the bronze door exploded, and Zhang Yang's figure flashed as he rushed inside. How is this possible? The cultivator stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom how Zhang Yang had effortlessly shattered the door that had trapped them for so long. The foolish bird cannot comprehend. Someone else jeered, and then many cultivators followed Zhang Yang through the bronze door, leaving the mocker behind with a grim expression. Once inside, Zhang Yang noticed subtle changes within the cavern. But he paid them no mind, continuing deeper into the darkness. Ahead lay another bronze door. Wukong remarked. You can see that? Zhang Yang asked, somewhat surprised. Why eyesight is decent. I can barely make out 1,000 miles. It appeared that others were also trapped outside the bronze door, and among them was a woman who seemed to be unconscious. Wukong remarked. Could it be senior sister Xuan? With this thought, Zhang Yang accelerated, transforming into a streak of black light racing toward the bronze door. Upon arrival, he found a number of cultivators inside to be relatively few, yet a portion of their attire was unmistakably that of the Seven Fiends Sect. Senior sister Xuan, Zhang Yang exclaimed upon spotting a woman lying in a corner, her complexion ghostly pale, with blood at the corners of her mouth. Though thankfully still alive, he dashed toward her, but was intercepted by a disciple of the Seven Fiends Sect. Are you Zhang Yang? The man asked. Did you kill my senior brother? Zhang Yang responded coldly, refusing to answer the question. That useless fellow. You cannot blame me. I intended to inquire about your whereabouts, but he refused to speak. I had no choice but to kill him. The man said casually, as if slaying Yulin were a trivial matter. But this is all your fault. If you hadn't killed so many of my Seven Fiends Sect brethren, your senior brother would still be alive. His expression turned sinister. Brother Zhang Lei, since Zhang Yang is here, why not kill the woman too? She serves no further purpose, suggested another disciple of the Seven Fiends Sect. Approaching Zhang Lei at a valid point. Let's eliminate her. Zhang Lei licked his lips. a murderous glint flashing in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Yang. The disciple of the Seven Fiends Sect then advanced toward Xuan, his battle blade appearing in hand. The other cultivators sensed the shift in atmosphere and hastily distanced themselves, fearing the fallout. Zhang Yang is indeed a man of passion, risking everything to save his senior sister. What good is that? His cultivation is not even on par with Zhang Lei's. All he does is throw himself into the fray. Zhang Yang glanced at the disciple approaching Xuan, seeing him raise his blade to strike at her neck. "Seek death," Zhang Yang bellowed, charging at the man. "With me here, you shall not pass." Zhang Lei intercepted Zhang Yang with a sword strike, relishing the sight of Zhang Yang's rage, eager to make him witness his senior sister's demise. "Get lost," Zhang Yang retaliated with a strike towards Zhang Lei. Clang. Zhang Lei staggered back several steps, finally regaining his balance. What is happening? Zhang Lei was filled with dread. His cultivation was clearly superior to Zhang Yang's. So how was he at a disadvantage in this clash? After pushing Zhang Lei back, Zhang Yang swiftly charged toward the disciple of the Seven Fiends Sect. "You are too late. Bid farewell to your senior sister." The disciple cackled maniacally, swinging his blade toward Xuan's neck. Zhang Yang's expression darkened as he realized he could not reach Xuan in time due to Zhang Lei's obstruction. In a moment of desperation, he devised a plan. He lifted Wukong from his shoulder and hurled him toward the disciple of the Seven Fiends Sect. Wukong seemed aware of Zhang Yang's intent. He propelled himself forward mid-air, accelerating several times faster than before, like lightning crashing toward the disciple. Just as the disciple's blade was about to sever Xuan's neck, bang! A golden streak of light collided with his head, causing it to explode, the blade clattering to the ground. After dispatching the disciple, the golden streak returned to Zhang Yang's shoulder. This spectacle left everyone in stunned silence, for they had witnessed that the monkey had rammed into the disciple of the Seven Fiends Sect. The monkey emerged unscathed, while the disciple lay lifeless, his head shattered. "That monkey's head is truly tough," a cultivator exclaimed, astonished, for that was a warrior of the Eighth Realm, not an ordinary individual. "You dare kill my Seven Fiends Sect disciple." Zhang Lei's fury erupted, the aura of a Ninth Realm warrior surging forth, shaking the cavern and causing countless rocks to tumble from the ceiling. He had anticipated witnessing Zhang Yang's despair, but never imagined that it would culminate in such a dramatic turn of events. The surrounding cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they all fled to the distance, aware that a great battle was imminent. "Go join your senior brother," Zhang Lei yelled, thrusting his sword toward Zhang Yang, a terrifying energy swirling around his blade, exuding an aura of destruction. Zhang Yang remained remarkably calm. If a powerful being were present, they would surely notice a subtle shift in the magnetic field surrounding him. This is the essence of intent. Whoosh! Zhang Yang's figure darted past Zhang Lei like lightning, leaving a line of blood across Zhang Lei's neck, torrents of crimson gushing forth. Zhang Lei clutched his throat, eyes wide with terror. "How is this possible?" he stammered. Thud! Zhang Lei collapsed, devoid of life. Hiss! The faces of the cultivators were painted with disbelief. They had barely comprehended what had transpired. They only knew that Zhang Yang had suddenly vanished from sight. And when he reappeared, Zhang Lei was already lifeless. "Rest in peace, senior brother. Senior sister Xuan will take good care of you." Zhang Yang's gaze drifted toward the cavern's entrance, where Yulin's defiant eyes finally closed slowly. Afterward, Zhang Yang examined Xuan's injuries. They were severe, but not life-threatening at the moment. "Does anyone possess healing elixirs?" Zhang Yang cast his gaze towards the group of cultivators, upon meeting Zhang Yang's penetrating stare. The cultivators shuddered involuntarily, and soon after, each produced their finest healing elixirs for Zhang Yang's selection. After administering a pill to Xuan, Zhang Yang bound her securely behind him, ensuring his peace of mind. Meanwhile, Wukong returned to the Chaos Cauldron. With a swift stroke of his sword, Zhang Yang cleaved the bronze door, entering without delay. The others stood agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. This door had ensnared them for half a day. Yet Zhang Yang shattered it with such ease, underscoring the terrifying magnitude of his power. Zhang Yang hastened deeper into the cave, carrying Xuan on his back. Upon arrival, he beheld a stone sword floating in the air, enveloped in a golden radiance. The innate stone sword. Yet, Zhang Yang was aware that the sword had not yet fully manifested. Below the sword, numerous figures awaited, each emanating an aura of dread. Qi Wenli, Yu Hongshi. The two appeared grievously wounded, surrounded by a throng of adversaries. Another disciple from the Minor Xian sect has arrived. A derisive voice echoed from the crowd as one individual turned to Zhang Yang. "And who might you be?" Zhang Yang inquired, furrowing his brow. "We are disciples of the Jade Void Palace. You must be aware of our reputation," the man replied. The Jade Void Palace. Zhang Yang could hardly feign ignorance. It was one of the four great sects, renowned for its unparalleled strength, having dominated the four sects' grand competition for numerous consecutive years. "Are you here to rescue them?" The Jade Void disciple inquired once more. "I am not well acquainted with them." "Do as you wish," Zhang Yang replied, though. A look of surprise crossed the Jade Void disciple's face. "It seems your Minor Xian sect is not as harmonious as it appears. No wonder you perpetually linger at the bottom. After this competition, your sect may very well fall from the ranks of the four great sects, destined to become a minor faction." The man burst into laughter. Young Master Xingshu, Qi Wenli, who lay prostrate on the ground, called out, "You dare address young Master Xingshu?" A Jade Void disciple delivered a swift kick to Qi Wenli's abdomen, causing him to curl up in pain. "Enough! Speak quickly. If your words fail to satisfy me, you too shall perish," young Master Xingshu declared with a smile. "He possesses a treasure." Qi Wenli, enduring the agony, exclaimed he understood that to survive, he must divert the attention of the Jade Void disciples towards Zhang Yang. Regardless of whether Zhang Yang truly had any treasure. "What do you mean by that?" young Master Xingshu asked, intrigue dancing in his eyes. Qi Wenli glanced at Yu Hongshi, who immediately grasped his intent. With a darkened expression, she cast a furtive glance at Zhang Yang before addressing young Master Xingshu. "His name is Zhang Yang. He hails from the same place as I just months ago. He was merely an inept cultivator, yet now he has reached the 8th level of the warrior realm. I am certain he possesses a treasure." Upon hearing this, young Master Xingshu smirked and turned his gaze to Zhang Yang. "While I cannot ascertain the truth of their claims, it is evident that your companions are quite eager to see you dead." Zhang Yang remained silent, but Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Yet, driven by the instinct to survive, Yu Hongshi reiterated, "What I say is absolutely true. Young Master Xingshu, you must believe me that if you eliminate him, the treasure shall be yours." Young Master Xingshu erupted into laughter. Fully aware of the ulterior motives of these two, however, with the innate stone sword yet to fully manifest, he had time to indulge in their antics. Such was the confidence that comes with great strength. At that moment, the remaining cultivators arrived at the depths of the cave. Upon sighting the Jade Void disciples, despair washed over their faces. It was all over. The innate stone sword was now beyond their reach. They had not anticipated the presence of the Jade Void disciples here, especially not young Master Xingshu, whose cultivation had recently ascended to the 9th level of the warrior realm. Even within the Jade Void Palace, he was among the elite. It seemed the Minor Xian sect had crossed paths with the Jade Void Palace, and while Zhang Yang was indeed powerful, facing a prodigy like young Master Xingshu would likely lead to his demise. The cultivators stood at a distance, observing the unfolding events, resigned to the fact that the innate stone sword was no longer within their grasp, and thus lost interest in approaching. Young Master Xingshu approached Zhang Yang, a haughty smile gracing his lips. "Oh, you think I should believe them?" Zhang Yang replied coldly. "Whether you choose to believe them or not is of no concern to me." Raising an eyebrow, young Master Xingshu's expression turned icy. "Let me be frank. I have no intention of sparing any disciple of the Minor Xian sect. You shall all perish here." With that declaration, a terrifying aura erupted from young Master Xingshu. A violent wave of energy sweeping outward, causing Zhang Yang's robes to ripple wildly. Both Qi Wenli and Yu Hongshi wore expressions of sheer despair. After all their scheming, they found themselves facing their own demise. The oppressive force emanating from young Master Xingshu instilled dread in everyone present. Why Yu Hongshi, lying on the ground, turned pale as she shouted at Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang, We are all disciples of the Minor Xian Sect. At this crucial moment, you must give the treasure to young Master Shengxiu. Do you wish to condemn me and senior brother Qi to death, having only recently joined the inner sanctum of the Minor Xian Sect? She was desperate to survive. This wretched woman, Zhang Yang, seethed with fury, his murderous intent surging forth as he approached Yu Hongshi. Young Master Shengxiu raised an eyebrow, not hindering Zhang Yang's advance. The palpable aura of malice emanating from Zhang Yang even unsettled him. As Zhang Yang stood before Yu Hongshi, the Jade Void disciples instinctively tensed, but at young Master Shengxiu's nod, they stepped aside. Why have you come here? Hurry and present the treasure. Perhaps if young Master Shengxiu is pleased, we may yet survive. Yu Hongshi screamed, her only desire to live. Smack. Damn it, I haven't settled the score with you yet, you wretched woman. Zhang Yang struck Yu Hongshi, sending her sprawling. In disbelief, she touched her swollen cheek and screamed frantically. Is it wrong to ask you to hand over the treasure for the sake of our fellow disciples? Am I in the wrong? You dare strike me for this? I will report you to the sect for harming a fellow disciple, and they shall not let you off easily. Smack. Zhang Yang struck her again, leaving both sides of her face swollen. You think you can return? You must die here today. Zhang Yang's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. And he struck her once more. Wai Yu Hongshi, dazed from the blows, found her once exquisite visage now resembling that of a swollen pig. Stop. I realize my mistakes. It has all been my fault. I should not have treated you this way. Yu Hongshi stammered, her words slurred. Wrong. Damn it. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang severed her head with a single stroke of his sword. I have avenged you. Rest in peace, as you Rainkar, if it could be claimed for oneself. It would indeed be a tremendous boon. This innate stone sword may be relinquished to me. Perhaps we could engage in discourse, Zhang Yang suggested. Then there is nothing to discuss. The aura of the young Master Shengxiu surged once more. The young Master Shengxiu was no fool, setting aside whether he would indeed grant it to Zhang Yang. Even if he did, what if Zhang Yang were to seize the innate stone sword and turn against them? After all, it was a treasured artifact. MY terms are already laid out. It is you who refuse to acquiesce, Zhang Yang remarked. Let us attack together and slay him. The young Master Shengxiu declared with unwavering resolve. Refusing to grant Zhang Yang even the slightest chance, boom! At that moment, the cave began to tremble violently, the golden radiance enveloping the innate stone sword gradually dissipating, revealing its true form. The innate stone sword has emerged. Whoosh! Zhang Yang's figure vanished from his original spot, racing towards the innate stone sword. You must stop him, the young Master Shengxiu shouted, and then dashed toward the innate stone sword himself, while the other disciples of the Yushu Hall swiftly obstructed Zhang Yang's path. Those who impede me shall perish, Zhang Yang bellowed, and as sword shadows flickered, the disciples of the Yushu Hall found themselves momentarily stunned, while Zhang Yang surged forth towards the innate stone sword. Why have the Yushu Hall disciples ceased their movements? A distant cultivator pondered, and no sooner had he spoken than a line of crimson appeared across the necks of those disciples, blood spraying forth as they collapsed to the ground. My goodness, one strike, and they are all dead. What manner of monster is this Zhang Yang? The cultivator exclaimed in terror, and at this juncture, the young Master Shengxiu had reached the base of the innate stone sword, and just as he prepared to grasp it, he suddenly sensed a chilling intent of murder approaching from behind, prompting him to evade immediately. Bang! At the moment he dodged, a black gold sword struck where he had stood, creating a gaping hole in the ground. Zhang Yang swiftly approached the black gold sword, drawing it forth and immediately lunging for the innate stone sword. Not a chance. The young Master Shengxiu swung his sword at Zhang Yang. Clash! Clash! In a flurry of blinding speed, the two engaged in fierce combat, exchanging dozens of blows before both were forced to retreat. Only then did the young Master Shengxiu realize that all the other disciples of the Yushu Hall had been slain by Zhang Yang. For the murder of my Yushu Hall disciples, today I shall ensure you pay the ultimate price, the young Master Shengxiu cried in fury, striking once more at Zhang Yang. Boom! The cave trembled violently again, debris raining down from the ceiling, and the ground began to crack in numerous places. Run! The cave is about to collapse. Observing the chaos, the distant cultivators rushed towards the exit. They were merely martial artists. If the cave were to cave in, they could not guarantee their survival. Zhang Yang and the young master Shengxiu exchanged glances, their expressions changing as they grasped the severity of the situation. Die! Without hesitation, Zhang Yang thrust his sword towards the young master Shengxiu, his speed significantly augmented compared to before. How is this possible? It dawned on him then that despite Zhang Yang's lower cultivation level, his strength far surpassed his own. The young master Shengxiu felt as though death itself were upon him as Zhang Yang barreled forward. Realizing he could not withstand the strike, swoosh, the young master Shengxiu's head flew from his shoulders, his expression frozen in shock even in death. After vanquishing the young master Shengxiu, Zhang Yang seized the innate stone sword, only to discover he could not budge it. What is happening? A look of urgency crossed Zhang Yang's face. Meanwhile, the fissures in the cave had spread to his feet, and sections of the cave began to collapse in earnest. If he did not flee soon, he would surely perish here. Suddenly, Yukong appeared on Zhang Yang's shoulder, urging him, "Hurry, drop your blood to claim ownership." Zhang Yang snapped to attention and immediately let his blood drip onto the innate stone sword. The blood rapidly fused into the sword, and Zhang Yang finally felt a connection forming between himself and the sword. "Run quickly!" Yukong urged. He did not wish for the second generation of the Primordial Chaos Saint body to meet an untimely end. Should that occur, he feared he would have to retire within the Chaos Cauldron. Grasping the stone sword and carrying Xuan on his back, Zhang Yang charged towards the cave exit with all his might. "Hurry, faster!" Yukong shouted from Zhang Yang's shoulder, cheering him on. "Could you please refrain from riding on my shoulder? Do you not realize how heavy you are?" Zhang Yang scolded. "My apologies, I had forgotten." Yukong replied before returning to the Chaos Cauldron. With Yukong's weight gone, Zhang Yang's speed increased significantly, and in mere moments, he burst forth from the cave. As he emerged from the temple, a thunderous crash echoed, and the entire structure collapsed in a cacophony of sound. That was close. I nearly met my end inside. Zhang Yang panted heavily. That you, junior brother?" A weak voice called out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's expression brightened, and he promptly set his sister down. He noticed that Xuan's complexion had improved somewhat since before. "Sister, you have finally awakened," Zhang Yang exclaimed. "I was nearly driven mad by your incessant ramblings. How could I not awaken?" Xuan managed a weak smile, which was quickly followed by a fit of coughing. Seeing this, Zhang Yang immediately administered 2 healing pills, which provided her some relief. "Where is Yuelin?" Xuan inquired. "Brother, he has perished," Zhang Yang replied honestly, knowing that concealment would serve no purpose. Xuan would inevitably find out. "He died for my sake." Upon hearing of Yuelin's demise, tears streamed down Xuan's face. "Fear not, sister. The one who murdered brother has been slain by my hand," Zhang Yang reassured her. Xuan sobbed softly before murmuring, "Thank you, junior brother. I believe Yuelin has found peace in his next reincarnation." At that moment, Zhang Yang suddenly sensed something amiss. He glanced around and realized that a throng of cultivators had gathered in the distance. Their eyes filled with avarice as they gazed upon the innate stone sword in his possession. "Junior brother, you should depart. I will only serve as a burden to you." Xuan, now aware of the looming threat, displayed concern upon her face. "That I shall not leave you behind," Zhang Yang insisted, once again hoisting Xuan onto his back and binding them together with a sturdy rope. "Junior brother, this will only lead to your demise." Xuan sighed. She felt herself to be an utterly defenseless burden and wished not to hinder Zhang Yang. "Sister, do not speak such words. With brother Yuelin gone, I will not allow you to perish as well," Zhang Yang declared, gripping the innate stone sword firmly. Only then did he notice that the sword, though composed entirely of stone, was extraordinarily sharp, its white blade gleaming with radiant light under the sun. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's declaration, Xuan fell silent, gripping his shoulders tightly, striving not to impede him further. "Surrender the innate stone sword, and we shall grant you a chance to escape," one of the distant cultivators called out. "If you possess the courage, then come and take it." Zhang Yang scoffed. He estimated that there were at least 200 individuals present, effectively cornering him at the cave's entrance. "You are courting death." The man retorted angrily, then shouted to the others, "Let us all attack together and slay him." However, no one heeded his call, and even he took a cautious step backward. These individuals hailed from different factions, each harboring their own hidden agendas. None were fools. They had heard tales of Zhang Yang single-handedly slaying all the disciples of the Seven Fiends Sect and the Yushu Hall, and they were reluctant to be the first to charge in and meet their demise. Zhang Yang, with Xuan on his back and the innate stone sword in hand, advanced towards the gathering of cultivators, aware that unless he broke through their encirclement, death awaited him as he drew nearer. Those at the forefront distinctly felt the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Zhang Yang, prompting them to instinctively retreat. "Hurry, we cannot allow him to escape," someone urged in desperation. "Indeed, we must join forces to eliminate him. As for the innate stone sword, we can negotiate its division later," another chimed in. With that, several cultivators rallied behind the call to action, realizing that if they did not strike soon, it would be too late. "Kill!" As some cultivators saw Zhang Yang approaching, the first group of over 10 individuals charged at him with ferocity. Witnessing their comrades step forward as a buffer, the remaining individuals surged toward Zhang Yang as well. In an instant, more than 200 figures rushed at him in a dark wave, their momentum overwhelming and consuming him entirely. Zhang Yang, not daring to be careless, unleashed his full power, the innate stone sword enveloped in an aura of extreme cold. With a swift motion, he darted among the cultivators like a specter, leaving a trail of severed heads in his wake. "His speed is astonishing," someone exclaimed in terror. "Do not worry, I shall stand in the front. If he dares to approach, we shall swarm him," declared a robust cultivator clad in spiritual armor. Charging directly at Zhang Yang, he was confident that, with his formidable defenses, Zhang Yang could not possibly dispatch him with a single strike. As the armored cultivator barreled toward him, Zhang Yang responded with a lightning-fast sword stroke aimed at the in a heartbeat. The armored cultivator was cleaved in two by Zhang Yang's blade. A cold smile crept across Zhang Yang's face. Had he wielded the black gold sword, he might have struggled to slay this opponent, but he currently held the innate stone sword. The instant he dispatched the man, a flurry of chaotic attacks from the surrounding cultivators bore down upon him. Their faces were alight with ecstasy, believing that with so many assaults converging on Zhang Yang, he had no chance to evade and was doomed. In a frenzy, Zhang Yang activated the Shadow Pearl, causing the terrifying black gas surrounding his innate stone sword to swell violently. With a single sweep, he unleashed the black gas, which instantaneously engulfed dozens of cultivators. As the dark mist dissipated, the remnants of those individuals shattered like ice sculptures, scattering into the void. What followed was a relentless massacre. Zhang Yang, now blinded by bloodlust, found that the cultivators were no match for him, and they fell one after another beneath his blade. Half an hour later, the battle concluded, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake. At that moment, Zhang Yang was drenched in the blood of his foes. Even the once white stone sword stained crimson, carried on Zhang Yang's back. Xuan gazed at the towering pile of bodies, utterly stunned. She had never imagined that when Zhang Yang went mad, he could be so terrifying, resembling a cold-blooded god of death. Subsequently, Zhang Yang departed with Xuan, and merely half an hour later, some cultivators discovered the mountain of corpses, the blood having turned the earth a vivid red. Soon, this news spread throughout the entire Xuangu secret realm, leaving many in shock as they flocked to the site. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, all were struck with dread. The only conclusion they could draw was that all these individuals had been slain by a single person. As for who that was, they remained clueless. Some factions, eager for vengeance, offered bounties for the elusive killer. Unaware of the culprit's identity, they dubbed him the God of Death. After 2 days of travel, Zhang Yang arrived at the periphery of the secret realm. Under his care, Xuan's injuries had significantly improved over the past 2 days, allowing her to move about with ease. As evening fell, the two rested beneath a tree, Zhang Yang caressing the innate stone sword with a fondness that reflected his admiration. This blade was far sharper than he had anticipated. Without its assistance, escaping from such a multitude would have been no simple task. "Junior brother, we must return swiftly. I suspect the annual Sect Community Conference is about to commence," Xuan remarked, The Sect conference? Zhang Yang inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze. The Sect conference is an opportunity for the younger generation of the four major sects to interact. It is held annually, and this time, it is our turn to visit the 100-Flower Valley, Xuan explained. I see. Surely there must be a limit on the number of participants, Zhang Yang replied, somewhat disinterested. There is, but the quota is quite ample. I estimate there is a high probability you will also be attending, Xuan assured him. Forget it. I have no interest, Zhang Yang said, resting his head on his hands and closing his eyes on the grass. The 100-Flower Valley boasts many beautiful women. Are you truly uninterested? Xuan teased with a smile. I am not interested, Zhang Yang reiterated, his eyes still shut. Having been through the youth cultivation manual, he had encountered countless beauties. Xuan chuckled softly. Shaking her head. 3 days later, they returned to the sect. Due to her need for recuperation, Xuan returned to rest upon her arrival, while Zhang Yang made his way back to his quarters. This time, he had accrued a total of 2,000 points from his venture in the Xuangu. Though not an exorbitant sum, he deemed the acquisition of the innate stone sword well worth the journey. As Zhang Yang gazed at the sharp white sword in his hand, a smile spread across his face. Junior brother Zhang, come out. Someone called from outside his cave dwelling. Zhang Yang stepped out to discover it was Ningxiang, the individual who had participated in the apothecary test alongside him. Your master is looking for you, Ningxiang informed him. Which master? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. Peng Chun, Ningxiang replied, a hint of pride in his voice. You joined the apothecary pavilion? Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. Through my relentless efforts, I finally gained admission, Ningxiang said, beaming. The two then made their way to the apothecary pavilion to find Peng Chun. In 10 days, our sect will head to 100-Flower Valley for the tea conference, and you are included in the quota. Peng Chun announced. That I do not wish to attend, Zhang Yang stated firmly. Why not? Peng Chun inquired, perplexed. It seems pointless to embark on a long journey. It would merely be a waste of time, Zhang Yang responded. That is indeed a pity. I have heard that this time 100-Flower Valley is offering a Millennium Blood Ginseng as a reward. It is said that consuming this ginseng can enable even the most talentless cultivators to break through their boundaries. Perhaps even achieving consecutive breakthroughs, Peng Chun remarked. Since you are unwilling to go, I shall seek out others, he said, turning to leave. Wait, Zhang Yang called out. What is it? Did you not claim it was meaningless? Peng Chun teased. Now it seems interesting, Zhang Yang replied with a grin. The Millennium Blood Ginseng was precisely what he coveted. Afterward, Ningxiang bid farewell to Peng Chun. Your attendance is splendid. We shall have each other's company, Ningxiang said, clearly excited. Why are you so thrilled? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. How could I not be excited? It is 100-Flower Valley, filled with female disciples, and many of them are stunning. Ningxiang chuckled, his face lighting up with anticipation. Even if there are many beauties, what does that have to do with you? Zhang Yang countered, attempting to dampen his enthusiasm. You do not understand, junior brother. I in the heyday of our Shaoxian sect. Whenever we visited 100-Flower Valley, they would be wary of us, Ningxiang explained. Why is that? Zhang Yang inquired. Because those who participated back then were truly exceptional, captivating many of the female disciples of 100-Flower Valley. Some even desire to join our Shaoxian sect for the sake of those outstanding seniors. Ningxiang elaborated. Goodness, how outrageous! Zhang Yang mused, imagining that if he were the leader of 100-Flower Valley, he too would have to be cautious, lest all the disciples flee. And what of now? Zhang Yang asked. Now, as our Shaoxian sect's overall strength has severely declined, they no longer regard us with the same esteem. Ningxiang sighed. Then why are you so excited? It seems as though you believe you can charm a disciple from 100-Flower Valley, Zhang Yang remarked. Nay. You do not understand, junior brother. I am going with the intent to appreciate beauty. Why must I bring anyone back? Moreover, in recent years, a peerless beauty named Yin Susu has emerged from 100-Flower Valley, often compared to Lan Luofei, known as the two unparalleled beauties of the Great Xia. I must go and admire her, Ningxiang declared earnestly. Zhang Yang could only roll his eyes. It was evident that he was trying to charm someone, though he spoke with such eloquence that in the following days, Zhang Yang exchanged his points for medicinal herbs and fervently concocted potions at the apothecary pavilion. During this process, he successfully crafted top-tier second-grade potions, a feat that left Peng Chun utterly astounded. Considering Zhang Yang had only joined the apothecary pavilion a month prior, Peng Chun could not help but marvel that if Zhang Yang continued at this pace, he would soon catch up in rank as an apothecary. After crafting the potions, Zhang Yang chose to consume a portion for himself, while selling the remainder to the apothecary pavilion in exchange for points. He then utilized those points to practice sword techniques in specialized locations. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was the day before the tea conference. The Tian sword art had finally reached its pinnacle. Zhang Yang was somewhat exhilarated, and he swiftly returned to his cave abode, his body drenched in sweat, desperately needing a bath. "Shitty, it's time to set off? What are you doing?" Ning Xian's voice echoed from outside the cave. "Just a moment," Zhang Yang called out, after a brief pause. Seeing that Zhang Yang had yet to emerge, Ning Xian could not help but exclaim, "Shitty, I'm not criticizing you, but you should refrain from certain activities. They are not good for your kidneys." "Get lost," Zhang Yang retorted as he stepped out of the cave. Ning Xian initially chuckled, but soon noticed that Zhang Yang appeared particularly handsome today, prompting him to remark, "Why are you trying so hard to look good? Are you going on a blind date?" "I've always been handsome," Zhang Yang replied, and the two swiftly made their way to the designated location. Before them stood a large flying vessel, with several disciples already awaiting its arrival. There are quite a few people. Zhang Yang estimated that around 30 individuals were present. All the top 20 disciples from the inner sect would be attending this time. However, they were genuinely participating in the tea gathering, while we, the disciples below the martial master realm, were expected to spar with the young ladies, which makes it difficult for me to engage. Ning Xian wore a pained expression. Zhang Yang understood that the reason the strongest individuals were not participating in the sparring was to conceal their true capabilities, especially with the grand competition of the four sects approaching. "Let us go." The head of the apothecary pavilion, Jiang Sheng, approached the group, and they all boarded the flying vessel together. The vessel roared to life and ascended into the sky. "I truly envy you. When will I get the chance to see beautiful women? You can go when your strength is sufficient. Otherwise, you'll only embarrass yourself and be looked down upon by the ladies." Some inner sect disciples gazed at Zhang Yang and the others leaving, their eyes filled with envy. The 100 Flowers Valley was undoubtedly the most coveted destination for the male disciples of the other three major sections. As you head to the 100 Flowers Valley, be particularly cautious of the Li Xian sect. Despite being a second-rate sect, they have been rising rapidly in recent years and have now reached the pinnacle of second-rate sects. Eyeing our Xian sect with envy, Jiang Pavilion Master cautioned the group. Upon hearing Jiang Pavilion Master's words, the disciples' expressions turned grave, clearly having heard of this sect. "Are there other sects attending besides us?" Zhang Yang inquired, puzzled. "Of course. If it were just the two of our sects, it would be rather dull. Thus, tea gatherings generally invite some smaller sects to liven things up," Lan Chuchu explained, striding over to Zhang Yang. Chuchu is right. In such occasions, these smaller sects seize every opportunity to showcase themselves, and defeating them would earn them great renown. Especially the Li Xian sect. During past tea gatherings, we suffered considerable losses at their hands. Jiang Pavilion Master added that, "Is this second-rate sect truly that formidable?" Zhang Yang expressed his surprise. Aside from their top disciples being inferior to us, the overall strength of the other disciples has subtly begun to surpass our Xian sect. Jiang Pavilion Master replied, solemnly, that "I've heard they produced an extraordinary genius this year, who reached the peak of the martial artist level in just 2 years since entering the sect." After this news spread to the 4 major sects, several sects have already discreetly extended olive branches to him, Lan Chuchu stated. Upon hearing Lan Chuchu's remarks, the disciples preparing for the exhibition match wore solemn expressions. Sensing the immense pressure, they represented the Xian sect, and losing to these smaller sects would undoubtedly lead to ridicule. Losing face for oneself is minor, but losing face for the sect is significant. "You needn't worry, after all. You've only been in the sect for a little over 2 months. Just maintain a calm demeanor," Lan Chuchu whispered. "What is there to worry about?" Zhang Yang asked. Perplexed. "Naturally, they're as concerned about losing to those second-rate sects, as your time in the Xian sect has been too short. You're practically a novice," Lan Chuchu chuckled. Lan Chuchu's smile was radiant. Capturing the attention of the nearby disciples, who found themselves entranced. I'm not worried. After all, I might not necessarily lose, Zhang Yang asserted. He could distinctly sense that Lan Chuchu exhibited two entirely different personas, one in front of others and another when she was with him. So confident, Lan Chuchu remarked, "If you could defeat Xie Long from the Li Xian sect, I shall overlook the incident where you bullied me in the water," she whispered as she spoke. A faint blush adorned her fair and delicate face, rendering her irresistibly alluring, tempting one to lean in for a kiss. Zhang Yang felt a jolt at her words. He anticipated that Lan Chuchu already knew he was the one from that day. Nevertheless, Zhang Yang was no fool. He certainly would not admit it. "Senior Sister Lan, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I assure you that I will do my utmost to defeat Xie Long. As it pertains to the honor of our sect," Zhang Yang replied, a hint of confusion still evident on his face. Lan Chuchu, witnessing this, gritted her teeth in frustration, inwardly cursing, if this guy truly manages to defeat Xie Long, not only will he uphold the honor of the sect, but I will also have to keep my promise and overlook the past. What a troublesome fellow, Lan Chuchu silently berated. "Shitty, you must exert yourself this time. Only you low-ranking individuals can participate in the exhibition match. Don't embarrass our Shaoxian sect," Shi Jing approached, exuding an air of arrogance. Many within the Shaoxian sect were aware of his infatuation with Lan Chuchu. Now, seeing her whispering with Zhang Yang, jealousy surged within him. The disciples below the martial master realm exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Shi Jing was clearly belittling them. However, they dared not retaliate, for Shi Jing was the top figure on the heavenly ranking, someone they could not provoke. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Shi Jing. He never held back against those who sought trouble without reason. "Senior sister, I've been afraid of barking dogs since childhood. I'm going out for some fresh air," Zhang Yang said with a smile before departing gracefully. Lan Chuchu was taken aback. Her shitty was exceedingly bold. His words were akin to calling Shi Jing a dog. True to form, Shi Jing's expression darkened to an extreme. Were it not for Jiang Pavilion Master's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to strike Zhang Yang down soon. The group arrived at the 100 Flowers Valley aboard the flying vessel. Zhang Yang leaped off the vessel, finding the entire valley adorned with a plethora of vibrant flowers, and the air was permeated with a delicate fragrance. "Jiang Pavilion Master, you've finally arrived," a woman greeted them with a smile as she approached. "You flatter me, Deputy Sect Master Hua," Jiang Pavilion Master replied, equally courteous. The group then followed Deputy Sect Master Hua into the 100 Flowers Valley. They quickly arrived at a square surrounded by flowers, where a platform stood at the center, and various tables and chairs were set around it. With many people already waiting to tea that moment, a beautiful young woman gracefully approached. Although she was stunningly beautiful, she emanated an aura that seemed to repel others. "Allow me to introduce to you all, this is Yin Susu," Deputy Sect Master Hua announced with a smile, her fondness for Yin Susu clearly evident in her gaze. Yin Susu indeed lived up to her reputation, being extraordinarily beautiful, but unfortunately, she was exceedingly aloof. "Senior Jiang, please take a seat," Yin Susu said, subsequently arranging for the Shaoxian sect members to be seated. With the arrival of the Shaoxian sect members, the tea gathering officially commenced. Throughout the event, disciples from various sects raised their cups and engaged in pleasantries. However, they ultimately gravitated toward the tables occupied by the female disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley, where Ning Xian's rather unseemly figure could also be found. Eventually, Zhang Yang was the only one left at his table, devouring food ravenously, his mouth smeared with grease. Perched on his shoulder was a golden-haired monkey, which mirrored Zhang Yang's actions, devouring food as if it hadn't eaten in ages. "You gluttonous monkey, eat carefully. I just changed into this outfit," Zhang Yang grumbled as he gnawed on the beast meat. At that moment, a graceful figure approached, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, and sat beside him. "This monkey is truly adorable," Yin Susu remarked. Her previously icy demeanor completely vanished. Zhang Yang cast a glance at Yin Susu before returning to his meal. "Why are you here alone? Aren't you going to mingle?" Yin Susu inquired curiously. "Not interested," Zhang Yang mumbled through a mouthful of food. "Neither am I. I prefer solitude." Yin Susu seemed to be speaking to herself. "You all should be cautious. I've heard that the Li Xian sect intends to use the Shaoxian sect as a stepping stone to bolster Xiao Long's reputation. Yan Susu gently reminded him. Yet Zhang Yang remained engrossed in his meal, utterly unresponsive, which only intensified Yan's curiosity about him. It is worth noting that with her striking appearance, should she desire it, a line of admirers could easily form behind her, stretching from Baiwa Valley to Zhaoxuanzong. However, Zhang Yang, despite her overt advances, treated her as if she were merely a figment of the AI, or as night fell. The most significant segment of the tea gathering approached, the performance competition. This time, Baiwa Valley had specially prepared a millennium-old blood ginseng as a prize, hoping that all the young talents would showcase their best. The voice of the deputy sect master, Hua, resonated throughout the square. Upon hearing this, disciples from various sects returned to their respective seats, and the faces of some disciples from smaller sects displayed a flicker of anticipation. That moment, a man clad in splendid robes strode onto the platform. He looked down at the crowd and clasped his hands, declaring, I, Xiaolong, wish to be the first to take the stage, particularly to challenge the super talents of Xiaoxuanzong. Everyone present could distinctly perceive Xiaolong's evident intent, which was clearly directed at Shaoxuanzong. It was rumored that Xiaolong had come prepared, having reached the 9th level of a warrior in just 2 years, a talent that could easily rank among the 4 major sections. We might as well refrain from embarrassing ourselves. Let us see if Xiaolong can make Xiaoxuanzong suffer today, one murmured. Alas, the young disciples of Xiaoxuanzong seemed to dwindle in strength with each generation. I genuinely believe he might succeed. Xiaolong's focus was unmistakable, evident to all that he was specifically targeting Shaoxuanzong. My apologies, everyone. My disciple speaks rather bluntly, and he does not intend to offend the esteemed members of Xiaoxuanzong. A middle-aged man interjected with a smile. This man was Li Pu, the sect master of Li Xianzong. Oh, spare me the pleasantries. Your mirth is clearly intentional, Ning Xian retorted, displeased. Are there any young prodigies from Xiaoxuanzong willing to step up for a friendly exchange? Xiaolong unabashedly declared, dropping all pretense and openly challenging the disciples of Xiaoxuanzong. Damn it, Xiaolong is exceedingly arrogant. I must witness his true capabilities, exclaimed a disciple of Xiaoxuanzong, who was at the 9th level of a warrior. As he stepped onto the platform, his name was Qianzheng, an experienced disciple. The deputy sect master, Hua, merely smiled and left the stage to the tude. I have heard you are a rare talent from Li Xianzong. Today, I shall personally seek your guidance, Qianzheng stated, pointing his sword at Xiaolong. In response, Xiaolong brandished a spear, and his demeanor transformed into one of formidable intensity. Deputy sect master, I must warn you that my strikes may cause injury. If by chance I severely wound my opponent, it should not be an issue, correct? Xiaolong inquired. His words elicited gasps from the crowd. This was merely a friendly competition, typically a formality, yet Xiaolong clearly intended to take it seriously. An affront, Xiaolong's words are an overt humiliation directed at Xiaoxuanzong. The deputy sect master glanced at sect master Jiang, acknowledging that even she could not hastily draw conclusions that in martial contests, injuries are commonplace. Sect master Jiang remarked with a smile, embodying the grandeur of a major sect. However, as soon as his words fell, Zhang Yang and the others heard sect master Jiang's voice, laced with irritation, if Xiaolong dares to seriously injure Qianzheng. I expect you all to step in and incapacitate him. Xiaoxuanzong shall not be subjected to such humiliation. Zhang Yang and the others nodded, understanding the gravity of sect master Zhang's displeasure on the stage. Xiaolong, having received the deputy sect master's acquiescence, pointed his spear at Qianzheng, saying, I shall allow you to make the first move. Otherwise, I fear you may not get the chance. Xiaolong's attitude was unabashedly arrogant. Damn, Qianzheng seethed, feeling utterly disrespected. You will pay for your insolence. With that, Qianzheng launched a powerful strike at Xiaolong Clang. Xiaolong's spear swept through the air, crashing against Qianzheng's sword, sending sparks flying as Qianzheng was forced to retreat repeatedly, nearly tumbling off the platform. Perhaps we should find another opponent. You are not my match. Xiaolong laughed heartily, brimming with arrogance. Scoundrel, Qianzheng cursed, gathering his strength for another strike, his sword radiating fierce energy. Seeing this, Xiaolong thrust his spear forward, the terrifying energy emanating from it far exceeding Qian Zheng's. Boom! At the moment of impact, Qian Zheng was sent flying off the platform, collapsing to the ground as he coughed up blood. His complexion pale. Qian Zheng is gravely injured, gasped the crowd, astonished by how effortlessly Xie Long had triumphed. Sect Master Jiang provided Qian Zheng with healing potions, and disciples from Baiwa Valley promptly carried him away for treatment. The disciples of the Xuan are hardly impressive, Xie Long declared from the platform. His spear pointed defiantly at Xuan. This insolent fool. Zhang Yang could no longer contain himself and rose to challenge him. Junior brother, your cultivation is lower than his. Allow me to step in, Li Xian interjected. Though he had previously exuded an unseemly demeanor, his strength was not to be underestimated. Then you shall go. Ensure you incapacitate him. Sect Master Jiang stated flatly, a hint of anger evident in her tone. Zhang Yang, upon witnessing this, sat back down, while Li Xian made his way to the platform. Do not worry, junior brother. Li Xian's strength is formidable, possibly the strongest among the martial disciples of our sect. Lan Luofei remarked suddenly. Zhang Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated Li Xian's prowess to be so substantial. With this newfound knowledge, Zhang Yang felt a sense of reassurance. You may attack first, Xie Long smirked, maintaining his arrogant demeanor as Li Xian ascended the stage. Li Xian wasted no time. A pair of gauntlets materialized on his hands, and he launched a punch at Xie Long. Bang! Xie Long deflected the blow with his spear. Yet he was still forced back by the sheer force of Li Xian's strike. Xie Long's expression finally shifted, the arrogance fading as he realized the challenge before him. You have the right to battle me, Xie Long proclaimed, and with that he and Li Xian engaged in an intense and fierce clash, neither able to gain the upper hand. Bang! They exchanged blows once more, both staggering back from the impact. Your strength is impressive, but you remain no match for me, Xie Long declared, regaining his arrogance as his aura surged. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying presence erupted from Xie Long, gradually stabilizing into a formidable force. Martial Master. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Xie Long had broken through on the platform. The disciples of Xuan sensed impending doom. Should Xie Long have attained the Martial Master level, Li Xian would surely be an inadequate opponent. After the breakthrough, Xie Long charged at Li Xian with a spear thrust, and Li Xian's expression turned grave. He realized he could not withstand this strike, and conceding would be the wisest choice. However, he could not allow himself to do so. The honor of the sect outweighed all else, and he had to brace himself for the attack. Bang! Li Xian poured all his energy into a punch against the spear, but the anticipated miracle failed to materialize. He was violently sent flying off the platform, unconscious beyond it, his injuries far worse than Qian Zheng's. Disciples from Baiwa Valley swiftly carried Li Xian away for treatment. Xie Long possesses formidable talent, achieving a breakthrough right here on the platform. Xie Long had effectively trampled the dignity of Xuan, and it was likely that by the end of this tea gathering, his reputation would spread far and wide. It appeared that Xuan had truly fallen. Bested by a disciple of a second-rate sect to such an extent, it seemed this year's competition among the four sects could very well be Xuan's last participation. Many shook their heads in lament. The disciples of Xuan fell into a heavy silence, with Sect Master Zhang's expression particularly grim. With Li Xian defeated, there was no one left to challenge. Let us conclude this performance competition, Deputy Sect Master Hua announced. She had clearly recognized that Xuan had no further combatants, especially with Xie Long having achieved the Martial Master level. Everything had lost its suspense. Just as everyone believed the competition had come to a close, they suddenly noticed a figure quietly ascending the platform, wielding a white stone sword. The performance competition has only just begun. I wish to test the prowess of the renowned talent from Li Xian. All eyes turned to Zhang Yang, who had stepped onto the stage. However, when they discovered that Zhang Yang was merely at the 8th level of a warrior, perplexity etched itself upon their faces. What is Xuan thinking? Sending a mere 8th level warrior up to be humiliated? Lan Luofei, witnessing this, wore a look of deep concern, having not even noticed when Zhang Yang had departed. Does this fellow truly wish to further disgrace us today? Shi Jing fumed. Similarly, sect leader Jiang furrowed his brow, though he recalled the words of the Sect master, which eased his furrows. We must trust Zhang Yang. We have no other choice, Jiang's Sect leader stated. He remembered the Sect master once telling him that Zhang Yang was exceptionally adept at concealing his true strength, and thus should not be judged by appearances. Yet, being merely an 8th-level warrior, how could he possibly contend with Xiaolong? It mattered not if he embarrassed himself, but he was tarnishing the reputation of Xiao Xuanzong, Shi Jing remarked grimly. There's no need for further discussion. Let Zhang Yang have a chance to prove himself, Jiang's Sect leader interjected, cutting Shi Jing off. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang ascend the arena, Deputy Sect Master Hua paused in surprise, especially upon noting Zhang Yang's cultivation level. She couldn't help but glance at Sect leader Jiang, bewildered by the actions of Xiao Xuanzong. However, when she saw Jiang's Sect leader gesture for the match to continue, she inwardly shook her head and said, "Since there is a challenger, let the competition proceed." With that, she stepped down from the arena to there truly no one left in Xiao Xuanzong. They have sent an 8th-level warrior, a mere insect, to seek death. Xiaolong remarked, slightly furrowing his brow as he called out toward Xiao Xuanzong. Upon hearing this, the members of Xiao Xuanzong wore expressions of extreme displeasure, for Xiaolong's words were nothing short of a slap to their collective face. I demand a life-and-death duel with him. Just as everyone's focus was on the confrontation between Xiaolong and Xiao Xuanzong, Zhang Yang's voice suddenly rang out. His declaration was like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the crowd. What the hell? This guy must be insane. Indeed, he is merely at the 8th level. How dare he utter such words? The crowd couldn't help but launch a barrage of criticism at Zhang Yang, deeming him overconfident and reckless. Deputy Sect Master Hua wore an expression of embarrassment. Zhang Yang's demand placed her in a difficult POS. A voice filled with disdain echoed from Shi Jing. Shi Jing, such words cannot be uttered. Although you currently hold the title of the foremost individual in the Minor Xian sect, the world is vast, and there are many prodigies who surpass you. Your haughty demeanor must be amended, otherwise, you will undoubtedly face significant repercussions in the future. Moreover, I have heard that at that time, he was merely at the 8th level of a warrior, while most of his opponents surpassed him in cultivation. The fact that he managed to carve a path through so many formidable adversaries is indicative of his extraordinary nature. The voice of Master Jiang resounded. You are correct, Master Jiang. It was indeed my rudeness. Shi Jing acknowledged, though the contempt in his eyes remained unchanged. Why do I have a feeling that this god of slaughter is actually you? At that moment, Lan Chuchu leaned toward Zhang Yang, her expression filled with suspicion. Zhang Yang, too, felt bewildered. The unfolding narrative bore a striking resemblance to his own experiences. As for the identity of the god of slaughter, I am uncertain, but indeed, I was besieged that day. Zhang Yang responded to Yen Susu's earlier inquiry. As soon as his words fell, silence enveloped the crowd. And what transpired after the siege? Someone asked, their voice quivering. Well, they were all eliminated, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly. Good heavens, there's no need for speculation. You must be the legendary god of slaughter. Another exclaimed, their tone tinged with excitement, but a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as Zhang Yang's words effectively confirmed his identity as the mysterious god of slaughter. Junior brother Zhang, you truly are that god of slaughter. You must tell me, was that person accompanying you your Dao partner? A female disciple from the Minor Xian sect exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Not at all, Zhang Yang replied. Then, was it your brother? A male disciple inquired. Equally curious, neither, Zhang Yang said, feeling exasperated. God of slaughter, may I request your autograph? At that moment, a little girl approached Zhang Yang, tugging at his sleeve, her large eyes pleading. Zhang Yang, look at how adorable she is. Just give her an autograph. Lan Chuchu chuckled. Where shall I sign? Zhang Yang asked, somewhat helpless. On my shirt, please. The little girl seemed thrilled and immediately turned around, indicating where she wanted him to sign. Zhang Yang, with a flourish, scrawled the two characters for God of Slaughter on her back. Thank you, God of Slaughter. The little girl beamed with joy and skipped away. We want autographs too. Just as Zhang Yang put away his pen, a throng of disciples surged towards him, including many female disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley. An autograph? No way, Zhang Yang exclaimed, turning to flee, seeing Zhang Yang so popular among the disciples of 100 Flowers Valley. The deputy sect master felt a twinge of worry, fearing a repeat of past events when the female disciples had followed the people of the minor Xian sect en masse. Upon learning that Zhang Yang was indeed the god of slaughter, the majority of the crowd erupted with excitement, though the small faction wore enigmatic, cynical smiles that a day after the tea gathering, Zhang Yang and the others boarded a flying vessel, while many disciples from Hundred Flowers Valley came specifically to bid him farewell. Men of Zhang Yang's caliber, filled with vigor and spirit, were their favorites. The deputy sect master sighed inwardly as she observed the female disciples. "Su, what do you think of Zhang Yang's strength?" the deputy sect master inquired, glancing at Yin Su beside her. "Very formidable," Yin Su replied earnestly. "Challenging beyond one's level is not something just anyone can achieve. If he were at the same level as me, I would certainly not be his match." In Master Zhang's chamber, "Where on earth is my mentor? Since becoming his disciple, I have yet to lay eyes on him," Zhang Yang complained. As the ranking tournament drew near, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. For it concerned the competition for slots in the Four Sects Grand Tournament, and his current level was simply too low. "The sect leader is quite busy. If you have something to say, just tell me," Master Zhang replied. "That I have no points left. Could you spare me some?" Zhang Yang asked, lamenting his financial struggles. Master Zhang discerned Zhang Yang's unease, recognizing that his current cultivation level was indeed lacking. "To be frank, our minor Xian sect, while still one of the four great sects, is somewhat impoverished at the moment. However, do not fret. Poverty has its own remedies," Master Zhang assured him. Zhang Yang. Recently, the sect leader discovered an unexplored relic. Although the slots have been predetermined, as a disciple of the sect leader, you may be allowed to join, Master Zhang explained. "Does a relic still require slots?" Zhang Yang questioned, deeply skeptical of the old man's intentions. Exploring an uncharted relic is perilous, so initially, only a limited number of disciples will be permitted entry to avoid total annihilation, Master Zhang clarified. "Such danger? Then I shall not go," Zhang Yang firmly rejected. "Do not be hasty in your refusal. While this relic is dangerous, it differs from those already explored, where treasures have long been claimed. Newly discovered relics are rife with opportunities that in the past, one of our sect members ventured into a relic and, upon emerging, ascended from the first to the fifth level of warriors," Master Zhang elaborated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang hesitated, suspecting that the old man was deliberately tempting him. "When does the exploration begin?" he inquired. His interest piqued. "We shall depart immediately upon our return," Master Zhang replied with a smile. "However, I must caution you. Word of your possession of a treasure artifact has likely spread. Be wary when outside. For many may have set their sights on you," Master Zhang advised. Zhang Yang nodded, aware of the rarity and value of treasure artifacts. Even among the leaders of the four great sects, their artifacts might not rival his in quality. 2 days later, the group returned to the minor Xian sect, and within that time, Zhang Yang had absorbed a millennium-old blood ginseng, reaching the 9th level of warrior. Upon returning to the sect, the group dispersed, and Master Zhang instructed Zhang Yang to wait briefly at the entrance of the alchemy pavilion. Before long, Zhang Yang saw Master Zhang approaching with 4 others. "This is Zhang Yang. You 5 shall go together," Master Zhang instructed one of the young men. "This is Yang Yu, the captain of our team. Zhang Yang, you will follow his lead," Master Zhang cautioned, then departed. "Greetings, I am Long Zhuang, and this is my younger brother Long Yang. We are both at the 2nd level of warriors." A man clad in white introduced himself with a smile. Zhang Yang cupped his hands in greeting. "This is Fang Qian, who has reached the 3rd level of warriors." Long Zhuang continued, pointing to her. "Our captain, Yang Yu, is the strongest among us, having attained the 4th level of warriors. For this expedition into the relic, we shall rely on Brother Yang's protection." After hearing this, Zhang Yang returned the gesture to both Yang Yu and Fang Qian. "Junior Brother Zhang, what level have you attained?" Yang Yu suddenly asked, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. "I have just broken through to the 9th level of warrior," Zhang Yang replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the Long brothers were momentarily taken aback, while Fang Qian's expression soured. "What is your relationship with Master Zhang?" Fang Qian inquired abruptly. "That I am a disciple of the alchemy pavilion." "There is no particular relationship," Zhang Yang stated, as a disciple of the alchemy pavilion, you should focus on refining potions. What business do you have meddling in relic explorations? Feng Qian expressed her discontent. Zhang Yang remained silent. Rest assured, I will look after junior brother Zhang. Long Zhuang interjected, coming to Zhang Yang's defense. With your meager strength, how can you take care of anyone? Feng Qian scoffed. Long Zhuang's expression darkened, his demeanor reflecting his discomfort that I truly do not understand why Master Jiang would send someone like you, a mere ant, to hinder us. What if you endanger our entire team? Feng Qian sneered at Zhang Yang. Her face twisted with disdain. I will relay your words to Master Jiang in their entirety. Zhang Yang replied coolly. You. Feng Qian seethed, taken aback by Zhang Yang's retort. Let us not waste any more time. We should leave, Zhang Yang said with a slight smile towards Feng Qian. Yang Yu cast Zhang Yang a meaningful glance before turning to the sullen Feng Qian. There is no need to engage with him, he stated, then departed. You will pay for your words. Feng Qian shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare before hastily pursuing Yang Yu to, junior brother, Feng Qian is quite vengeful. You must be cautious around her. Long Zhuang warned. Long Zhuang reminded, this newly discovered ruin may not necessarily be dangerous. Zhang Shidi, you can simply follow us. We shall protect you. Long Yang chuckled, and the three of them then matched their pace with Yang Yu. 3 days later, the five arrived at the entrance of the ruin. Before them lay a desolate wilderness, void of even the cries of beasts. What a remote place, it feels utterly desolate, Zhang Yang mused as he surveyed the surroundings. Let us proceed, Yang Yu said, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as he stepped through the entrance first. Don't lag behind. Feng Qian shot a cold glance at Zhang Yang before promptly following him inside. Shidi, let us enter as well, Long Zhuang suggested, and soon, Zhang Yang and the others followed suit into the ruins. Upon entering, Zhang Yang found himself in an ancient battlefield, shrouded by thick mist. Through the haze, he caught glimpses of vivid blood staining the ground. What is this blood doing here? How has it not dissipated until now? Zhang Yang pondered, sensing something was amiss. The battlefield bore the marks of antiquity, and the residual blood was undoubtedly abnormal. This mist is suspicious. You should exercise caution, a voice echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. It was Wukong that moment. Zhang Yang felt a chill, realizing that had it not been for Wukong's warning, he would have unwittingly ventured deeper into danger. Noticing that Long Zhuang and Long Yang were heading toward the misty area, Zhang Yang swiftly grabbed their arms, whispering, this dense fog is problematic. We shouldn't enter just yet. The two looked at him, puzzled. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. The trio turned towards the source of the sound, and to their horror, they saw Feng Qian had unknowingly entered the mist, her cries echoing in despair. This fog is poisonous, Yang Yu exclaimed, his expression shifting as he enveloped his body in spiritual energy and pulled Feng Qian out from the misty region. Once rescued, Feng Qian clutched her face in agony, her expression one of profound distress. Yang Xian, my face hurts terribly, she lamented. As Yang Yu removed her hands, the group was horrified to see a portion of Feng Qian's face had rotted away, pus oozing from a wound, presenting a grotesque sight. Yang Yu frowned at the sight, instinctively taking a few steps back, his face a mask of disgust. Yang Xian, what's wrong? Feng Qian sensed the tension and began to feel her face, her expression turning pale as realization dawned upon her. Zhang Shidi, how did you know the fog was problematic? Long Zhuang inquired softly, his face still reflecting shock. Had Zhang Yang not intervened, they would have been in grave peril. Men possess a sixth sense, Zhang Yang replied. Long Zhuang, Long Yang, what are you three staring at? Feng Qian suddenly noticed their gazes, her tone icy. The trio immediately averted their eyes, ignoring her completely. You three are the weakest. Lead the way. Feng Qian's face twisted in anger, her fury escalating at their indifference. Why should we follow your orders? Long Zhuang retorted, angered by the suggestion that they act as shields in such a perilous situation. Refusal means death. Yang Yu's voice cut through the air with chilling authority. This bastard. Long Zhuang's expression darkened. Brother Long, let's not act impulsively. It matters little if we lead, Zhang Yang calmly suggested. But once we enter, we will undoubtedly perish. Long Yang protested, having witnessed Fang Qian's unfortunate fate. "Fear not. I have a plan," Zhang Yang whispered, then moved towards the distance. Wukong had informed him that within such misty regions, there must be safe pathways. Though they require careful searching, the Long brothers, seeing no other choice, followed closely behind him. After the three had ventured further, Yang Yu's voice turned cold. "Once we enter the mist, we shall strike Zhang Yang down together." "Yang Xian." Fang Qian's voice trembled slightly. Despite her disdain for Zhang Yang, she had never wished for his death. Besides, should their sect learn of such betrayal, her fate would be dire. Enough with the chatter. Just follow orders. Yang Yu's expression was devoid of warmth, sending chills down Fang Qian's spine. She felt an unfamiliar distance between them. After searching for an hour outside the mist, Zhang Yang finally discovered a narrow path where the fog was relatively thin. "This is the way," he declared, stepping confidently into the narrow passage. The Long brothers exchanged surprised glances before following closely. Could it be he's been here before? Yang Yu frowned. Then he and Fang Qian hurried to catch up. As they advanced, the mist around them thickened, and the sound of corrosion echoed ominously in the air. "We must avoid this white mist. I sense it could corrode us instantly," Long Yang said, his face draining of color. Clearly alarmed by the perilous nature of their surroundings. "Move quickly. Stop dawdling." Yang Yu snapped, impatience evident on his face. Meanwhile, Fang Qian had grown unusually quiet since entering. Long Yang's face darkened with frustration, and Long Zhuang patted him on the back. "Let us go." They pressed on deeper. "Watch out." Zhang Yang suddenly halted, scanning the area with heightened vigilance. Swish, swish. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, and the Long brothers remained alert, their faces paling slightly that moment. Zhang Yang sensed something hurtling towards him at great speed. "Retreat," he shouted, leaping back. Boom. The spot where he had stood erupted violently. As the smoke cleared, a deep pit appeared before him. "What kind of cursed place have you led us to?" Yang Yu glared at Zhang Yang, furious. Ignoring Yang Yu's ire, Zhang Yang sensed a powerful sword energy emanating from the pit. Swish, swish, just as the group was processing the situation. The sounds of slicing air intensified around them. "Run!" Zhang Yang shouted, charging forward. The Long brothers, without hesitation, followed closely behind. "What should we do?" Yang Xian. Fang Qian's voice trembled, fear evident in her tone. The strangeness of their surroundings was overwhelming. "Stay close to them," Yang Yu directed, and the two quickly complied. Boom! Boom! The group dashed forward, countless sword energies whizzing past them, the ground rumbling beneath their feet. "This is life-threatening," Long Zhuang cried, dodging the oncoming attacks. "Zhang Shidi, your realm is not as high as ours. How are you running faster?" Long Yang shouted in disbelief, noticing Zhang Yang had already distanced himself from them. "Because I fear for my life." Zhang Yang's voice echoed from ahead. Long Yang's eyes lit up in understanding. "I knew fear could unlock one's potential. You never believed me, did you? Enough of the chatter. Just run." Long Zhuang scolded. Soon, the five burst forth from the misty realm, each covered in dirt and grime, appearing rather disheveled. Only Zhang Yang, having run the fastest, looked slightly better off. "You bastard." Yang Yu seethed internally, having intended to eliminate Zhang Yang within the mist, yet they had only managed to escape. However, his expression soon froze as he found himself before a vast battlefield, littered with numerous corpses, fresh blood still oozing from the bodies that a strange and oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon them all. "Zhang Yang, what kind of cursed place have you brought us to?" Yang Yu roared. Zhang Yang remained silent, equally bewildered. Shouldn't there be treasures among these corpses? Long Zhuang ventured cautiously. Yang Yu's eyes lit up. Then he turned to Zhang Yang. "You should check it out." Zhang Yang frowned, sensing Yang Yu's ulterior motives. This place was far too dangerous for him to venture alone. Long Zhuang immediately intervened. "Then you go with him?" Yang Yu sneered. Long Zhuang's face flushed with anger. But just as he was about to retort, Zhang Yang stopped him. "I will go," Zhang Yang declared, subsequently making his way towards the ancient battlefield. Yang Yu harbored a cold smirk within, fully aware that if danger lurked inside, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly meet his demise. Conversely, should the interior prove devoid of peril and even harbor treasures, he would be able to discern it in a timely manner, thus achieving a dual benefit. What you are doing is tantamount to harming your fellow sect members. Long Zhuang retorted angrily, his words laced with threats. If Shi Jing seeks to kill Zhang Yang, you would do well to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences. Yang Yu scoffed. What? The Long family brothers and Fang Qian all exhibited expressions of horror. Shi Jing was the foremost figure of the Shaoxian sect, and if he sought to eliminate Zhang Yang, it would indeed spell grave danger for him. I could see that moment. Zhang Yang had already entered the ancient battlefield, and upon stepping inside, he discovered that numerous sword energies were swirling about wildly, even more perilous than those he had encountered previously. Proceed further, the voice of Wukong echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. Nodding, Zhang Yang ventured deeper into the ancient battlefield. The reason Zhang Yang had readily acquiesced to Yang Yu's request was not due to his congeniality, but rather because Wukong had sensed an opportunity within the ancient battlefield. Zhang Yang meticulously dodged the erratic sword energies while searching for the so-called opportunity. There it is, Wukong prompted. Zhang Yang swiftly surged towards that direction, and soon a corpse clad in tattered garments materialized before him. I ask this what you refer to as an opportunity, Zhang Yang remarked, rendered speechless. This corpse had likely belonged to a formidable martial artist, its body imbued with an exceptionally dense sword energy, which would greatly assist in your comprehension of sword intent. However, I advise you to first utilize the Chaos Cauldron to refine this sword energy. Otherwise, you will meet a ghastly end, Wukong cautioned. After listening, Zhang Yang carefully attuned himself and soon realized that Wukong's words were indeed accurate. The Chaos Cauldron must remain hidden from view. A method must be devised. Zhang Yang glanced back at Yang Yu's direction, observing that Yang Yu was fixated on him. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, he grasped the innate stone sword and began to excavate the earth beneath him. Zhang Yang worked with remarkable speed, and soon a deep pit emerged before him. What are you doing? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Better safe than sorry, Zhang Yang replied before leaping into the pit with the corpse. Then employing the Chaos Cauldron to absorb the sword energy emanating from the corpse, replenishing it within himself. This lad is cautious in nature, completely different from that old fool. He should be able to survive for a considerable time. Wukong mused internally that on the periphery of the ancient battlefield, despite being a distance away from Zhang Yang, they could still see him using the innate stone sword to dig a pit before jumping inside. This fellow is actually using the innate stone sword to dig a pit. Fang Qian exclaimed in disbelief, aware that the stone sword in Zhang Yang's possession was a treasured artifact. Ordinary individuals would cherish a treasured artifact. Yet this Zhang Yang was using it to dig. Let us not concern ourselves with him. If he does not emerge shortly, it will indicate that this location is relatively safe, and we can directly proceed to find him. Yang Yu remarked with a cold smile. Having attained a 4th level of martial artistry, dealing with Zhang Yang would be a mere trifle for him. Moreover, he had long set his sights on the innate stone sword in Zhang Yang's possession. Even if Shi Jing forbade him from killing Zhang Yang, he would still ensure that Zhang Yang met his end today for the sake of the innate stone sword. Upon entering the pit, Zhang Yang began to absorb the sword energy from the corpse using the Chaos Cauldron, and soon a pearl form from the condensed sword energy appeared before him, its surface crackling with sword energy. Hurry and absorb it, Wukong urged. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang commenced the absorption of the sword energy pearl. Refined by the Chaos Cauldron, the sword energy within the pearl had ceased to be so violent. Instead, it was remarkably gentle, making the absorption process incredibly smooth. After a brief moment, Zhang Yang opened his eyes, and within the depths of his gaze, countless sword energies seemed to surge. The sword intent has finally broken through. Zhang Yang rejoiced internally, for he had finally attained the 2nd level of sword intent. It was a pity that although this corpse had possessed profound sword intent in life, the passage of time had diminished it to a mere fraction. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of regret. Content, Wukong retorted, exasperated. Zhang Yang had only trained for a short period. Most individuals at this stage would scarcely even know what sword intent was. Yet here was Zhang Yang, who had already reached the 2nd level of sword intent. This achievement was truly formidable and would hardly be believed if spoken of. Suddenly, The pit trembled violently, and before Zhang Yang could react, the ground beneath him collapsed, causing him to plummet downwards in midair. Zhang Yang felt a sharp pain coursing through him, and he promptly discovered that the surroundings were engulfed in a thick white mist. Without a moment's thought, he dove into the chaos cauldron, alleviating the burning sensation on his body that instant of Zhang Yang's disappearance. Countless white threads enveloped the chaos cauldron, and a corrosive sound echoed upon it. What on earth is this? Zhang Yang's face reflected his shock. Not concern yourself with that, Yukong advised. Without the chaos cauldron, you would undoubtedly perish. However, with it, these white mists serve as nourishment and will greatly benefit you. Then why did you not mention this sooner, when we were in the misty area? Zhang Yang inquired. The chaos cauldron must remain concealed from others, Yukong explained. Zhang Yang pondered this and realized it made sense. He then manipulated the chaos cauldron to absorb the white mist. Soon, numerous white energy pearls floated around him, radiating a gentle glow. I never imagined the chaos cauldron could refine even toxic gases. Zhang Yang marveled, then focused intently on absorbing the energy pearls. Moments later, a roaring sound resonated within Zhang Yang's body. I've broken through, he exclaimed, excitement swelling within him, for he had ascended to the realm of martial artistry. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a cracking noise suddenly emanated from the chaos cauldron. The chaos cauldron's energy has been depleted. Quickly stow it away, Yukong hastily warned. Zhang Yang was acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation. Just as he intended to exit the chaos cauldron, he suddenly caught sight of a massive entity looming in the thin white mist, and it was rapidly approaching him. What in the world is that? Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Whatever it is, just run, Yukong shouted. Zhang Yang retracted the chaos cauldron, and before fleeing, could not resist glancing back at the colossal being that he saw that it was now alarmingly close. With a pair of crimson eyes fixated on him, by the heavens, what a gigantic human-faced spider! Yukong gasped in shock. A monstrous spider with a human face was hurtling toward Zhang Yang, trailed by countless smaller spiders. What kind of species is this? I've never heard of it. Zhang Yang turned and fled. This human-faced spider typically dwelled underground and was classified as a third-tier demon beast, known for its highly corrosive silk. Thus, one must exercise caution. The white mist was likely produced by the human-faced spider, as it was said that the spider would emit such mists each time it consumed a living creature. Yukong elucidated. Does that mean there are many human-faced spiders lurking around here? Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Why hasn't Zhang Yang emerged yet? Feng Qian frowned. Yang Yu's brow furrowed in contemplation. He had faintly sensed a tremor emanating from Zhang Yang's direction, but it had been fleeting, and he had paid it no heed. Did any of you hear a rumbling sound just now? Yang Yu inquired. I think I heard something. Feng Qian mused. This is bad. That lad must have stumbled upon some kind of opportunity, otherwise he wouldn't have remained inside for so long. Yang Yu suddenly realized this possibility and immediately dashed toward Zhang Yang's pit. The others quickly followed suit. They hurried to the deep pit that Zhang Yang had previously excavated, and the darkness within loomed ominously. There seems to be an essence of pure energy fluctuating within, and it is exceedingly dense, Feng Qian remarked in astonishment. Just as I suspected, Yang Yu proclaimed. I knew this lad wouldn't take so long to come out without a good reason. But no matter. We shall enter now, and all these treasures will belong to us. Excitement danced across Yang Yu's face. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Feng Qian's eyes also sparkled with determination. She understood that their opportunity had arrived, and henceforth she would soar to new heights. The Long brothers exchanged glances, their faces etched with concern. They discerned Yang Yu's intentions and felt a sense of dread for Zhang Yang, just as Yang Yu and Feng Qian prepared to leap into the abyss. Yang Yu's expression suddenly shifted, and he urgently exclaimed, Wait, something feels off. He sensed a gust of wind surging from the depths of the pit, an anomaly that set alarm bells ringing as the others pondered this perplexity. Zhang Yang's figure abruptly burst forth from the chasm. Holy cow, there are so many treasures inside. Zhang Yang shouted in excitement upon seeing the group, his face alight with exhilaration. So many treasures, upon hearing these words. Yang Yu and Feng Qian disregarded everything else, and leapt into the pit without hesitation. Just as the Long brothers were about to follow suit, Zhang Yang hurriedly grabbed their arms and urged, "We must leave quickly. This place is perilous." With that, he dashed off into the distance. The Long brothers were momentarily taken aback, but they soon caught up with Zhang Yang, not daring to linger. And no sooner had the trio departed than they heard Fang Qian's piercing scream and Yang Yu's furious curses echoing from the pit. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed Yang Yu emerge from the abyss, his complexion ashen. Trailing behind him were a multitude of spiders, crawling out of the chasm in a dense swarm. What the hell? The Long brothers stood frozen in shock at the sight. Just as their voices faded, a gigantic spider emerged from the pit, causing the entrance to collapse. Oh my God. The sight sent chills coursing through the Long brothers. The creature, a human-faced spider, swayed its body, releasing a cloud of white mist that thickened the fog enveloping the pit. However, that was not the most terrifying aspect. Zhang Yang and the others noticed that the spider was gnawing on a severed leg, which was slowly being drawn into its maw. That's Fang Qian's leg, Long Zhuang exclaimed, his face paling dramatically. Upon emerging from the pit, the human-faced spider appeared to lock its gaze on Zhang Yang and charged in his direction. This creature has become sentient. The trio turned on their heels and fled. Zhang Yang's assertion stemmed from the fact that the creature had divided its forces, with a swarm of smaller spiders surging towards Yang Yu. As they sprinted away, Long Zhuang anxiously inquired, "What level of beast is this human-faced spider? It looks far too sinister. It's a third-tier demon beast, though its exact strength remains uncertain." Zhang Yang replied. He realized that continuing to run like this was not a viable strategy. Suddenly, they heard a whistling sound slicing through the air from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, the three swiftly veered aside. Bang! Bang! Zhang Yang watched as 3 strands of spider silk shot through the air like white streaks of light, embedding themselves in their original path and detonating with a violent explosion. What are these threads? They're practically rebar. Zhang Yang cursed inwardly as he glanced back at the human-faced spider, which had come to an abrupt halt. Its grotesque visage exuded an eerie aura, as it continuously spewed forth threads from its blood-soaked mouth. "Run!" Zhang Yang shouted, sensing the impending danger. Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of white silk erupted from behind them, hurtling towards the three like 1,000 arrows. The Long brothers' faces turned ashen, yet they did not flee, for time was of the essence that we'll fight back. Long Zhuang roared, both brothers unleashing their full power to fend off the onslaught of spider silk. The effort was evident on their strained faces as they struggled against the deluge. Zhang Yang, too, wielded his blade to sever the incoming threads. It would have been apparent to any onlooker that despite Zhang Yang's lower cultivation level compared to the Long brothers, he handled the situation with remarkable agility, even chatting with Wukong amidst the chaos. "Where is the human-faced spider's weak point?" Zhang Yang inquired. "Its face is the weak point," Wukong replied. As Wukong's words fell, a dense black mist emanated from Zhang Yang's innate stone sword. He dashed towards the human-faced spider, navigating through an increasingly dense web of silk that shot towards him. However, he adeptly evaded every attack. "Zhang Yang, come back!" Long Zhuang shouted in alarm. Zhang Yang, merely a 9th-tier warrior, appeared to be courting death with his reckless actions. "Zhang Yang has helped us. We cannot stand by and watch him perish." Long Yang bellowed, recalling how Zhang Yang had previously guided them through the misty region, saving their lives. "Let us go all out," Long Zhuang yelled, and the brothers coordinated their efforts, slowly advancing towards the human-faced spider. However, they could feel their spiritual energy depleting rapidly that moment. Zhang Yang was merely 5 meters away from the creature, surrounded by a veritable sea of spider silk that obscured his vision. As he approached, the silk surged forth like a massive net aimed at ensnaring him. Wait, why have the threads suddenly disappeared? The Long brothers, who had been desperately resisting the onslaught, were taken aback when the strands vanished without explanation. But soon, they witnessed the unfolding events surrounding Zhang Yang. "Zhang Yang!" they cried, their eyes widening in horror as they saw the threads lunge towards him like a flurry of blades, engulfing him entirely. Crack! Just as they feared the worst for Zhang Yang, an unusual sound reached their ears. Crack! Crack! The noise continued, drawing the Long brothers' attention to Zhang Yang. They saw the moment the silk enveloped him. It inexplicably halted. Their confusion deepened as the strands suddenly shattered, transforming into countless icy particles that scattered into the air. Zhang Yang re-emerged, wielding the innate stone sword, surrounded by a faint aura of chilling black mist. What just happened? Both brothers stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Zhang Yang. The human-faced spider was equally taken aback, not anticipating that Zhang Yang could so swiftly neutralize its assault. In the next instant, it began to expel threads anew at an alarming rate. Zhang Yang, be careful, the Long brothers shouted in unison. As their warning fell, Zhang Yang vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had plunged his sword directly into the spider's maw, eliciting a wretched shriek from the creature. Die, Zhang Yang roared, as the Een pearl within him whirled violently, flooding the innate stone sword with an overwhelming surge of frigid energy. Boom! The human-faced spider exploded, its body disintegrating into icy fragments that rained down upon the ground. The Long brothers stared in astonishment, their faces a blend of disbelief and awe. They knew Zhang Yang's cultivation was not as high as theirs. How could his strength be so terrifying? Brother, it seems Zhang Yang just executed the Tine Sword art, Long Yang remarked, swallowing hard. What? I've heard that the Tine Sword art is exceedingly difficult to master, and when perfected, it could rival Earth-tier techniques, Long Zhuang exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Yang has likely cultivated the Tine Sword art to a remarkable level. Long Yang's voice trembled slightly. He had once attempted to practice the Tine Sword art, but had failed. Yet he understood it well enough to recognize Zhang Yang's prowess. Long Zhuang was left speechless by his brother's revelation. He glanced at Zhang Yang in the distance, murmuring, I finally understand why Master Jiang placed Zhang Yang in our team. It seems we have greatly underestimated his capabilities. Long Yang nodded thoughtfully. The heavenly ranking competition is about to commence. I sense that Zhang Yang will inevitably carve his name into the ranks. At that moment, Long Yang seemed to recall something and swiftly approached Zhang Yang. However, upon seeing the remains scattered on the ground, he nearly retched. Among the remnants lay the corroded remains of Feng Qian. Are you all right, senior brother Long? Zhang Yang asked, observing Long Zhuang's complexion fluctuate between pale and purple, his demeanor one of utter despair. We should find a different place to speak, Long Zhuang said, unable to bear it any longer as he pulled Zhang Yang away to a safer distance. Once they had distanced themselves from the gruesome remnants, Long Zhuang's complexion improved slightly. Junior brother Zhang, Yang Yu intends to kill you, Long Zhuang stated. I am aware of that, Zhang Yang replied. The one manipulating him is Shi Jing. Long Zhuang Dao. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yang could not help but furrow his brow, for theoretically, Shi Jing should not need to go through such convoluted means to eliminate him, employing others to carry out his assassination. Especially a fellow disciple like Yang Yu would only serve to leave incriminating evidence in someone else's hands. Shi Jing should not be so foolish. Did Yang Yu say that? Zhang Yang inquired. Long Zhuang nodded. Let us seek him out first. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before suggesting. The three then pursued the direction in which Yang Yu had fled. Along the way, Zhang Yang noticed scattered remnants of spider corpses. And as they advanced, the number of these carcasses multiplied. Upon arriving at the mouth of the cavern, Zhang Yang observed a veritable mountain of spider bodies amassed before them. This is not right. We must leave at once. Something is amiss. Zhang Yang cautioned, his brow furrowed, and he promptly retreated into the distance. Though the Long brothers were unaware of Zhang Yang's reasoning, they heeded his advice nonetheless. Since we've come this far, we might as well stay. Yang Yu's voice suddenly rang out. Bang, bang. The Long brothers, caught off guard as they prepared to retreat, were unceremoniously hurled away by Yang Yu, who charged from within the cave. They crashed into several trees, spewing blood as they fell to the ground, gravely injured. Quick, we must flee, Long Zhuang managed to utter, his voice weak. And no sooner had he spoken than he was seized by a violent coughing fit, blood pouring from his mouth, clearly in dire condition. Long Yang had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing this, a fierce, killing intent surged within Zhang Yang. He cast a frigid gaze at Yang Yu, exclaiming, with so many spiders, surely you cannot handle them all alone. Yang Yu sneered, I did not expect you to be so astute. Indeed, I cannot manage this multitude of spiders by myself. Following his words, a dozen or so cultivators emerge from the cavern. Their features obscured by dark conical hats, rendering their identities unrecognizable. Demonic cultivators. Zhang Yang's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Yang Yu's collusion with such nefarious beings that it was known that if this information were to leak, it would lead to immediate execution, potentially implicating one's entire clan. Conspire with demonic cultivators. You shall meet a grim fate. Long Zhuang's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. Whether my demise is grim or not, I cannot say, but I do know that you three will soon perish. Fear not, for after your deaths, I shall use your blood to cultivate and then return to the Zhang. Yang Yu laughed maniacally, his demonic aura surging forth, no longer concealed. Oh, by the way, Brother Zhang, you were personally placed in this team by Elder Jiang. Surely, if you do not return, Elder Jiang will inquire about you. I must devise a suitable explanation. Perhaps I shall say that you encountered a humanoid spider within the ruins and were devoured by it. What a splendid rationale. Yang Yu cackled madly. You truly believe you have me cornered? Zhang Yang retorted. What other option do I have? Do you think you alone can defeat us all? If you wish to live, simply surrender the primordial stone sword and provide me with your blood for cultivation daily. Yang Yu's expression was rife with mockery. Quickly flee. Long Zhuang's feeble voice came from behind Zhang Yang. You likely lack the capability to bring about my demise. Zhang Yang scoffed, charging directly at Yang Yu. Do not let him escape. Kill him, Yang Yu commanded, and the demonic cultivators surged toward Zhang Yang. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang navigated through the throng of 10 or so fighters as if traversing an empty realm, effortlessly dispatching them one by one, for they were no match for him. What is happening? Yang Yu frowned, recalling that Zhang Yang was merely at the 9th tier of a warrior, while these demonic cultivators had all attained the 1st tier of a martial master. Yet, in this confrontation, it appeared that none of the demonic cultivators could hold their ground against Zhang Yang. If that is the case, I shall take matters into my own hands, Yang Yu declared with a cold smirk, drawing his long sword and lunging at Zhang Yang. Just as Zhang Yang severed the head of one demonic cultivator, he felt a chilling presence approaching from behind that he swiftly evaded and retaliated with a thrust of his sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Yang Yu was forced to retreat from the force of Zhang Yang's strike. How can this be? Yang Yu was incredulous. With a single swing, he found himself at a disadvantage. I demand your demise, Zhang Yang coldly declared, advancing once more toward Yang Yu. Clang! Clang! The two engaged in a fierce battle, and Yang Yu's expression grew increasingly grim that he realized that from the very beginning, he had been outmatched by Zhang Yang, and the situation was turning ever more unfavorable. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What realm of power do you possess? Yang Yu's face was a mask of distress. The 1st tier of a martial master, Zhang Yang replied, unleashing a series of rapid strikes toward Yang Yu. Impossible. A 1st tier martial master cannot be this formidable. Yang Yu believed Zhang Yang was deceiving him. That is only because you are too weak. Zhang Yang delivered a decisive blow, cleaving Yang Yu's sword in two. Before Yang Yu could comprehend the turn of events, Zhang Yang delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing against the cavern wall. Yang Yu coughed up blood, his vitality rapidly waning. Why forsake your humanity to become a demonic cultivator? Zhang Yang pressed forward, thrusting his sword toward Yang Yu with such speed that it ruptured the air with a thunderous crack. Save me! Yang Yu cried out, terror etched upon his face. He wished to escape death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's brow furrowed in concern. Could there be others? In the next moment, his suspicions were confirmed as a shadow erupted from the cavern, launching a swift strike at Zhang Yang. Reacting quickly, Zhang Yang redirected his sword to meet the incoming palm strike. Bang! Zhang Yang was sent flying backward several dozen meters before he could regain his stance. Impressive! My strike did not annihilate you. The voice of the black-robed figure was cold and devoid of emotion that I did not anticipate another lurking within. Zhang Yang's expression grew grave. He sensed that this demonic cultivator was significantly more powerful than the previous ones. Lord Ding has reached the 7th tier of a martial master. Zhang Yang, your demise is imminent. Yang Yu taunted from the sidelines, but he had barely finished speaking when he spat out another mouthful of blood. What a useless wretch, incapable of eliminating even a mere first-tier martial master. What good are you to me? The black-robed figure's icy voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu trembled slightly, rendered mute, as if transformed into a docile creature. Young man, your talent is commendable. Would you consider joining us? The black-robed demonic cultivator proposed suddenly. What? My lord, no. Yang Yu interjected immediately. He understood that should Zhang Yang agree, the black-robed figure would likely eliminate him on the spot. Such was the cold-hearted nature of demonic cultivators. The black-robed figure cast a glance at Yang Yu, who promptly fell silent. I have no interest, Zhang Yang replied resolutely. Then you shall perish. The black-robed figure vanished in a flash. Charging toward Zhang Yang. Bang! Zhang Yang met the black-robed figure's strike once more, only to be sent sprawling again. It seems I cannot rely on the Chaos Cave illusion technique. Zhang Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He truly wished to avoid using that technique, as it left him feeling extremely drained and vulnerable. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Will you join us? The black-robed figure inquired again. Join your grandparent. Zhang Yang roared defiantly. Boom! A tempestuous aura erupted from Zhang Yang, a surge of golden energy ascending into the heavens, illuminating his surroundings with a radiant golden glow, and his hair transformed to a brilliant white. This is not good. The black-robed figure instantly sensed the shift and unleashed his full power, striking at Zhang Yang with all his might. As Zhang Yang's golden light flickered, his white hair danced amidst the golden energy, and the primordial stone sword emanated a faint white glow. Facing the black-robed figure's full-force strike, Zhang Yang's lips curled into a smirk. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, his figure akin to a bolt of lightning in the night, streaking through the air in an instant. Whoosh! The clash of sword against palm was brief, yet Zhang Yang had already appeared behind the black-robed figure. Haha, I thought you were formidable, but it appears you are merely mediocre. The black-robed figure laughed heartily. Zhang Yang's sudden surge of strength had indeed caught him off guard. Farewell. Zhang Yang spoke softly, sheathing his sword with a deliberate grace. Upon hearing his words, the expression on the black-robed man's face began to contort grotesquely, his gaze growing increasingly unfocused. Suddenly, a jet of blood erupted from his waist, splattering countless droplets upon Yang Yu's horrified visage. Yang Yu witnessed with his own eyes as the black-robed figure was abruptly cleaved in two, perishing instantly. How could this be? Yang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his countenance etched with terror. It was well known that the black-robed man was a 7th-level martial artist, while Zhang Yang was merely at the 1st level. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Zhang Yang had dispatched him with a single strike, rendering the entire scenario in Yang Yu's mind utterly surreal. Now you must comprehend who has met their demise. Zhang Yang stated coldly as he approached Yang Yu. You? Yang Yu stammered, his voice trembling, the eye in his eyes. Zhang Yang appeared no different from a monster. I never anticipated that demonic cultivators had infiltrated the minor Xian sect. Speak to me. Are there any other demonic cultivators within? Zhang Yang demanded that. Yang Yu faltered, struggling for words. The organization of demonic cultivators was shrouded in secrecy, and he genuinely did not possess the knowledge. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang severed Yang Yu's head from his shoulders. It seems you are merely a pawn. Inquiring was a futile endeavor. Zhang Yang muttered. As the void dissipation technique faded, Zhang Yang's hair returned to its original black hue. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, a wave of weakness crashing over him. Gasping for breath, his cold sweat drenched his clothing. After a brief moment, he steadied himself with the innate stone sword and rose slowly. He approached Long Zhuang, offering him some healing potions that he had meticulously prepared for this expedition into the ruins. Long Zhuang consumed the potion, feeling the improvement in his injuries. Zhang Shidi, he said, his voice quavering. Zhang Yang replied, taken aback that I didn't expect you could transform. That white-haired state was rather impressive. Long Zhuang remarked that, I am aware. Zhang Yang responded, teach me. I too wish to transform. Long Zhuang implored. Zhang Yang remained silent, and upon noticing the difficult expression on his face, Long Zhuang could only manage an awkward smile. The rankings for the Heavenly List competition will commence in just a few days, with your earlier white-haired form. I believe even Shi Jing, the top contender, would not be your match. Long Zhuang expressed enviously that I've heard that only those who enter the top 10 of the Heavenly List can participate in the grand tournament of the four sects. Zhang Yang inquired. Long Zhuang nodded and cautioned. Due to the limited slots for the grand tournament, the competition in this Heavenly List ranking will undoubtedly be fierce. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Wukong's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, urging him not to waste time, as there were valuable treasures within the cave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart stirred, and he handed Long Zhuang some healing potions for Long Yang before making his way toward the cave. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by an overwhelming stench of blood. A blood pool lay before him, its crimson liquid emitting a faint glow. Blood pool, Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening. This blood must have been painstakingly gathered by the demonic cultivators on the battlefield, and it was astonishing that it had ultimately fallen into his hands, Wukong commented. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang leaped into the blood pool. The moment he submerged, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him as the blood fervently washed over his body. It hurt so much. Zhang Yang could not help but cry out that a true man cannot scream in pain. Wukong retorted. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from within Zhang Yang. That I've broken through again, he thought, elated, and immediately exited the blood pool. He realized he had reached his limits. Any further absorption could lead to his demise from the overwhelming energy. As the blood pool's contents appeared to thin, the energy within remained potent, that if we toss the Chaos Cauldron in, it could be restored, ensuring this precious blood pool isn't wasted, Wukong suggested. Zhang Yang, feeling inspired, summoned the Chaos Cauldron, which was swiftly engulfed by the blood. It hurts. Damn it. Wukong's anguished cry rang out. A golden-furred monkey burst forth from the blood pool, baring its teeth at Zhang Yang, as if ready to engage in battle. Zhang Yang dodged instinctively. That wasn't you who encouraged me to do this, he scolded. Could you not have given me a heads up before tossing the Chaos Cauldron in? It nearly killed me, Wukong retorted angrily. How was I to know you could be affected too? Zhang Yang replied, exasperated. Before Wukong could launch another attack against Zhang Yang, he paused, reconsidering the validity of Zhang Yang's statement. Time flowed slowly as Zhang Yang observed that the blood pool had been completely absorbed by the Chaos Cauldron, now transformed into clear water. The cracks on the cauldron had vanished. Its sheen more brilliant than before. Zhang Yang stowed away the Chaos Cauldron. Now that I have reached the second level of martial arts, I believe entering the top 10 of the Heavenly List should be within my grasp, Zhang Yang mused. His goal was merely to secure a spot in the top 10, qualifying for the grand tournament of the four sects. Thoughts of claiming first place had not even crossed his mind. His aspiration was to serve as a guardian for the top 10. Afterward, Zhang Yang exited the cave, finding that Long Yang had awakened. The three of them retraced their steps out of the ruins. 3 days later, the trio returned to the Minor Xian Sect, with the Heavenly List ranking competition set to commence in 2 days. They each returned to their respective quarters to prepare. The 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, Zhang Yang focused on solidifying his cultivation, and it took the entirety of those 2 days for him to stabilize his progress. Boom, boom, the bells of the Minor Xian Sect rang out, resonating in every corner of the sect. The bells were only struck during significant events. Zhang Yang understood that the Heavenly List ranking competition was about to begin. After a brief tidying up, he made his way toward the Heavenly List monument. Along the way, he encountered numerous disciples, including some from the outer sect, all bustling with excitement. The Heavenly List ranking competition is finally upon us. I've heard this year's competition will be the most thrilling, especially with its implications for the slots in the grand tournament of the four sects, they eagerly discussed. Certainly, this year's Heavenly List ranking competition will surpass all others. Many hidden talents among the senior disciples will surely reveal themselves. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Some disciples chatted animatedly. Zhang Yang soon arrived at the Heavenly List monument, noticing that it appeared distinct today. Each name inscribed on the stone shimmered with a golden light, as if affirming that these 20 disciples represented the most illustrious and formidable members of the Minor Xian Sect. Gazing at the monument, Zhang Yang felt a surge of blood coursing through him, igniting a fervor within. Beneath the monument, a massive arena had been set up, surrounded by eager disciples. I've heard that the recently prominent Xiong Qianqian will also be participating in the Heavenly List ranking competition. One disciple remarked. Her participation was expected. Word had it that she had advanced from a first-level martial artist to a fourth-level martial artist in just 2 months. A staggering pace. Such a prodigious talent might even challenge the top 10 of the Heavenly List. They speculated in hushed tones. Could it be the one from the royal family's Xiong clan? Zhang Yang overheard tea that moment. He suddenly spotted Long Zhuang approaching him, his eyes red and bloodshot. "Where's Long Yang?" Zhang Yang inquired. Furrowing his brow, he recalled that just 2 days after their return, Long Yang had sought him out to share his joy over breaking through to the 3rd level of martial arts. "I've recovered from my serious injuries and surpassed my brother's realm. This time, my name will surely be among the top 20 in the Heavenly List," Long Yang had exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Now, however, Long Yang lay gravely injured and unconscious, his fate unknown. Long Zhuang growled softly, his body trembling with barely contained rage. Who did this? Zhang Yang awoke from his reverie. The Long brothers shared a cordial relationship with him, and one could say they were among the very few friends he had within the inner courtyard. Previously, when they entered the ruins, the Long brothers had consistently spoken on his behalf, a favor that Zhang Yang had always cherished in his heart. I inquired among the other disciples, and one of them mentioned that Xiong Qianqian had once invited Long Yang out. Long Zhuang remarked, "How could Long Yang possibly go out with Xiong Qianqian?" Zhang Yang frowned and replied, "You might not be aware, but my brother has always harbored feelings for Xiong Qianqian." Long Zhuang sighed. "So you suspect that Long Yang's severe injuries are related to Xiong Qianqian?" Zhang Yang inquired. Long Zhuang continued, "During this period, Long Yang has been almost exclusively cultivating in his cave dwelling. Aside from seeking you out once, he has only gone out with Xiong Qianqian once." With this statement, it became almost certain that Xiong Qianqian was involved. Just as the two were discussing this, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd, prompting Zhang Yang and Long Zhuang to turn towards the source of the commotion. "It is Xiong Qianqian." Long Zhuang's voice grew heavy, and an aura of murderous intent uncontrollably emanated from him. They beheld a young woman clad in a flowing white gown approaching them, accompanied by a man who guarded her like a knight. Could it be that this Xiong Qianqian? Zhang Yang's words trailed off as he noticed Long Zhuang striding toward Xiong Qianqian. Zhang Yang hastily followed. "Xiong Qianqian, did you inflict those injuries on my brother?" Long Zhuang, suppressing his emotions, questioned, for he was still uncertain if she was indeed responsible. That a man beside Xiong Qianqian chuckled. "You must be Long Yang's brother. Yesterday, when Long Yang attempted to harbor ill intentions towards Qianqian, I personally intervened and left him severely injured. This man, named Huang and ranked 11th on the heavenly ranking, and was a suitor of Xiong Qianqian." "You speak nonsense. My brother is not that kind of person," Long Zhuang retorted angrily. "Whether he is such a person or not, I cannot say, but I did witness him attempting to act improperly towards Qianqian yesterday. Moreover, with someone of Long Yang's caliber daring to entertain thoughts of Qianqian. Next time at 1T, just be severe injuries. I will render him completely incapacitated," Huang scoffed. Hailing from the esteemed Huang family of the imperial city, he considered the Long brothers, who came from a common background. Beneath his notice, "You," Long Zhuang trembled with rage. "What about me? If you are dissatisfied, feel free to take action against me." Huang taunted. He was confident that if Long Zhuang dared to strike, he would publicly incapacitate him, ensuring that everyone would witness Long Zhuang's aggression, leaving the sect unable to blame him. "I will kill you." Long Zhuang, having lost all reason, swung a fist at Huang and in response. Huang's face twisted into a cold smirk. And just as he prepared to retaliate against Long Zhuang, a large hand reached out and pulled Long Zhuang back. "Senior brother, do not act impulsively," Zhang Yang cautioned. Long Zhuang was startled out of his fury, a wave of trepidation washing over him. In his moment of rage, he had nearly acted recklessly. Had Zhang Yang not intervened, he might have been left crippled by Huang. "And who are you?" Huang retracted his hand, eyeing Zhang Yang with a frown. "You are Zhang Yang, Before Zhang Yang could respond, Xiong Qianqian, who had remained silent until now, spoke coldly. "You are from the Xiong family of the Imperial City," Zhang Yang replied. A suspicion began to form in Zhang Yang's mind, realizing that Long Zhuang's potential downfall might be linked to him. "You wouldn't be here to participate in the heavenly ranking competition, would you?" Xiong Qianqian asked, avoiding Zhang Yang's inquiry. "What if I am? What if I am not?" Zhang Yang countered. "It was I who lured Long Yang out to incapacitate him. How could a mere frog at the bottom of a well dare to pursue me?" "He deserves it," Xiong Qianqian mocked. She dared to reveal the truth because she was aware of Zhang Yang's bond with the Long brothers, a fact she had thoroughly investigated. All her actions were meticulously orchestrated to entice Zhang Yang into participating in the heavenly ranking competition, thus providing her with a legitimate opportunity to eliminate him. The enmity between the Xiong family and Zhang Yang had escalated to a point of no return. So all of this was a premeditated scheme against me? Zhang Yang inquired. "What if it was? Let me be frank with you. If you do not compete today, I shall not spare that Qian duo from the outer sect." Xiong Qianqian's expression twisted into a snarl. "You are threatening me," Zhang Yang retorted coldly, an uncontrollable aura of murderous intent beginning to envelop him. This woman dared to use his friends as leverage against him. She deserved to be ruthlessly punished. "What if I am threatening you? Let me be clear. If you do not participate today, the Huang family will join forces with the Xiong family to annihilate the Zhang family. Even the sect leader will be powerless to protect you." Huang sneered, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Given the close ties between the Huang and Xiong families, he was privy to certain hidden truths. In his eyes, Zhang Yang was merely an insignificant insect, easily crushed. "What did you just say?" Zhang Yang unsheathed his innate stone sword, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surging forth. Huang had crossed a line by using his family as a threat, and he was now firmly on Zhang Yang's kill list. The sheer intensity of Zhang Yang's murderous aura sent nearby onlookers paling, astonished that a mere martial master of the first level could exude such a potent aura. Huang's brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of Zhang Yang's presence. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." Zhang Yang advanced step by step toward Huang, and the intensity of his killing intent escalating with each stride. After 7 steps, his aura had become palpable, causing the surrounding disciples to instinctively retreat. "Senior brother, stand down." A delicate, icy hand suddenly grasped Zhang Yang's wrist. Turning to see who it was, Zhang Yang found it was Lan Luofei. Following closely behind her was Shi Jing, his expression dark and brooding as he registered the scene with a sense of foreboding. "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister." The chill of Lan Luofei's hand brought Zhang Yang back to his senses. He had nearly succumbed to his rage and taken lethal action against Huang, and yet Lan Luofei continued to grip Zhang Yang's wrist, her face still bearing traces of shock. In the fleeting moment when Zhang Yang had glanced back, the fierce killing intent in his eyes had plunged Lan Luofei into a state of dread, leaving her heart racing. Zhang Yang is merely a martial master of the 2nd level. How could he possess such overwhelming killing intent? Lan Luofei thought to herself. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing she was still holding onto Zhang Yang's hand, her cheeks flushing as she promptly released him. "Senior brother, let us depart," Lan Luofei suggested. Subsequently, Zhang Yang and Long Zhuang followed Lan Luofei to a quieter location. "How did you come into conflict with the Huang and Xiong families?" Lan Luofei inquired. Zhang Yang succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, a serious expression crossed Lan Luofei's face. Shi Jing, standing nearby, scoffed. "Zhang Yang, I must say, you've made an enemy of the Huang family, which is tantamount to courting death." Huang was not lying. The Huang family has always had close ties with the Yushu Palace. If the Huang family truly sets its sights on your Zhang family, our sect leader may not be able to intervene. Zhang Yang's countenance shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the Huang family had such a formidable backing in the Yushu Palace. At that moment, the clamor resumed. Zhang Yang turned towards the source of the noise and saw Gu Ming, the long-absent sect leader of the Shaoxian sect, making his way into view, flanked by numerous elders from the inner sect. "It seems everyone has arrived." Gu Ming surveyed the disciples with a smile, then proceeded directly to the arena. given that this heavenly ranking competition would determine the slots for the upcoming grand competition among the 4 sects. The rules for this ranking event would be somewhat different. This time, the ranking competition would allow for free challenges. In other words, any participant could directly challenge those on the heavenly ranking, and if successful, they would take their place, that Gu Ming announced. Upon hearing his words, the disciples below the arena erupted in astonished exclamations. This change meant that the competition for the heavenly ranking would become even more intense. Those already on the ranking wore expressions of deep concern. Due to this rule being exceedingly disadvantageous for them, it signifies that their aspiration to maintain a position on the celestial rankings will become increasingly arduous, subjecting them to a greater number of battles. The disciples who secure a place among the top 10 in this celestial ranking competition will represent the Xuan in the grand competition of the 4 sects. Following the conclusion of the ranking competition, the Xuan will unveil the Xuanxin ancient grounds for everyone to cultivate. Gu Ming's announcement was akin to a powerful bomb, detonating amidst the crowd. The Xuanxin ancient grounds. This ancient site is known to nearly all disciples, yet few have ever set foot within, as it is a forbidden area of the Xuan. What exactly is the Xuanxin ancient grounds? Zhang Yang inquired with curiosity. It is said that there exists a dragon vein within, and it was precisely the discovery of this dragon vein that led to the establishment of our sect here, Lan Luofei explained. It seems our sect is truly investing everything. They are even offering the dragon vein for the disciples to cultivate. Shi Jing displayed a rare look of astonishment. One must understand that the dragon vein will eventually be depleted. Now, in light of the upcoming 4 sects competition, the Xuan is effectively wagering its current fate for a future. Let us commence. This celestial ranking competition will have no rules, and the true test will be your genuine strength. Gu Ming concluded, departing the arena. Upon hearing this, the previously restless disciples suddenly regained their composure. The absence of rules signifies that stepping onto the arena could result in death at any moment. Sister Lan, your ranking seems to put you at a disadvantage, Zhang Yang remarked. Lan Luofei, currently ranked 10th, undoubtedly would face the most challengers. Lan Luofei nodded. Indeed, it appears I must temporarily relinquish this position. Otherwise, the challengers will be relentless. This strategy of Lan Luofei's is indeed sagacious. Then I shall take your place. I will serve as the guardian, Zhang Yang said with a smile. What? Junior brother, are you jesting? If you step up, Xian and Huang will undoubtedly challenge you. And there is no doubt they will attempt to eliminate you. Lan Luofei immediately shook her head in refusal. Sister, trust me. They are no match for me, Zhang Yang asserted. Zhang Yang, I believe you are out of your mind. You are merely at the 2nd level of martial master, while Xian is 2 realms above you, and Huang is 3 realms your superior. What do you expect to defend that position with? Shi Jing scoffed. Zhang Yang, do not act impulsively. I understand your intentions, but it would be wiser to enter the fray later, Long Zhuang also advised. Among them, only he comprehended Zhang Yang's true capabilities. Sister, you must believe in me. Zhang Yang insisted once more, his gaze unwavering. Truly arrogant. It is beyond my comprehension where your confidence stems from, Shi Jing coldly retorted. Zhang Yang disregarded Shi Jing, treating him as if he were invisible. Shi Jing, seeing this, was infuriated, his complexion darkening, but as the current top-ranked disciple, he could only wait for others to challenge him. He had no means to challenge Zhang Yang. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Zhang Yang outright. Very well, but you must exercise caution. If things become dire, surrender immediately, Lan Luofei cautioned. Understood. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Surrender? That word does not exist in his lexicon. Subsequently, Zhang Yang ascended the arena, becoming the first to do so. I challenged the 10th-ranked Lan Luofei. Zhang Yang proclaimed. As soon as he uttered these words, gasps of astonishment echoed from below the arena. Could be that Zhang Yang has lost his mind? He dares to challenge Lan Luofei directly. Despite the 3-realm disparity between them that I concur, such a reckless individual is destined for failure. And one below the arena held Zhang Yang in high regard. At that moment, Lan Luofei's graceful figure stepped onto the arena, just as everyone anticipated a savage beating for Zhang Yang. Lan Chuchu parted her red lips that I concede. Without looking back, she exited the arena. This left everyone utterly dumbfounded. In no way is this truly happening. It dawned on them that both Lan Chuchu and Zhang Yang were disciples of the apothecary pavilion, which made this turn of events somewhat understandable. With Lan Chuchu conceding, does this not present us with an opportunity? Zhang Yang is merely at the second level of martial master. Many possess higher realms than he, as this thought crossed their minds. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement, stirring with anticipation that I shall challenge Zhang Yang. Before the crowd could fully process the situation, a young man leapt onto the arena. I am Li Jia, a second-level martial master. And I challenge the 10th-ranked Zhang Yang. Li Jia bellowed, a confident smile gracing his face. Zhang Yang, noticing the courtesy, returned the gesture with a bow. Apologies, junior brother Zhang, but I shall claim this 10th position. Li Jia declared, his expression turning serious. Doubling technique, Li Jia roared, his aura erupting forth. The crowd witnessed Li Jia's form rapidly expanding, soon transforming into a towering giant, standing at a height of 10 meters. Incredible, such a technique exists. Zhang Yang was astonished, feeling minuscule before Li Jia. You will lose. Li Jia spat, his eyes tinged with crimson, as he launched a punch towards Zhang Yang. Bang! The spot where Zhang Yang had stood exploded. Yet he effortlessly evaded Li Jia's assault. While his strength was formidable, his speed was lacking. Zhang Yang mused, having discerned Li Jia's flaws. Whoosh! In the next instant, Zhang Yang appeared before Li Jia, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his knee. Bang! Zhang Yang's fist struck Li Jia's knee, causing him to stagger back a mere 2 steps, unfazed, as solid as a rock. Li Jia remarked slowly, then advanced with a palm strike toward Zhang Yang. Observing this, Zhang Yang dodged, stating, I grant you an opportunity to concede. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Zhang Yang declared. Bring it on, Li Jia scoffed. Nonsense, with his doubling technique activated, his physical strength has surged. Asking him to concede is utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang ceased to conceal his strength, launching a punch at Li Jia. He is a chaotic sacred body. How could he possibly compare to the doubling technique? You seek death, Li Jia thought with a cold smile. Believing Zhang Yang underestimated him. Bang! Li Jia's massive form was sent flying off the arena, prompting the crowd to quickly scatter. Puffed! Li Jia coughed up blood, reverting to his normal stature. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They had not anticipated that Zhang Yang could deliver a single punch that expelled Li Jia from his doubling technique state. What astounding strength! I warned you, but you did not listen. Zhang Yang shook his head. Li Jia was ultimately carried away. Anyone wishing to challenge me, feel free to step forward. I shall accept all, Zhang Yang declared, gazing at the crowd below the arena. How audacious for a second-level martial master to be so arrogant. Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately became displeased, with individuals rushing to the arena to face Zhang Yang. I am Li Gui, a second-level martial master, and I come to challenge you. A disciple emerged from the crowd. The first to leap onto the arena that I nearly forgot to mention. From this moment forth, I shall not hold back. Any who dare challenge me and lose shall face dire consequences, Zhang Yang said coldly, the innate stone sword appearing in his hand. Upon Zhang Yang's declaration, the arena fell silent for a moment before many began to curse in response. This guy's insufferably arrogant. Li Gui, take him down. Li Gui on the arena merely smiled coldly, a battle blade manifesting in his grasp. Did you think I was raised in a barn? Li Gui thought with a sneer, we are all second-level martial masters. How dare you act so superior? Li Gui charged at Zhang Yang, swinging his blade, the chill emanating from it palpable. Whoosh! Zhang Yang's sword sliced through, and Li Gui's head fell to the ground. Throughout the encounter, he had not moved an inch. Everyone below the arena stood frozen in disbelief. What just transpired? How did Li Gui suddenly die? I have no idea. I didn't even see Zhang Yang move. Could it be a ghost? Zhang Yang's strike was so swift that some of the weaker disciples failed to even perceive how he had attacked. Xiong Qianqian, witnessing this, furrowed her brows. She had begun to grasp Zhang Yang's strength. She stepped forward, preparing to ascend the arena, only to be restrained by Huang and not rush in. Zhang Yang is not as simple as he appears. Huang Ondao. Xiong Qianqian furrowed her brow, yet she halted her steps. As the spectators had witnessed Zhang Yang's prowess, an unexpected silence enveloped the arena. The previously eager disciples now fell silent, remaining obediently at the foot of the stage. "Allow me to test your strength." At that moment, another disciple ascended the platform to everyone's astonishment. It was Brother Zhu Jian, rumored to have reached the 3rd level of martial mastery. His swordsmanship honed to perfection, far surpassing that of the earlier Li Gui. One disciple gasped in awe. Zhang Yang regarded the man clad in white before him and coldly declared, "You are not my match. Do not speak so arrogantly. Moreover, your cultivation is inferior to mine." Zhu Jian cautioned, "You will meet your demise." Zhang Yang retorted, "I truly wonder where your confidence stems from." Zhu Jian replied, shaking his head. "Then let us begin," Zhang Yang proclaimed, lunging forward with a thrust of his sword towards Zhu Jian. As Zhu Jian's eyes widened in shock, he realized the astonishing speed of Zhang Yang's strike. Swoosh! Zhang Yang's sword pierced Zhu Jian's chest before he could even lift his own blade. The crowd was utterly stunned. What sort of monster is Zhang Yang? Even Zhu Jian, a 3rd-level martial master, cannot contend with him. Not only is he unmatched, but with just 2 strikes, he has slain 2 opponents, one of whom was of a higher cultivation. Another disciple exclaimed. Following Zhang Yang's terrifying performance in the previous 3 rounds, no one dared to step onto the stage. Even those at the 3rd level of martial mastery abandoned any fantasies of victory. The visual impact of Zhang Yang's earlier strike that felled Zhu Jian was simply too great. Is there anyone left? If not, I shall take my leave, Zhang Yang called out, surveying the silent crowd below the platform. At that moment, the gathering was shrouded in silence, no one daring to step forward to meet their fate. "I shall." Suddenly, Xiong Qianqian's voice rang out as she emerged from the throng and ascended the stage. "At last, you have decided to show yourself," Zhang Yang sneered, having awaited this moment. "Do not be too pleased with yourself. I am not like those before me," Xiong Qianqian replied, her gaze dark and resolute. Although Zhang Yang's strength exceeded her expectations, the 2-level disparity in their cultivation made her dismissive of him. "Spare me your empty words. You dare to conspire to severely injure Lan Yang, and even intended to harm Qian Duo. Today, you shall meet your end." Zhang Yang's killing intent began to permeate the air. "All of this was merely to force you onto the stage. Lan Yang's injury is also your doing," Xiong Qianqian taunted, her expression rife with mockery. "Vile woman." Zhang Yang's fury boiled over. Boom! Zhang Yang's aura erupted, unleashing a tempest of energy that swept across the arena. The disciples below gazed in horror. Even some at the 3rd level of martial mastery could not help but take a step back. At that moment, they finally grasped the vast chasm between themselves and Zhang Yang, silently relieved they had not foolishly stepped onto the stage earlier. "Prepare to die," Zhang Yang roared, swinging his sword towards Xiong Qianqian. "Do not think that merely possessing a treasured weapon will grant you victory. I possess one as well," Xiong Qianqian retorted with a cold laugh. Subsequently, a slender sword appeared in her hand, aglow with a cerulean light. Clash! The white, innate stone sword met the blue slender blade in a fierce collision, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy upon the platform. Clash! Clash! The sounds of their ongoing battle echoed as they exchanged over a dozen strikes before retreating. That is the Qinggang sword of the Xiong family. It is said to be a mid-grade treasured weapon. I never imagined the Xiong family would bestow such a weapon upon Xiong Qianqian. Of course, Xiong Qianqian is the most cherished daughter of the Xiong family patriarch. It seems Zhang Yang will find it much more challenging to secure victory. After all, his weapon's advantage is minimal, and his cultivation is still lower than Xiong Qianqian's. Some disciples, aware of the details, remarked in astonishment. With the Qinggang sword in play, it appears Zhang Yang is doomed. Huang smirked. He was well aware of the strength Xiong Qianqian wielded with the Qinggang sword. It seems Zhang Yang will ultimately pay the price for his arrogance. Shi Jing laughed. The thought of Zhang Yang facing defeat at the hands of Xiong Qianqian brought him a sense of satisfaction. Lan Chuchu, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the platform, her face betraying concern that on the arena. Xiong Qianqian scoffed. I expected your strength to be formidable, yet you have left me sorely disappointed. Just now, I only utilized 50% of my power. After their brief exchange, she had already concluded that Zhang Yang was no match for her. You possess such confidence? Zhang Yang replied coldly. With that, the innate stone sword in his hand radiated a faint white light, and a subtle sword intent began to envelop him. Indeed, Zhang Yang had not exerted his full strength previously. He feared that a careless strike might inadvertently slay Xiong Qianqian, and he had no intention of letting her off so easily. You truly are a mere insect from a small place like Qingshan City. You are utterly oblivious to the disparity between us. But fret not, you will understand after your demise, Xiong Qianqian taunted, a mocking expression gracing her face. Just as her words fell, the Qinggang sword in her hand suddenly blazed with light, lunging toward Zhang Yang. The terrifying energy fluctuations from the Qinggang sword shattered the ground of the arena. Insect, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Zhang Yang regarded the approaching Xiong Qianqian with an icy demeanor. He remained motionless, simply executing a strike with his sword. The white sword light streaked through the air like a resplendent galaxy. Clash, boom! The arena erupted in a deafening roar, as twin storms of energy, one blue and one white, surged outward, engulfing the area. The energy tempest obscured the spectators' view, rendering them unable to discern the events unfolding on the platform. Crack! A sound of shattering suddenly rang out from the arena. Just as the energy tempest began to dissipate, as the chaos cleared, Xiong Qianqian lay bloodied on the ground, her Qinggang sword reduced to countless fragments. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang stood before her, his expression eerily calm, as if nothing had transpired moments before. How is this possible? The crowd below the platform was awash with disbelief, none having anticipated such an outcome. Is Zhang Shidi truly this powerful? Lan Chuchu stared at the platform, entranced. This fellow seems even stronger than before, Long Zhuang mused inwardly. This scoundrel actually triumphed. Xiong Qianqian is truly a waste. How could she lose to someone 2 levels beneath her? Shi Jing's expectations crumbled, leaving him profoundly dissatisfied on the platform. Zhang Yang seized the severely injured Xiong Qianqian and lifted her effortlessly, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Smack! Xiong Qianqian was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. This slap is for Long Yang, Zhang Yang declared, advancing toward Xiong Qianqian once more. Dare to humiliate me. The Xiong family will eventually annihilate your Zhang clan, Xiong Qianqian shrieked, her voice a venomous growl. She had never anticipated that her full-force strike would be so easily thwarted by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang hoisted Xiong Qianqian once again, stating, "You should not threaten me with the Zhang family." Smack! Smack! Zhang Yang delivered 2 more resounding slaps, causing Xiong Qianqian's face to swell. Tell me, how vast is the gap in our strength? Zhang Yang demanded, gripping Xiong Qianqian's collar with indifference. Xiong Qianqian's eyes widened in shock. It was clear that Zhang Yang was deliberately mocking her with her own words that, if you have the ability, then kill me. You will see whether my Xiong family will bring ruin upon your Zhang clan. Xiong Qianqian hissed defiantly, "As you wish." Zhang Yang raised his sword, prepared to strike down Xiong Qianqian. As she beheld this, her pupils constricted, her body trembling violently. She had merely intended to threaten Zhang Yang, never truly wishing to die. "Stop!" Huang bellowed. The sword halted. Zhang Yang glanced at Huang and asked, "Is there something you wish to convey? If you dare to kill Xiong Qianqian, I trust you comprehend the consequences." Huang warned ominously. He believed that once he uttered those words, Zhang Yang would surely grasp his meaning. "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Yang inquired. "And what if I am?" "I am indeed threatening you." Huang retorted with a cold smile. Swoosh! Xiong Qianqian's head rolled to the ground, her face still bearing an expression of disbelief even in death. She never anticipated that Zhang Yang would truly dare to kill her. "I detest being threatened," Zhang Yang remarked coolly. "Very well, just you wait," Huang retorted furiously. "And no need to wait. Come at me directly, and I shall slay you both," Zhang Yang declared, pointing his innate stone sword at Huang and gasp! The disciples below gasped at Zhang Yang's words, realizing that he had completely lost his sanity. One disciple lamented, "This is the most perilous situation. It seems Zhang Yang has lost all reason, daring to challenge Huang, and who is 3 realms above him." A woman shook her head in dismay. Indeed, he has lost his wits. Since the establishment of the Shaoxian sect, there have been a few prodigies capable of defeating opponents 2 realms higher. But they are rare, and now, Zhang Yang intends to challenge Huang in 3 realms above him. Such a level of genius has never been seen in our sect's history. Another shook their head in sorrow, seemingly lamenting Zhang Yang's extraordinary talent. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's challenge, Huang An's expression shifted slightly. He had not expected such a proposal. However, it was precisely what he desired. "Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." Huang An leaped onto the stage. Boom! Huang An unleashed his aura as a 5th-level martial master, brandishing a battle axe that glimmered ominously, a treasured weapon. This fellow must hold a significant status in the Huang family. Zhang Yang mused inwardly. "For daring to kill Xiong Qianqian, I shall send you to hell today," Huang An proclaimed, charging at Zhang Yang without giving him a moment's respite. Seeing Huang An rush towards him, Zhang Yang stood undaunted, also lunging forward with his sword. Clang! Sparks flew as Zhang Yang was forced back repeatedly by Huang An's axe strikes. "With such a meager strength, you dare to challenge me? Rest assured, once you perish, all members of the Zhang family will soon join you," Huang An sneered, then charged at Zhang Yang again. Clang! Clang! The battle between Zhang Yang and Huang An reignited, growing increasingly fierce. "Boy, stop struggling. The more you resist, the more wretchedly you shall perish," Huang An threatened while fighting. "How do you know I will lose?" Zhang Yang retorted, his innate stone sword clashing fiercely against Huang An's battle axe. "Regardless of whether you win or lose today, your Zhang family shall be annihilated." Huang An laughed coldly. "You dare to touch my Zhang family? As long as I live, I will personally ensure the downfall of your Huang family." Zhang Yang's gaze darkened. "Just you?" Huang An could not contain his laughter. He perceived Zhang Yang as utterly deranged. A mere 2nd-level martial master believed he could destroy a major clan? "Just me," Zhang Yang shouted angrily, then struck down heavily towards Huang An. Bang! Huang An was sent sprawling back several paces, nearly falling off the stage. "This fellow's strength is rather peculiar." Huang An's brow furrowed that he wielded a battle axe, which should normally possess far greater lethality in a clash. Yet, he distinctly felt that Zhang Yang's sword strikes surpassed the force of his axe. However, Zhang Yang did not afford him time to ponder. He struck again at Huang An. "Oh, you think I am easy prey?" Huang An roared, unleashing his 5th-level martial master aura completely. Despite being 3 realms above Zhang Yang, he found himself evenly matched. Even feeling a twinge of disadvantage, an affront to his pride, earth-splitting slash, Huang An unleashed his proudest technique, that a colossal axe shadow coalesced above the stage, then descended upon Zhang Yang. Boom! The stage was cleaved open, a fissure stretching over 10 meters as debris flew in all directions, forcing the spectators to dodge. "Just an insignificant 2nd-level martial master. How dare you think you can defeat me?" Huang An sneered, gazing at Zhang Yang's position. This was his ultimate move. Countless opponents had perished beneath its might, and he held absolute confidence in it. All eyes were glued to Zhang Yang's direction, where destruction reigned. Obscured by smoke and dust, that moment, everyone thought one thing. Zhang Yang was finished. As the smoke began to dissipate, a shocking revelation emerged. "It appears he is still alive," someone exclaimed. Indeed, amidst the haze stood a figure, upright and undeterred. As the dust cleared, Zhang Yang became increasingly visible. He truly survived, and he appeared completely unscathed. The crowd gasped. Zhang Yang raised his right hand, the innate stone sword held aloft, his expression remarkably serene. He effortlessly blocked Huang An's ultimate move with a single hand. The onlookers were dumbfounded, seeing no sign of injury on Zhang Yang, yet he had effortlessly deflected Huang An's axe. What? How is this possible? Upon witnessing Zhang Yang's unscathed form, Huang An's heart lurched. He could not fathom what he was seeing. Impossible. I refuse to believe my ultimate move has no effect on you. Huang An was driven to madness. swinging his axe at Zhang Yang once more. Clearly, I have overestimated you. Zhang Yang ceased hiding his true strength, black energy swirling around the innate stone sword. He stood resolute, unleashing a decisive strike against the axe shadow. Clang! The moment the sword met the axe shadow, the black energy erupted. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated across the arena, engulfing it in an icy chill. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering filled the air as the axe shadow collided with Zhang Yang's sword. It froze into ice, rapidly spreading towards Huang and with alarming speed. Huang Yin's face turned pale with horror. He instinctively attempted to discard the axe, but it was too late. The frost had already reached his hand, and before he could form another expression, he transformed into an ice sculpture. Bang! The next moment, the ice shattered, scattering into powder. This spectacle left everyone stunned. The arena fell into a brief silence. Zhang Yang had indeed triumphed over Huang Yin. 3 realms above him! By heavens, this world has gone mad. Madness! Our Shaoxian Sect has produced a super prodigy. Perhaps we truly stand a chance in the upcoming 4-Sect competition. Zhang Yang was undeniably extraordinary. Yet compared to prodigies from the other 3 sects, he possessed a significant drawback. His realm was still too low. The disciples who had come to witness the battle wore expressions of exhilaration, knowing they had witnessed the birth of an extraordinary talent. Junior Brother Zhang's final move seemed to employ the tying sword technique, and it appears he has cultivated it to an exceptionally profound level. Lan Luofei remarked, awakening from her astonishment, her face marked by shock. She had long desired to practice this technique, but had never succeeded in condensing the Yin Pearl. However, seeing Zhang Yang wield it reignited her ambition. Though he had defeated Huang and then showcased his talent, this was merely an act of bravado. The Xiong and Huang families would undoubtedly retaliate against the Zhang family, and she wondered how he would navigate the storm that followed. A chilling laugh resonated from Xijing. Indeed, Zhang Yang's talent astonished him, yet now Zhang Yang had irrevocably offended both the Xiong and Huang families. Once these 2 clans initiated their retaliation, he knew that Zhang Yang would undeniably meet his demise. Xijing's words cast a shadow over the previously joyous hearts of Lan Luofei and Long Zhuang. Indeed, both the Xiong and Huang families were prominent aristocratic clans in the imperial city, should they decide to act against Zhang Yang. His situation would likely be one of grave peril, perhaps even fatal. On the arena, Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings, a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him, enveloping all present below. The crowd felt the intensity of his murderous energy. They instinctively took several steps back. Is there anyone else? Zhang Yang inquired, his tone unperturbed. Upon hearing his question, silence fell over the arena. Some disciples, hiding at a distance, muttered curses under their breath, having effortlessly slain Huang Yin, a 5th-level martial master. Who would dare challenge him? We are here to compete for the heaven ranking, not to court death. As soon as the words left his lips, a companion beside him murmured in agreement. You speak the truth, brother. Although Zhang Yang's cultivation is not particularly high, his overwhelming killing intent gives the impression of a true god of slaughter. After waiting for a moment on the stage, and seeing no one dare to challenge him further, Zhang Yang descended and returned to Lan Luofei and Long Zhuang's side. Thank you, Zhang Yang. Once my brother's injuries have healed, I will certainly visit you in person. Long Zhuang expressed. Zhang Yang had overheard the words spoken on the stage and was deeply moved. There is no need for such formality, Brother Long. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Disciple, you just used the tying sword technique. Did you not? Lan Luofei inquired. Zhang Yang nodded. This sword technique is notoriously difficult to master. Throughout the history of the Shaoxian Sect, only a handful have succeeded. You are truly remarkable, Lan Luofei said, her face brimming with envy. Just luck, Zhang Yang humbly replied. Rest assured, I will certainly find a Xian Yin Pearl for you to assist in your practice of the tying sword technique, Xijing interjected suddenly. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart stirred, for it seemed he possessed such an item, and it was of no use to him now. Forget it. The Xian Yin Pearl is not easily found. I've already given up. Lan Luofei's expression fell. She had been searching for the Xian Yin Pearl for half a year, yet had still found nothing and had lost hope. Finding it is not a problem. If necessary, I can use the Shijia's connections to inquire about it. Shi Jing offered that he understood Lan Chuchu's deep yearning for the Xianin pearl, believing that assisting her in finding it would undoubtedly strengthen their bond. It. A black pearl appeared in Zhang Yang's hand. Upon seeing it, Lan Chuchu's pupils widened, her face lighting up with hope. This was precisely the Xianin pearl she had long desired. "This is it," she exclaimed. "It's yours," Zhang Yang said as he handed the pearl to her. "Absolutely not. This item is too precious." Lan Chuchu immediately refused. "Sister, please take it. It is of no use to me anymore," Zhang Yang insisted with a smile. Zhang Yang spoke the truth. The pearl had indeed lost its significance to him. "But," Lan Chuchu hesitated. "No buts. Your mother requested that I take good care of you at Shaoxian Sect," Zhang Yang said with a smile. "And why mother?" Lan Chuchu's eyes widened. "Your strength is not even on par with mine. How can my mother possibly ask you to look after me?" she questioned, perplexed. "Perhaps it's because I'm handsome," Zhang Yang replied. "Lan Chuchu, take it." Zhang Yang grasped Lan Chuchu's hand and pressed the pearl into her palm. The head of the Lan family had aided Zhang Yang's family during their time of crisis, and he would not forget this kindness. For Zhang Yang, this gesture was inconsequential, but for Lan Chuchu, it was significant. After all, no man had ever held her hand before, causing her to tremble slightly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Even her fair legs bore a faint rosy hue. "Thank you, Zhang Yang." Lan Chuchu whispered that it's a small matter. Zhang Yang replied with a slight smile, then turned his attention back to the battles of the other disciples in the arena. "Goodness, it seems that the goddess Lan of Shaoxian Sect will inevitably fall for Zhang Shidi." Long Zhuang murmured softly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Although Long Zhuang's voice was low, Shi Jing still caught wind of it. "I'm not talking nonsense. Zhang Yang has even met his future mother-in-law, who appears to be quite fond of him." Long Zhuang retorted, "Zhang Yang." Upon hearing this, Lan Chuchu's face reddened to her ears, and she began to avoid Zhang Yang's gaze. What had once been a serious setting for the heaven-ranking competition now held an air of ambiguity. "If you continue to speak nonsense, be careful." Shi Jing seethed, but he was abruptly interrupted. "Zhang Yang, come here," Gu Ming's voice called from a distance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately approached Gu Ming. The others could only envy him in silence. Being summoned by the sect leader was a tremendous honor. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Your talent is truly formidable." Gu Ming said with a smile that it's decent, but without a good master to teach me. "My current level could be higher," Zhang Yang replied. "You little rascal, do you dare to criticize me?" Gu Ming laughed. Zhang Yang understood the implication of his words. It was merely a jest about Gu Ming's lack of involvement. "You said it yourself," Zhang Yang remarked. "Rest assured, when you enter the Xuanxin ancient land, as long as you possess the ability to absorb the spiritual energy there, you may take as much as you wish." Gu Ming assured him. Zhang Yang's heart stirred. Gu Ming's words suggested that the spiritual energy in the Xuanxin ancient land would not be easily absorbable. "You just killed members of the Xiong and Huang families. Have you considered how to deal with the aftermath?" Gu Ming suddenly inquired. "Isn't that your responsibility, Master?" Zhang Yang replied. Ji Ming laughed heartily. "If I were personally stationed at the Zhang family, nothing would happen to you. However, as the sect leader, I have many responsibilities." Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Master, what do you mean?" "I will send some powerful elders to protect your Zhang family, which should provide temporary safety. However, if these two families truly decide to go all out against you, your family will indeed be in grave danger," Gu Ming cautioned. "What is the strength of the family heads of the Xiong and Huang families?" Zhang Yang asked, his expression serious. "Both are martial masters at the 9th level. Moreover, the Huang family has the backing of the Yushu Palace, which you should already be aware of. You must rapidly elevate your cultivation. As we are outnumbered and my energy is limited," Gu Ming said with a grave expression. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. The competition for the heaven ranking continued fiercely, yet no one else emerged who could defeat adversaries 3 levels above them as he had. Half a day later, the competition concluded, and Zhang Yang's name ultimately ranked 10th, while Lan Chuchu defeated the 9th ranked contestant, placing her above him. The final standings for the top 10 disciples had changed only for the 9th and 10th positions, with the others remaining unchanged, illustrating the high caliber of the heaven ranking and the strength of its disciples. Gazing at his shimmering name on the heaven steel, Zhang Yang felt no joy, for he knew that even greater challenges awaited him. The heaven-ranking competition has concluded. The top 10 disciples, please follow me, Gu Ming announced before turning to leave. Disciple, it's time to go, Lan Chuchu's voice rang out. All right, Zhang Yang replied, finally snapping out of his reverie and joining the procession. Barely an hour after Zhang Yang and the others departed, the entire sect was abuzz with the news of his name. Everyone's evaluation was unanimous. A super prodigy. Even some elders were extraordinarily excited, having nearly lost hope in this major competition among the 4 sections. Suddenly, a prodigious disciple by the name of Zhang Yang has emerged. In their eyes, this upcoming grand competition might still hold promise. The crowd swiftly followed Gu Ming to the innermost sanctum of the sect, where they beheld a row of statues, each representing the esteemed leaders of the Shaoxian sect throughout its history. With immense reverence, they first bowed in respect to these statues, then, with a grand gesture, Gu Ming summoned a spatial vortex before them. Let us proceed, Gu Ming declared, stepping into the vortex first, followed closely by the others. Upon emerging from a vortex, they were met with an overwhelming density of spiritual energy, so potent that it dampened their garments. The concentration of spiritual energy here was at least tenfold that of the outside world. One disciple could not suppress a gasp. Astonishment etched across his face. Following Gu Ming, they advanced further until they arrived at an ancient tower radiating a spectrum of colors. As they approached, the concentration of spiritual energy around the tower was palpably denser than at the entrance. Zhang Yang felt a profound shock within. He understood that cultivating here would accelerate his progress by at least a dozen times compared to the outside. This ancient tower, known as the Su Nx Tower, had been nurtured by the essence of a dragon vein for over a millennium. You may choose to cultivate outside or within the tower, Gu Ming's solemn voice resonated. However, I must caution you, while the energy inside is indeed richer, it may not be as conducive to cultivation as you might expect, he added mysteriously. Hearing this, the crowd's intrigue towards the Su Nx Tower deepened. At that moment, Gu Ming produced several lists, distributing one to each disciple. The competition among the 4 sects begins in a month, and this list contains the rankings of the top disciples from the other 3 sects, he explained. Zhang Yang glanced at the list, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the top 4 names: Yushu Palace, Lung Lingjie, Martial Master 9th level, Baiwa Valley, Yin Susu, Martial Master 9th level, Qisha Sect, Feng Luo, Martial Master 9th level, Shaoxian Sect, Shijing, Martial Master 8th level. The sight of this list cast a shadow of gravity upon the faces of the gathered disciples. With only 10 names on the list, Shaoxian Sect had but 1 representative. Shijing, the disparity is insurmountable. How can we compete? Someone despaired. Thus, I have brought you to the Su Nx in Ancient Land. Here, if you devote yourselves to cultivation, you will surely break through your current levels. However, time is of the essence, for the Su Nx in Ancient Land can only be sustained for approximately 7 days. Gu Ming warned that it was evident that Gu Ming was making considerable sacrifices for the sake of the competition. Upon hearing Gu Ming's words, the disciples did not hesitate. They all opted to enter the ancient tower for their training. Since seeing the list, an overwhelming sense of urgency filled each of their hearts. Just as Zhang Yang was about to step into the tower, Gu Ming called out to him. This competition among the 4 sects rests upon your shoulders. Isn't Shijing also participating? I believe you will likely break through to the Martial Master 9th level after 7 days. Zhang Yang replied. Relying solely on him is a precarious strategy. Our sect has languished for too long, and our overall strength pales in comparison to the other 3 sects, Gu Ming lamented with a wry smile. Zhang Yang understood Gu Ming's implication. Apart from Shijing, the rest of Shaoxian sect were merely Martial Master 7th level practitioners, even if they managed to ascend to the 8th level in the Su Nx in Ancient Land. They would still fall short against those already established at the 8th level on the list. Rest assured, Master, Zhang Yang reassured. Oh, by the way, Master, are you sure I can absorb freely? He confirmed. Indeed, Gu Ming replied. Somewhat amused, he thought to himself, even if I permit you to absorb at will, how much could you possibly take in? Not to mention, the energy within the tower is not so easily absorbed. With Gu Ming's assurance, Zhang Yang finally felt at ease as he entered the ancient tower as for the competition among the four sects. He would give it his all regardless, for Gu Ming had shown immense kindness to his family. Had it not been for Gu Ming's intervention, the Zhang family would have perished. Watching Zhang Yang disappear into the ancient tower, Gu Ming sighed internally. It is not my intention to burden you, Zhang Yang. Yet, our Shaoxian sect has reached a critical juncture. We must rely on your ability to challenge those beyond your level. Inside the ancient tower, as Zhang Yang stepped in, he was greeted by a swirling mist enveloping the interior. This mist was none other than the essence of spiritual energy. What a splendid place for cultivation. The energy is simply too rich, he exclaimed with excitement. However, his exhilaration was short-lived, as a sudden weight bore down upon him, causing him to collapse to the ground. What immense gravity! Zhang Yang struggled to utter. This is indeed an excellent place. It allows for cultivation, physical fortitude, and the consolidation of your skills, truly tailored for you. The voice of Wukong chimed in. Your words ring true. Why not join me for the experience? Zhang Yang suggested. I do not cultivate. Why would I seek an experience? Wukong retorted. As Zhang Yang slowly rose to his feet. He felt his chaotic holy body activate, a faint glow emanating from his skin. That moment, a flash of insight struck him, and he muttered, why waste time battling this gravity? I can simply retreat into the chaotic cauldron and absorb energy there. With this realization, he felt a wave of clarity wash over him, that he promptly summoned the chaotic cauldron and nestled inside. The instant the cauldron appeared, Zhang Yang noticed the surrounding spiritual energy swirling toward him, converging rapidly until it all flowed into his body. This is true cultivation, he reveled, basking in the energy that flowed effortlessly into him. Though young, this fellow is clearly more astute than the previous chaotic holy body. Wukong observed Zhang Yang's content expression and could not help but commend him. Half a day later, a deafening roar erupted from Zhang Yang's form. He had successfully ascended to the Martial Master 3rd level. That was rather slow, he murmured, glancing toward the stairs leading to the 2nd floor of the tower. Should I simply proceed to the 7th level? With that thought in mind, Zhang Yang stored the chaotic cauldron away and made his way directly to the 7th level. Half a day later, Zhang Yang finally reached the 7th level. This tower's gravity is utterly absurd. Are we certain this is meant for cultivation? He thought, feeling immensely weakened, blood trickling from his lips, a clear indication of the toll the gravity had taken on him. Without hesitation, he retreated into the chaotic cauldron, where a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward him, and multiple vortices of energy formed around the cauldron, experiencing a density of energy far greater than that of the 1st level. He unhesitatingly entered a state of cultivation. Outside the ancient tower, the disciples had been in the Su Nx in ancient land for 2 days, and already 7 had exited the tower one after another. Although the energy within the tower was abundant, few could withstand its intensity. Indeed, I nearly lost my life upon entering the 2nd level. I think I shall cultivate outside instead, one remarked. Now only 3 remained inside the tower, and none expected Zhang Yang to endure for so long. Though Zhang Yang is exceptionally gifted, I estimate he can last no more than the 3rd level before he must emerge, a disciple speculated. Their expressions still haunted by the experience of the tower's gravity. That moment, 2 figures appeared outside the ancient tower, Lan Chuchu and Shi Jing. Brother Shi, which level are you cultivating on? Lan Chuchu inquired curiously. I am on the 4th level, Shi Jing responded, a proud expression on his face that he did not need to think twice. It was clear that he occupied the highest level. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, the other disciples gasped in astonishment. And you, sister? Shi Jing asked. I am also on the 4th level. Lan Chuchu replied with a smile. Shi Jing's expression faltered. He had not anticipated that Lan Chuchu could also reach the 4th level. A complete surprise to him. What of Zhang Yang? Has he not yet emerged? Lan Chuchu suddenly noticed Zhang Yang's absence. Prompted by Lan Chuchu's observation, Shi Jing too realized Zhang Yang was nowhere to be found. However, he certainly does not believe that Zhang Yang is still within the tower. Junior brother Zhang has yet to emerge from the tower, a disciple remarked. Upon hearing this, Shi Jing furrowed his brow slightly. He understood that while each level was infused with rich spiritual energy, it was not infinite. Once the first level was depleted, one could only proceed to the second level, and so forth. Given how long junior brother Zhang has been inside, he must be at the third level by now, Lan Luofei speculated. The others nodded in agreement, as this possibility indeed seemed the most plausible. With Zhang Yang's talent, he cannot possibly still be lingering at the third level. Gu Ming suddenly interjected. Could he have entered the fourth level? Shi Jing asked with a frown that if Zhang Yang has indeed reached the fourth level, then he would be on par with me. Gu Ming nodded. It seems junior brother Zhang is truly remarkable. It appears that in terms of both talent and physical prowess, he far surpasses us, a disciple lamented. The others also nodded in agreement. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Everyone suddenly felt a fierce wind whipping up above the ancient tower, and moments later, dozens of spiritual energy vortices appeared around the seventh level of the tower. These vortices were continuously siphoning the surrounding spiritual energy, converging towards the seventh level of the ancient tower. What is happening? The crowd was taken aback. Could it be? Gu Ming looked at the seventh level of the tower in shock. And soon a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Zhang Yang has entered the seventh level, Gu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. What? At Gu Ming's words, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Impossible. The gravity inside the tower is so immense. How could he possibly enter the seventh level? Shi Jing countered. From the looks of it, not only has Zhang Yang entered the seventh level, but the spiritual energy within the tower is insufficient to satisfy him. Which is why this phenomenon has occurred. Gu Ming felt a surge of excitement. It must be noted that previously, the minor Xian sect had opened the Xuan ancient land, yet no one had ever reached the seventh level. In a moment of crisis for the sect, Zhang Yang suddenly displayed an extraordinary talent that exceeded his expectations, making it difficult for him not to feel exhilarated. Hearing Gu Ming's words, the crowd felt a sense of numbness. Each person could only sigh. Zhang Yang is not of this world. Junior brother Zhang is truly impressive. Lan Luofei could not help but exclaim. What is so impressive about it? Does he think he could just keep breaking through? Shi Jing retorted, clearly displeased. Shi Jing is right. Each realm has its own barriers. Even a prodigious disciple cannot continuously break through. A disciple nodded in agreement. It requires such an abundance of spiritual energy to break through. This at least indicates that junior brother Zhang is indeed quite extraordinary, Lan Luofei remarked. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Not only has he ascended to the seventh level, but he has also created such a commotion while breaking through a realm. Another disciple expressed in admiration. In the ensuing time, the other disciples distanced themselves from the ancient tower and began their own practice. 7 days passed in the blink of an It is time to leave. Gu Ming's voice reached the ears of the disciples. Upon hearing this, everyone awakened from their meditation and proceeded towards the exit of the Xuan ancient land. Yu Ming awaited them at the exit. And when he noticed the significant enhancement in their auras, he smiled and inquired, Have you all broken through? I have broken through and reached the 8th level of the warrior master realm. One disciple exclaimed excitedly, I too have broken through to the 7th level of the warrior master realm. Lan Luofei said with a smile, clearly in high spirits from her advancement. Shi Jing must have reached the 9th level of the warrior master realm by now. Gu Ming asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shi Jing released his aura. It was evident that not only had he broken through to the 9th level, but his strength had also progressed to the late stage of the 9th level. Gu Ming was very pleased. The others looked on with astonishment. It should be noted that the 4 major sects had deliberately divided the warrior master realm into 4 stages, early, mid, late, and peak, to better distinguish the disciples' strengths. It seems that the upcoming competition among the 4 sects will hinge on Shi Jing's performance. Shi Jing, you truly deserve the title of the foremost disciple of the minor Xian sect. In just 7 days, you have advanced to the late stage of the 9th level, which is akin to breaking through 2 entire realms. The other disciples expressed their envy, as they had only managed to advance 1 level. Observing the admiration in Gu Ming's eyes and the envy on the faces of the other disciples, Shi Jing felt an immense sense of pride. The competition among the 4 sects will ultimately rely on everyone's collective efforts. Only then can our minor Xian sect hope to avoid finishing last. Shi Jing feigned humility. Why hasn't junior brother Zhang come out yet? Lan Luofei asked in confusion to her words. The others realized that Zhang Yang had indeed not yet appeared. Everyone is gathered, yet he still hasn't come out. Does he expect us all to wait for him? Does he truly think that just because of his talent, he can act so arrogantly? Shi Jing frowned. The group fell silent. Apologies, everyone, that I was preparing to leave upon hearing the sect leader's voice, but I suddenly experienced a surge of energy and, at that moment, broke through a realm. Zhang Yang's voice rang out. A sudden breakthrough. Lan Luofei asked casually. No. Zhang Yang replied. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had he indeed managed to break through 2 realms consecutively, that would have been utterly absurd. We have been waiting for you for half a day. Thinking you had broken through 2 realms, only to find that you have only advanced 1, Shi Jing scoffed. With your talent, it should not have taken you this long to break through. Gu Ming frowned. It should be noted that Zhang Yang had been cultivating at the 7th level of the ancient tower, and given the commotion he had caused, if he had only just now managed to break through, it would truly be beyond Gu Ming's comprehension. You have misunderstood. What I meant to say is that I have broken through 3 realms and am now at the 5th level of the Warrior Master realm. Zhang Yang clarified. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Junior brother, your boasting has crossed the line. To say you have broken through 3 realms in succession. With your talent, I might believe 2, but 3 is just outrageous. A disciple remarked, clearly incredulous, that in that case, why not release your aura for us to see? Shi Jing mocked that in his view, Zhang Yang had clearly lost his mind. Not interested, Zhang Yang replied, casting a glance at Shi Jing. Shi Jing had always targeted him, and he could not be bothered to engage with him. I suspect you were simply putting on a fade, Shi Jing taunted. Believe it or not, I really do not care. Zhang Yang responded indifferently. You. Shi Jing was furious. He genuinely wanted to crush Zhang Yang, but he had never found the opportunity. Zhang Yang, just release your aura for us to see, Gu Ming suggested, his curiosity piqued. If Zhang Yang had truly broken through 3 realms consecutively, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for the minor Xian sect. Hearing his master say this, Zhang Yang could hardly refuse. He then released his aura. Boom! The aura belonging to the 5th level of the Warrior Master realm erupted from Zhang Yang, sending a shockwave that rippled through the surroundings, causing the clothing of those present to flutter wildly. Incredible! He truly has broken through 3 realms. What is happening in this world? Are the barriers between realms now so easily surmountable? Have you not noticed that the aura emanating from Junior Brother Zhang is far stronger than that of a typical 5th level Warrior Master? The crowd was genuinely dumbfounded. In just 7 days, Zhang Yang had managed to break through 3 realms consecutively, shattering their previous understanding of cultivation. This is impossible. Shi Jing, who had always considered himself to possess unparalleled talent, was equally bewildered. All right, haha. Gu Ming was exceedingly pleased upon witnessing this. Even after leaving the Xuanqian secret realm, the expressions on their faces had yet to fully recover. The shot Zhang Yang had delivered was simply monumental. Stop dawdling, Gu Ming reminded them. The others finally snapped out of their stupor. Junior Brother Zhang's breakthrough speed is rather demoralizing, a disciple lamented, covering his face. Your strengths have also increased, and with half a month still remaining. I will next take you to the trial tower. While this place may not enhance your cultivation, it will hone your skills and be of great benefit to you. Gu Ming stated that it seemed that the master was truly investing heavily. The trial tower required an exorbitant number of points to enter, and he had never had the opportunity to go. Zhang Yang pondered silently within. The crowd swiftly followed Gu Ming to the exterior of the trial tower, where they beheld its impressive 10 stories. Enter, Gu Ming instructed. Upon stepping into the trial tower, a figure materialized before Zhang Yang, an exact replica of himself. To his astonishment, this doppelganger possessed the same realm of cultivation. Just as Zhang Yang was taken aback, the figure lunged at him with a sword. Swish, reacting swiftly, Zhang Yang countered with his own blade, dispatching the opponent with ease. Rather feeble, Zhang Yang muttered. Before long, he ascended to the 2nd level, where yet another identical figure awaited him. The moment Zhang Yang appeared, the figure charged at him. Swish! With a single stroke, Zhang Yang effortlessly eliminated the FOED. In the following moments, he continued to dispatch his opponents with a single strike. Quickly reaching the 6th level, his surprise. This adversary had 2 realms above his own and had even grasped sword intent. Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Nevertheless, it was still no match for him. And he swiftly ended the fight, still too weak. This hardly serves as a trial, Zhang Yang remarked, shaking his head. Soon, Zhang Yang arrived at the 10th level. As he materialized, the figure immediately attacked him. Incredible speed. Zhang Yang's expression shifted. This apparition was faster than he was. Clang! He retaliated quickly, but the opponent's sword sent him flying. What strength! Zhang Yang cursed under his breath, only for the figure to strike again. Yet, Zhang Yang reacted promptly, rolling aside and engaging in combat 3 realms higher than mine. Zhang Yang struck out, but was once more repelled by the figure. The comprehension of sword intent has reached the 3rd level. Surpassing my own, Zhang Yang grumbled. The first 9 levels had posed little challenge, with most opponents falling to his blade in an instant. However, upon reaching the 10th level, he found himself relentlessly overwhelmed. Clang, clang, Zhang Yang and the figure clashed repeatedly. His wounds accumulating, blood flowing freely. Strangely, despite being at a significant disadvantage, Zhang Yang remained resolute. Rising time, and again to continue the fight. 6 days later, he was still battling the figure, but the tide had turned dramatically. It was no longer the apparition suppressing him. Zhang Yang was now the one in control. Swish! Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a swift strike, finally severing the figure's head. Phew! Zhang Yang gasped. That was close. This battle had been the most arduous since his arrival in this realm, with many near-fatal encounters with the figure. Yet he was grateful for the challenge. Without it, he would not have advanced his understanding of sword intent to the 3rd level, nor would his cultivation have solidified so firmly. Zhang Yang exclaimed with excitement. Time to exit. He then vanished from the trial tower. Upon his emergence, Lan Luofei and Gu Ming, who had been waiting outside, were momentarily taken aback. Pervert! Lan Luofei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly covered her eyes, turning away. Pervert! Zhang Yang was bewildered, but as he noticed his tattered attire, his face turned red as he hastily shielded his lower half, with 2/3 of his clothing missing and the remaining fabric barely sufficient. He was in quite the predicament. What a disgrace! Hurry and change into proper clothes. Gu Ming scolded. I have none. Zhang Yang replied awkwardly. Gu Ming, speechless, tossed a set of disciple robes to Zhang Yang, who quickly donned them. Why did you emerge so soon? Looking like this? Gu Ming inquired. Zhang Yang had spent approximately 7 days inside, having estimated he had only traversed the mid-levels of the trial tower. Hearing Gu Ming's question, Lan Luofei finally peeked at Zhang Yang through her fingers, confirming he was dressed before her face turned beet red. You shameless rogue, she exclaimed. It wasn't intentional. Besides, you've seen me in the nude. You've gained the upper hand, Zhang Yang retorted. You scoundrel. Lan Luofei's face grew even warmer. Young man, you have gone too far. Since you've been seen by Chu, she must take responsibility. Why not become partners? Gu Ming chuckled, clearly invested in his disciple's affairs. Zhang Yang and Lan Luofei were both left in stunned silence at Gu Ming's words. It seems my master isn't entirely serious, Zhang Yang mused. Master, what nonsense are you spouting? Lan Luofei exclaimed, her face deepening in HU. Gu Ming laughed heartily. By the way, why did you emerge so quickly? He redirected the conversation. I cleared it, Zhang Yang replied. Cleared it? You mean you completed the trial tower in 7 days? Gu Ming asked, astonished. Pretty much, but I reached the 10th level on the first day and spent 7 days there. Zhang Yang recounted, a shudder passing through him. That opponent at the 10th level was extraordinarily formidable. Understanding dawned on Gu Ming and Lan Luofei, their faces expressing a sense of numbness. Zhang Yang's exceptional feats had left them astounded time and again in the following days. Other disciples emerged from the tower one after another. Aside from Zhang Yang, the best performance came from Shi Jing, who took half a month to reach the 10th level. However, he too was swiftly dispatched upon entry, yet this achievement was commendable, marking him as exceptional in the history of the Xia sect. Upon his exit, Shi Jing was quite pleased. knowing Zhang Yang had emerged first. He assumed Zhang Yang's performance must have been inferior to his OW, and Jiu Ming and Lan Chuchu refrained from deflating his ego. The grand tournament of the four sects is held in the Imperial City, which is quite distant from here, so we must depart immediately, Gu Ming announced as the Xia Sect's vessel descended. The ship swiftly traversed the skies, and Zhang Yang approached Gu Ming. Master, do you know what the requirements are to join the Taishan Sect? Zhang Yang inquired. Taishan Sect, Gu Ming pondered for a moment before responding. I am not entirely certain. Zhang Yang had anticipated this answer. However, if you wish to join Taishan Sect in the future, your only avenue is to achieve outstanding results in the grand tournament of the four sects. Otherwise, it will be virtually impossible, Gu Ming explained. Why is that? Zhang Yang asked, intrigued. From what I've learned, the top-ranking disciples in this grand tournament will represent the great Xia dynasty in the Wanzhou War. This war serves as an excellent platform for showcasing your abilities. Only through exceptional performance will you catch the eye of the major powers in the Eastern Domain, thus granting you the opportunity to access the Central Domain. Gu Ming elaborated. The Wanzhou War. Just hearing the name feels extraordinary. What is it? Zhang Yang queried, puzzled. For now, you need not concern yourself with the details if you perform well in the grand tournament. I'm certain someone will explain it to you. Just remember to seize this opportunity, Gu Ming advised. Zhang Yang nodded earnestly. As the time for his promise to Huajian approached, Zhang Yang felt an immense pressure. I seem to have boasted too much, he thought to himself. Time flew by, and they neared the Imperial City. From a distance, Zhang Yang could see the sprawling and vibrant metropolis, far larger than his hometown. Qingshan City. Many in the group were visiting the Imperial City for the first time, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment at its grandeur. Before long, the ship landed outside the Imperial City, and Zhang Yang and the others disembarked under Gu Ming's guidance. Welcome, Sect Master Gu. A man clad in a golden robe approached with a smile, adorned with swirling gold dragons that gave him an imposing presence. Beside him stood a woman. Your Highness, he addressed. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Ming hurriedly performed a respectful bow. The others, upon hearing the title of the sect leader, swiftly followed suit. Jiu Zongzhu paused momentarily. Anticipating the arrival of the remaining 3 sections, the prince chuckled and subsequently arranged a resting area for the members of the Zhaoxuanzong. Is this the legendary Grand Prince? Shi Jing's expression grew grave, sensing an aura of danger emanating from this individual. Indeed, it was the Grand Prince of the Daxia dynasty, known as the Foremost Prodigy. Xia Luo, accompanied by his cousin, Xia Ji, whose talents were not to be underestimated. The Foremost Prodigy of the Daxia dynasty. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing the imposing nature of such a title. Interesting, Zhang Yang mused while stroking his chin. At that moment, another flying vessel descended, and members of the Qixia sect emerged. Observing this, Grand Prince Xia Luo proceeded to greet them. The foremost figure among the Qixia sect was likely their leader, Zhang Xiao. Who is that young man in black? You don't know. He is Feng Luo, the foremost prodigy of the Qixia sect, known as a once-in-a-century genius, as the members of the Qixia sect arrived. The onlookers, who had long been waiting, began to engage in lively discussions. Grand Prince Xia Luo also directed the members of the Qixia sect to a resting area. Coincidentally, their resting area was adjacent to that of the Zhaoxuanzong, and upon their arrival, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The relationship between the Qixia sect and Zhaoxuanzong had always been fraught with animosity. Jiu Zongzhu, you should cherish this last opportunity to participate in the four sects grand competition. There may not be another. Zhang Xiao greeted Gu Ming with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. That is unnecessary for you to worry about. Gu Ming replied indifferently. How do the Zhaoxuanzong still have a martial artist at the 5th level? Surely he isn't here to participate in the four sects grand competition. A disciple from the Qixia sect feigned astonishment. Upon hearing this, the members of the Qixia sect turned their gazes towards Zhang Yang, followed by derisive laughter. The remark was intentional. It was common knowledge that any disciple present was here for the competition. This scoundrel, the disciples of Zhaoxuanzong, seethed with fury. It appeared that for Zhaoxuanzong, as long as they could defeat Shi Jing, their chances were effectively over. Feng Luo remarked dismissively, his disdain unmistakable. Shi Jing's expression darkened. Yet he chose silence over a response. Do not go too far. Lan Chuchu exclaimed in anger, "Oh, this lady is rather attractive. Tiske, especially those long legs. I quite fancy them that I've made my decision. You shall be my woman from now on. Ha ha ha." Feng Luo finally noticed Lan Chuchu, and upon seeing her long legs, his eyes widened in astonishment, feeling directly assaulted by Feng Luo's lewd remarks. Lan Chuchu's expression soured considerably. The other members of Xuan looked to Shi Jing, their esteemed leader, hoping for a retort. Yet, the reality was that Shi Jing opted for silence. The weight of despair settled heavily on the crowd, for it was clear that, in terms of morale, Xuan had already succumbed. Just as the atmosphere grew despondent, Zhang Yang's voice unexpectedly broke through. "With such an appearance, my senior sister would hardly take a liking to you," Zhang Yang stated flatly. "What did you say?" Feng Luo roared. His gaze fixed on Zhang Yang, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Is there something wrong with your ears?" Zhang Yang retorted. "Repeat that if you dare," Feng Luo challenged, his murderous intent palpable as he lunged towards Zhang Yang. "I am your father," Zhang Yang declared. The crowd, taken aback by this unexpected proclamation, widened their eyes in shock. Particularly the members of Xuan struggled to suppress their laughter, astonished by Zhang Yang's sharp tongue. "I will kill you," Feng Luo fumed, completely losing his composure. However, just as he was about to act, the authoritative voice of Grand Prince Xia Luo resonated. "This is the royal city. Should you dare to make a move here, you shall perish." Upon hearing this, Feng Luo immediately regained his composure, glaring daggers at Zhang Yang, his heart filled with a desire for revenge, by offending members of the Qixia sect in this manner. "You are endangering us? What will we do if they target us specifically?" Shi Jing's countenance darkened. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Lan Chuchu's irritated voice interjected, "We have already been trampled upon, and you, as the foremost figure of Xuan, remain silent at such a critical moment. Are you even a man?" Shi Jing opened his mouth to retort, but upon meeting the hostile gazes of the other disciples of Xuan, he swallowed his words, his resentment towards Zhang Yang intensifying. Observing Shi Jing's grim expression, Zhang Yang shook his head. The true man should confront challenges head-on. If one lacks even this modicum of spirit, how are they any different from the dregs of society? "I alone can contend with the Qixia sect." His resolute declaration resonated within the hearts of every disciple of Xuan. The relationship between Xuan and Qixia sect had reached a freezing point. And just then, another flying vessel descended, with members of Baiwa Valley disembarking. "Please, sect leader Hua," Grand Prince Xia Luo warmly welcomed the members of Baiwa Valley to their resting area. "Why is the Grand Prince so cordial?" "You don't know? It is said that the Grand Prince has a crush on Yin Susu from Baiwa Valley, but has yet to win her heart," a group of gossiping women chuckled nearby. The resting area for Baiwa Valley was situated on the opposite side of Shaoxinzong. As the female disciples of Baiwa Valley arrived, the disciples of Qixia sect eagerly approached them, only to be met with indifference. "Where is junior brother Zhang?" one of the female disciples of Baiwa Valley suddenly inquired. Upon spotting Zhang Yang, the female disciples' eyes lit up, and they all made their way towards him. Seeing this, Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. Upon encountering these women, he had instinctively hidden among the crowd, yet they still managed to find him. Although the female disciples of Baiwa Valley admired Zhang Yang, they did not exhibit the same frenzied enthusiasm as their peers. They merely exchanged pleasantries with him before returning to their designated resting area. "Go for it. Junior brother Zhang." Yin Susu smiled encouragingly before also returning to her resting area. "Why is Zhang Yang so popular among the female disciples of Baiwa Valley?" Onlookers expressed their astonishment, utterly perplexed. Even more bewildered were the disciples of Qixia sect, whose expressions darkened. They had intended to engage with the female disciples of Baiwa Valley, only to face a harsh reality where they were completely ignored. If that were all, it might have been bearable, as it was well known that the female disciples of Baiwa Valley were notoriously aloof. Yet upon encountering Zhang Yang, they seemed entranced, their eyes sparkling with admiration. This left the disciples of Qixia sect feeling utterly humiliated, compounded by their already poor relationship with Xuan, fueling their animosity towards Zhang Yang. "During the competition, I will personally eliminate him," a disciple from Qixia Sect, sneered. Just as everyone's attention remained fixated on Zhang Yang, a sudden commotion erupted. The members of Yushu Palace have arrived. Look, the one in white is Lan Luofei, reportedly a prodigy on par with Grand Prince Ya Luo. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, anticipating that the champion of this four-sex grand competition would undoubtedly be Yushu Palace. As the members of Yushu Palace made their entrance, the authoritative voice of the Grand Prince echoed once more. Tomorrow, I will host a banquet for all the young talents. I hope everyone will honor us with your presence. Grand Prince Ya Luo proclaimed. We shall certainly attend your banquet. Lan Luofei replied with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. Now, I will lead everyone to their respective lodgings for a brief respite. The competition will commence in 3 days. The Crown Prince chuckled and subsequently led the group into the Imperial City. Considering the impending competition among the 4 major sects, the Crown Prince had deliberately arranged for the disciples of these sects to be housed at great distances from one another, each occupying a corner of the Imperial City. Zhang Yang and his companions, guided by a guard, made their way toward the eastern side. It was understandable that the Crown Prince personally escorted the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley to their lodgings, as it was well known that he had a fondness for Yin Susu. However, one could not help but wonder about the significance of Xia Ji personally leading the way for the disciples of the Jade Void Palace. One disciple pondered aloud. Among the 4 major sects, only they and the 7 Fiends sect were accompanied by guards, marking a significant disparity in treatment. I have heard that Xia Ji has always held a favorable view of Lan Luofei. Perhaps that is the reason, Lan Chuchu remarked. Upon hearing this, the group came to a sudden realization. The disciples of the Little Xian sect soon arrived at a secluded villa, which, despite its remote location within the Imperial City, was exceptionally tranquil. What an extravagant villa! It is larger than my entire family estate, one disciple exclaimed. Everyone, please rest here for the next few days, the guard said with a smile before departing. The group entered the villa, each selecting a room to unwind. As evening fell, they gathered in the courtyard of the villa for dinner. The meal was entirely provided by the royal family and could be described as exquisite, featuring many ingredients that Zhang Yang had never encountered before, leaving him with a greasy mouthful. Tomorrow evening, you shall attend the Crown Prince's banquet. Do not forget to prepare some gifts, Gu Ming reminded them. The group nodded in agreement. Junior brother, let us go gift shopping together tomorrow, and perhaps we can explore the Imperial City as well, Lan Chuchu suggested enthusiastically, as it was her first visit to the Imperial City. Zhang Yang began to respond. All right, then it is settled that you shall accompany me. Lan Chuchu interjected with a smile. Zhang Yang wanted to convey that he had no money to purchase gifts. Thus he would not be going, but Lan Chuchu did not grant him the opportunity. The dinner continued until late into the night, after which everyone retreated to their rooms to rest. Zhang Yang, however, lay on the grass in the courtyard, gazing at the round moon and falling into deep contemplation. It had been several months since he had traversed into this world. If he were still on Earth, he would likely be approaching the Mid-Autumn Festival by now. I wonder how my parents are faring, he murmured, his gaze growing increasingly distant. Moments later, Zhang Yang sat up from the grass. The pangs of homesickness rendered him restless, so he decided to take a stroll outside the city to clear his mind. Soon, he found himself atop a mountain near the Imperial City, where he could behold the night view of the city. Zhang Yang stood tall, the chilly autumn breeze brushing against his resolute face. Yet he seemed completely oblivious to it, lost in the distant scenery as if time had frozen. However, amidst this serene and peaceful atmosphere, the rustling of leaves suddenly emanated from the woods behind him. The tranquility shattered, and Zhang Yang snapped back to reality, his brow furrowed, clearly displeased at having his reverie interrupted. In no time, numerous men clad in black appeared before him, all wielding glistening weapons, clearly intent on confronting Zhang Yang. Who would have thought this fellow would venture into the mountains at such an hour? Had he not come, we would not have had this opportunity. One of the black-clad men sneered. Who are you? Zhang Yang demanded, his tone laced with impatience. We are here to kill you. Attack together, one of the black-clad men shouted, and over 20 men brandished their weapons, charging toward Zhang Yang. You seek to disturb my peace and wish to take my life. Zhang Yang's anger flared as the innate stone sword materialized in his hand, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Die! Zhang Yang bellowed, plunging into the throng of adversaries. The forest was soon illuminated by the glint of blades as Zhang Yang clashed fiercely with the black-clad men, shattering the tranquility of the woods. With each strike of his sword, a foe was beheaded. How can he be so powerful? Our realms are equal, yet so many of us are no match for him. One of the black-clad men exclaimed in terror. In mere moments, half of their number had fallen to Zhang Yang's blade. With a swift motion, he severed the heads of 3 men in one sweep. The slaughter continued unabated, and soon only one black-clad man remained. Upon witnessing Zhang Yang, drenched in blood and emanating a fearsome aura, the last man's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "Who sent you to kill me?" Zhang Yang inquired, slowly advancing toward him. Blood still dripping from the innate stone sword, that if you have the courage, then kill me. The black-clad man trembled, yet mustered the courage to respond. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang severed his head in one clean stroke. "Since you refuse to speak, then you shall meet your end." Afterward, Zhang Yang scoured the bodies of the black-clad men for clues, and soon made a discovery. He recognized the style of shoes worn by the assailants. He had seen the same design on Huang, Un, and Xiong Qianqian. How could I have forgotten about the Xiong and Huang families? These 2 clans reside within the imperial city, Zhang Yang mused. The existence of these 2 families had always posed a threat to the Zhang family, and if matters escalated, he would have to take a risk. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes, and he turned to leave, returning to the villa of the little Xian Sect. In the hall of the Huang family, 2 middle-aged men sat with expressions of utter ease, seemingly awaiting favorable news. These 2 were Xiong Batian, the patriarch of the Xiong family, and Huang Dia, the patriarch of the Huang family. With our 2 families joining forces and dispatching our finest warriors, I believe that Zhang Yang is doomed this time. Xiong Batian boomed with laughter that I, too, did not expect Zhang Yang to take a leisurely stroll in the mountains at such a late hour. Such a splendid opportunity is not to be missed. Huang Dia chuckled in agreement. After the little Xian sect arrived in the imperial city, he had dispatched individuals to keep a close watch on their lodgings, hoping to find an opportunity to eliminate Zhang Yang. Little did he know that this unintentional act would lead him to such a rare opportunity. "Patriarch, trouble is afoot." A guard suddenly burst into the hall. "What trouble? Speak clearly." Huang Dia frowned. "None of the men we sent to kill Zhang Yang have returned." The guard reported. "What of Zhang Yang?" Xiong Batian inquired. "He was not seen." The guard replied. An ominous premonition gripped Huang Do's heart, and he quickly joined Xiong Batian as they hurried to the mountains. Upon their arrival, the overwhelming stench of blood greeted them from a distance, and soon they were confronted by the sight of numerous corpses strewn about. Both Huang Dia and Xiong Batian furrowed their brows, for they could not find Zhang Yang among the bodies. That it seemed Zhang Yang must have returned. "I just hope he did not discover the identities of these assassins." Xiong Batian expressed his concern. "Zhang Yang is here to participate in the 4 sects grand competition. If he discovers this and informs the royal family, it would spell disaster for both our clans. Fear not, Patriarch. These men have all changed their attire. He will not be able to ascertain our family's involvement." Huang Dia reassured him that we must return to discuss this matter further, if it comes to it. Huang Dia's face revealed a cold smile. Xiong Batian understood, knowing the background of the Huang family, which eased his mind considerably. The following noon, Zhang Yang found himself being forcibly dragged by Lan Luofei to the most bustling street in the imperial city. The central district of the imperial city was the most vibrant area, bustling with life as vendors shouted their wares from both sides of the road, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon arriving, Lan Luofei became immensely excited, flitting from one site to another like a lively sprite. However, Zhang Yang found himself in a predicament. Though they had agreed to purchase gifts and leave, dusk was fast approaching, yet Lan Luofei remained full of energy, fervently buying and buying. Zhang Yang was soon laden with numerous items, nearly unable to bear the weight. "Sister, have you even bought any gifts yet?" Zhang Yang reminded her. "Oh no, I completely forgot." Lan Luofei suddenly came to her senses. Zhang Yang. The 2 hurried to the end of the street, where numerous vendors displayed an array of peculiar and fascinating goods. As Zhang Yang passed by one stall, he was instantly captivated by an item on display. He picked it up and inquired, "How much for this, boss?" The vendor, eager to sell, replied, "Ah, you have a discerning eye. This is crafted from black silk, and once worn, it offers a sensation of warmth in winter and coolness in summer, enhancing the appearance of your legs as well. Is this for wearing on the legs?" Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. The vendor nodded affirmatively. "Goodness, isn't this simply exquisite black silk, and of the highest quality?" Zhang Yang had not anticipated encountering such a treasure here. He promptly purchased it using the money he had scavenged from those black-clad men the previous day. Before long, Lan Chuchu also acquired a gift, and the two made their way back to the secluded residence of Xiao Xuanzong. "Sister, I have a gift for you that I believe suits you perfectly." Upon returning to the residence, Zhang Yang presented the item to Lan Chuchu. Curiously, she unwrapped the package to reveal two silk-like items resembling black leggings. "What is this?" Lan Chuchu asked, puzzled. The vendor said that when worn, it provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer. "Why not try on when you get home?" "Oh, and remember, it's meant for your legs, so don't wear it incorrectly," Zhang Yang advised. Lan Chuchu's face was a picture of confusion, yet she decided to give it a try. After a brief wait, when the door swung open, Zhang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Does it look good?" Lan Chuchu twirled around. "It looks marvelous." Zhang Yang nodded eagerly. With the black silk adorning her legs, Lan Chuchu appeared even more lively. However, she questioned, "But why is this black silk so short? It doesn't cover the upper part at all. That section is called the absolute territory," Zhang Yang explained. "What does that mean?" Lan Chuchu was still confused. "Junior brother Zhang, we must leave now. If we delay any longer, we will be late," came the voices of other Xiao Xuanzong disciples from outside the residence. "Let us hurry, sister," Zhang Yang urged before making his exit. He certainly could not explain the concept of absolute territory to Lan Chuchu. Soon, they arrived outside the residence. When Lan Chuchu appeared before the others, their eyes widened in astonishment, with some even experiencing nosebleeds. Shi Jing was equally wide-eyed, his gaze filled with an intense admiration. "Why are you all bleeding?" Lan Chuchu asked in bewilderment. "It's nothing. Nothing at all." The crowd hastily shook their heads, quickly wiping away the evidence. After regaining their composure, they proceeded towards the Heavenly Palace restaurant, the venue arranged by the Crown Prince. Zhang Yang lingered at the back of the group when a fellow disciple stealthily approached him and whispered, "The black silk lawn shimmy is wearing. You gifted it to her, didn't you?" Zhang Yang nodded. "You truly have an eye for talent," the disciple marveled. "Thank you for the compliment. However, let me clarify, I bought this for sister solely to enhance her beauty and grace," Zhang Yang replied earnestly. The disciple gave him a meaningful glance before saying, "You have exquisite taste." As they reached the entrance of the Heavenly Palace restaurant, the four golden characters adorning the doorframe exuded an air of grandeur. Several elegantly dressed women stood at the entrance, offering smiles and assistance to incoming guests. "Oh, you have a reservation?" One of the women inquired upon noticing Zhang Yang and his companions. "We were invited by the Crown Prince," Shi Jing responded. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression subtly shifted, and she led Zhang Yang and the others upstairs. "This is the place," she announced before departing. "How lovely! It's open air," a Xiao Xuanzong disciple exclaimed in surprise. The Heavenly Palace restaurant boasted 9 stories, making it one of the tallest structures in the imperial city, offering breathtaking views of the surroundings at night. At long last, the esteemed members of Xiao Xuanzong have arrived. Crown Prince Shaluo greeted them with a smile. However, upon seeing Lan Chuchu, his eyes gleamed with admiration, and he couldn't help but praise, "Miss Chuchu is indeed a natural beauty, and combined with this attire, even I find it hard to resist." Gratefully, Lan Chuchu acknowledged the Crown Prince's compliment, aware that his words were merely playful banter. "Isn't this outfit quite similar to what I wore yesterday?" She puzzled, but upon closer inspection of her attire, she finally noticed the black silk on her legs. Could it be because of this? Lan Chuchu couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yang. After exchanging pleasantries with the members of Xiao Xuanzong, Crown Prince Shaluo arranged for everyone to take their seats. After a brief wait, the other 3 sects gradually arrived, and the top floor became lively with chatter. Crown Prince Shaluo and his cousin, Princess Shaji, occupied the main seat. With a smile, Shaluo raised his cup and declared, "Let the banquet officially commence." Seeing this, the crowd raised their cups in unison and downed their drinks. "Your Highness, I have heard that this grand competition pertains to the selection of representatives for the 10,000 Nations War. Is there truth to this?" asked Lan Luofei with a grin. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned to the crown prince, who was equally intrigued by the rumor. "Indeed, there is truth to it," Shaluo began. But Princess Shaji interjected, "This is indeed the case." The crowd was taken aback, their eyes shining with anticipation, and if they could excel in the 10,000 Nations War, their fame would echo throughout the Eastern Domain. An enticing prospect for all. Shaluo shot a glance at his cousin, then smiled as he continued, "This competition will select the 8 strongest disciples from the 4 major sects, who will represent our great Xia dynasty in the 10,000 Nations War. I've heard that there are 10 spots for the 10,000 Nations War. Who are the other 2? Feng Luo interjected curiously. "The other 2 are myself and Shaji," Shaluo clarified. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. Shaluo was renowned as the foremost young talent of the great Xia dynasty, so his participation was hardly surprising. His sister, Princess Shaji, was also exceptionally gifted, likely ranking among the top 3 in any of the 4 major sections. "Your Highness, I believe these spots can be confirmed in advance," Feng Luo suggested. "Oh, why is that?" Shaluo inquired, intrigued. "Everyone knows that Xiao Xuanzong is currently in decline, aside from Shi Jing, who may have a chance to make it into the top 8. The rest have little hope," Feng Luo remarked. "I could see this." Shaluo frowned slightly. "I do not intend to target Xiao Xuanzong, but Feng Luo's statement does bear some truth. This time, Xiao Xuanzong has even sent disciples at the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm, which indicates their complete decline." Shaji concurred with Feng Luo's assessment. "I find Princess Shaji's reasoning quite sound." Lan Luofei chimed in, his words laced with ulterior motives, that he had received intelligence that his junior brother, Sheng Su, had been slain by Zhang Yang. However, another, more concealed reason was that his sect, Yusu Palace, had formed an alliance with the 7-Kill Sect to eliminate Xiao Xuanzong, paving the way for a new puppet sect to rise in its stead, thus allowing Yusu Palace to seize the resources of the puppet sect and maintain its strength. With Lan Luofei's assertion, the members of the 7-Kill Sect and Yusu Palace readily agreed, as having one less opponent was advantageous for them. Only the members of the 100 Flowers Valley remained silent throughout. The Xiao Xuanzong disciples frowned, not anticipating Feng Luo's challenge at the banquet, which seemed rather unwise. Point 1. Can only know if a sect has fallen through competition. Such claims are mere words. Zhang Yang's firm voice resonated. "You have the lowest cultivation level among all the disciples of the 4 major sects. I wonder where you find the audacity to speak such words." Feng Luo scoffed, eager to reclaim his dignity after being humiliated by Zhang Yang outside the city. The stakes of this matter were significant, known only to him and Lan Luofei. "Mind your own business," Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, "that you'd better keep your mouth clean, or don't blame me for being rude." Feng Luo seethed with rage. "You had better show some respect to your father, or do not blame me if I make you regret it during the competition," Zhang Yang retorted. "You." Feng Luo nearly lost his temper again, but fortunately, the other 7 disciples of the 7 Fiends sect managed to restrain him. "Is there no one left in the Xian sect? They actually sent a mere ant of the 5th rank to speak," Lan Luofei remarked coldly, then turned his gaze to Shi Jing. Upon seeing this, Shi Jing slightly furrowed his brow, but remained silent. "I believe Zhang Yang has a point. One must not judge strength solely by appearances. What if the Xian sect is indeed formidable?" Yin Susu interjected. The atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly chaotic, veering toward a state of uncontrollable disorder. Xia Luo, witnessing this, finally lost his temper. After all, this was his banquet, and these people were showing him no respect. With a loud clap, the murderous aura emanating from Xia Luo exploded forth as he coldly declared, "I am hosting this banquet today, and if any of you ruin it, none of you will leave here alive." Upon hearing Xia Luo's furious voice, everyone immediately fell silent. Those who knew this great prince understood that despite his usual jovial demeanor, it was merely a facade. In truth, he was a ruthless individual, responsible for the deaths of many, and should he be truly enraged, they genuinely feared he might act on it. After all, they were in the imperial city, not their respective sections. Zhang Yang was also somewhat taken aback, pondering how his demeanor resembled that of a bandit rather than a prince. Lan Luofei noticed the change in atmosphere and, with a smile, said, "Great Prince, please do not be angered. Today, I have prepared a grand gift for you." With that, he presented a brocade box to the Great Prince. Seeing this, the Great Prince let out a cold snort before accepting the gift box and opening it, revealing a piece of armor. "This is a low-grade treasure, the Wind Forest Battle Armor." A disciple exclaimed in surprise that treasure-level armor is exceedingly rare, indicating that Lan Luofei had indeed put in considerable effort. Another remarked, "Treasure armor, rather mediocre." Xiao Luo glanced at it before tossing it to a servant. Ordinarily, he should have shown Lan Luofei some courtesy, but his anger still simmered, and he had little inclination to do so. Moreover, while the treasure armor was decent, it was rather ordinary for him. After all, he was the great prince of the great Xia dynasty, the future heir, and had seen far better. Subsequently, others began to present their already prepared gifts to Xiao Luo, yet he maintained a stoic expression, discarding many gifts after merely a glance. Feng Luo of the Seven Fiends Sect gifted a red true stone. Yen Susu from the 100 Flowers Valley sent a box of dragon and tiger spirit gel. A servant beside Xiao Luo continuously announced the gifts presented by others. Only when Yen Susu presented her gift did a slight smile appear on Xiao Luo's face. He remained indifferent towards the others, offering them no semblance of goodwill. Everyone could only remain silent, fearing that Xiao Luo might erupt again. Shi Jing from the Xian Sect presented a bottle of white essence. The servant continued to announce the gifts. "Since most have already presented their offerings, let us continue the banquet," Xia Ji suggested, noticing that no one else had stepped forward. She understood Xiao Luo's temperament. His anger would not dissipate easily. Do not rush. "It seems there are still some who have yet to present their gifts." Feng Luo's untimely voice rang out once more. "Who else?" Xia Ji frowned. Feng Luo was clearly attempting to stir trouble again, and even she felt a flicker of anger. "Naturally, it is Zhang Yang from the Xian Sect," Feng Luo replied with feigned reverence. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned towards the direction of the Xian Sect. Zhang Yang had yet to present a gift, and the reason was obvious. He had likely not brought anything. "Junior brother Zhang, you did not forget to prepare a gift, did you?" The disciples of the Xian Sect all turned to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and Lan Chuchu hurriedly handed a jade pendant to Zhang Yang, saying, "Take this for now. I have nothing else on me." "Zhang Yang, do you intend to get us killed?" "Knowing we had to present gifts today, you deliberately failed to prepare," Shi Jing scolded. Zhang Yang pushed Lan Chuchu's hand away and looked at Shi Jing, saying, "I have no money. How could I buy anything?" "No money." Everyone was taken aback. This reason was refreshingly candid, something no one had anticipated. Even Shi Jing was momentarily at a loss for words to refute it. "Zhang Yang, you did not bring a gift at all, did you?" Feng Luo, seeing Zhang Yang dawdling, instantly deduced the truth that it seemed your Xian Sect truly does not regard the great prince as significant. "We all prepared lavish gifts, yet you came empty-handed," Feng Luo remarked mockingly. The great Prince Xia Luo frowned slightly. He was growing weary of Feng Luo's antics at the banquet. To be honest, if you're not the host, he would have relished the opportunity to strike Feng Luo. Zhang Yang stood up, saying, "Why is your mouth so foul? I truly want to slap you." Upon hearing this, the crowd could only feel a sense of incredulity at Zhang Yang's audacity. The great prince also paused, finding Zhang Yang's words resonated deeply with him. "You," Feng Luo seethed. "What about you?" Zhang Yang shot back that I have indeed prepared a gift for the great prince, and not one I bought, but one I crafted with my own hands. Zhang Yang shot a glance at Feng Luo before presenting a bamboo tube to Xiao Luo. "What is this?" Xiao Luo inquired, intrigued, as the bamboo tube appeared rather ordinary. The great prince would know upon seeing it. But be discreet while observing. Zhang Yang leaned in and whispered, this." Xiao Luo's expression shifted to one of keen interest. He opened the bamboo tube to find a scroll of paper within. Following Zhang Yang's instructions, Xiao Luo carefully unrolled the paper, and his eyes widened as he saw the prominent words. Youth Cultivation Manual. Curious, Xiao Luo continued to peruse the content, and as he absorbed the detailed information, his eyes grew wide, and even his aura became slightly disordered. Brother, what has happened to you? Xiaoji, noticing Xiao Luo's peculiar expression, asked in confusion, leaning in to see what had transpired. However, the moment she leaned forward, Xiao Luo hastily rolled up the paper, yet his expression remained unsettled. This gift is splendid. This prince is exceedingly pleased, Xiao Luo exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. He had not anticipated such a remarkable treasure to exist. And it was his first encounter with something of this caliber. Did you create this yourself? Xiao Luo asked, intrigued. Indeed, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. You truly are quite the talent, Xiao Luo could not help but praise. His fierce nature fully revealed, no longer bothering to maintain his facade. This prince shall take his time to study it. It is best appreciated in solitude during the quiet of the night, Zhang Yang suggested. Xiao Luo nodded in agreement. The crowd, witnessing the great prince's enthusiastic reaction, grew curious about what Zhang Yang had gifted. What exactly is in there? Xiaoji inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not suitable for children, Xiao Luo replied. Not suitable for children. This remark only heightened Xiaoji's intrigue. After all, her brother was the great prince, and very few things could captivate his interest. Feng Luo, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. He had intended to make Zhang Yang look foolish, but had failed miserably. This is precisely what I like. What trash have you sent? Feng Luo, do you think I lack these? Xiao Luo scolded Feng Luo directly. Feng Luo's complexion shifted through shades of green and purple from the great prince's reprimand. Yet he dared not retort, fearing that the great prince might truly act against him. Returning to his seat, the disciples of the Xian sect were all filled with immense curiosity about what Zhang Yang had gifted to elicit such joy from the great prince. Junior brother, what exactly did you give? One disciple asked. The Youth Cultivation Manual, Zhang Yang replied. The crowd looked at each other in confusion, clearly having never heard of it. However, the disciple who had asked seemed to recognize the item, exclaiming, Where did you acquire this? It is a limited edition. I have been trying to buy it, but it is worth its weight in gold. I recall that the author sold only a handful of copies. Now, this item has skyrocketed in value among the disciples of the Xian sect. Zhang Yang was taken aback by this revelation, then curiously asked, How much does it cost now? 10,000 spirit stones per copy, but they are virtually unavailable, the disciple replied. Wow. Zhang Yang was taken aback, astonished by the unexpectedly high price. Junior brother, you have yet to answer my question. Where did you acquire this item? The disciple inquired eagerly. I painted it last night, Zhang Yang replied. You painted it? The disciple's face reflected sheer disbelief. Indeed, I am the author Wulong, Zhang Yang stated. What? You are the esteemed Mr. Wulong, the author of the Youth Cultivation Manual. Junior brother, you truly possess both literary and martial prowess that your Youth Cultivation Manual has greatly benefited many disciples, opening their eyes to new horizons. I happened to see some of the elders in the inner court secretly studying your manual the last time I was there. The disciple's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Zhang Yang. Then, as if recalling something, he exclaimed with excitement, I heard you promise to release the 5th volume. When will it be available? Do not rush me. I've been quite busy lately, Zhang Yang replied. The disciple nodded, filled with anticipation for Zhang Yang's forthcoming work. The rest of the Shao Xian sect members looked on in confusion, unaware of the reason behind the disciples' fervor. As time passed, the banquet eventually came to an end. The day of the grand competition arrived, and all disciples from the 4 sects gathered early outside the imperial city. Under the guidance of the royal guards, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of a colossal ancient colosseum. As they approached, they were met with the thunderous cheers resonating from within. Following the guards inside, they found the arena already teeming with spectators, who erupted into loud applause upon seeing the disciples from the 4 sects enter. The guards led them to the center of the vast stage, where seats were arranged at each corner, clearly reserved for the disciples. Goodness, there are so many people, exclaimed a disciple from the Shaoxian sect, his voice filled with astonishment. Zhang Yang, too, felt his blood surge with excitement amidst the cacophony. I will preside over today's grand competition, declared the crown prince, standing atop the stage with a smile, as his voice rang out. The audience gradually quieted down. As you all know, today marks a significant day for the Great Xia dynasty, representing the flourishing era of the younger generation. The audience erupted into fervent cheers once more. This year's competition is particularly special, as it not only pertains to the honor of our sects, but also to the honor of the Great Xia dynasty itself, Xia Luo stated. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, as many had already heard about the upcoming Battle of Wanchao. Without further ado, allow me to briefly explain the rules of this year's competition. Xia Luo continued. This year's format differs slightly from previous editions. We will adopt a round-robin style, with disciples from the 4 sects taking turns to compete, that a sect will be eliminated once all its disciples have been defeated. Upon hearing the rules, the Shaoxian sect disciples felt a tightening in their chests, as this format seemed disadvantageous for their relatively weaker overall strength. However, everyone understood that this system would more accurately showcase the individual prowess of the disciples. Xia Luo observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the disciples from the 4 sects and felt a deep sense of satisfaction, for he was the architect of these rules. Now, let me introduce the rewards for the sect that secures first place in this competition. The victorious sect will receive abundant cultivation resources from the Great Xia dynasty, sufficient to sustain them for at least a century. The rewards will scale down from there. However, the sect finishing last will receive no rewards whatsoever. Additionally, the disciple who ranks first will be specially awarded by the royal family with a secret technique and a top-tier martial arts manual. Xia Luo elaborated. The crowd gasped collectively at the mention of these rewards. To attain a secret technique for ranking first was astonishing, as such techniques were exceedingly rare and to the best of their knowledge. No previous competition had ever offered rewards of this magnitude. The solar sword technique was also no ordinary skill. Mastering it to perfection equated to possessing a ground-level technique, and it was said that the yin and yang sword techniques could merge, resulting in a top-tier ground-level technique. It seemed the royal family was indeed making a significant investment for the forthcoming Battle of Wanchao. The disciples from the 4 sects engaged in animated discussions, their faces filled with shock. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Yang asked, "What is the purpose of the secret art of Qimeng Duanjia?" He recognized that secret techniques were valuable, yet he was intrigued by the specific function of this one. The secret art of Qimeng Duanjia is a supreme escape technique. Once invoked, it allows one to vanish in an instant, covering hundreds of miles, an invaluable tool for preserving one's life. Mastering this technique would be akin to gaining an additional life. Lan Luofei explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a stir of excitement. The prospect of escaping hundreds of miles in an instant indeed made this secret art highly appealing. You all take a brief respite. The grand competition among the 4 sects will commence shortly, Xia Luo announced before departing the stage. The disciples dispersed to their respective resting areas. The round-robin format is highly unfavorable for us. How should we strategize our lineup? A disciple from the Shaoxian sect voiced his concerns. Naturally, the weaker ones should go first, with the stronger ones taking the final spots, Shi Jing suggested, but I believe that approach is flawed. We must send our strongest individuals up first to maximize our chances, Zhang Yang countered. Are you implying that I should go first while you take the last spot? Shi Jing scoffed. Not at all. I intend to be the second one up, Zhang Yang replied. And if we both lose right at the start, what then? Shi Jing pressed. Then we lose, Zhang Yang stated matter-of-factly. The Shaoxian sect's overall strength was inferior to that of the other 3 sects. And if both he and Shi Jing were eliminated early on, it would be no different than a total defeat for their sect. Upon hearing this, Shi Jing fell into contemplation, realizing that Zhang Yang's plan was indeed feasible. Despite his disdain for Zhang Yang, stemming from his feelings for Lan Luofei, he recognized that the interests of the sect took precedence. After all, he had grown up within the Shaoxian sect and held a unique attachment to it. Let us proceed with this plan, but do not falter at a crucial moment, Shi Jing warned, his expression serious. Zhang Yang looked at Shi Jing in surprise, not expecting him to agree. The other disciples of the Shaoxian sect, who had anticipated another argument between the two, were instead astonished to witness them setting aside their past grievances and beginning to collaborate. In a private box within the Colosseum, the leaders of the 4 sects were seated. Accompanied by an elderly man clad in yellow robes, the current ruler of the Great Xia dynasty. Xiao Wushang, which sect do you believe will claim victory in this competition? Xiao Wushang inquired with a smile. Undoubtedly, it will be the Yushu Palace. They have maintained their dominance for many years. Zhang Xiao responded with a grin. The others did not dispute this assertion, as it was widely acknowledged that the Yushu Palace was indeed the strongest among the 4 sections. And which disciple do you believe will shine the brightest? Xiao Wushang asked. He had initially intended to inquire which sect would place last, but reconsidered given the current circumstances of the Shaoxian sect. The strongest disciple is certainly Lan Luofei. Even our own Feng Luo pales in comparison, Zhang Xiao remarked. In terms of strength among the younger generation of the Great Xia dynasty, only the Crown Prince Xia Luo could possibly rival him. Huagu Master added, unable to restrain his praise. Though Lan Luofei is formidable, do not elevate him too high. Only through competition will we truly know, Yuxuzi, the leader of the Yushu Palace, cautioned, while he feigned humility. Inwardly, he was confident that his palace would undoubtedly secure first place. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted the conversation, and Xiao Luo entered. Lord, you have arrived. Pray tell, who do you believe will emerge as the foremost among the younger generation in this competition? Xiao Wushang asked with a smile. That I believe it will be Zhang Yang. Xiao Luo replied. Ditto. Do elaborate on your reasoning, Xiao Wushang said. Intrigue is merely a feeling, Xiao Luo responded. The Crown Prince is jesting. Zhang Yang is merely a 5th-level martial artist. He cannot possibly be in the running, the others remarked. Zhang Xiao remarked. The master of the Zhang family is indeed correct. Zhang Yang's cultivation is far too inadequate. The moment he steps onto the stage, he is bound to be the first eliminated. Yu Shuzi added. The masters of Huagu and Gu Ming remained silent, offering no commentary on matter. What is your perspective? Gu Zhongzhu. Zhang Xiao suddenly directed his gaze towards Gu Ming, a playful smirk gracing his face. Aware of Zhang Zhao's intentions, Gu Ming chuckled. Are you suggesting that anyone can easily overpower Zhang Yang? Is it not so? Zhang Xiao retorted dismissively. Shall we place a wager? Gu Ming proposed. What terms do you have in mind? Zhang Xiao was taken aback by Gu Ming's suggestion. It was indeed fortuitous. Let us wager your Xianyang pearl, Gu Ming stated. Very well, but what will you stake? Zhang Xiao inquired. I shall put forth a black Xian crystal as my wager, Gu Ming replied, producing a black crystal stone. Then it is settled. Zhang Zhao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the black Xian crystal. It was a premium gemstone for crafting treasured artifacts, a rarity that was usually unattainable. Subsequently, the two entrusted the Xianyang stone and the black Xian crystal to Xiao Wushang for safekeeping. The contest is about to commence, the master of Huagu suddenly announced. Instantly, all eyes turned to the arena, where Shi Jing had emerged from the resting area alongside Lan Luofei of the Yushu Palace. Ha ha! The little Xian sect has placed its strongest contender first. It seems their strategy has been seen through by the Yushu Palace. Zhang Xiao laughed heartily, that a sense of foreboding enveloped Gu Ming as he observed Shi Jing facing Lan Luofei. Defeat was all but assured. Should Shi Jing be eliminated at the outset, it would be a devastating blow to the little Xian sect that on the stage, surrender is permitted, but once you concede, you may not engage further. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. You all understand? The appointed referee declared. All disciples from the 4 sects nodded in agreement. As long as you emerge victorious, you may choose to continue fighting or take a respite. Is that clear? The referee reiterated. With a fearsome countenance and formidable strength, it was evident that only someone of such caliber could command respect among the assembled talents from various sections satisfied with their responses. The referee departed the stage. According to the established order, the first match was between the Little Xian sect and the Yushu Palace. Both sects had submitted their lists of participants well in advance. And once submitted, these lists could not be amended, as per their prior arrangement. Shi Jing was the first to step forward. The 7 Evil sect and 100 Flower Valley were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the Little Xian sect would send forth its strongest fighter right from the start. However, upon Lan Luofei's appearance, the disciples from the other 3 sects expressed their astonishment. The Little Xian sect is doomed. While Shi Jing may be formidable, he is no match for Lan Luofei, a female disciple from the 100 Flower Valley remarked. Indeed, their luck seems rather unfortunate. if Shi Jing is defeated at the outset. The Little Xian Sect's prospects in this competition will be bleak, Yin Susu sighed. The Little Xian Sect is finished. The moment Shi Jing falters, it will be as if they have been eliminated prematurely. Feng Luo guffawed, astonished that the Little Xian Sect would field Shi Jing first, and that he would face Longling. It was as if fate itself conspired against the Little Xian Sect. Within the Little Xian Sect, the atmosphere was somber, heavy with despair. Is it truly the heavens that conspire against us? Lan Chuchu murmured, her visage reflecting utter hopelessness. Everyone understood the significance of this competition for the Little Xian Sect. Should Shi Jing falter from the very beginning, their chances would be nearly extinguished. The remaining disciples remained silent, yet their expressions betrayed their profound despondency. In the center of the arena, Shi Jing's countenance was grave. He had not anticipated such ill fortune, facing the strongest contender of the competition in Long Lingjie from the outset. It seems your Little Xian Sect is rather unfortunate. However, in a display of benevolence, I am willing to offer you a chance. If you concede voluntarily, I shall spare you, Long Lingjie taunted. Not a chance, Shi Jing retorted coldly. Even if you're stronger, I will fight with all my might. Long Lingjie's words were not merely an insult to him, but also to the Little Xian Sect, and he could not acquiesce to such a demand. If that is your stance, then allow me to test your strength. Long Lingjie declared, his demeanor turning icy as he lunged at Shi Jing with a sword strike. Clang! Shi Jing reacted swiftly, unleashing his full power to cleave through Long Lingjie's sword. He understood that against an opponent of Long Lingjie's caliber, he had to exert himself fully. Otherwise, he risked being defeated from the very beginning. Clang! Clang! The battle raged on. It was evident to all that Long Lingjie was dominating the engagement, leaving Shi Jing with no opportunity to retaliate. With a sudden surge in speed, Long Lingjie's strikes intensified, catching Shi Jing off guard and piercing through his shoulder blade. Blood flowed profusely from the wound. Will you concede? Long Lingjie mocked. Not a chance. Shi Jing seethed, launching another strike at Long Lingjie, fully aware of the latter's intentions. Long Lingjie deftly evaded, sneering, "Your resistance is futile. You are no match for me." With a swift thrust, Long Lingjie struck again. Due to his injury, Shi Jing's reflexes were significantly hampered, and he was again pierced through the opposite shoulder blade, blood streaming from both wounds. "I shall fight you to the end," Shi Jing declared defiantly. Though his pallor betrayed the toll of his injuries, channeling all his remaining energy into his blade, he unleashed a final desperate strike towards Long Lingjie. With both shoulders gravely wounded, Shi Jing understood that this was his last chance. Should he fail, he would lack the strength to continue. The blade of gathered energy surged towards Long Lingjie. A cold smile spread across Long Lingjie's face as he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, each one crashing against Shi Jing's attack like a tempest. Feng Luo also satirically remarked. Long Lingjie had defeated Shi Jing, and in his view, the Xiaoshuanzong had already lost this grand competition. Their scheme had been accomplished. Upon hearing Feng Luo's words, the faces of the Xiaoshuanzong members darkened considerably. Although they were filled with indignation, they refrained from retorting, for they understood that the Xiaoshuanzong might indeed be on the brink of downfall. As the group returned to the resting area of the Xiaoshuanzong, they discovered Zhang Yang seated there, motionless, as if he had never departed. Zhang Shidi, one of the Xiaoshuanzong disciples, hesitated to speak. It was palpable to all that, despite Zhang Yang's expressionless demeanor, a palpable and intense aura of murderous intent enveloped him, sending shivers down their spines. Shi Jing has done his utmost. I will take over from here. Zhang Yang's voice resonated. His words possessed an almost enchanting quality, prompting the crowd to nod in unison. The contest for the Xiaoshuanzong had been nothing short of tragic, yet the competition must continue. With the next duel featuring the Baiwa Valley against the Qixia Sect, the surprise of many, the Baiwa Valley chose to emulate the Xiaoshuanzong in the Yushu Palace by first sending out Yin Susu. The Qixia Sect, on the other hand, adopted a more conservative approach, dispatching a disciple at the 8th level of martial arts mastery. The outcome was predictable. Yin Susu effortlessly triumphed over her opponent from the Qixia Sect, securing the first victory for the Baiwa Valley. After her victory, Yin Susu did not linger on stage. aware that if she continued to challenge, either Feng Luo or Lung Lingjie would inevitably take the stage next. With the duel between the Baiwa Valley and the Qixia Sect concluded, it was now the turn of the Xiao Xuanzong to confront the Qixia Sect. It remained uncertain who the Xiao Xuanzong would send forth. Although there was still one disciple at the 9th level of martial arts mastery, it was likely he would only emerge as a last resort, despite having only gone through one round of the competition. The Xiao Xuanzong had effectively been preemptively eliminated. The female disciples of the Baiwa Valley exchanged glances, expressing their condolences for the Xiao Xuanzong. The first disciple from the Qixia Sect ascended the platform, exuding an air of arrogance as he declared, "Xiao Xuanzong, come up to the stage quickly. Do not dawdle, I will send you down immediately." With Shi Jing eliminated, the only remaining threat to him was the last disciple of the Xiao Xuanzong at the 9th level of martial arts mastery. However, he was confident that this individual would not appear so soon. All eyes converged on the resting area of the Xiao Xuanzong, as everyone was eager to discover who they would send forth. At that moment, a young man clad in a black robe, wielding a white sword, slowly ascended the platform. It was Zhang Yang. The crowd was taken aback, and no one anticipated that the second contestant would be Zhang Yang, who was widely regarded as the weakest in this grand competition. It seems the Xiao Xuanzong is conceding this second round, a disciple from the Baiwa Valley side. Who would have thought it would be this fellow? Given his connection with Feng Luo from the Qixia Sect, it is unlikely Feng Luo will let him off easily. A disciple from the Yushu Palace sneered. "Make sure to incapacitate him." Feng Luo's voice rang out from the resting area, bitterly regretting not being on stage himself, for he would have relished the opportunity to personally eliminate Zhang Yang. "You must be here to offer yourself up. How can you possibly win against me? Given our 3 realms of difference," the Qixia Sect disciple mocked. "Had you conceded, I might have spared you. Unfortunately, since Feng Luo has instructed me to eliminate you, you can only count yourself unfortunate. Can the match begin now?" Zhang Yang's icy voice broke through. "Yes," the referee affirmed. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang vanished, and a streak of white light flashed, resulting in the Qixia Sect disciple's head rolling to the ground, his mocking grin still etched upon his face. This unexpected turn of events astonished all, for none had anticipated that Zhang Yang, at the 5th level of martial arts mastery, could dispatch the 8th level disciple of the Qixia Sect with a single strike. The faces of the Qixia Sect members turned ashen, their disbelief palpable. "He has violated the rules." "It was an ambush," Feng Luo shouted at the referee. "Fool," Zhang Yang retorted. "This was no ambush. It is merely your Qixia Sect disciple's slow reflexes." The referee responded. Feng Luo's expression darkened as he realized that if Zhang Yang did not continue to compete, he would have no opportunity for retribution. "You will next face the Yushu Palace. Do you wish to continue challenging?" the referee inquired. Zhang Yang nodded. Observing this, Lung Lingjie smirked coldly and instructed a nearby disciple from the Yushu Palace, "Go up and eliminate him. Do not give him a chance to concede." Lung Lingjie was well aware of the participating disciples from the Yushu Palace. Though this disciple was only at the 8th level of martial arts mastery, he specialized in delivering swift, lethal strikes. Soon, the Yushu Palace disciple ascended the platform, sword in hand. In a private box. "You have lost," Xiao Wushang remarked to Zhang Xia. He then transferred all his betting stakes to Gu Ming. "Dare to wager once more?" Zhang Xia challenged, having lost the Xinyang stone and eager to regain it. "What shall we wager?" Gu Ming replied. "Let us bet on whether Zhang Yang can enter the top 3 in this grand competition. I am willing to stake all the resources of our sect. Do you dare?" Zhang Xia asserted. He could discern that Gu Ming held Zhang Yang in high regard, and he intentionally used this as a wager. Zhang Yang is merely at the 5th level of martial arts mastery. Is it not unfair to make such a bet? Yu Shuzi remarked, his words laced with malice, intending to provoke Gu Ming. "This wager is excessively large and unnecessary," the leader of the Baiwa Valley cautioned. "Very well," Gu Ming acquiesced, fully aware of Zhang Xia's intentions. If they were to bet on Zhang Yang winning the championship, Gu Ming would undoubtedly have to consider